Zhounjun, after traversing into the role of the Mountain Lord of Celestial Sect for 40 years, acquired the 50-50 system, enabling him to contend equally with Ancient Monsters, Celestial Emperors, and Demonic Lord alike. Chapter 1. No one can be defeated. No one can be defeated. The foremost sect of Qingzhou, Daoshanzong, with its 108 primary mountains, includes the ethereal Yunji Mountain. It has been over 40 years. Do you have any idea how I have endured these decades? By the serene lakeside of Yunji Mountain, a strikingly handsome youth clad in a green robe gazed at the water with palpable excitement. This youth was named Zhounjun. He was one of the 108 mountain lords of Daoshanzong. At first glance, this title may seem impressive. However, in truth, Zhounjun was a complete failure in cultivation, remaining an ordinary person to this day. His ascension to the position of Mountain Lord of Yunji was solely due to the fact that, 40 years ago, he was the only disciple of his master at the time of his passing. Thus, he often found himself relegated to the lower echelons of Daoshanzong, mingling with the menial workers and engaging in the trivial conversations of the elders. As for how he, despite his lack of talent, managed to join Daoshanzong and become a direct disciple of the Mountain Lord, it is essential to mention that Zhounjun was a transmigrant, or who masqueraded as a prodigy. In his early months, he began speaking at 3 months, recognized characters by 6 months, walked by 9 months, and by the age of 1, was a repository of knowledge. People hailed him as the reincarnation of a celestial being. Thus, at the tender age of 1, he caught the attention of the previous Mountain Lord of Yunji, who took him as a disciple. Though, in the end, the former Mountain Lord realized that Zhounjun was, indeed, a complete failure in cultivation. However, there was little elaboration, and the treatment afforded to the true disciples was adequately met. Yet, he had already begun to contemplate practicing with his secondary identity. Regrettably, before he could commence this endeavor, he perished in a grand battle where the Dao Tian sect suppressed the turmoil instigated by demonic cultivators. In recognition of the sacrifices made by its members, the Dao Tian sect naturally extended its care to its sole disciple, Zhounjun, allowing the then 6-year-old Zhounjun to inherit the position of Mountain Lord. After all, since Zhounjun was unable to cultivate, the cloud-dwelling mountain would remain without a leader a century hence. There would be ample time to plan for cloud-dwelling mountain's future. In this manner, the Dao Tian sect could also garner a favorable reputation, showcasing its loyalty and righteousness, thereby attracting more talented individuals to join its ranks. Moreover, the fact that Zhounjun, at over 40 years of age, still appeared youthful was merely due to the consumption of a beauty-enhancing elixir. However, all of this was destined for an epic transformation starting today. For Zhounjun, as a transmigrator, was finally awakening to the powers of his golden finger system. Oh, system, after more than 40 years, if you had arrived any later, I would have met my demise. Zhounjun exclaimed, tears brimming in his eyes. Ding! Host, please remain calm. The system may arrive late, but it will never be absent. The voice that resonated in Zhounjun's mind bore a mechanical, synthesized quality. It's wonderful that you're not absent. But system, look at me. I'm over 40, aging and deteriorating. Is it still possible for me to begin cultivating? Zhounjun implored eagerly. Ding, cultivation. Ding. Host, you underestimate the system. With the system, what need is there for cultivation? Ding. Rewarding the host with a welcome gift package. Open it. Zhounjun said without the slightest hesitation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a special ability, 50-50 with all things. What does 50-50 with all things mean? Zhounjun asked, utterly perplexed. What a peculiar name. Ding. In simple terms, it means that regardless of what the host faces, they will achieve a 50-50 balance, implying that neither party can triumph over the other. I think I understand. Zhounjun blinked and then drew a dagger from his boot, inquiring of the system. Can I apply this 50-50 principle to this weapon? Ding, yes indeed. Upon hearing the system's response, Zhounjun gritted his teeth, grasped the blade of the dagger, and pulled back. Sizzle. A sound of metal scraping echoed. To his astonishment, Zhounjun discovered that his hand, which had been grazed by the dagger's sharp edge, was completely unscathed, without even a faint mark. This ability seems rather extraordinary. Li Zhoujun inhaled sharply and asked the system, if I encounter a being of true celestial caliber, can I still maintain this 50-50 balance? Ding, of course, all things in the world. This truly is like a calf stepping on electric wires, utterly astonishing. At this moment, Li Zhoujun's eyes began to gleam. With this 50-50 ability, was he not effectively invincible in this world? Ding, this is merely a welcoming gift. Should the host complete system tasks, more unexpected rewards await. System, do not tantalize me with empty promises. Li Zhoujun exclaimed, nearly drooling with anticipation. Ding, honesty is upheld. Well then, that is reassuring. Li Zhoujun nodded, only to ponder momentarily before inquiring of the system. Is there an attribute panel? Ding, is that not a simple request? Ding, host, please direct your attention to the large screen. With the system's announcement, a transparent panel materialized before Li Zhoujun's eyes. Host, Li Zhoujun. Identity, Master of Zhounjun, Dao Tian sect. Age, 46, 4 years remaining. Cultivation level, none. Abilities, equitable with all things in the world. Wait, system, what does this 4 years remaining mean? Li Zhoujun questioned, a sense of foreboding creeping in as he glanced at the age section. Ding, it signifies that you have 4 years left to live. Li Zhoujun, I am truly destined to perish. Even with the ability to equitably share with all things, he remained merely a mortal, and worse, a short-lived one, destined to live only 50 years. Ding, please do not fret. Upon completing system tasks, the host will be rewarded with cultivation levels in this world, thereby naturally extending lifespan. Did you not just mention that cultivation is futile? Then why reward me with cultivation levels? Li Zhoujun retorted. Ding, have you considered the benefits of an idle ability? Excellent, excellent. Li Zhoujun's eyes sparkled. Can you provide it to me right now? Ding, Ding, it has been detected that the host is within the sect, and in 3 days, a grand ceremony for accepting disciples will be held. The host is required to recruit 1 disciple, and upon success, unexpected rewards will be granted. Accepting a disciple? Li Zhoujun felt a wave of dismay wash over him. His reputation was notorious, with titles such as the Inept Mountain Lord and the Slacker Mountain Lord attached to his name. Simply put, only a fool would choose him as a master. System, do you not think this task is a bit unreasonable? Li Zhoujun lamented, tears streaming down his face. Ding, a grand spirit of ambition should not be belittled. That is a valid point, but I feel that even if I were to take on a disciple, it would only lead to their downfall. After all, I possess no knowledge of cultivation whatsoever. Accepting someone as a disciple would be nothing short of harming them. This Li Zhoujun was keenly aware of. Ding, do not worry, host. What is there to be anxious about? Right, why should I be anxious? Li Zhoujun mused, stroking his chin. This system's capabilities were indeed impressive, capable of balancing him with all things in the world. Teaching a disciple should be a piece of cake, shouldn't it? Now, all that remained was to await the commencement of the disciple recruitment in 3 days. Chapter 2. The young maiden Su Nan 3 days later at the Dao Tian sect on the Shengxian Mountain. This Shengxian Mountain is not a true land of ascension, but rather a place designated by the Dao Tian sect for the recruitment of disciples. At this moment, over 10,000 young men and women are gathered at its foot. Among them are many scions from prestigious families and royal lineages of Qingzhou. However, at this time, the expressions on the faces of these young aristocrats and princes are filled with reverence. The reason is simple. The Dao Tian sect is the foremost sect in Qingzhou, commanding the allegiance of countless dynasties and noble families. Here, one cannot indulge in arrogance. Such behavior will not be tolerated. At this juncture, an elderly man clad in gray robes steps forth. Though his voice is not loud, it resonates throughout the assembly like the rumble of spring thunder. I am the elder responsible for your trials. Pay close attention to what I am about to say. The first requirement for enrollment in the Dao Tian sect is the awakening test of your spiritual roots. The grades of spiritual roots are classified as waste, ordinary, inferior, medium, good, superior, exceptional, and sacred. Only those who achieve a medium grade or above in the awakening test may proceed to the next round of selection at our Dao Tian sect. Do you understand? We understand. Over 10,000 young voices respond in unison, filled with excitement. Then let us begin. With a sweeping gesture of his robe, the gray-robed elder announces the formal commencement of the recruitment of disciples. As he declares the trials to be officially underway, the throng of youth lines up in several long queues, awaiting their turn to undergo the awakening test of their spiritual roots. Half an hour later, among the multitude, only 5,210 youths have successfully passed the awakening test, possessing spiritual roots of medium grade or higher. Merely at this stage of the spiritual root assessment, nearly half of the participants have been eliminated. The youths who successfully passed the spiritual root awakening test wore expressions of excitement, while those who did not were dejected, leaving in silence. What a close call. Fortunately, I awakened a mid-grade with spiritual root. Otherwise, if I had to return home empty-handed, my father would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Among the crowd of successful candidates stood a girl with large, sparkling eyes and gracefully curved lashes. Her delicate features were complemented by her simple, yet clean attire of green. She quietly murmured to herself, patting her chest, "Miss Zhounjun, I have awakened a top-grade fire spiritual root. As long as I pass all the trials, I will surely become an inner disciple. Perhaps I might even catch the eye of the elders and become a true disciple. How about we form a partnership? I will certainly assist you in your cultivation in the future." Suddenly, a well-dressed young man with striking features approached the lovely girl with a smile. After a moment of surprise, Zhounjun responded with a grin, "Young Master Chun, congratulations. You've awakened a top-grade fire spiritual root, and your future is indeed boundless. However, as for forming a partnership, I must decline, as I am still quite young." A seemingly helpless smile appeared on young Master Chen's face as he replied, "Miss Zhounjun, your Su family and my Chun family both reside in Pingyu City. I believe you will eventually change your mind." Zhounjun nodded in agreement. As young Master Chun turned away, his expression darkened immediately. This insufferable girl was so ungrateful. He, Chen Xiaohua, had never failed to win the heart of a woman he desired. So what if the Su family was on equal footing with his Chun family in Pingyu City? Both being renowned as the two great families, it mattered little. In the present day, having awakened one's exceptional fire spiritual root, entering the inner sect is merely a fundamental step, and there exists a significant possibility of being favored by the elders, potentially becoming a true disciple. At that moment, a simple utterance from you would compel the Su family to honor your ascent. Concurrently, the elder clad in gray reappeared, addressing the multitude of young men and women who had successfully passed the awakening test. "Congratulations on your success in the spiritual root awakening assessment. Henceforth, you shall embark from this place, relying on your own strength to ascend to the immortal ascension platform atop the immortal ascension mountain. Those who reach it shall become disciples of my Dao Tian sect, with a time limit of 1 day. Along the way, you will encounter various illusions and fierce beasts. These trials are designed to test your character and to identify any spies from the demonic path that may have infiltrated our sect. Should you encounter peril and wish to abandon the trial, simply call out forfeit, and you will be automatically transported back to this location. After the trial concludes, those who do not pass will also be sent back here." As he spoke further, the elder's tone grew increasingly frigid, sending a chill through all present. "Now, let's begin." With a grand wave of his sleeve, the young men and women set forth on their journey toward the summit of the immortal ascension mountain. The following morning, atop the immortal ascension mountain, at the immortal ascension platform, which is, in essence, a vast square capable of accommodating thousands. Before the immortal ascension platform lies a grand array of over 100 imposing seats, each occupied by formidable figures whose auras are restrained, yet exude a strength akin to that of towering deities. They are the esteemed mountain lords of the Dao Tian sect, each a pillar of strength whose names alone could instill fear across the Qingzhou region. However, there exists one exception, our protagonist, Zhounjun. In this moment, Zhounjun finds himself amidst these formidable figures, resembling a husky that has inadvertently mingled with a pack of wolves. "Have you begun your ascent since yesterday, Mountain Lordly?" inquired a smiling man clad in red, seated beside him. This individual is Lu Yin, the Lord of Huofeng Mountain, known for having, in a fit of rage a decade ago, scorched an entire river, a true embodiment of burning mountains and boiling seas. In fact, it was just yesterday, Zhounjun replied with a cheerful demeanor. Yet beneath this facade, he felt a twinge of frustration. Despite being able to hold his own in conversations, he remained fundamentally mortal. Thus, the journey to the summit of the ascending Immortals Mountain truly began just the previous morning. Although the mountain is fraught with illusions, serpents, and ferocious beasts, Zhounjun had scaled its heights countless times over the past 40 years, naturally mastering a safe route. Lu Yin nodded in agreement, expressing his sentiments. Indeed, practice makes perfect. Precisely, Zhounjun smiled in response, though inwardly he scoffed, recognizing that Lu Yin was clearly mocking him. Perhaps he should seize an opportunity to test their abilities against one another? Yet, he wondered about the reliability of the system. If it proved untrustworthy, he could find himself utterly doomed, left with nothing but ruins. Beep. Host, could you please place your trust in the system? Should you continue to question its reliability, the system will publicly punish you by making you play the guitar with your little self. Alas, how outrageous. You actually know about the guitar. Upon hearing the system's words, Zhounjun couldn't help but exclaim internally. Ding! Of course, the system is omniscient and omnipotent. Omniscient and omnipotent. What is the 891st digit of pi? Zhounjun skeptically inquired. Ding! It is the 891st digit of pi. Zhounjun retorted, what kind of answer is that? It's as empty as a void. I feel as if I've been separated for a day in just a moment. Ding. Host, please refrain from excessive chatter. Is there anything wrong with the system's response? Indeed, there was nothing wrong. Zhounjun's lips twitched. It seemed he was dealing with a rogue system. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the ascension platform, a girl clad in white, her eyes reminiscent of an autumn river, yet imbued with a faint chill, and her skin as smooth as jade, gracefully stepped in. Chapter 3. You scoundrel, if I am not mistaken. This young lady must be Princess Shui Ninyao of the Shuiyue dynasty. With commendable talent and an extraordinary water spiritual root, she is qualified to enter my Jingyue Mountain, where I shall personally take her as my disciple. However, the techniques taught at Jingyue Mountain are merely the art of assassination. So would it not be a waste for someone with such a remarkable water spiritual root to come here? Would it not be better for her to join my Kanglan Mountain? Fire Maple Mountain would also be a good choice. For heaven's sake, Lu Yin, with your active volcano, do you really think a person with a water attribute spiritual root would survive, let alone enjoy it? What are you trying to stir up here? Indeed, among all present, you, Lu Yin, are the least deserving to take Ninyao as a disciple. At this moment, the numerous mountain lords present began to scramble for the white-clad maiden. Even the formidable fire cultivator, Lu Yin, joined in the fray. In stark contrast to these excited lords, Zhounjun appeared utterly out of place. A supreme water spiritual root. He recalled the day many years ago when his master tested him for spiritual roots, only to discover his own absence of such, a moment marked by his master's despondent gaze that pierced the heart. Ding! A supreme water spiritual root is nothing remarkable. It does not qualify to become a disciple of the host. Such words seem to imply that others would willingly seek him as a master. Zhounjun retorted, exasperated. Ding! Host, you do not comprehend. Soon you shall realize that those who wish to be your disciples have inadvertently stepped into a great pile of misfortune. The corners of Zhounjun's mouth twitched. System, if you can speak, do so more. I am all ears. At this moment, Shui Ninyao's gaze fell upon Zhounjun, who stood out awkwardly among the mountain lords. He offered her a warm smile, yet he was taken aback. Did this young girl perceive him as an ordinary person, mistaking him for a reclusive yet powerful master, eager to seek him as her teacher? How embarrassing! However, in the next instant, her gaze bypassed him entirely, directing itself toward the master of Kanglan Mountain, her eyes reflecting certainty. When journeying to Daotian's sect for the trials, her father had specifically warned her that if she encountered a seemingly ordinary mountain lord on the ascension platform, she must not seek him as a mentor, for there lay no future. As for the other mountain masters, they may assess the situation for themselves. The master of Kanglan Mountain is a strikingly beautiful young woman. Noticing Shui Nianyao's gaze upon her, a warm smile graced her face as she addressed her. Nianyao, would you be willing to take me as your mentor? My Kanglan sword technique is something that cultivators with water attributes yearn for. Disciple Shui Nianyao pays her respects to master. Shui Nianyao, a woman of few words yet clear intentions, promptly pledged her allegiance. Excellent, excellent. Nianyao, please come stand beside me. The master of Kanglan Mountain beamed with delight. The other mountain masters watched in envy, their expressions a mix of admiration and frustration. It is undeniable that an exceptional water spiritual root is indeed best suited for apprenticeship under Kanglan Mountain. Congratulations to the master of Kanglan Mountain for acquiring such a talented disciple. Kanglan Mountain has a promising future ahead, remarked a stern-looking middle-aged man clad in celestial robes, who is none other than Mu Taiyu, the leader of Daotian's sect. At this moment, the master of Kanglan Mountain respectfully replied to Mu Taiyu, "Your praise is unwarranted." Mu Taiyu merely smiled in response. Just then, several young men and women entered the ascension platform. However, they possessed only medium-grade spiritual roots and did not catch the attention of the mountain masters, standing there awkwardly in respectful silence. If they remain unnoticed by the mountain masters after the trials, they will become external disciples of Daotian's sect. To ascend to the rank of internal disciples, they must gradually cultivate their skills and subsequently face the trials of the major mountains. It is worth noting that the hierarchy of disciples within Daotian's sect is classified from high to low as follows: sacred sons of the sect, true successors under the sect master, true successors under the mountain masters, true successors under the elders, internal disciples, and external disciples. After a brief moment, a multitude of individuals arrived in succession, yet none possessed the extraordinary spiritual roots of a true disciple. Consequently, the various mountain lords refrained from engaging in a scramble, patiently awaiting the assembly of these disciples before selecting them at leisure. Suddenly, a youth clad in black, surrounded by flames, strode boldly onto the ascension platform. This lad, possessing a supreme fire spiritual root, was undoubtedly the prodigious Yiyu from the Yi family of Longyan City. It goes without saying that his exceptional fire spiritual root was likely aimed at capturing the attention of the esteemed Huofeng mountain lord, Lu Yan. The mountain lords, observing the scene, sighed in unison. As anticipated, the young prodigy, named Yiyu, directly pledged allegiance to Lu Yan, taking his place beside him. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhounjun could not help but feel a pang of envy. This is the mountain lord of Cloud Residence. Do not delay in paying your respects. Lu Yan admonished Yiyu while gesturing towards Zhounjun. Disciple Yiyu pays his respects to the mountain lord of Cloud Residence. Yiyu replied with cupped fists, though a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. The mountain lord of Cloud Residence? Wasn't he merely the inept mountain lord of the Daotian sect? Truly a case of occupying a prime spot without making any contributions. At this moment, Zhounjun also discerned the flicker of contempt in Yiyu's gaze. No need for excessive formalities, Zhounjun replied with a light chuckle, unperturbed by Yiyu's demeanor. An hour had already elapsed, and the trial was approaching its conclusion. Yet, in the final moment of the trial's end, a youth dressed in simple cloth, possessing an unremarkable appearance, ambled slowly onto the ascension platform. As this plain-clothed youth stepped forward, all the mountain lords collectively gasped in astonishment. Heavens! It is a holy grade with spiritual root. Disciple, come here to me. Nonsense. Who is your disciple? That is my disciple. Disciple. The true teachings of the master are passed down from the mountain, and most inner disciples are female. Quickly come to my bowl. No, I meant from the mountain. With the appearance of the humble-clad youth, the various mountain lords erupted in chaos. Are you willing to take me as your master? A voice like thunder in spring suddenly reverberated throughout the venue. The mountain lords fell silent, their gazes turning towards the speaker, none other than Mu Taiyu, the leader of the Daotian sect. As Mu Taiyu spoke, the mountain lords dared not continue their contest for disciples. Even the arrogant and reckless Lu Yan, who would burn mountains and boil seas, would show utmost respect before the sect leader, behaving like a humble grandson. Disciple Ku Fengshan greets the esteemed master. The humble-clad youth said, performing a respectful salute to Mu Taiyu. "Come here," Mu Taiyu replied with a slight smile. Ku Fengchun, unperturbed by the attention, walked calmly to Mu Taiyu's side. A sacred-grade spiritual root, how astonishing. Li Zhounjun observed the scene with envy. Ding! What is there to envy? There is more than one sacred-grade spiritual root in the arena. This wood element's sacred-grade spiritual root is not favored by this system. You still look down on other sacred-grade spiritual roots? Li Zhoujun rolled his eyes. If there were other sacred-grade spiritual roots, how could the sect leader and these mountain lords remain seated? At that moment, he merely wished to easily recruit a lucky individual with a mid-grade spiritual root and then return to his own Zhounjun. Ding! Hidden sacred-grade ice spiritual root detected. Ding! Host S disciple recruitment mission target confirmed. The task has been altered from accepting disciples to recruiting the possessor of the sacred ice spirit root as a disciple. Upon completion, the host will receive substantial rewards. Li Zhouwen was taken aback by the unexpected change in his mission. With the system's notification, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a young maiden clad in green. Among the over 1,000 new disciples of the Daotian sect who had successfully passed the final trial and stood upon the ascension platform, this maiden possessed a delicate beauty, not immediately striking, yet upon further observation, one could not help but marvel at the exquisite charm she exuded. At that moment, a translucent panel appeared above the maiden's head in Li Zhouwen's view. Target, Sunan age, 16 cultivation level, none talent, medium grade with spirit root. Sacred ice spirit root, hidden. Indeed, she possesses a sacred ice spirit root. However, can such a prodigy truly become my disciple? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Li Zhouwen's mind. Rest assured, host, for you have me, an extraordinary system at your side. As the system continued its banter, the various mountain lords present began to focus their attention on those disciples who had successfully passed the trials and possessed good to superior spirit roots. What is your name? Seated beside Li Zhouwen, Lu Yin was the first to direct his attention to Chen Xiaohua, who stood near Sunan. I am disciple Chen Xiaohua, he replied respectfully. Lu Yin chuckled. With your exceptional talent, would you be inclined to join my Huofeng Mountain and become an inner sect disciple? With your qualifications, it is certain that an elder will seek to take you as a true disciple upon your arrival at Huofeng Mountain. I am willing, Chen Xiaohua exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement. Very well, please wait here for a moment, and shortly we shall return to Huofeng Mountain together, Lu Yin replied with a nod. Subsequently, his gaze began to traverse among the young men and women gathered at the ascension platform, searching for those possessing good or superior fire spiritual roots. In the Daotian sect, individuals with good or superior spiritual roots are typically selected by the major mountain lords to become inner sect disciples, and among those with superior roots, the elders on the mountains eagerly compete to take them as their disciples, much like the earlier mountain lords vying for disciples with exceptional spiritual roots. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaohua, who had successfully joined Huofeng Mountain, turned with a smile toward Sunan and said, Miss Sunan, you heard what Master Lu just said. With my talent, once I arrive at Huofeng Mountain, I will undoubtedly be accepted as a true disciple by an elder. It would be far better for us to unite as partners than for you to remain merely an outer sect disciple. Master Chun, with your talents, you could certainly find a more suitable partner. You are a good person, but I am still young. Truly, Sunan responded earnestly. At that moment, an unsettling feeling stirred within Sunan, for Chen Xiaohua was notorious in Pingyu City as a spendthrift, leveraging his family's influence to bully others without restraint. Now, he has joined the Daotian sect at Huofeng Mountain, becoming an inner disciple, and is highly likely that he will eventually become a true disciple under an elder. One wonders if he will take any actions regarding the Su family behind him. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaohua, observing Su Nan's demeanor, maintained a feigned smile, but inwardly scoffed, thinking her obstinacy was quite ridiculous. At this moment, on the ascension platform, among the over 1,000 new disciples of the Daotian sect, the high-quality and medium-quality spiritual roots had already been swept away by the various mountain lords. Lu Yin turned to Li Zhoujun with a smirk, saying, it seems that today, Master Li has once again found no worthy disciples. In truth, Liu Yin harbored disdain for this ordinary individual who stood on equal footing with him. Knowing well that Li Zhoujun lacked the capability to accept disciples, thus indulging in mockery. Beep. The host has been ridiculed. How can this be tolerated? Beep. The system has issued a task. Rise and approach Su Nan. Completing this task will reward you with spiritual root awakening ability. Upon hearing the system's task announcement, Li Zhoujun smiled faintly, choosing not to respond to Liu Yan's sarcastic remarks. Instead, he gradually stood up and walked towards Su Nan among the newly initiated disciples on the Ascension platform. What is Li Zhoujun up to? Could it be that he intends to accept a disciple? What a joke. He is a waste without a single spiritual root. The mountain lords of the Daotian sect, witnessing this scene, shifted from astonishment to mockery. However, Li Zhoujun paid no heed to their gazes as he approached Su Nan and inquired with a smile. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Ah, is this truly happening? At this moment, Su Nan was so overwhelmed with excitement that words escaped her. What was happening? A mountain lord had personally approached her, wishing to accept her as a disciple. Could this be a dream? My goodness. Clearly, in her astonishment, Su Nan failed to notice the subtle expressions on the faces of the other mountain lords present. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun chuckled, while Chen Xiaohua, standing nearby, was left utterly perplexed. He could not fathom why this mountain lord would choose a disciple with only a mid-grade spiritual root. It was utterly bewildering. At this juncture, the system chimed in. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the task and approaching Su Nan. You have received the reward. Spiritual root awakening ability. As the system's voice faded, Li Zhoujun smiled at Su Nan and said, If you wish to become my disciple, then call me master. Greetings, master. Disciple, sunan pais had respects. Sunan exclam yoifeli. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully accepting a disciple. Ding. Host has received the reward. Sacred ice spiritual root. Ding. Host has received the reward. Perfection of golden core realm. Ding. Host has received the reward. Xianming Heart's Sutra. Sacred ice spiritual root. Possessed by those most attuned to the icy spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Perfection of golden core realm. In this world, the stages of cultivation are divided into Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, returning to void, void immortal, composite, tribulation transcendence, and great ascension. Xianming Heart Sutra, an ice attribute technique cultivated by the Xianming, celestial emperor, which the system has automatically assisted the host in learning. What the heck? Upon hearing the cascade of rewards from the system, Li Zhoujun was left in a state of shock. A sacred ice spiritual root. I now possess a spiritual root, and it is of the saintly grade. Furthermore, a profound scripture, the Xianming Heart Sutra, has unexpectedly manifested in my mind. This is the ice attribute cultivation technique of the Xianming true immortal, who ascended to the celestial realm thousands of years ago. Moreover, this Xianming true immortal has now become the Xianming celestial emperor. From this perspective, the Xianming Heart Sutra is undoubtedly among the most elite of cultivation methods. Additionally, the system, succinct yet powerful, has granted me the cultivation level of the golden core. This means my lifespan has significantly increased, as golden core cultivators typically enjoy a lifespan of 500 years. Oh, system, I am utterly enamored with you. At this moment, Li Zhoujun yearns to embrace the system and shower it with affection. Beep. Host, please remain calm. The cultivation system has concealed your abilities to allow you to present yourself as a genuine master of simplicity in the future, thereby enhancing your aura of superiority. You may choose to activate or deactivate the concealment buff at your discretion. It is a pity for such a young girl. Nevertheless, she will eventually realize that her master is a mere wastrel and will undoubtedly come to regret it. Meanwhile, the various mountain lords shook their heads in disbelief. Could it be that this mountain lord is the infamous waste of the Daotian sect, the lord of Yunji Mountain? The disciples on the Ascension platform observed the expressions of the mountain lords, and after some speculation, one could not help but murmur softly. Originally elated at becoming the true disciple of the Mountain Lord, Su Nan's face froze upon hearing this. She blinked in astonishment and turned to Li Zhoujun, asking timidly, "Master, is it true that you are?" "Indeed, I am the Lord of Yunju Mountain," Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Upon hearing the words, Su Nan immediately clutched her chest with her small hand, nearly fainting on the spot. Goodness, it's over. She had heard of a certain Yunju mountain master from the Daotian sect, known to be a useless master unable to cultivate. Yet, she never imagined that she would become the true disciple of this so-called useless master. What a calamity! Well, can I still have regrets now? So not forced might. More grotesque than tears, as she spoke to Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun shook his head, no. Su Nan, at this moment suppressing the urge to cry, Su Nan comforted herself and reassured Li Zhoujun. "It's fine, master, I believe in you. My father often says that those who seem the most ordinary or useless are often the most formidable. Surely, you must be one of those, right?" Li Zhoujun chuckled softly, but remained silent. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaohua laughed. Previously concerned that this girl becoming the master's true disciple would pose a threat to him, he now realized his worries were unfounded. A useless mountain master, incapable of even basic cultivation, likely held a status inferior to that of an outer disciple. What was there to be afraid of? Ding! The system has detected that those around the host hold a rather dim view of the master-disciple pair. A task has been issued. The host must assist Su Nan in awakening her Saint-grade Ice Spirit root. Upon completion, the host will receive a reward. Upon seeing this task, Li Zhoujun was taken aback, thinking, "System, you harbor ill intentions. If Su Nan awakens her Saint-grade Ice Spirit root now, wouldn't I become the target of everyone's ire? Ding! If not, how will the host showcase the ability to stand out and gain respect? What use is the system then?" Li Zhoujun, your reasoning is indeed profound. I shall refer to you as the most formidable pretentious system. Chapter 5, I am willing. Little girl, do you truly believe that you possess only a medium-grade spiritual root? A mysterious smile graced Li Zhoujun's face as he spoke to Su Nan. Huh? Su Nan was taken aback. At that moment, while she was lost in thought, Li Zhoujun extended a finger and pressed it against her forehead. In the next instant, an intense chill emanated from Su Nan's body, enveloping the surroundings. She possesses a divine-grade, ice, spiritual root. This young girl harbors a hidden dual spiritual root. Not only does she possess a medium-grade wood spiritual root, but she also wields a divine-grade, ice spiritual root. How could such a prodigy be allowed to join the ranks of this so-called wastely? As Li Zhoujun assisted Su Nan in awakening her divine-grade, ice spiritual root, astonishment washed over the faces of the various mountain lords. Even Mu Taiyu, the leader of Daotian's sect, narrowed his eyes in intrigue. Though he wished to take Su Nan as his own disciple, as the sect leader, it would be somewhat inappropriate to snatch a disciple who had already pledged allegiance to another. Yet, this masterly harbors profound depths. One must ponder how an ordinary individual devoid of spiritual roots, incapable of cultivation, could aid another in awakening their spiritual roots. Furthermore, to discern that this girl, named Su Nan, possesses hidden spiritual roots is quite remarkable. Not only that, but Master Li's audacity to publicly assist his disciple in awakening her powers is puzzling, especially considering the Mountain Lord's thick skins. One cannot rule out the possibility of them attempting to snatch disciples. After contemplating for a moment, Mu Taiyu chose to remain silent, opting instead to observe the unfolding events. He wishes to ascertain the depths of Master Li Shan's concealment over the years. Should he prove worthy of his approval, accepting this disciple would be permissible. However, if he remains a mere wastrel, this disciple with a supreme spiritual root must not be entrusted to him, even if not under his own tutelage. Another mountain master may take him in. Otherwise, the Daotian sect would be foolishly losing a potential pillar of its future. Master Yunju, given your capabilities, would it truly be appropriate for a disciple with a supreme, ice spiritual root to be placed under your guidance? As anticipated by Mu Taiyu, a mountain master has already stepped forward to voice his opinion. At this moment, Li Zhoujun turned to the speaker with a calm smile, saying, There is no need for Master Han Guang to concern himself. I shall ensure my disciple is well taught. In this moment, Li Zhoujun exuded confidence. Armed with the rewards of the Xian Ming Heart Sutra, such a divine skill in hand, and being a mountain master himself, he found that even a novice could achieve greatness with the abundant spiritual herbs of Zhounjun Mountain. The other mountain masters now gazed at Li Zhoujun on the ascension platform, his azure robe billowing, his demeanor composed, and they were all taken aback. How could a mere wastrel possess such self-assurance? Master Yinju, I advise you to refrain from displaying bravado. Among the esteemed mountain masters present, who does not possess the strength of a void returning realm immortal? To have a cultivation wastrel instruct a disciple with a supreme ice spiritual root would surely bring ridicule to our Dao Tian sect if it were to circulate. Master Lu Yin of Fire Maple Mountain regarded Li Zhoujun with a smile, yet his words were sharp, striking a painful chord. Liu Yan spuka rigli, Li Zhounjun. Your qualifications do not merit taking her as a disciple. At this moment, among the assembly of mountain lords, a captivating woman clad in white, with a hint of red between her brows, slowly began to speak. This white-clad lady possessed an exquisite beauty, akin to flowers blossoming from water. Her skin was as delicate as jade, perfectly befitting the description of her. As she spoke, a flicker of trepidation crossed the faces of the mountain lords, and they instinctively fell silent. Even Lu Yan, upon hearing her words, merely moved his lips before sullenly shutting them. Li Zhounjun now turned his gaze towards this white-clad woman, whose presence had silenced the assembly, yet his smile remained unchanged. This enchanting figure was the mountain lord of Lingxua Mountain, known as Murong Shui. A decade prior, she had bested the formidable Lu Yan, leaving him in a state of dismay. This incident had stirred considerable gossip within the Dao Tian sect, and naturally, Li Zhounjun had heard the tales. No, please not this. At this moment, Chun Xiaohua's heart cried out, for he was perhaps the one who least wished for Su Nan to seek the tutelage of another mountain lord. After all, how could he dare to execute his plans and exert pressure on the Su family, if that were the case? How could he ever hope to secure the enchanting Su Nan? Meanwhile, observing Li Zhounjun's silence, Murong Shui continued. The potential of a saintly grade ice spirit root under your guidance would be a loss to the entire Dao Tian sect. Can you bear to witness a future star languish under your supervision? Mountain Lord Murong, your reasoning holds merit. Yet this girl has already pledged herself to me as a disciple. It would be rather inappropriate to have her transfer her allegiance to your sect now, wouldn't it? Li Zhoujun smiled warmly at Murong Shui and remarked, if one is so concerned about the opinions of others, what is the point of cultivating immortality? My dear, what is your perspective? This esteemed master of Murong Mountain is quite eager to take you as a disciple. Li Zhoujun then turned to the bewildered Su Nan, who was momentarily lost in thought. Huh, me. Su Nan finally came to her senses, her face a picture of panic. She had not anticipated becoming the center of attention so suddenly, leaving her somewhat flustered. Yet, without the guidance of her seemingly inept master in awakening her exceptional ice spiritual root, she would not have found herself in such high demand among the elders. How was she to choose? At that moment, Su Nan felt as restless as an ant on a hot pan, her mind racing. Suddenly, the gentle visage of her father appeared in her thoughts, his familiar smile accompanying his words. In life, it is of utmost importance to possess a sense of responsibility. Once you choose a path or a person, do not abandon it lightly, for in doing so, you may never know if you will forsake the next opportunity. Perhaps, if you persevere, unexpected results await. Reflecting on her father's wisdom, Su Nan's gaze grew resolute. She turned to Li Zhoujun and thought now, what can I say to appear cultured and loyal? A day as a master, a lifetime as a father. After some contemplation, she uttered these words. Li Zhoujun Bauza. Slightly taken aback, my dear, your answer is entirely off topic. Simply tell me, are you willing to return to Zhounjun Mountain with me? I am. Su Nan's cheeks flushed. Yet she nodded affirmatively. Excellent. Li Zhou let out a hearty laugh, and then his gaze fell upon Murong Shui. With his eyes slightly narrowed, he declared, no one can take away the disciple of this mountain lord, not even the heavenly king himself. Upon hearing these words from Li Zhou, the sect leader Mu Taiyu raised an eyebrow, revealing a look of keen interest. Chun Xiaohua chuckled. Sunan, my dear girl, with such a choice, how can you possibly contend with me? Meanwhile, the other mountain lords widened their eyes in astonishment, utterly taken aback. What madness had this Li Zhou fallen into? Daring to challenge the mountain lord Morong? Had he lost all sense of self-preservation? After all, this Morong was the very person who had reduced the arrogant Lu Yen to tears. How could he have the audacity to confront her? Chapter 6. The astonishing Li Zhou. Morong Shui narrowed her eyes slightly, ignoring the proud Li Zhou and turning instead to Sunan, speaking in a gentle tone. Had he thought this through? If you choose to follow the Lord of Zhounjun Mountain, your life will be irrevocably ruined. My father often says, the path you choose must be walked to the end, even if on your knees. Silly girl, Sunan replied. There is some truth to your father's words, but circumstances can be altered. You must learn to adapt. Morong Shui sighed, feeling a mix of irritation and growing affection for the young girl. For it was common for someone in Sunan's position to have already forsaken their master. Observing this, Li Zhou was at a loss for words. How brazen it was for this woman to so openly undermine him, displaying utter disregard for his authority. Ding! It has been detected that Morong Shui completely underestimates the host. It is time for the host to showcase their true strength. The system announced a task, to engage in a duel with Morong Shui, instilling fear in the hearts of the unworthy. Upon reading this, Li Zhounjun was left in a state of astonishment. He pondered, system, can you truly be trusted? Morong Shui is no ordinary opponent. The system responded, is the system trustworthy? The host shall discover that through experience. Li Zhounjun, feeling despondent, retorted, I fear that testing it might lead to my demise. Despite his trepidation, his gaze remained fixed on Morong Shui as he spoke with a smile. Morong Shui, if you genuinely wish to undermine me, then defeat me in battle. Should I fall, it would signify my inferiority, and naturally, Sunan could follow you to cultivate under your guidance. However, if you were to lose, you must cease your attempts to undermine me. What? Is this truly happening? Did I hear correctly? This Li Zhounjun dares to challenge the Mountain Master Morong? What audacity! Lu Yen, possessing the cultivation of the complete Void Realm, have been brought to tears by the Mountain Master. If my assumptions are correct, then Morong Shui's cultivation has surpassed the Void Immortal stage and reached the integration stage. Indeed, this mere mortal, Li Zhounjun, devoid of any cultivation, dares to challenge a formidable being of the integration realm. Is this merely a jest? Upon Li Zhoujun's declaration, the other mountain masters were taken aback, yet began to discuss fervently. Only Lu Yin wore a face of deep displeasure. You may extol the might of Morong Shui, but must you consistently use me as a comparison? This truly diminishes my dignity. At that moment, Morong Shui narrowed her beautiful eyes and inquired of Li Zhoujun, are you speaking the truth? Certainly. Li Zhoujun nodded and said, isn't this a bit much, master? Just moments ago, you claimed that no one could take away your disciple. And now you are wagering me in a battle? Is this truly wise? Sunan covered her small mouth, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun smiled wryly. I have remained low-key for far too long. It is time for others to realize that Zhounjun Mountain is not to be trifled with. Sunan was taken aback, stuttering, Master, could it be that you are indeed concealing great power? You're not deceiving me, are you? Li Zhoujun merely smiled in silence. Meanwhile, the various mountain lords, upon hearing Li Zhoujun's words, wore expressions akin to that of spectators observing a jester. They were prepared to witness how Lord Morong would deal with this obstinate individual. Concurrently, Li Zhoujun turned to Morong Shui with a smile. Please, make your move. Morong Shui was perplexed. She could not fathom the source of Li Zhoujun's audacity to provoke her, given that he was supposedly incapable of cultivation. Yet, since he sought a challenge, she would oblige. Thus, without further ado, she rose from her seat as the mountain lord, lifting one delicate, fair hand, her fingertips gently touching the void. In the next moment, crystalline ice spikes formed before her. Go, Morong Shui uttered, and as her voice fell, the ice spikes coalescing in front of her surged forth like a torrential downpour towards Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun beheld the onslaught of ice spikes. a wave of unease washing over him. However, gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists and launched a powerful punch. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed before the eyes of onlookers. Li Zhoujun unleashed what appeared to be an unremarkable punch, yet it shattered the void, producing a deafening roar. In that instant, all the ice spikes conjured by Murong Shui dissipated into thin air. How could this be? The various mountain lords, astonished, rose from their seats, incredulously gazing at Li Zhoujun, who remained poised in his striking stance. Mu Taiyu, witnessing this spectacle, felt a mix of surprise and acknowledgement of Li Zhoujun's formidable prowess. Wasn't this Zhounjun lord reputed to be a cultivational failure? Indeed, such rumors had circulated, and Murong's seemingly casual strike appeared impossible to withstand without a return to the void cultivation level. This Zhounjun lord harbored depths yet to be revealed. Furthermore, when he struck, there was a complete absence of spiritual energy fluctuations. Could it be that he followed the ancient path of body cultivators? This seemed highly plausible. At that moment, the mountain lords engaged in fervent discussion. Meanwhile, the newly initiated disciples dared not breathe, as the residual force emanating from a mountain lord strike, even when met with resistance from sect experts, left them utterly shaken, for the display of power was simply overwhelming. Had he truly withstood that? Li Zhoujun gradually retracted his energy, still somewhat astonished. The system's 50-50 ability was indeed remarkable. You managed to withstand my attack. It seems you have been concealing your true strength all these years. Murong Shui, observing Li Zhoujun, also spoke. Initially, she had only intended to give him a mild scare, planning to withdraw when the moment was right. Little did he expect that the situation had exceeded all predictions. Li Zhoujun turned out to be an astute strategist, concealing his true prowess so deeply. I concede, Li Zhoujun remarked with a smile. It seems there is no need for me to hold back any longer. Let us determine the victor with a single strike. Murong Shui replied, I am entirely willing. At that moment, Li Zhoujun brimmed with confidence, for he possessed the ability to balance the forces of the universe. Regardless of the outcome, he believed that a draw was the utmost he could concede to Murong Shui. The notion of her defeating him was simply implausible. As the snow began to fall from the heavens, she proclaimed, falling snow, a sword without a trace. With a swift motion, a beam of sword light erupted from her fingertips, hurtling directly towards Li Zhoujun. Simultaneously, a flurry of snowflakes began to swirl around the entire ascension platform, revealing the formidable sword techniques of the Mountain Lord Murong. What remarkable speed! It was evident that the cultivation of Mountain Lord Murong had indeed reached the stage of integration. Should this sword be aimed at the Mountain Lord himself, it was feared that he would lose his head before he could even react. At this moment, the other mountain lords looked on in astonishment at the snowstorm, their gazes shifting toward Li Zhoujun, pondering whether this seemingly unassuming mountain lord of clouds could withstand the sword techniques of Mountain Lord Murong. Then, to their astonishment, they witnessed Li Zhoujun extend a hand before him, slowly forming a Yi gesture. Incredibly, Murong Shui's breathtaking strike was effortlessly caught between his fingers. How is this possible? He actually caught it. The cultivation of this mountain lord of clouds must also have reached the stage of integration. The other mountain lords, witnessing this scene, were overwhelmed with a tumult of emotions. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun wore a cheerful smile as he waved his hand, causing the flying sword to return to Murong Shui's grasp. Observing her hold the sword, Li Zhoujun remarked with a grin, Murong Mountain Master, what say you? I concede defeat. Murong Shui sheathed her sword, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Although Li Zhoujun had not engaged in battle, his effortless handling of his most formidable sword technique signified that his prowess surpassed her own. Child, devote yourself to your master's teachings diligently. I was mistaken before. Your master indeed possesses the capability to guide a disciple. However, should your master ever dare to bully you, come to Lingxua Mountain, and I shall avenge you. At that moment, Murong Shui suddenly turned her gaze to the still-dazed Sunan, a smile gracing her lips. You ought to express your gratitude to Mountain Master Murong. Li Zhoujun chuckled, clearly seeing that Murong Shui held a genuine fondness for the young girl. Ah, Thank you, Mountain Master Moro, Su Nin exclaimed, hurriedly bowing in respect, elated by the revelation that her master was indeed a formidable powerhouse. Chapter 7. The self-cultivation of experts. The little girl need not be so formal. Morong Shui smiled at Su Nin. Subsequently, Li Zhoujun resumed his seat as mountain master, while Su Nin stood respectfully at the side. In that moment, the other mountain masters gazed upon Li Zhoujun with newfound respect, for he had bested even someone as mighty as Morong Shui, a great cultivator in the integration realm. In the future, do not provoke the disciples of Zhounjun Mountain. Otherwise, do not blame me for failing to offer assistance. Bazida Li Zhoujun. Lu Yin conveyed to the newly initiated disciples of Huafeng Mountain. How is this possible? Chen Xiaohua, upon hearing Lu Yan's transmission, felt an overwhelming bitterness in his heart. He had initially regarded the Lord of Yunjishan as a mere incompetent, believing he could easily manipulate Su Nin. To his astonishment, the Lord of Yunjishan turned out to be a formidable figure within Daotian's sect. His prowess so impressive that even the Lord of Huafeng Mountain held him in great apprehension. With a lingering sense of trepidation, he glanced at Li Zhoujun. At that moment, Li Zhoujun was eagerly awaiting the rewards from the system. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, successfully engaging in combat with Morong Shui, and altering the perception of the mountain lords towards the host. Beep. The system grants the reward, 7th rank flying sword. Aoshue. Beep. The system grants the reward, initial stage of nascent soul cultivation. Beep. The system grants the reward, 1 perfect grade Qi condensation pill. Flying sword Aoshue, a unique flying sword tailored to the host, possessing intelligence and the ability to create illusions, capable of striking enemies from thousands of miles away, now residing within the host's Dantian. Note, in this realm, magical treasures and elixirs are graded from 1 to 9, corresponding to levels from Qi refinement to great ascension. Initial stage of nascent soul cultivation. Lifespan can extend to a millennium, with the ability to fly at great speeds and teleport through the fabric of space effortlessly. Perfect grade Qi condensation pill. This elixir aids those on the verge of Qi refinement, allowing them to condense the purest essence of heaven and earth spiritual energy, which the host can extract at any time. System, why not issue a task for me to spar with the sect master as well? Li Zhoujun gazed at the rewards bestowed by the system, his eyes transforming into the shape of the system, barely suppressing his excitement. Ding. Does the host aspire to become a master of the craft, constantly engaged in conflict or on the path to it? Ding. It is advisable for the host to exhibit the demeanor of a true expert. The system has graciously bestowed upon the host the self-cultivation of a master free of charge. Is this a compendium of pretentiousness? Li Zhoujun gazed at the myriad of 1,800 ways to show off that suddenly appeared in his mind, his lips twitching involuntarily. These myriad methods, though infinitely varied and subtly intricate, ultimately revolved around the concept of showing off. Just as Li Zhoujun was engrossed in the self-cultivation of a master, savoring the wisdom it imparted, the various mountain lords had nearly completed their selection of satisfactory disciples. This signified that the grand assembly for recruiting disciples at the Daotian sect was drawing to a close. On the ascension platform, those disciples overlooked by the mountain lords bore a profound bitterness in their hearts. Some, despite possessing only mid-grade spiritual roots, were chosen as inner disciples due to their striking appearances. Hence, it is evident that, regardless of the setting, attractiveness holds significant importance. After all, those of average looks are unlikely to catch the eye of the influential, let alone be deemed congenial. At this moment, Mu Tiyu, the sect leader, slowly rose and addressed the multitude of young men and women on the ascension platform. Although you have not been favored by the mountain lords, do not lose heart. Your presence on this platform alone attests to your commendable talents among the youth of Qingzhou. Upon entering the Qianlong Valley, diligently cultivate, for there remains a chance to become inner disciples. Do you understand? We understand. The youths on the ascension platform responded in unison, their spirits invigorated. Qianlong Valley serves as the training ground for the outer disciples of the Daotian sect. Valley Master, please take them back, Mu Taiyu said with a smile, directing his gaze towards an elderly man, I understand, the Valley Master replied with a grin. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, a powerful gust of wind surged forth, lifting hundreds of disciples from the ascension platform and propelling them into the sky, where they vanished from sight. What an astonishing display of power! Truly formidable! The newly admitted inner disciples exclaimed in awe, their eyes gleaming with hope as they envisioned a future where they too might attain such strength. At that moment, a mountain master approached Mutayu to bid farewell. Mutayu responded with a nod and a smile. Subsequently, the mountain masters waved their sleeves and led their respective disciples back to their own sanctuaries. Farewell, sect master. Li Zhounjun also addressed Mutayu as he took his leave. Mutayu chuckled. Zhounjun mountain master, is it necessary to descend a mountain this time? Of course not. Li Zhounjun lauga hartili. After all, having taken on disciples, I cannot allow them to descend the mountain with me. As he spoke, a thought crossed Li Zhoujun's mind, and at once, the proud snow-flying sword emerged from his dantian, hovering gracefully before him. A 7th grade, innate flying sword, gasped the onlooking mountain masters. Indeed, the Zhounjun mountain master is a sword immortal at the integration realm. Only such a master can forge a 7th grade, innate flying sword. Witnessing this, the mountain masters expressed their admiration. Meanwhile, Murong Shue's expression turned bittersweet. As a fellow sword practitioner, she realized that Li Zhoujun could withstand her most powerful strike without even summoning his innate sword. Moreover, and of utmost significance, I have now reached the venerable age of 200, while Li Zhoujun is merely in his 40s. When compared thus, the disparity becomes even more pronounced. At this moment, Mutayu gazed at Li Zhoujun's proud, snow-soaring sword and could not help but exclaim, at 40, possessing the cultivation of the harmonization realm, the Lord of Yunjishan is truly unparalleled in talent. Even I feel a tinge of shame. You flatter me, sect master, Li Zhoujun responded with a smile. Sunan observed her master engaging in a spirited exchange with the esteemed sect master Mutayu, and could not help but swell with pride. Realizing her father's words held truth, the more ordinary a person appeared, the more likely they were to be a remarkable powerhouse. If the opportunity arises, I shall share a few drinks with the Lord of Yunjishan. Do not refuse me. Mutayu chuckled. How could I dare to refuse the esteemed sect master visiting Yunjishan? I welcome you with open arms. Li Zhoujun replied with a grin. Very well, it is settled then, Mutayu declared with finality. Meanwhile, the still-present Lu Yan's countenance shifted upon witnessing Li Zhoujun unveil his 7th grade life sword. He inwardly mused, this old rascal Li Zhoujun. Surely he won't seek retribution for me later? After all, I have not been sparing in my jests at his expense. With this thought, Lu Yan hastily departed the scene, disregarding any farewells, accompanied by the disciples he had just taken under his wing at Huofeng Mountain. Beep! The system has detected that the Huofeng Mountain Master, who previously mocked the host, has fled. In accordance with the principle of avenging any grievances against the host, a task has been issued. Within 3 days, the host must confront the Huofeng Mountain Master. Upon completion, the host will receive a remarkable reward. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Li Zhoujun cast a contemplative glance in the direction Lu Yan had departed. Upon witnessing this, Mutayu smiled. The temper of the flame Maple Mountain Lord, Lu Yan, is quite formidable. It will be most beneficial to have someone to temper it. Otherwise, a grave error may very well occur in the future. Chapter 8. The 6th Elder Master. I shall take my leave now, Li Zhoujun said to Mutayu. Safe travels, Mountain Lord Li, Mutayu responded with a smile. Subsequently, Li Zhoujun, accompanied by Sunan, ascended the proud snow-flying sword, soaring towards Cloud Residence Mountain amidst the wistful gazes of the other mountain lords. In the clouds, Sunan, experiencing flight at such heights for the first time, initially felt a fleeting fear. However, as she beheld the breathtaking scenery of the heavenly sect below, she could not help but turn to her master, Li Zhoujun, who stood gracefully in his flowing robes, and asked, Master, when will I be able to fly with a sword? Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Once your cultivation reaches the 6th level of qi refinement, you'll be able to sustain brief moments of sword flight. Excellent. The young girl's eyes sparkled with anticipation. In a blink, Li Zhoujun guided the proud snow-flying sword to land atop the peak of Cloud Residence Mountain, in the courtyard of the Grand Cloud Residence Palace. Wow, Master! Such a magnificent palace. Did you live here all alone before? Sunan asked curiously, gazing at the vast and majestic Cloud Residence. Indeed, but now there will be one more occupant. Li Zhoujun nodded. Master, where will I sleep tonight? Sunan blinked her bright, sparkling eyes. Ha ha, wherever you wish. You may rest, Li Zhoujun chuckled, amused by Sunan's adorable demeanor. How wonderful! Sunan beamed with joy. Today, you should rest well. I will prepare a meal, and we shall begin your cultivation tomorrow, Li Zhoujun declared. Sunan widened her eyes and exclaimed, Master, a formidable expert like you still cooks? Perhaps I should take over the culinary duties, so you can savor my skills. Li Zhoujun chuckled heartily. It's rare to see such sincerity from you. Very well, go ahead. Sunan's small face froze in surprise. Surely, her master was not adhering to the usual expectations. An hour later, in the side hall of Zhounjun Palace. At the dining table, Li Zhoujun gazed pensively at the pitch-black delicacies before him. Sunan stood beside him, her cheeks flushed. Are you certain this is edible? Li Zhoujun's lips twitched as he remarked, You little girl, on your first day on the mountain, you intend to poison your master? Come on. It's my first attempt at cooking, but I put in a lot of effort. Sunan retorted, her face showing signs of irritation. She picked up her chopsticks and took a bite of her own creation. The next moment, her expression changed entirely, darkening. Is it delicious? Li Zhoujun inquirit, intriga. Sunan nodded with great difficulty, only to turn away and vomit moments later. Li Zhoujun, perhaps you should give it a try, master? It's actually not bad. Ugh. As she spoke, she turned her head once more to be sick. Li Zhoujun regarded her with skepticism and rose to step outside the side hall. With a swift motion, Li Zhoujun ventured into the woods of Zhounjun Mountain. After traversing the forest for a while, he encountered a clucking hen beneath a tree, cackling away. Cackling, you useless mountain lord, here again to tempt me, are you? The hen's face was filled with mockery upon spotting Li Zhoujun. Upon hearing these words, Li Zhoujun's expression darkened immediately. After 4 decades, this old hen had truly become quite audacious. Originally, it was captured by his master before the latter's unfortunate demise in a great battle, intended to nourish Li Zhoujun's health. Unexpectedly, the old hen managed to free itself from the straw binding its feet and took refuge in the forest of Zhounjun Mountain, which was abundant with spiritual herbs. Years later, when Li Zhoujun encountered the hen again, intending to capture it for a nourishing soup, he was astonished to find that it had attained the cultivation level of the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Without a doubt, as a mere mortal, Li Zhoujun was sent fleeing in terror by the old hen. What was even more infuriating was that whenever the old hen was bullied by other creatures in the mountain, it would come to vent its frustrations on Li Zhoujun, treating him as a convenient outlet for its grievances. To his astonishment, the hen had now surpassed the foundation establishment stage and could even speak human language. Li Zhoujun realized that had it not been for his status as the master of Zhounjun Mountain, this hen would have likely dispatched him long ago. Although the Dao Tian sect would indeed feel humiliated if their mountain master were to be killed by a chicken demon, they would undoubtedly seek retribution against the hen. Clearly, the old hen was aware of this, which is why it only resorted to bullying and robbing Li Zhoujun. Ding! The system has detected the bully hen and issued a task. The host must bring the hen to justice. Reward: a portion of allium roasted chicken seasoning. Hearing the system's announcement, Li Zhoujun's eyes sparkled at the thought of allium roasted chicken. That scent is a distant memory. Meanwhile, the hen, upon receiving a piercing glare from Li Zhoujun, was filled with uncontainable fury. You useless wretch! Do you even comprehend the intensity of my gaze? Are you courting death? As her words escalated, the feathers of the hen bristled indignantly. Behold, a resplendent rooster! Li Zhoujun exclaimed, abruptly pointing behind the hen. Instantly, the hen's eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to follow his gesture. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the hen felt a jarring blow to her nape. Upon turning back, she discovered Li Zhoujun triumphantly brandishing a wooden stick, a triumphant grin adorning his face. You insufferable rogue, the hen managed to utter, before darkness enveloped her, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Ding! How embarrassing, host. You possess the cultivation of the nascent soul now. Do you truly relish being a fool? Or has your self-cultivation of a master gone? The joy of being a fool is beyond your understanding. Hee hee. Li Zhoujun chuckled as he discarded the wooden stick, seizing the hen by her feet, exclaiming, System, where are my spices? Ding! System rewards issued. 1 portion of Alien roasted chicken seasoning. Alien roasted chicken seasoning. An exquisite delicacy, available for the host to retrieve at any time. Ding! Although the host was once an ordinary person, unable to utilize storage treasures, you have now attained cultivation. It is advisable for the host to acquire a storage artifact, enabling direct rewards from the system to be deposited into the storage space. Isn't that a simple task? Li Zhoujun, on the spot, retrieved 5 storage rings from his pocket, refining them all before adorning his right hand with one that was embellished with a blue gemstone. Subsequently, he fixed his gaze upon the unconscious old hen, a look of reluctance crossing his features. Though you have tormented this mountain master for 40 years, I have developed a fondness for you. Perhaps I shall add a bit more fire later. Should the old hen awaken and overhear Li Zhoujun's words, one might wonder she would leap up and sing, hear me say, thank you. Half an hour later, Li Zhoujun appeared in the side hall, holding a roasted alien chicken skewered on a wooden stick. Upon entering, he was immediately embraced by a young girl. What are you doing, my dear? Li Zhoujun inquired, astonished by the child's sudden affection. What? I thought you were upset with me because of the dish I prepared and that you were ignoring me. The little girl wept, her tears resembling blooming pear blossoms. Li Zhoujun's lips twitched slightly. While your culinary creations are indeed quite terrifying, I'm not one to hold a grudge. I might only present my own dish and tease you a little. How could I ever abandon you? Zhounjun, after a brief moment of speechlessness, turned her gaze to the roasted alien chicken in Li Zhoujun's hand, her large eyes sparkling with excitement. Wow, master, it smells so delicious. Li Zhoujun chuckled, of course. When I take action, you can always tell the quality. This is a chicken of the foundational realm. A single leg will suffice. Consuming too much is not good for your health. After speaking, Li Zhoujun tore off a chicken leg for Su Nan and then nonchalantly walked to the table to sit down, beginning to indulge in his meal. The moment he tasted the roasted chicken, a long-lost flavor flooded his palate. He recalled the last time he savored this delicacy, which was quite some time ago, back when he was still on Earth, before his journey through realms. Meanwhile, Zhounjun, glancing at the chicken leg in her hand, and then at the substantial portion of chicken in Li Zhoujun's grasp, silently lamented, Truly, he is my esteemed master. Without hesitation, she took a bite of the chicken leg, her expression instantly transforming into one of astonishment. It was utterly delicious. Moreover, she distinctly felt a gentle energy coursing through her limbs with each morsel, as if she were enveloped in a warm spring. Could this chicken belong to a foundational realm spirit? Zhounjun had previously encountered references to the realms of cultivators and spirits in a book. It was said that beings of the foundational realm could articulate human speech and, in some regions, were even revered as mountain deities. Yet here was her master, casually roasting a foundational realm spirit as if it were an ordinary chicken, a testament to his undeniable prowess. Unbeknownst to Su Nan, the chicken in her hand was one that Li Zhoujun had hunted during his escapades. However, as she continued to savor the chicken leg, she found to her dismay that blood began to flow from her nose. Shortly after, she fainted. Li Zhoujun, thoroughly engrossed in his meal, was taken aback by the sight. Goodness, it appears that even a single chicken leg was too nourishing for her. Perhaps next time, I should simply offer her a chicken's rear instead. That said, Li Zhoujun still carried Su Nan into a room, allowing her to rest. The following morning, Su Nan slowly opened her eyes, awakening in a chamber of the Zhounjun Palace. Oh, what a delightful fragrance! As she roused from her slumber, still a bit dazed, the enchanting aroma caused her eyes to widen. She swiftly rolled out of bed and exited the room. Following the enticing scent, Su Nan made her way to the kitchen. At that moment, Li Zhoujun sat beside a pile of firewood, diligently tending to the flames. As Su Nan observed the flickering orange light casting a warm glow upon Li Zhoujun's face, Her heart swelled with warmth. Her master, a formidable figure in the contemporary world, had undoubtedly reached the realm of fasting. Yet here he was, humbly preparing a meal for his newly initiated disciple. How could one not be moved by such devotion? Simultaneously, Zhounjun felt an immense sense of gratitude for her unwavering decision to choose Zhounjun as her mentor. Otherwise, where would she find such an exceptional master? "Oh dear, you're awake," Zhounjun exclaimed with a smile upon noticing Zhounjun's sudden appearance. "That chicken leg from yesterday was quite nourishing. You fainted after just a couple of bites. After pondering throughout the night, I've decided that next time we have chicken, I shall begrudgingly reserve the chicken's rear for you." Zhounjun, momentarily speechless, sincerely replied, "Thank you, master." Despite her initial lack of words, she felt a profound appreciation for her master's genuine care. Zhounjun paused, taken aback. Little girl, do you really have such a fondness for chicken bottoms?" Zhounjun grinned and responded, "Master, I think I now understand why you are so handsome while I lack a mistress." Zhounjun expressed his surprise, asking why. Zhounjun replied earnestly, "Because, master, you have a mouth." Zhounjun raised an eyebrow, retorting, "But you have a mouth as well. Do you perhaps possess two?" Zhounjun could only remain speechless. She vowed that never before in her life had she felt so utterly at a loss for words. Her gaze then shifted to the earthen pot on the stove, prompting her to change the subject. "Master, what are you cooking? It smells delightful." Zhounjun smiled and replied, "I was merely trying to spare you the effort of cooking by preparing a pot of vegetable and lean meat porridge in advance." Zhounjun exclaimed in exasperation, "Ah, am I to go mad? Is my cooking so dreadful?" At that moment, she felt quite wronged and resolved to consume the entire pot of porridge with tears in her eyes, leaving not a single morsel for her master. After a while, the porridge was ready. Zhounjun took a bowl and scooped a generous serving. However, halfway through her meal, she felt a rush of dizziness and noticed blood streaming from her nose. Looking at Zhounjun, she queried, "Master, this lean meat, it isn't leftover chicken from yesterday, is it?" Zhounjun nodded, saying, "Indeed, we must not waste food." "How unfortunate!" Zhounjun's lips twitched in disbelief, and before she could finish her thought, she fainted, collapsing onto the table. Zhounjun observed this scene with a shake of his head, lamenting, "Goodness, this girl is truly destined to suffer from the consequences of eating chicken." After silently finishing the porridge by himself, he carried Zhounjun back to her room. It wasn't until the afternoon that she finally regained consciousness. Upon awakening, Zhounjun's first resolution was to set a modest goal for herself, to learn the art of cooking. After all, the affection bestowed by her master was overwhelmingly abundant. One meal left her feeling dizzy, and she certainly did not wish to become the first disciple in the history of the Daotian sect to perish from overindulgence. How embarrassing that would be. With a creak, the door to her room swung open. Zhounjun entered and, upon seeing Zhounjun awake, smiled and said, "My dear girl, you've slept the entire day. Are you hungry? If so, allow me to prepare a meal for you." "No, master, I'm not hungry at all." Zhounjun's expression changed immediately upon hearing this. Although her master's culinary skills were exquisite, the aftermath of each meal was unbearable. "What a pity. Today I caught a rabbit and was planning to make braised rabbit meat." Zhounjun lamenta. "Does that rabbit possess any cultivation?" Zhounjun inquired, recalling her master's prowess in cooking, unable to suppress a swallow. "Fear not. It only has the cultivation of the 9th layer of qi refining," Zhounjun assured her with a smile. "I shall control the portion. You definitely won't feel dizzy this time." "Master, please add more chili," Zhounjun said, wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth, unable to contain her excitement. "Certainly," Zhounjun replied with a chuckle. An hour later, after savoring a few bites of the rabbit meat, Zhounjun fell into a deep slumber until the following morning. Upon waking, her first instinct was to rush to the kitchen, where she found Zhounjun preparing to make porridge. "Master, step aside and let me do it," she exclaimed, her expression changing dramatically. Very well." Zhounjun hesitated momentarily, but ultimately acquiesced to Zhounjun's request. Surprisingly, despite it being her first attempt, the porridge she prepared turned out to be remarkably appealing. Zhounjun took a sip and found the taste delightful, yet her eyes brimmed with tears, overwhelmed by her desperate will to survive. After a brief moment, once Li Zhounjun finished his porridge, he set down his bowl and smiled at Su Nan, remarking, "The porridge tastes quite good. You've made progress." "Oh, it's all thanks to my master's excellent teaching." Su Nan felt an urge to weep. Preparing this pot of porridge had not been an easy feat, as she had meticulously crafted it step by step. Li Zhounjun chuckled in response. "Enough flattery, my dear. I intended to impart the cultivation techniques to you yesterday, but you slept the entire day. Come to the cloud abode later. I shall bestow upon you the methods of cultivation today." "Thank you, master." Upon hearing that her master would finally teach her cultivation, Su Nan's previously gloomy countenance transformed into one of exhilaration. Chapter 10. A visit to Huafeng Mountain in the cloud abode. Li Zhounjun presented her with a storage ring, saying, "This is a storage ring. Your true disciple's robe and jade pendant are contained within." As Su Nan gazed at the ring in her hand, her face fell into a frown. "But master, I lack cultivation and spiritual awareness. I cannot retrieve anything from inside." "Fear not, as my disciple. I assure you that on your first attempt at cultivation, you shall break through to the first layer of qi refinement and awaken your spiritual awareness," Li Zhounjun declared with confidence. With that, he pressed his index finger to Su Nan's forehead, imparting the Xianming Heart Sutra into her mind. At that moment, Su Nan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and soon after, the text of the Xianming Heart Sutra appeared vividly in her thoughts. This cultivation technique is undoubtedly among the finest in the world today, perfectly complementing your sacred eye spirit root, Li Zhounjun remarked with a smile. "Thank you, master." Su Nan exclaimed excitedly in response to Li Zhounjun. Li Zhounjun waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You need not be so formal with me, my dear. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Consider me as your own father, and there is no need for such politeness." Sunandiman Saident. Meanwhile, Li Zhounjun retrieved a premium qi condensation pill, a reward from the system, and handed it to Su Nan, instructing, "When you practice the technique later, take this pill along with the nourishing substances you consumed yesterday. It should suffice for you to break through to the first level of qi refinement." "Thank you, master," Su Nan said as she accepted the pill, her curiosity piqued. "But master, what if I do not succeed in breaking through to the first level of qi refinement today?" Li Zhounjun stroked his chin thoughtfully. "If you do not break through, it means you have not nourished yourself sufficiently. I shall prepare more nourishing substances for you." Upon hearing this, Su Nan's expression changed dramatically. "Do not worry, master. I am certain I will break through to the first level of qi refinement today." Indeed, as expected of the disciple of the Mountain Lord, you possess great ambition," Li Zhounjun said, nodding in satisfaction. Su Nan felt like crying without tears, thinking, "What ambition do I have? It is all due to your pressure, master. Consuming such potent substances once leaves me dazed. Who can endure this? Now, let us commence your initial practice here. I shall safeguard you." Li Zhounjun indicated the nearby meditation cushion with a smile. "Olait, sunandi plaith, sunanadi yentli," then settled onto the meditation mat. After consuming a premium qi condensing pill, she closed her eyes and began to cultivate according to the Xianming Heart Sutra. In less than half a stick of incense's time, the spiritual energy surrounding Su Nan, initially imperceptible to the naked eye, began to coalesce into a swirling mist, transforming her into an ethereal figure, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. Li Zhounjun, observing the scene, nodded approvingly and remarked, "This little girl truly lives up to her status as a saint-grade eye spirit root. The commotion she has stirred suggests that once she attains a sense of qi, she will not merely be at the first level of qi refinement." Finally, after the passage of 2 hours, Su Nan slowly opened her eyes, and the spiritual energy enveloping her gradually dissipated. What a marvelous sensation! Upon opening her eyes, Su Nan could distinctly feel a warm energy gathering within her dantian. Undoubtedly, the spiritual power that cultivators condense within their bodies. Moreover, she noticed that compared to her state 2 hours prior, her body felt considerably lighter, and her strength had significantly increased. Indeed, after her first session of cultivation, she had broken through to the third level of qi refinement. At that moment, Li Zhounjun began to speak softly. It is all thanks to the excellent guidance of a master. Sunan replied with a sweet smile. Li Zhounjun, gazing fondly at the young girl, affectionately ruffled her hair and chuckled. Very well, you should stabilize your cultivation here. I have matters to attend to outside. The matters Li Zhounjun referred to were the tasks assigned by the system. To seek out the Fire Maple Mountain Master, Lu Yin, to discuss life and engage in a friendly contest. All right, Master, you may go without worry, Sunan replied obediently, nodding. After acknowledging, Li Zhoujun's figure abruptly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself at the foot of Huofeng Mountain. Upon arrival, Li Zhoujun immediately sensed that even at the base of Huofeng Mountain, the temperature was alarmingly high. He then surveyed the mountain, where his gaze was met with vibrant red maple leaves. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, the inner disciples responsible for guarding the mountain gate noticed Li Zhoujun's presence. Who is that elder? One asked. I don't know, but anyone who can appear out of nowhere must possess at least the cultivation of a nascent soul stage. Are you blind? Didn't you see the mountain master's jade token at his waist? What? The master of Yunju Mountain? That useless one? You fool. Spending all day cooped up playing cards has made you dull. Just the day before yesterday, the master of Yunju Mountain defeated Moron, who even our mountain master couldn't contend with. What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You must be lying. I'm not lying. The master of Yunju Mountain is indeed a formidable power. We were all deceived by his disguise. Then what are we discussing here? Shouldn't we pay our respects to the master of Yunju Mountain? Once the gatekeepers of Huofeng Mountain realized the situation, they hurriedly bowed to Li Zhoujun, exclaiming, We pay our respects to the master of Yunju Mountain. There's no need for formalities, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. The conversation of the disciples had reached Li Zhoujun's ears word for word. However, as the mountain master, he felt there was no need to hold any grievances against these gatekeepers. Please inform your mountain lord that the master of Cloud Residence has come to visit, Li Zhoujun said with a smile. I shall convey the message at once, a respectful gatekeeper disciple replied. Thank you, Li Zhoujun responded with a grin. He then stood cheerfully by the entrance of Fire Maple Mountain, causing the other gatekeepers to break into a cold sweat. At this moment, within the Fire Maple Hall, Lu Yin was imparting the knowledge of cultivation to his newly accepted disciple, Yi Yu. Suddenly, the voice of the approaching gatekeeper disciple echoed from outside the hall. Mountain Lord, the master of Cloud Residence has arrived. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin's expression shifted dramatically. That scoundrelly Lao Lu had indeed come to settle the score. A sense of panic surged within Lu Yin. He recalled how he had been utterly defenseless against Murong Shui, who had in turn been defeated by Li Zhoujun. Was this not tantamount to admitting his own inadequacy against Li Zhoujun? With this thought, Lu Yin hastily instructed the waiting gatekeeper disciple outside the hall. Go tell the master of Cloud Residence that I am currently. Suddenly, Li Zhoujun's voice interrupted Lu Yin's words. Lu Mountain Lord, the sun down below is quite intense, so I took the liberty of coming up myself. You won't hold it against me, will you? With that, Li Zhoujun, clad in a scholarly green robe and wearing a congenial smile, entered the Fire Maple Hall. Upon encountering the beaming Li Zhoujun, Lu Yin was momentarily taken aback, internally exclaiming, What a predicament, this old rascal has arrived. It's all over. Chapter 11. A sword falls, the Dharma body shatters, haha. The esteemed Master Li Shan graces us with his presence. I, of course, extend my warmest welcome. How could I possibly hold any grievance against Master Li? Lu Yin chuckled, though his heart was in turmoil. Damn it, your strength surpasses mine. You are the one in command, yet I shall endure. Surely, one cannot strike a smiling face. Can they? Ha ha. Master Lu Shan, your words suggest we share a close camaraderie, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Lu Yin had unwittingly revealed himself as someone who shies away from confrontation. Years ago, when Li Zhoujun was unable to cultivate, he often endured Lu Yin's mockery during the recruitment of disciples at Daotian's sect, particularly recalling a particularly scathing remark from over a decade ago. At that time, while seated among the various mountain lords at the ascension platform, Lu Yin had brazenly addressed Li Zhoujun beside him. "Master Li, since we sit so close each time, we must have a decent relationship. When you depart in a few decades, why not entrust the care of Zhounjun to me and my lineage?" Back then, Li Zhoujun could only suppress his anger, responding with a forced smile. Now, Lu Yin mistakenly believed Li Zhoujun had capitulated due to his advanced cultivation. But for the sake of his mission, Li Zhoujun was far from willing to let this insolent fellow off the hook easily. Meanwhile, upon hearing Li Zhoujun's words, Lu Yin's expression shifted dramatically. He turned to Yiyu and said, "Yiyu, retreat to your own dwelling and cultivate." "Yes, master," Yiyu replied. At that moment, he felt a sense of trepidation. Fortunately, although he had once looked down upon the Lord of Yunju Mountain, he had not offended him. Upon hearing Lu Yan's directive to leave, Yiyu sighed in relief and hastily took his leave. Li Zhoujun made no attempt to stop him as he departed. Once Yiyu's figure had vanished, Lu Yin turned to Li Zhoujun, his expression grave, and inquired, "Lord Li, what is it that you truly desire? I admit that I once held you in disdain and often ridiculed you. Yet the root of the issue lies with you. Had you not concealed your true cultivation, how could I have belittled you as merely a mortal? Furthermore, in this world, the strong reign supreme while the weak must submit. I once believed myself superior to you. A few jests and taunts seemed harmless, did they not? Now that you surpass me, if you wish to act against me, then do so. I shall accept it." I, Li Zhoujun, am not like you," he replied with a smile. "A true strong one is one who embraces the boundaries of the weak as their freedom. No genuine strong individual has ever grown powerful by trampling upon the weak. True strength is achieved by overcoming those who are their equals, or even stronger." Upon hearing this, Lu Yin furrowed his brow tightly. "So according to your words, Lord Lu, you did not come here to settle scores with me today? After all, I am indeed weaker than you. Let's be clear. I have come here today precisely to settle scores with you. Let us spar," Li Zhoujun said, smiling. "Lu Yin, you have come to confront me, have you? Were you merely speaking into the void just now? Fear not, for I, the master of this mountain, shall suppress my cultivation to match yours." At this moment, Li Zhoujun interjected, "Are you certain?" Upon hearing Li Zhoujun's words, Lu Yin was momentarily taken aback, only to soon harbor a cold smirk within. Throughout his journey, he had never encountered an adversary of equal standing who could best him. To his astonishment, Li Zhoujun exhibited such arrogance, opting to lower his realm instead of leveraging it to overpower him. Truly an example of hubris. Naturally, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile, "Very well." Lu Yin readily acquiesced. Subsequently, the two transformed into beams of light, soaring towards the skies above Huofeng Mountain. Meanwhile, the powerful figures of Dao Tian's sect engaged in gleeful speculation from afar. The master of Zhounjun has sought out Lu Yin, it appears. Indeed, Lu Yin is in for a rough time today, especially since even Murong Shui fell to Li Zhoujun. What a spectacle! I relish witnessing Lu Yin's downfall. After all, he often carries himself with such disdain towards others. The scene shifted. Li Zhoujun and Lu Yin now stood face to face amidst the lofty heights, tens of thousands of feet above the ground. "Master Li, please proceed." Lu Yin gazed at Li Zhoujun, manifesting his cultivated true yang body. At that moment, Lu Yan's eyes transformed into two blazing suns, while behind him loomed a towering phantom forged from flames, with a radiant sun suspended above its crown, an awe-inspiring sight indeed. Moreover, with the emergence of Lu Yan's true yang dharma body, it seemed as though a second sun had risen within the heavens, causing the temperature across a 1,000-mile radius to soar dramatically. "Then I shall not hold back," remarked Li Zhoujun, who appeared minuscule like a speck of dust beneath Lu Yan's towering form. As his words fell, Li Zhoujun focused his thoughts, and the 7th grade innate flying sword, Ao Shui, soared forth from within him. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Lu Yan's eyes widened in shock, his voice booming like rolling thunder. "Master Li, what do you mean by this? Did we not agree that our cultivation levels would be suppressed to match each other? Why then do you wield a 7th grade flying sword?" A 7th grade innate flying sword of a harmonization realm cultivator is not something a mere void immortal can contend with. It is akin to an ordinary person facing a Gatling gun that fires automatically. How on earth can one fight against that? Shall one risk their life in such a confrontation? The term void immortal is merely an appellation for those in the returning void realm. They are not true immortals. Indeed, I did mention suppressing my cultivation level to match yours, but I never stated that I could not utilize magical artifacts. If you find this unacceptable, you are free to employ your own treasures as well, Zhounjun replied with a grin. Liu Yan's expression darkened instantly. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "You scoundrel! You have no sense of martial ethics. With your demeanor, how can you possibly speak of the strong respecting the freedom of the weak? Do you not feel ashamed uttering such words?" Zhounjun was taken aback. When did I ever acknowledge that I was a strong cultivator? Liu Yan, enough with the idle chatter. Prepare to receive my sword. Li so yun kent podli. Effortlessly directing the Ao Shui flying sword through the air towards Liu Yan's colossal dharma body. Upon witnessing the scene, Liu Yan was taken aback, swiftly raising the colossal arms of his avatar in an attempt to fend off the soaring sword of Ao Shui. With a thunderous crash, Liu Yan's avatar was shattered beneath a single strike from Zhounjun, disintegrating into a cascade of ethereal light. With that blow, the avatar was vanquished. The sword of Master Li was truly terrifying. Indeed, one might wonder if this is the essence of a sword immortal. Meanwhile, the other mountain masters gazed at Zhounjun, who had effortlessly severed Liu Yan's true Yang avatar, and collectively expressed their astonishment. This strike serves as a lesson for you. In the air, Zhounjun regarded the disintegrating avatar and the disheveled Liu Yan with an indifferent demeanor. Cough, cough. Liu Yan clutched his chest, his expression far from pleasant as he conceded, "I am outmatched. I humbly accept defeat." Yet, despite his words, Liu Yan's mind was rife with curses. "You wretched Zhounjun, your words are as empty as the wind. If I trust you once more, I shall be a dog." With Liu Yan's concession, the system began to dispense rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Ding! The system grants a reward, the 9-serpent carriage. 9-serpent carriage. A carriage drawn by 9 ethereal dragon serpents, entirely obedient to the host. Chapter 12. An invitation from the aristocracy. A carriage drawn by 9 ethereal dragon serpents. As Zhounjun perused the system's description, he was momentarily taken aback. Such a contraption in this realm would be akin to a Lamborghini or Ferrari on Earth. However, setting aside the 9-serpent carriage for now, Zhounjun turned to the defeated Liu Yan and remarked with a smile, "I shall not intrude upon Master Liu any longer. I take my leave." On the journey away from Huofeng Mountain, Zhounjun eagerly inquired of the system, "How do I summon the 9 Jiao chariots?" Ding! When the host requires it, simply summon, and 9 Jiao dragons will soar from various regions to draw the chariot for the host. "So that is how it works," Zhounjun nodded, his heart swelling with excitement. A being of the virtual immortal level, even within the Dao Tian sect, would be regarded as a mountain master in the outside world. Such a figure could be considered an ancient entity, capable of traversing the entirety of Qingzhou with ease. Now, with 9 virtual immortal Jiao dragons at his beck and call, it was something others could scarcely dare to imagine. At that moment, the voice of Mu Taiyu reached his ears, "Master of Yunju Mountain. Please proceed to the Dao Tian Hall for a discussion." "Very well," Zhounjun replied. The Dao Tian Hall served as the venue for high-level discussions within the Dao Tian sect. Upon his arrival, he discovered that besides Mu Taiyu, Murong Shui was also present. Sect leader, Mountain Master Murong, Zhounjun greeted them courteously. "Master of Yunju Mountain, please take a seat," Mu Taiyu said with a warm smile. Zhounjun, showing no hesitation, seated himself beside Murong Shui. "May I ask why the sect leader summoned me?" he inquired directly. Mu Taiyu replied with a smile, "In truth, it is not a matter of great significance. As both of you are likely aware, while our Dao Tian sect is recognized as the foremost sect in Qingzhou, this status is merely superficial. In the shadows, there are several hidden families and sects that possess strength slightly inferior to ours, and among them, there are few that could rival our Dao Tian sect. Li Zhounjun and Murong Shui did not refute Mu Taiyu's words, for they were indeed true. After all, the vast Qingzhou has birthed numerous forces that have produced true immortals, far beyond just the Daotian sect. Although these families may be inferior to the Daotian sect, they possess certain unknown trump cards, rendering them significantly more formidable than many other factions. As the saying goes, a dead camel is larger than a horse. At this moment, Mu Taiyu continued, I summon both of you to represent the Daotian sect at a banquet hosted by a prominent family. After much contemplation, I believe you two are the most suitable candidates. May I inquire if you have the time to attend? Ido, Murong Shui replied. Subsequently, both Mu Taiyu and Murong Shui turned their gazes toward Li Zhounjun. Ding, the system has issued a task. Sign in at the prominent family as instructed by Mu Taiyu, and the host will receive unexpected benefits. Simultaneously, the system announced the task. Seeing this, Li Zhounjun naturally did not decline Mu Taiyu's invitation. He smiled and said, it would be delightful to experience the grandeur of the prominent family. In response, Mu Taiyu smiled and declared, excellent. Then it is settled. The family in question is the Shui family of Dazaishan, celebrating their ancestors' breakthrough into the fusion realm. Upon hearing this, Li Zhounjun and Murong Shui instantly grasped Mu Taiyu's intentions. While it appeared that Mu Taiyu was merely sending them to congratulate the Shui family's ancestor on his breakthrough, his true aim was to assert the Daotian sect's dominance and suppress the Shui family's prestige. Simultaneously, a reminder was issued to the Shui family, cautioning them not to presume that the presence of their ancestral figure at the combined realm would grant them an unbridled license. Observe how the Daotian sect has directly dispatched two formidable beings of the combined realm to partake in your gathering. The esteemed title of the foremost sect in Qingzhou is not to be taken lightly. When does the banquet commence? Inkirad Li Zhounjun. 10 days hence, replied Mu Taiyu with a smile. You two may deliberate on your departure time. Very well. If the sect master has no further matters, we shall take our leave, said Li Zhounjun and Murong Shui. Travel safely. Mu Taiyu nodded in response. Outside the Daotian hall, Murong Shui turned to Li Zhounjun and suggested, Master Li, shall we set forth in 7 days? That is agreeable, Li Zhounjun assented. After a moment of contemplation, Murong Shui inquired, how fares the girl who has taken refuge under your tutelage? Li Zhounjun chuckled lightly. The young lady possesses considerable talent, with my attentive guidance. She has made a breakthrough to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement during her initial training, truly deserving of her saintly grade spiritual root, Master Li. You must devote yourself to nurturing this promising seedling, lest her potential be squandered, Murong Shui expressed with heartfelt sentiment. Naturally, Li Zhounjun replied with a smile, before bidding farewell. Master Murong, I shall see you in 7 days. Until then, Murong Shui responded. After their departure, Li Zhounjun returned to Yunji Mountain. Upon his arrival, he noticed that the young lady, Su Nan, appeared somewhat forlorn. What troubles you? He asked, surprised by her sullen demeanor, reminiscent of an elderly woman in distress. Suddenly, with reddened eyes, Su Nan exclaimed, Master, I have just received a letter from home. In the vicinity of my family's residence in Pingyu City, a malevolent force has emerged, known as the Blood Refinement Sect. They wield their power to oppress the citizens of nearby towns, demanding the daily offering of 100 young boys and girls for their cultivation practices. One of my cousins has already been taken. Ding, mission issued. Eradicate the Blood Refinement Sect within 3 days. The host will receive substantial rewards. Upon seeing the mission issued by the system, Li Zhounjun affectionately patted Su Nan's small head and said, Do not worry, my dear. I happen to be attending a banquet that will take me through Pingyu City, where I can conveniently put an end to the Blood Refinement Sect. You may accompany me and also have the chance to see your family. Thank you, Master. Su Nan replied joyfully. Her spirits lifted. She understood that her master belonged to the elite echelon of the world, and with such a formidable presence intervening, the Blood Refinement Sect would likely be reduced to mere ashes with a mere thought. No need for thanks, you are my disciple, and no one shall allow you to suffer. Li Zhounjun responded with a confident smile. He then took out paper and pen, composing a letter to Murong Shui. requesting to meet her in Pingyu City in 7 days. After completing the letter, he summoned the Aoshue flying sword, instructing it to deliver the message to Murongshue. The Aoshue flying sword, having received the task, swiftly took off and then returned just as quickly. Completed so soon? Li Zhounjun marvelat. The Aoshue flying sword, in response, bent its blade in a manner reminiscent of a nodding head. Indeed, indeed. Li Zhounjun smiled as he gently patted the blade of the Aoshue flying sword, subsequently withdrawing the seemingly motionless sword into his dantian. Su Nan, witnessing this scene, felt an immense sense of curiosity. Li Zhounjun remarca. When a magical artifact reaches a certain level, it will inevitably develop sentience. My flying sword can even transform into a human form. Upon hearing this, Su Nan was left speechless, her small face reflecting sheer astonishment. Meanwhile, Li Zhounjun suddenly thought, he must find an opportunity to see the Aoshue flying sword take human shape next time. He wondered whether it would be male or female, and how it would appear. Chapter 13. The portly and lean envoy let us set forth to Pingyu City at once. Li Zhounjun instructed Su Nan. Thank you, Master, Su Nan replied, momentarily taken aback, her eyes slightly reddening. She had not anticipated that her master would care so deeply for her feelings. Rushing to take action upon learning of the danger facing her family. System, summon the 9 dragons' chariot swiftly. I can hardly contain my eagerness to experience this sensation. Li Zhounjun exclaimed with a broad smile. As his words echoed in the air, the waters of the lake in Zhounjun began to stir violently, forming a whirlpool at its center. Roars that resonated like thunder erupted from the vortex. Suddenly, 9 formidable dragons, their bodies adorned with black scales and their visages fearsome, emerged, pulling a chariot and creating towering walls of water as they ascended into the sky. The appearance of the 9 dragons left the various mountain lords of Daotian's sect in a state of shock. 9 dragons at the virtual immortal realm. This aura seems to be emanating from Zhounjun. The 9-headed dragon. Could it be that the master of Cloud Residence Mountain has raised them in captivity? Just as the powerful members of the Daotian sect were filled with confusion, the 9 dragons had already taken to the skies, circling above Cloud Residence Mountain. The aura of the dragons exuded unabashedly, compelling the spiritual beasts within the Daotian sect to prostrate themselves on the ground, trembling in fear, too intimidated to lift their heads. Goodness, 9 ethereal-level dragons pulling a carriage. One impressive display by the master of Cloud Residence Mountain. This master has concealed their true abilities far too well, and now they have openly revealed themselves. The emergence of these 9 dragons is undoubtedly an exhibition of wealth. I must admit, I am envious. Meanwhile, the various mountain masters of the Daotian sect gazed intently, their eyes like torches penetrating the void towards the skies above Cloud Residence Mountain, their hearts exclaiming in disbelief. At this moment, Mu Taiyu also stepped out of the Dao Hall, casting his gaze upwards. Upon witnessing the 9 dragons pulling the carriage, he silently lamented that perhaps he should opt for walking next time. His own steed, the celestial jade crane, seemed rather inadequate in comparison to these magnificent dragons. At Fire Maple Mountain, Lu Yin stared at the 9 dragons above Cloud Residence Mountain, falling into an immediate silence. Why had he been so reckless with his words before? Not to mention being defeated by Li Zhujuan's sword just today. Even the 9-headed dragon pulling Li Zhujuan's carriage was a feat he might struggle to match. Of course, if they came on by one, it would surely not be a problem. It must not be a problem. That was Lu Yan's last shred of stubbornness. Cloud Residence Mountain. Is this the legendary dragon? When Su Nan looked up and saw the 9 fierce dragons swirling above, she was so astonished that she could hardly speak. Li Zhounjun Shuklaat. They are merely dragons. As the words fell, Li Zhounjun elegantly waved his long sleeves, unleashing his spiritual energy to lift Su Nan and place her upon the carriage drawn by the 9 dragons. Subsequently, Li Zhounjun guided the 9 dragons' carriage away from the envious gazes of the mountain lords, departing from the Daotian sect towards the direction of Pingyu City. At this moment, within Pingyu City, the bustling streets were alive with a continuous flow of pedestrians. Yet, the faces of the passers-by were marred by expressions of sorrow and numbness, casting an oppressive gloom over the entire city. Soon after, two figures clad in black robes, one slender and the other corpulent, swaggered through the grand entrance of Pingyu City. The sight of their attire sent shockwaves through the crowd, causing them to scatter in all directions like startled birds, for these two were the emissaries of the blood refinement sect. Simultaneously, the corpulent emissary, witnessing the chaos he incited, revealed a cruel smile. With a mere flick of his hand, he unleashed a burst of crimson spiritual energy, obliterating a fleeing pedestrian who had turned his back on him into a cloud of flesh and blood. A life was extinguished in an instant. Flee a moment longer, and you shall meet the same fate, the corpulent emissary scoffed coldly. Under the threat of the emissary, the crowd was compelled to halt their escape. Esteemed emissary, we of Pingyu City have already offered 50 young boys and girls to your sect yesterday. A woman cried out, her voice trembling with fear. Bang! In the next moment, a dull thud echoed through the air. The woman who had spoken was instantly reduced to a mist of blood and scattered flesh by the corpulent emissary's attack. In the eyes of this black-robed giant, human lives were as insignificant as weeds. Do you not recall what this emissary proclaimed upon my first arrival here? You are required to provide 100 young boys and girls from the nearby cities daily for the blood refining of our sect. The rotund envoy slowly withdrew his hand and sneered at the crowd in the street. Enough, do not frighten the others. At this moment, the lean envoy spoke softly, then turned to the pedestrians with a smile. The nearby cities have already supplied 50 young boys and girls, and the remaining 50 must be gathered from your Pingyu City. If you cannot produce them by tonight, then our blood refining sect will have no choice but to annihilate your Pingyu City. Upon hearing this, the crowd in the street was filled with rage, yet they dared not voice their anger. They understood that in the eyes of the corpulent and lean envoys of the blood refining sect, their lives were as insignificant as ants, easily extinguished. To dare speak would lead to a fate akin to that of the woman. Old Qin, we visited the Chun family in Pingyu City yesterday. Today, let us go to the Su family. Our sect master praised the young boys we brought from the Su family last time. The blood pills crafted from the children of these pampered wealthy families are of the highest quality. The rotund envoy remarked with a grin. Agreed, replied the lean envoy with a smile. Subsequently, the two of them set off towards the residence of the Su family. At this moment, within the Su family estate, all the senior members were gathered in the discussion hall. The family head, an elder with graying temples, looked with fury towards the upper hall and declared, "The fiends of the blood refining sect are approaching our Su family. What can we do when they arrive? In the eyes of these cultivators, we mere mortals are no different from sheep and chickens awaiting slaughter." The middle-aged man wore a bitter expression. He was Su Hong, the patriarch of the Su family and the father of Su Nan. At this moment, Su Hong was unaware that his daughter had already joined the Dao Tian sect. He could only hope that she had successfully entered the sect and received the letter without returning to Pingyu City. Meanwhile, upon hearing Su Heng's words, the elders of the Su family appeared deflated, akin to a punctured balloon. Indeed, these mortals felt utterly powerless in the face of cultivators, lacking even the slightest ability to resist. Half a month prior, just as Su Nan had departed, a group from the blood refining sect arrived in Pingyu City. Among them was an elder clad in black robes who, with a mere wave of his hand, obliterated the city lord's mansion, which spanned several miles. This terrifying scene left the citizens of Pingyu City devoid of any thoughts of rebellion, engulfed in despair that was suffocating. "Ah, you're all here. Just in time. Have you decided which young boy or girl you will hand over to us?" At that moment, a cacophony of sinister laughter echoed from outside the hall. Subsequently, two figures, one plump and the other thin, cloaked in black, entered the Su family's conference hall amidst the terrified gazes of the gathered family members. "Honorable envoys, did you not just take a young boy from our Su family the other day?" The elder of the Su family exclaimed, visibly agitated upon seeing the two figures in black cloaks. "Seeking death." The plump envoy snorted coldly, striking forth with a palm. In an instant, the elder of the Su family transformed into a mist of blood, much to the horror of those present. "You." Upon witnessing the scene, Su Heng's expression turned to one of fury, yet the words he nearly uttered were swallowed back. for he realized that speaking further would potentially lead to the ruin of the entire Su family at the hands of these two individuals. The rotund messenger, observing Su Hong's silent wrath, scoffed and remarked, "You mortals are plagued by many flaws. Without a demonstration of power, you will never heed our warnings." Before nightfall, the Su family must surrender a young boy or girl or face the death of all. The senior members of the Su family turned crimson with indignation. Yet none dared to voice a rebuttal. Suddenly, an unprecedented event transpired. Above Pingyu City, dark clouds began to gather, and the resonant sound of dragon roars echoed throughout the city. The citizens, upon hearing the roars, looked skyward, their expressions mirroring the tumultuous waves of the sea. The wind from the tiger, the cloud from the dragon. Could it be 9 dragons? What? The legendary dragons? Could it be that the Dragon Kings are displeased with the fiends of the blood-refining sect and intend to eradicate them? Wait, look! Behind those 9 dragons, there is a palanquin being drawn, upon which stand 2 figures. What? Are they truly allowing the Dragon Kings to pull a palanquin? Could they be celestial beings? Wonderful! Our Pingyu City is saved. Consequently, the citizens of Pingyu City knelt in reverence, offering their heartfelt homage toward the palanquin in the sky. Meanwhile, within the Su family's conference hall, the corpulent and slender messengers of the blood refining hall sensed an inexplicable trepidation rising from within their hearts. After exchanging a glance, the two exited the Su family residence, only to behold 9 majestic dragons, their formidable presence unmistakable, drawing a palanquin towards the Su family estate. If I am not mistaken, these must be 9 dragons of the virtual immortal realm. The portly envoy remarked, swallowing hard. You are indeed correct. They are indeed 9 dragons of the virtual immortal realm. It remains uncertain whether the powerful entity capable of commanding such beasts is merely passing through. The slender envoy replied, his countenance darkening. Should such a formidable being encounter injustice and decide to intervene against the blood-refining sect, it is likely that not even the 2 golden core practitioners could withstand their wrath. The entire sect would crumble in an instant. The rotund envoy chuckled. Fear not, for such a mighty force would hardly concern themselves with the insignificant ants of a mere Pingyu City. Even if thousands were to perish before this esteemed individual, they would likely remain unmoved. Master, look, is the young lady returning? Suddenly, an elder of the Su family pointed excitedly at the figure atop the palanquin. Nanea? Why has she returned? Su Hong exclaimed, hastily directing his gaze towards the silhouette on the palanquin. Indeed, it was his daughter. However, upon noticing the young man beside Su Nan, Su Heng's expression faltered. Could it be that his daughter had joined the Dao Tian sect and returned with assistance? Meanwhile, Li Zhounjun maneuvered the 9 dragons, hovering above the Su family estate. As the Su family members drew nearer to the 9 dragons, they were overwhelmed by an undeniable sense of dread, their legs trembling beneath them. The sheer terror was palpable. The portly and slender envoys appeared utterly ridiculous in the presence of such magnificent creatures. The junior envoy of the blood refinement sect, Qin Kai, pays his respects to the esteemed elder. The junior envoy of the blood refinement sect, Chu He, greets the elder. At that moment, the plump and slender envoys, with expressions of terror, knelt before Li Zhounjun, who stood upon the 9 jiao litter. They were filled with trepidation, having just overheard a member of the Su family mention that the young lady beside the esteemed elder was the precious daughter of the Su clan. Please inform me, where's the blood refinement sect? Li Zhounjun inquired gently, a warm smile gracing his face. Elder, we cannot disclose that, the plump envoy replied, his smile more grotesque than that of a weeping person. This was due to the fact that the blood refinement sect had placed a curse upon them. Mentioning the location of the sect would lead to their utter demise. The members of the Su family, witnessing the once arrogant envoys now displaying the demeanor of a mouse confronted by a cat upon seeing the young man beside Su Nan, felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Since you refuse to speak, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. At this juncture, Li Zhounjun ceased his inquiries. With a flick of his sleeve, he summoned spiritual energy that lifted the plump envoy, suspending him before himself. He then placed his hand firmly upon the envoy's crown, employing the soul-searching technique. As Li Zhounjun delved into the plump envoy's memories, revealing various gruesome scenes, his brow furrowed in dismay. Once he had extracted the information he sought, he disdainfully discarded the now dazed envoy, who had been rendered foolish by the soul search, tossing him with a thud into the courtyard of the Su family. The slender envoy, witnessing this turn of events, was left in a state of shock. He wished to flee, yet under the watchful gaze of the 9 dragon serpents, his legs turned to jelly, rendering escape an impossible feat. Li Zhounjun, with a mere flick of his finger, sent a beam of ethereal light into the frail messenger's body, shattering the golden core within him in an instant. Both men were rendered powerless, and the onlookers were free to dispose of them as they wished. It could be considered a parting gift from Li to the Su family. With a gentle smile, Li Zhounjun addressed the gathered members of the Su family. As his words fell, a couple burst forth from the crowd, hastily dragging away the portly and slender messengers. The Su family made no attempt to intervene, for it was indeed their child who had been taken by these very messengers just days prior. Before long, the Su residents echoed with 2 heart-wrenching cries of despair. "Thank you, esteemed immortal, for your timely intervention." At this moment, the Su family members bowed sincerely to Li Zhounjun, who stood with hands clasped behind his back atop the 9-serpent chariot. "There is no need for such gratitude." Li Zhounjun waved his hand dismissively, then leaped down from the chariot with Su Nan, landing gracefully in the courtyard of the Su residence. "Go greet your father," Li Zhounjun smiled kindly. "Thank you, master." Su Nan looked at Li Zhounjun with eyes full of gratitude. Indeed, Li Zhounjun returned her smile. "Dad," Su Nan rushed into some ways, her heart aching at the sight of his graying hair. "You've gone gray. Not a problem. By the way, my dear, have you joined the Dao Tian sect?" Su Ham gently patted Su Nan's Vic, inquiring softly. "Yes, father. It was my master who just came to our rescue." Su Nan composed herself and beamed with joy. "Your master appears rather youthful, doesn't he?" Su Hong expressed his astonishment, soon followed by a tinge of concern. "Your master has harmed the envoy of the blood refinement sect, and your 7th uncle and aunt have tormented these 2 envoys. The blood refinement sect will surely not let this matter rest." Su Nan softly reassured Su Hong, "Do not worry, father. I shall quietly inform you that my master is the mountain lord of the Dao Tian sect." "What?" Upon hearing Su Nan's words, Su Hong immediately lost his composure and exclaimed in surprise. Although he did not practice cultivation himself, he had certainly heard of the 108 mountain lords of the Dao Tian sect. It was said that each mountain lord possessed the power to burn mountains and boil seas, truly celestial beings. The blood refinement sect would undoubtedly lack the qualification to even carry their shoes. Chapter 15. The Nangong Sisters, the Mountain Lord. I am Su Hong, the head of the Su family. My daughter has a mischievous disposition. Should she have erred in any way, please feel free to reprimand her. She is quite resilient and can withstand it. Upon learning that Li Zhounjun was the mountain lord of the Dao Tian sect, Su Hong hurriedly cupped his hands in respect. Hearing this, Su Nan stuck out her delicate tongue, thinking, what a truly doting father. "You jest, Master Su. You have raised a remarkable daughter." Li Zhounjun replied with a light chuckle. His words were sincere. Had Su Nan chosen to align herself with another mountain lord, he would not have intervened, as he had already received the system rewards and was indifferent to the matter. "The mountain lord is too kind," Su Hong said, somewhat flattered, realizing that his daughter was indeed favored by this esteemed mountain lord. Thus, the astute Su Hong, adept in flattery, offered a compliment. The mountain lord's ability to command the 9 dragons undoubtedly marks him as a being of divine nature. I entrust my daughter to your guidance. And as her father, I am reassured. This praise struck a chord with Li Zhounjun, who appreciated the sentiment. For what was the purpose of mastering the 9 dragons' chariot? Was it merely a pursuit of swiftness? Certainly not. If speed were the goal, one could simply utilize the snowfall flying sword. The endeavor was entirely about making a grand impression. Su Heng's words, though humble, were met with Li Zhounjun's modest acknowledgement. At that moment, Su Hong inquired, "Mountain Lord, what the blood refinement sect?" Li Zhounjun waved his hand, interrupting Su Hong. The blood refinement sect engages in nefarious activities right under the watchful eyes of my Dao Tian sect. As the Mountain Lord, I cannot allow them to evade justice. Upon hearing this, Su Hong felt a weight lift from his heart. He feared that Li Zhounjun might simply walk away, leaving Pingyu City vulnerable to the blood refinement sect's wrath. Li Zhounjun then turned to Su Nan, advising, spend quality time with your father. As your cultivation deepens, you may find yourself in seclusion for many years. Yes, master, Su Nan replied, though a tinge of sorrow lingered within her. Su Hong, however, maintained a philosophical perspective, gently patting Su Nan's head, offering comfort. My dear, while it is wonderful to have you by my side, your growth brings me even greater joy. Indeed, Su Hong was quite pragmatic. Li Zhounjun chuckled softly, his form shimmering as he reappeared atop the nine-dragon chariot. Addressing Su Nan, I shall return for you in 7 days. Having spoken, Li Zhounjun directly piloted the nine-serpent chariot towards the location of the blood refinement sect. Su Nan gazed at Li Zhounjun, who gradually transformed into a distant black dot in the sky, and then looked around at her familiar surroundings. She felt as if her experiences on Cloud Residence Mountain were but a dream, so surreal. Child, are you lost in thought? Do you find it hard to part with your master? Su Hong waved his hand in front of Su Nan. Dad! Su Nan, blushing with indignation, playfully pounded her small fist against her father's chest, as if to express her affection. Witnessing this tender familial moment, Su Hong felt a pang of nostalgia, realizing that such displays of affection from his daughter would become rare in the future. Yet, he also brimmed with pride. After all, his daughter had become a disciple under the Mountain Lord of the Dao Tian sect, and her future accomplishments were bound to be extraordinary. Master, you have a remarkable daughter, an elder from the Su family remarked enviously to Su Hong. Just a few days prior, several of their children had ventured to the Dao Tian sect in search of celestial opportunities. It remained uncertain whether they had succeeded in gaining admission. If not, they likely found themselves on the arduous journey back home. Unlike Su Nan, who returned effortlessly aboard the nine-serpent chariot. Fortunately, with the Mountain Lord of the Dao Tian sect having vanquished the blood refinement sect, any children who returned would likely do so unscathed. At this moment, in the rainy mountain range where the blood refinement sect was situated, dark clouds loomed year-round, accompanied by a gentle drizzle. The sect's location was nestled midway up a great mountain, which had been aptly named Blood Refinement Mountain by its inhabitants. Below Blood Refinement Mountain, 3 women gathered, all clad in white garments. If others were present, they would surely notice that these 3 women resembled exquisite water lilies, their features strikingly similar, for they were indeed triplets. Upon further contemplation, one could deduce that these 3 were the renowned Nangong sisters of the cultivation world, namely the eldest, Nangong Anren, the second sister, Nangong Shinran, and the youngest, Nangong Yuran. The eldest sister, a formidable figure within the blood-refining sect, boasted a perfected nascent soul cultivation, merely a step away from transcending to the divine transformation stage. Although we are not afraid to confront him together, we may suffer significant injuries. Is it truly worth such risk for that Lin Yishang? After all, the number of suitors vying for our affections in the realm of immortality could easily circle blood refining mountain thrice, couldn't it? At this moment, the second sister, Nangong Shinran, furrowed her brows and addressed the eldest sister, Nangong Anren. Nangong Anren replied, he possesses the jade pendant that grants access to the void immortal tomb. It is undoubtedly worth it. The youngest sister, Nangong Yuran, then pouted and remarked, oh, come on, I see that you're simply enamored with that lad, especially since he saved your life when you were gravely injured. Moreover, even if we were to acquire this jade pendant, we must still have the means to survive the journey. Do not speak recklessly, you 2 young ladies. If you are afraid, you can wait for me here. Nangong Anren admonished. Nangong Shinran frowned and retorted, eldest sister, what nonsense are you talking about? If we were truly afraid, we wouldn't have quietly followed you when you stealthily left just now. You 2 young ladies. Nangong Anren let out a helpless smile. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, accompanied by the resonant roar of dragons. Suddenly, The sight of 9 dragons pulling a carriage appeared before the eyes of the Nangong sisters. Who would dare to harness the power of 9 ethereal dragons? The youngest sister, Nangong Yuran, wore an expression of astonishment on her delicate face, uncertain whether this formidable figure was friend or foe. Meanwhile, the eldest sister, Nangong Anren, furrowed her brow, her countenance etched with concern. The young man atop the 9-dragon carriage possessed an extraordinary handsomeness, leading her to ponder if he might not be aligned with the nefarious blood-refining sect, perhaps even intending to eradicate it. The second sister, Nangong Shinran, adopted the demeanor of an onlooker, though her sister cautioned her with a finger pointed at her forehead, warning that relying on appearances could lead to significant misfortune in the future. As the Nangong sisters exchanged their musings, Zhounjun's gaze seemed to penetrate through all, locking onto their direction. Upon receiving his piercing glance, the sisters felt an invisible pressure akin to that of a towering mountain suddenly descend upon them. Fortunately, this overwhelming force was transient, as the powerful figure had acknowledged their presence, yet refrained from making an aggressive move, indicating his ill intentions towards the blood-refining sect. Nangong Yuran, her face pale, spoke softly, echoing her sister's silent agreement with a nod. They were left pondering the identity of this enigmatic figure, unable to discern who he might be despite ruminating on the strong contenders of Qingzhou. Nangong Shinran gazed at Zhounjun, who appeared like a supreme ruler, her brow knitted in thought. Such a powerful individual should have long made his name known across Qingzhou. It is akin to a figure clad in resplendent crimson robes. The audacious Lu Yin. Upon seeing him, one can readily surmise that he is the master of Huofeng Mountain from the Daotian sect. Is the patriarch of blood refinement not yet prepared to face his demise? While Nangong Shinran pondered this perplexity, Zhounjun, seated upon the 9-dragon chariot, spoke forth, his voice reverberating like thunder across the entire blood refinement mountain. To think, it is indeed the master of the Daotian sect. Upon hearing Zhounjun's identity, the hearts of the 3 Nangong sisters surged with tumultuous waves. Chapter 16, Blood Ancestor. It is truly unexpected for the master of the Daotian sect to manifest in this place. The second sister, Nangong Shinran, found it hard to believe. After all, the masters of the Daotian sect are renowned for their formidable powers and illustrious status. Lower-tier cultivators, even if they toil for a lifetime, can merely listen to their legends, and to behold their true forms is a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Nevertheless, given that he is the master of the Daotian sect, it is hardly surprising that these 9 ethereal dragon steeds draw the chariot. The youngest sister, Nangong Yuran, nodded in agreement at this moment. Yet the eldest sister, Nangong Anren, furrowed her brow, remarking, "Indeed, the master of Yunju Mountain is quite notorious in Qingzhou. However, I recall that this master gained renown not for his prowess, but rather, conversely, for being a cultivation failure. Yet now, it appears that such rumors might be unfounded. Perhaps this master of Yunju has been deliberately enduring humiliation, waiting for the opportune moment to reveal his true strength." At this moment, Nangong Shinran gazed at Zhounjun with eyes full of reverence. "Wow, second sister. Why do I feel as though you are on the verge of transforming into the form of this master of Yunju?" At this moment, Nangong Yuran jested, only to douse the enthusiasm with a splash of cold water, saying, "However, second sister, do not harbor any illusions. The master of Yunju Mountain possesses the strength to tame 9-headed virtual immortal gray dragons, and it is likely that his cultivation has reached a more profound realm. Even if he were to seek a partner, it is improbable that he would cast his eyes upon you. Ha! You little girl, do not curse me. There's a saying that goes, one must dare to dream and act." Nangong Shinran retorted cheerfully. Simultaneously, a voice resonated from Blood Refinement Mountain, an elderly figure announcing, "This old man, Blood Refinement, pays his respects to the master of Yunju Mountain." As the words fell, a crimson mist ascended above Blood Refinement Mountain, eventually coalescing into the form of an elderly man in a red robe, who bowed respectfully to Zhounjun. "Embrace death," Zhounjun grinned, a smile that held ominous intent. "Roar, roar, roar." With the conclusion of Li Zhoujun's words, the 9 dragons emitted a thunderous roar. Faced with the 9-headed virtual immortal gray dragons, the blood refinement ancestor, at the nascent soul stage, was utterly petrified with fear. Trembling, he exclaimed, "Master of Zhounjun Mountain, should you dare to slay me, my benefactors will surely not spare you. No wonder you have the audacity to confront me. It seems you have support behind you. However, I am quite eager to see who dares to oppose me." Li Zhoujun sneered, issuing a direct command for the 9 dragons to strike. Obeying the command, the 9 dragons opened their maws wide, unleashing 9 streams of mist that were nearly tangible, sweeping forth like an overwhelming tide towards the blood refinement ancestor. This mist emanated an intensely frigid aura, causing the 3 Nangong sisters, far below the mountain, to tremble uncontrollably, even as they attempted to muster their full cultivation to resist the biting cold. Yet just as the mist was about to close in on the blood refinement ancestor, an unexpected twist occurred. The eyes of the blood refining ancestor turned a deep crimson, as streams of sanguine energy erupted from every pore of his being, ultimately coalescing behind him into a massive, scarlet apparition that towered dozens of zhang high. This blood-red specter, reminiscent of a small mountain, bore no visage, yet with a mere gesture, it effortlessly dispersed the chilling mist emitted by the 9-headed celestial dragon. What? The Nangong sisters, stationed beneath blood refining mountain, widened their eyes in disbelief as they witnessed the frost from the collective breath of the 9-headed celestial dragon being so easily shattered by this sanguine apparition. Such a dragon, a 9-headed celestial being, was undoubtedly a pinnacle of combat prowess in this era. At the very moment the Crimson Spectre acted, in an obscure village, an old beggar, sprawled on the roadside in a deep slumber, slowly opened his murky eyes and gazed toward the location of the Crimson Phantom. So this ancient creature has manifested once more. The old beggar yawned, and then his form gradually began to dissipate in place. When he reappeared, it was above the confrontation between the blood-red spectre and Li Zhoujun. This young lad is indeed inscrutable to me," the old beggar exclaimed in astonishment upon catching sight of Li Zhoujun. However, at that moment, Li Zhoujun remained oblivious to the sudden appearance of the old beggar above him, nor did the blood-red apparition seem to notice him either. Li Zhoujun's gaze was sharp as he regarded the sanguine spectre behind the blood-refining ancestor, sneering. What sort of underworld creature dares to act with such impudence within the domain of my Daotian sect? Such audacity, young one, to even challenge my pawn? At this moment, the Crimson Phantom emitted a voice resembling that of an elderly man, chuckling heartily. He then shifted his tone, remarking, "A 9-headed virtual dragon? It could indeed serve as a delightful supplement for me." Such audacious remarks. Who on earth is this individual? The Nangong sisters were taken aback. The 9-headed virtual dragon was mentioned with such casualness, akin to a mere home-cooked dish. Simultaneously, they felt a sense of relief that the master of Zhounjun had arrived. Otherwise, had it been just the 3 of them confronting the Crimson Phantom, would they not have been treated as trifles? Do you think the master of Zhounjun is a match for this unexpected intruder? At this juncture, Nangong Shinran anxiously inquired, "Sister, are you already preparing to fulfill your wifely duties even before you have fully recovered?" Nangong Yuran, ever the optimist, could not resist teasing her elder sister, even amidst such perilous circumstances. Hearing this, Nangong Shinran rolled her eyes and responded, "If the master of Zhounjun cannot withstand this, we shall all perish." Oh! Nangong Yuran found her sister's explanation utterly implausible. At that moment, Nangong Anren suddenly interjected, "This Crimson Phantom reminds me of a legend." "What legend?" Nangong Shinran queried. Nangong Anren continued, "I once read an account in the unofficial histories of Qingzhou stating that a blood ancestor descended from beyond the heavens a myriad of years ago, bringing forth a vast sea of blood that ravaged Qingzhou, resulting in the suffering of countless beings and the decay of all things. Subsequently, a true immortal named Xilu intervened and sealed the blood ancestor on Blood God Island, which lies 180,000 miles from Qingzhou. Sister, are you suggesting that this Crimson Phantom is that very blood ancestor?" Nangong Shinran gasped in astonishment. This is indeed a being that can rival the true immortals. Even if it is merely a fragment of its being, it cannot be matched by the Lord of Cloud Residence. Can it? Contemplating this, she cast a worried glance at Zhounjun. Although it was her first encounter with the Lord of Cloud Residence, at that moment, Nangong Shinran found herself deeply captivated by his charisma. Meanwhile, Zhounjun smiled and said, "Are you so certain that you can defeat me?" The Crimson Phantom, upon hearing this, chuckled and remarked, "Youngster, in this realm, even this fragment of my true self is an invincible presence. You should resign yourself to your fate." As these words fell, the Crimson Phantom moved to strike, its hand resembling a mountain as it reached towards Zhounjun. "Wait," Zhounjun suddenly interjected. "Oh, are you afraid?" The Crimson Phantom paused, astonished. "Certainly not. Your prowess seems commendable. Why not engage in something entertaining? Let's make a wager," Zhounjun proposed with a smile. "Oh, what sort of wager?" The Crimson Phantom's interest was piqued. Zhounjun replied, "Should you fail to defeat me, you shall call me father." "Oh, and if you were to perish at my hands?" inquired the Crimson Phantom. Zhounjun looked at him as if he were foolish and said, "Are you daft? If I were dead, wouldn't you do as you please?" The Crimson Phantom fell silent. One of the Nangong sisters, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter at the base of the mountain. The old beggar above, witnessing this, also smiled and remarked, "This lad possesses quite the spirit. It is my first time seeing someone so bold as to jest with that bloodthirsty old dog." Chapter 17. "You have grown old, boy. Are you toying with me, the ancestor?" The spectral figure behind the blood refinement ancestor spoke with a hint of irritation. Zhounjun was taken aback. "Did you not claim that even this incarnation of yours is unrivaled in this world? Why do you seem so timid now?" "Oomph. You glib youngling, prepare to meet your demise." The Crimson Spectre scoffed, its massive blood-red hand clenched into a fist, descending with overwhelming force towards Zhounjun. At that moment, the system issued a task. Ding! Detecting that the blood ancestor regards the host with contempt, the system has released a task. The host must astonish the blood ancestor to earn extraordinary rewards. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Zhounjun realized that it was once again prompting him to showcase his prowess. With a cold smirk, he declared, "O small blood ancestor, do you truly believe yourself to be unparalleled? Today, I shall enlighten you, revealing what it means for the waves of the Yangtze River to push against the preceding waves, causing the former to be washed ashore." As these words escaped Zhounjun's lips, the Crimson Spectre was momentarily stunned. It had not anticipated that Zhounjun not only recognized it, but also harbored such disdain. Enraged, it retorted, "You little rascal, aware of my identity, yet still so arrogant. I shall witness whether you possess the strength to back your words." With the blood ancestor's furious proclamation, the descending colossal fist intensified in might, its terrifying aura dimming the very heavens, causing the three Nangong sisters below to feel their hearts race, a lump rising in their throats. The old beggar in the sky, observing Li Zhouwu's unwavering confidence, felt a twinge of astonishment. This youth appeared to be quite extraordinary. As the Nangong triplets watched, the old beggar beheld the colossal fist of the blood ancestor descending, and at that moment, Li Zhouwu struck. He faced the impending onslaught of the blood ancestor's massive fist, and instead of retreating, he launched a counterattack with a punch. This blow, seemingly unremarkable, resembled the strike of an ordinary man. Yet, upon colliding with the blood ancestor's descending fist, it produced a thunderous roar. A tempest erupted from the clash between Li Zhouwu and the blood ancestor, radiating outward in all directions, shattering the void and creating numerous black fissures. This confrontation resulted in a stalemate. Meanwhile, Li Zhouwu's expression remained calm and composed. "What?" The blood ancestor, stunned by Li Zhouwu's ability to effortlessly withstand a strike, felt an overwhelming shock within. Despite being merely a clone, he had undeniably reached the pinnacle of the transcendent stage. Could it be that this youth had attained the status of a true immortal? Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and successfully astonishing the blood ancestor. Ding! The system rewards you with automatic training. Automatic training. The host cultivation can now proceed autonomously. Automatic training. Li Zhouwu's eyes brightened at the system's latest reward. However, he needed to first resolve the issue posed by the Blood Ancestor. He turned to the Blood Ancestor, sneering, "You have grown old. This is now the era of the youth. It would be wise for you to refrain from embarrassing yourself." Arrogance, even among those of similar cultivation in the Great Vehicle, reveals inherent disparities. The Ancestor reached the pinnacle of the Great Vehicle countless years prior to you. When the true form of the Ancestor descends, I shall ensure that your audacious self is utterly obliterated. With a disdainful snort, the Blood Ancestor's avatar, having expended formidable power, could no longer sustain itself and began to dissipate. Yet in that fleeting moment before vanishing, he heard Li Zhounjun say, "When your true form arrives, do remember to call me Father." Blood Ancestor, seeking death. Before he could finish his retort, the Blood Ancestor's avatar had completely dissolved. On Blood God Island, within a secluded cave, an elder clad in a scarlet robe suddenly opened his eyes wide. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "How dare this young wretch belittle the Ancestor so? Once I emerge, I vow to render you utterly powerless." With the elder's furious shout, the vast Blood God Island trembled in response. Returning to Blood Refinement Mountain. After the Blood Ancestor's avatar had fully dissipated, the old beggar hovering above Li Zhoujun remarked, "When did such a youthful, great vehicle true, immortal emerge in Qingzhou? It seems I am truly aging. Perhaps it is time for me to wander and enjoy the mountains and waters." As his words faded, the old beggar offered a slight bow to Li Zhoujun before gradually fading away. The old beggar saluted Li Zhoujun, believing that his own power did not match that of the Blood Ancestor's avatar, which had failed to perceive his arrival. However, given Li Zhoujun's cultivation as a great vehicle true immortal, he was certain that Li Zhoujun had sensed his presence, hence the bow as he departed. Unbeknownst to him, Li Zhoujun had no inkling of the figure that had suddenly appeared above him. This master of Cloud Residence Mountain was, in fact, a great vehicle true immortal. At this moment, the three sisters of the Nangong family gazed in astonishment at Li Zhoujun, who was seated upon the Nine Dragons' chariot. After all, the Blood Ancestor had openly acknowledged Li Zhoujun's formidable cultivation. He was indeed a true immortal of the Great Ascension. Should he choose to establish a sect, it would undoubtedly rival, if not surpass, the Dao Tian sect in strength, for he was a living Great Ascendant. The Mountain Lord, spare us. Simultaneously, the Blood Refinement Ancestor looked upon Li Zhoujun with a countenance filled with dread. He had been rendered powerless when the Blood Ancestor suddenly appeared. Yet the scene of Li Zhoujun engaging in battle with the Blood Ancestor remained vividly etched in his mind. Li Zhoujun scoffed as beneath his feet, the Nine Dragons unleashed a torrent of frost. In an instant, the Blood Refinement Ancestor, along with his primordial spirit, was encased in a crystalline sheath of ice, which soon shattered with a cacophony of cracking sounds, reducing him to mere shards. Thus, the Blood Refinement Ancestor met his demise. However, the system had yet to grant the rewards for the annihilation of the Blood Refinement sect, indicating that Li Zhoujun's mission remained unfinished. Consequently, he flicked his fingertip in the void. A beam of sword light shot forth from his index finger, transforming into the proud snow sword. "Go! Slay all members of the Blood Refinement sect," Li Zhoujun commanded the snow sword. Obediently, the proud snow sword surged into the Blood Refinement sect, embarking on a rampage of slaughter. The three sisters of the Nangong family, having encountered the Mountain Lord Yunjiu, expressed their heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Mountain Lord, for your timely rescue." At this juncture, they floated a short distance before Li Zhoujun, clasping their fists in respect. In this close proximity, the sisters distinctly sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from the nine-headed virtual immortal level dragons, realizing just how formidable it truly was. At that moment, the proud snow-flying sword emerged from the Blood Refinement sect, transforming into a lady clad in a blue and white long dress, adorned with embroidered plum blossoms. This woman was truly mesmerizing, her smile enchanting enough to eclipse the beauty of the six palaces. Merely standing there made the Nangong sisters feel a sense of inadequacy. "Master, all the members of the Blood Refinement sect have been dealt with by the proud snow. However, I discovered some ordinary people and cultivators still alive in the dungeon. The lady, manifested from the proud snow flying sword, stated, "Beep, congratulations, host, for completing the task and annihilating the blood refinement sect. Beep, the system grants rewards. First grade Bixuang sword. Beep, the system grants rewards. Bixuang sword technique. Beep, the system grants rewards. Mid-stage nascent soul cultivation." As the proud snow announced the downfall of the blood refinement sect, and the system dispensed its rewards, Zhounjun contemplated the significance of these rewards. The Bixuang sword and the Bixuang sword technique could indeed be imparted to Su Nan. Subsequently, Zhounjun addressed the woman transformed from the proud snow flying sword, saying, "Very well, return." "Yes, master," the proud snow replied, before dissolving into spiritual light and merging into Zhounjun's body. Meanwhile, the Nangong sisters pondered, is this what it means to be a sword immortal? To slay enemies from thousands of miles away with but a thought. With just a single notion, she obliterated the entire blood refinement sect. Chapter 18, Dazhao Mountain. "The Shui family, you three. What brings you here?" Zhounjun inquired, casting a glance at the Nangong sisters. Reporting to the mountain master, "The blood refinement sect has captured my benefactor and my sisters, and I have come to rescue him," Nangong Aaron replied. "Indeed, the blood refining sect has met its demise. Henceforth, you may govern your own affairs." Zhounjun nodded, subsequently commanding the 9-dragon chariot to depart under the respectful gazes of the 3 Nangong sisters. "Wow, second sister, aren't you known for your daring spirit? Why didn't you engage the Lord of Yunju Mountain in more conversation earlier? If it had gone well, both I and elder sister could have basked in your glory as well." Nangong Yuran teased Nangong Shinran at that moment. Nangong Shinran rolled her eyes in response, remaining silent. She certainly wished to, yet the palpable pressure emanating from the Lord of Yunju Mountain during their close encounter rendered her speechless. Not only was it daunting to initiate a conversation, but even uttering a word felt excessively intimidating. The week passed in the blink of an eye. "Little girl, how have you found your time at home these past few days?" Zhounjun inquired with a smile towards Su Nan in the Su family's reception hall. Quite well, Su Nan replied, her eyes glistening with tears. Internally, she felt a bittersweet pang. On the first day home, her father had indeed been exceedingly warm, showering her with delightful treats and amusements. By the third day, however, he had grown rather composed. Upon discovering she could cook, he insisted she prepare her own meals. By the 5th day, matters escalated significantly. Her father had entered training mode, and upon finding her sleeping in, he would burst in exclaiming, "You wretched girl! It's already mid-morning and you're still asleep. How can you face your master, let alone your father?" Reluctantly, Su Nan would rise from her slumber and begin her training. "Mountain Lord, my daughter hopes to receive your guidance henceforth," Su Hung expressed with a touch of sadness, aware that his daughter was about to leave home. Zhounjun smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, Su Patriarch, this girl is my disciple, and no one shall dare to bully her." That's good. Su Hung nodded repeatedly. "All right, head of the Su family, I shall not trouble you any further. Farewell," Zhounjun said as he rose. "Safe travels." Mountain Master Su Hung stood to see him off, then turned to remind Su Nan, who was trailing behind Zhounjun. "Child, remember to listen to your master and avoid provoking him. Do you understand?" "Don't worry, father, I understand. You take care of your health too." As they faced parting, Su Nan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She then followed Zhounjun out of the Su family residence. "Master, what are we going to do now?" Su Nan inquired after regaining her composure. Zhounjun smiled gently. "We are waiting for someone." "No need to wait. I have arrived," came a woman's voice. "Greetings, Mountain Master Murong." Su Nan greeted the newcomer, who was none other than Murong Shui. "Here so soon?" Zhounjun expressed surprise at Murong Shui. Murong Shui's lips twitched slightly as she looked up at the dark spot in the sky. "Your 9 dragons carriage is quite conspicuous. It would be difficult not to find it." "Then let us set off," Zhounjun grinned. Soon, aboard the 9 dragons carriage, Zhounjun was flanked by 2 beautiful women, one tall and one petite, as they made their way to the Shui family of Dazhao Mountain. 3 days later, at Dazhao Mountain, the Shui family's residence was built against the mountainside. Though termed a residence, Its scale rivaled that of a small city. At this moment, the Shui family was enveloped in an atmosphere of joyous celebration, with guests arriving in a continuous stream at the gates. Congratulations! Congratulations! The ancestral elder of the Shui family has broken through to the harmonization realm. The Shui family is now considered one of the premier families of Qingzhou. A guest stood before the grand entrance of the Shui family, offering congratulations. This middle-aged man was none other than Zhounjun, the patriarch of the Shui clan, a formidable figure in the realm of virtual immortals. Beside him stood a strikingly handsome youth, exuding an air of haughtiness. He was Shui Wenyin, the young master of the family and the son of Zhounjun. With the family's ancestral elder having transcended to the combined body realm, Wenyin felt an immense joy. For having such a powerful being within the family meant that in the future, as he traversed Qingzhou, none would dare to underestimate him. "Haha, my friend, please. Come inside," Zhounjun said courteously to the speaking cultivator, though his face betrayed an enduring air of superiority. At that moment, dark clouds gathered above the Shui residence, and a spectacle unfolded. 9 dragon-like creatures of virtual immortal caliber descended, drawing a grand palanquin through the sky. Who is this formidable being that dares to use 9 virtual immortal dragons to pull a palanquin? How terrifying! As these dragons approach, I can feel the blood within me surging. The cultivators outside the Shui family gate were struck with astonishment. Even Zhounjun, in his realm of virtual immortality, shifted from pride to solemnity. "Ah, the white-clad lady on the palanquin. I have been fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of her. She is none other than Master Murong of the Dao Tian sect." The realization sent waves of shock through the onlookers. To think that Master Murong stands beside that young man. Who could he possibly be? At that moment, a cultivator recognized Murong Shui and was overwhelmed with astonishment. What a beautiful lady! Shui Wenyin, upon seeing Su Nan, felt as though his very heart had been ensnared. Unlike ordinary maidens, this young girl in green attire, at first glance, seemed to possess a beauty that transcended the ordinary. The more one gazes upon it, the deeper one becomes ensnared, unable to extricate oneself. Zhounjun, the master of Zhounjun from the Dao Tian sect, accompanied by his disciple Su Nan, extends his congratulations to the esteemed ancestor of the Shui family for successfully transcending to the harmonization realm, thus ascending to the pinnacle of Qingzhou. Murong Shui, the master of Lingshu Mountain from the Dao Tian sect, also commends the Shui family ancestor on his remarkable achievement. As the 9 dragons' carriage gradually came to a halt in midair, Zhounjun and Murong Shui began to speak. The master of Zhounjun? Could it be that ineffectual mountain lord from the Dao Tian sect? Has he taken on disciples as well? Yet, something feels amiss. If the master of Zhounjun were truly inept, how could he occupy such a central position? At this moment, several cultivators, upon hearing Zhounjun announce his title, began to speculate. Upon discovering that the young lady was indeed the disciple of the so-called ineffectual master of Zhounjun, Shui Wenyuan turned to his father and conveyed telepathically, "Father, is it possible that the Dao Tian sect has sent this seemingly unremarkable individual, the master of Zhounjun, along with his disciple, to our Shui family? Perhaps with the intent of establishing a marital alliance?" Such a possibility was not entirely implausible. Zhounjun, astonished by his son's line of thought, simultaneously recognized the validity of the notion. After all, with the emergence of a harmonization realm powerhouse within the Shui family, it would not be surprising for the Dao Tian sect to employ strategies to cultivate a relationship with them. Indeed, a harmonization realm adept would rank among the elite of the mountain lords in the Dao Tian sect. If that is the case, then let us acquiesce to their proposal. "It seems that the disciple of the master of Zhounjun has caught my son's eye," Shui Wenyuan stated confidently. Upon hearing his son's words, Zhounjun couldn't help but scrutinize Su Nan, who stood beside Zhounjun. Upon discovering that Su Nan possessed a sacred grade, ice spiritual root, he spoke with a tone tinged with gravity. "You, my boy, should refrain from such fanciful notions. The disciple of the master of cloud residence possesses a sacred grade, ice spiritual root. If the master were truly a waste, the Dao Tian sect would never permit one of such caliber to enter his fold." This Master of Cloud residence is certainly not as simple as we perceive. At that moment, a terrifying aura surged from within the Shui family, transforming into the figure of an elder clad in a black and gold robe. His hair is white as snow, traversing the void. We pay our respects to the ancestor. Upon witnessing this elder, Zhounjun and the other members of the Shui family knelt in reverence. Chapter 19. Chu Fan, I am the old man, Shui Wuliang. It is an honor to meet the two masters of Dao Tian sect. Your presence at my humble banquet brings great honor to my countenance. At this moment, the Shui family elder disregarded the kneeling crowd and turned to Li Zhounjun and Murong Shui with a respectful smile. There is no need for such formalities, Elder Shui. Li Zhounjun replied with a cheerful demeanor. The Master of Cloud residence is too kind. Please, both masters, do come to my humble abode for further conversation. Shui Wuliang invited with a smile. Your hospitality is greatly appreciated, Elder Shui, Li Zhounjun responded. As they spoke, Li Zhounjun, accompanied by Su Nan and Murong Shui, gracefully descended from the 9 flood dragons' carriage. Shui Wuliang then instructed the members of the Shui family. Ensure that the 9 dragon immortals of the Dao Tian sect are well attended to. Any negligence shall be met with family discipline. We understand. The Shui family members promptly affirmed. Subsequently, Li Zhounjun and his companions followed Shui Wuliang into the Shui family estate. Only those affiliated with the Dao Tian sect could warrant such a personal reception from the Shui family elder. The waiting cultivators observed as Li Zhounjun and his companions, under the guidance of the venerable ancestor of the Shui family, entered the grand estate. They couldn't help but express their sentiments. Meanwhile, Shui Wuliang was leading Li Zhounjun, Su Nan, and Murong Shui through the Shui family residence, a sprawling estate reminiscent of a small city. Li Zhounjun addressed the system, requesting a check-in. Beep. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the check-in task. Beep. The system grants a reward. 1 punch to annihilate the composite body. 1 punch to annihilate the composite body. The host's physical form can condense into a formidable punch capable of vanquishing any cultivator below the Tribulation Realm. Note, this punch may only be utilized once. Such ferocity. Li Zhounjun gasped in astonishment at the reward bestowed by the system. The composite body realm in the Qingzhou continent undoubtedly represents a pinnacle of combat prowess. While Li Zhounjun reveled in the system's bounty, Su Nan, the young girl, was keenly observing her surroundings within the Shui family estate. Although she hailed from a wealthy lineage, it was merely one of mortals, and thus, witnessing a cultivator family utilizing a small city as their residence left her somewhat astounded. Shui Wuliang, noticing her reaction, remarked, "The disciple of the Cloud Residence Mountain Lord is quite perceptive. Indeed, ancestor of the Shui family, you jest," Li Zhounjun replied with a slight smile. "This is no jest. Your esteemed disciple possesses a sacred grade, ice, spiritual root. To have such a student, the Cloud Residence Mountain Lord must be remarkable," Shui Wuliang responded with a grin. "Then perhaps I have been overly modest," Li Zhounjun laughed heartily. As they conversed, they arrived at a vast plaza, which was adorned with numerous tables and seats. "We have met with the venerable ancestor of the Shui family," they declared. As the crowd in the square noticed Shui Wuliang's presence, they all rose respectfully to greet him. "There is no need for excessive courtesy, my esteemed guests," Shui Wuliang replied with a smile. He then introduced Li Zhounjun and his companions to the gathered crowd, stating, "These two are the masters of Yunju Mountain and Lingxue Mountain from the Dao Tian sect." The assembly of cultivators acknowledged the presence of the Lingxue Mountain Master and the Yunju Mountain Master with deference. However, upon learning that the youthful figure was the Yunju Mountain Master, a hint of mockery flickered in their eyes. Unlike Shui Wuliang, who had secluded himself for centuries, they had heard tales of the Yunju Mountain Master being a veritable failure in cultivation. Nevertheless, out of respect for his representation of the Dao Tian sect, the cultivators addressed Li Zhounjun as the Yunju Mountain Master. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A resounding crash echoed from the gates of the Shui family, and the protective array surrounding their mountain began to tremble violently. In the void, countless golden runes illuminated the air, flickering ominously as if on the verge of shattering. How audacious for someone to dare intrude upon the Shui family's territory, fully aware that their ancestor had broken through to the integration realm. Was this a death wish? Just as the cultivators were struck with alarm, the multitude of runes exploded in a cacophony. Momins latte. They beheld a streak of black mist streaking across the sky like a shooting star, ultimately descending upon the square where the Shui family was hosting their banquet. The mist coalesced into a figure clad in a black robe, donning a white mask. Through the eye openings of the mask, a pair of crimson pupils glinted menacingly. Could this be the fabled red-eyed demon lord, who had stirred the winds and waves of Qingzhou thousands of years ago? The red-eyed demon lord? Was he not already slain by the powerful void immortal of the Daotian sect? Yet now, upon observing his cultivation, it appears he has reached the fusion stage. The assembled cultivators, upon recognizing the newcomer, gasped in astonishment. Who dares to intrude upon the grounds of the Shui clan? Shui Wuliang remarked with a cold snort upon seeing the visitor. What's the matter, old dog? Have you forgotten me? The crimson-eyed demon lord chuckled mockingly, then removed the mask from his face. A young and unremarkable visage was revealed to all. It's you. Shui Wuliang's expression shifted to one of shock, quickly followed by a sneer. I never imagined you were still alive. Ha, old dog, if you haven't perished, how could I possibly meet my end? The crimson-eyed demon lord sneered. Since you have broken through to the fusion stage, I have no gifts for you, except for the severed heads of these two little hounds. As the words left the crimson-eyed demon lord's lips, two bloodied heads rolled forth from his dark robe, landing gruesomely at Shui Wuliang's feet. They were the heads of Zhounjun, the head of the Shui clan, and his son, Shui Wenyuan. Thus, the mighty void immortal perished. In the square, some cultivators recognized the grim trophies as belonging to Zhounjun and Shui Wenyuan, who had welcomed them at the gates of the Shui clan. The bloody scene caused Li Zhounjun to glance anxiously at Su Nan, only to find her face pale, yet composed, without any excessive reaction. Li Zhounjun was taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation. In today's world, within the realm of mortals, it is not uncommon to witness individuals succumbing to the harshness of the streets or falling victim to acts of violence. Thus, the behavior of the young girl is somewhat understandable. How audacious! At this moment, upon discovering the two severed heads at his feet, Shui Wuliang's countenance darkened, and an overwhelming aura of terror erupted from him, a power capable of dimming the very heavens and earth, causing the faces of the cultivators in the square to turn pale in an instant. Ah, you are enraged? The crimson-eyed demon lord, witnessing the furious Shui Wuliang, laughed maniacally, saying, When you forced your own daughter to her demise, why did you not exhibit such fury? In light of your current malevolent demeanor, it was indeed wise of me not to entrust my daughter to you back then. Upon hearing the words of the crimson-eyed demon lord, Shui Wuliang snorted coldly. Umph. The demon lord, known as Chu Fan, had once been an ordinary man, a penniless fool who, by a twist of fate, fell in love with Shui Wuliang's daughter, Shuang. At that time, Shui Wuliang, the head of the Shui family, had already arranged a betrothal for his daughter with another family even before her birth. Therefore, upon learning that his daughter had fallen for a mere mortal, Shui Wuliang was filled with wrath, and that very night, he forcibly married her off to the other family. However, his daughter, possessing a fiery temperament, took her own life in the bridal chamber the very next day. Upon receiving this devastating news, Chu Fan was engulfed in despair. Initially contemplating his own demise, he was instead noticed by a demon cultivator who took him as a disciple. From that moment forth, he vowed that one day he would slay the old dog, Shui Wuliang, to avenge his beloved Inger. Yet at that time, Shui Wuliang had already attained the level of a celestial immortal. Chu Fan sought to elevate his cultivation for the purpose of vengeance, relentlessly engaging in the acts of killing and alchemy. Upon reaching the Yuan Ing stage, while slaughtering an entire city, he was unexpectedly subdued by a passing celestial expert of the Daotian sect with a single, crushing palm. Fortunately, he was aware that his deeds would inevitably attract the pursuit of righteous cultivators, so he had prudently concealed a fragment of his Yuan Ing within a stone. Should he perish, this fragment would grant him a second chance at life. With the resurrection, Chu Fan adopted a low profile, remaining in hiding for millennia. It was not until a century ago that he broke through to the combined body stage, and, after meticulous preparation, he finally chose this day to confront Shui Wuyang for retribution. Chapter 20. A single punch could annihilate him. None of you present today shall escape. Nor should you harbor any resentment. You can only blame your association with that old dog, Shui. All of you will serve as stepping stones for my ascension into the tribulation stage. As he spoke, a bloodthirsty smile emerged on Chu Fan's face, and he unleashed a towering pillar of blood. Subsequently, a crimson barrier expanded from the pinnacle of the blood pillar, enveloping the entire Shui family within its sanguine embrace. Completion of the combined body stage. Blood sacrifice grand array. The onlookers, cultivators of the scene, were struck with astonishment. This red-eyed demon lord, Chu Fan, had indeed attained the pinnacle of the combined body stage. Moreover, the summoning of the blood sacrifice grand array clearly indicated his intent to transform everyone present into blood essence for alchemy. A blood sacrifice grand array? Could it be that this young man is a pawn of the blood ancestor, akin to the blood-refining old master? At that moment, upon hearing the term blood sacrifice grand array, Li Zhoujun's eyes reflected a mixture of surprise and disbelief. Upon witnessing Chu Fan unleash the aura of a perfected harmonization realm, Shui Wuyang's visage transformed from one of furious indignation to sheer terror. Master Yunju, in the face of this adversary, do you possess any assurance? Murong Shui inquired gravely of Li Zhoujun. The crimson-eyed demon lord had attained the pinnacle of the harmonization realm, while she herself was merely at the mid-stage of the same realm. Even with the addition of Shui Wuyang, who had just recently breached the initial stage, they remained woefully outmatched. Only if Li Zhoujun's strength could ascend to the perfected harmonization realm could they hope to survive. One must not underestimate the disparities between the minor stages within the harmonization realm, for even a slight difference in level cannot be compensated for by sheer numbers. To illustrate, one who has just broken into the harmonization realm could be likened to an infant, while a mid-stage harmonization practitioner resembles an adult. Though both are human, the chasm between them is insurmountable. Can 100 infants truly contend with a single adult? The gap between mid-stage and late-stage harmonization, as well as that between late-stage and perfected harmonization, is even more pronounced. One punch, Li Zhoujun remarked with a light chuckle. Is that all you can manage? Murong Shui replied, her tone laced with bitterness. A single punch could subdue him. Li Zhoujun's lips twitched. How high must Murong Shui think of herself? Do not boast, she retorted, incredulous. To defeat a grandmaster at the perfected harmonization realm with a single blow, one must at least reach the tribulation realm. No, I assure you, I am not exaggerating, Li Zhoujun remarked, then patted the trembling Su Nan and smiled. As long as your master is here, no one can harm you. I have also prepared a sword technique and a flying sword for you tomorrow. Su Nan replied, her body, once quivering with fear, gradually steadied, revealing her deep trust in Li Zhoujun. Chu Fan, do not be so arrogant, even if I am no match for you now. Are you aware that among those present today are 2 mountain lords of the Dao Tian sect? At this moment, Shui Wuyang mustered his courage and coldly snorted. The mountain lords of the Dao Tian sect are here? How fortuitous! I shall take this opportunity to settle the score for that slap from long ago. Once my cultivation breaks through the tribulation, I will pay the Dao Tian sect a visit to see precisely what makes them the foremost sect of Qingzhou. Chu Fan grinned, his expression unrestrained. Arrogant. Murong Shui frowned, her voice sharp. Mid-stage of the integration realm? You must be one of the mountain lords from the Dao Tian sect present today, Chu Fan said, eyeing Murong Shui with a look of feigned astonishment. You possess quite a lovely exterior, making it difficult for me to bring myself to kill you. How about this? You willingly become my cultivation furnace. To have a mountain lord of the Dao Tian sect as my furnace would indeed be a splendid affair. You seek death. Unable to tolerate Chu Fan's humiliation any longer, Murong Shui unleashed a sword light from her fingertip, aimed directly at him. As the heavens above began to shower down delicate snowflakes, What swiftness in that flying sword! What a heavy, killing intent! Just as Murong Shui made her move, the cultivators present collectively inhaled sharply. If this flying sword were directed at them, they feared that they would lose their heads before they even had time to breathe. Yet, in the face of the approaching sword, Chu Fan merely chuckled coldly. He slowly raised his hand, and a blood-red giant hand materialized before him, effortlessly grasping Murong Shui's flying sword within its grip. Is this the prowess of a perfected integration realm cultivator? Such a powerful strike from the mountain master of Murong was effortlessly received. Witnessing this scene, despair surged in the hearts of the onlookers. If even the mountain master of Murong was no match, what hope did they have of survival? As for the mountain master of Yunju, Zhounjun, it was better to forget about him. He was nothing but a useless cultivator, likely to be outclassed even by a mere Qi refinement stage attendant. The disparity was simply too great. Seeing this, Murong Shui felt a deep bitterness within her. I initially considered sparing your life due to your appearance. But since you seek death, do not blame me for what follows. Zhu Fan's gulp, commanding the blood-red hand that held the flying sword to hurl it directly at Murong Shui. Whoosh! The flying sword shot towards its mistress with astonishing speed. Murong Shui's eyes widened in despair. It was far too swift for her to defend against. Just then, a hand with long fingers appeared before her, gently grasping the sword's tip and holding it effortlessly in place. Remarkably, this hand bore not a single mark. The owner of this palm is none other than Zhounjun. This legendary so-called useless mountain lord has actually parried a strike. Should anyone dare to claim that the Lord of Cloud Residence is inept, I shall twist their heads off and use them as a ball. At this moment, the assembled cultivators are utterly astonished. The Lord of Cloud Residence has effortlessly received a blow from the perfected red-eyed demon lord, emerging unscathed. If he is deemed useless, then what does that make them? Utterly inept? There are always those who, believing their longevity and worldly experience make them invincible, are sorely mistaken. Zhounjun tossed the flying sword into the hands of the still-dazed Murong Shui, clasped his hands behind his back, and gazed at the red-eyed demon lord traversing the void. Offering a slight smile, there is no need for doubt. This statement is meant for your ears. Who are you? Chu Fan squinted at Zhounjun, who had effortlessly withstood his strike. The young man, devoid of any aura and seemingly ordinary save for his handsome appearance, now exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure that even the perfected cultivator Chu Fan could not ignore. Dao Tian Sect, Lord of Cloud Residence, Zhounjun. Zhounjun grinned. I'm also the one who shall end your life today. Today you shall kill me? Chu Fan murmured as if to himself, only to burst in a laughter the next moment. How arrogant! Do you truly believe that parrying my strike grants you the power to slay me? As his words fell, Chu Fan widened his eyes in shock, for Zhounjun had already made his move. A fist the size of a cooking pot surged forth with an unparalleled momentum, expanding before Chu Fan's very eyes. Chu Fan attempted to defend himself, but to his horror, he discovered that his entire being felt as if it were ensnared by an invisible chain woven by the heavens, rendering him immobile. He could only watch helplessly as Zhounjun's fist descended upon his face with a brutal force. With a thunderous crash, Chu Fan was obliterated before the eyes of the gathered cultivators, his physical form shattered into a mist of blood. Even in his final moments, he could scarcely believe that after enduring for thousands of years, he would meet such a hasty end. He was filled with an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. As Chu Fan fell, the blood-red barrier that had enveloped the Shui family dissipated quietly. Was it truly possible for a fully realized cultivator of the harmonization realm to perish in such a manner? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. The master of Yunju Mountain had annihilated a consummate cultivator with a single blow. What level of power must he possess? Could it be that he was on the verge of transcending? It seemed highly plausible. The assembled cultivators regarded the figure standing majestically in the void with a mix of reverence and awe, as if a true immortal had descended among them. Murong Shui gazed at Zhounjun floating in the ether, her expression a blend of complexity. A 40-year-old transcendent? Such occurrences were rare throughout history. It was evident that during their previous encounter, Zhounjun had deliberately held back. Meanwhile, Su Nan, observing her master's unparalleled presence, felt her heart surge with excitement. Had it not been for the multitude present, she would have been inclined to dance in joy. Shui Wuliang, who had just recently broken through to the harmonization realm, looked at Li Zhoujun in the void, a bitter smile gracing his lips. He once believed he had transcended to the pinnacle of the harmonization realm, standing atop the heights of Qingzhou. However, after today's events, he realized how utterly laughable this notion truly was. On this vast expanse of Qingzhou, it seemed that a practitioner of the harmonization realm was merely at the threshold of their journey. I am profoundly grateful to the master of Yunju Mountain for saving my life. At this moment, Shui Wuliang bowed respectfully to Li Zhoujun. We also extend our gratitude to the master of Yunju Mountain for his life-saving intervention. The other practitioners quickly followed suit, paying their respects to Li Zhoujun. In response, Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly, descending gracefully from the air with his hands clasped behind him, and remarked, "There is no need for such formalities. As the master of the foremost righteous sect in Qingzhou, it is merely my duty to eliminate such threats. Master Li, your sense of justice is commendable," Shui Wuliang expressed with reverence. He then turned to the assembled practitioners, saying, "You have all been startled at my Shui family's estate. This is a failing on our part. If you do not find it bothersome, I would like to extend the banquet from 3 days to 10, to help ease your distress. During this time, my family will surely provide exquisite wines to entertain you all, despite the fact that the Shui family was currently the victim. Having lost their head, it would be inappropriate to hastily conduct a funeral with so many practitioners present, as it would portray the Shui family as weak and incapable of handling adversity. As for the vacant position of the family head, as long as the venerable Shui Wuliang was present, the Shui family's fortunes would not falter. The head of the Shui family is most gracious." The practitioners responded with smiles. They would certainly welcome the opportunity to indulge in more days of delicacies. For the Shui family's substantial resources promised nourishment that could aid in their cultivation, alleviating some of their arduous training. As the Su family members tidied up the scene, the banquet continued. However, let us rewind to the moment when Li Zhoujun struck down Chu Fan. Within a grand hall, a mesmerizing young maiden, adorned in a flowing white gown with golden eyes and bare feet, gazed at the shattered bracelet on her right hand, disbelief etched upon her face. "Brother Chu Fan," she murmured, tears streaming down her cheeks. After an indeterminate time, her expression grew cold, and her voice echoed through the vast hall, icy and resolute. "Elder Wu." "Holy maiden." An elderly man emerged from the void upon hearing her call. "Investigate who has slain Chu Fan," the maiden commanded. "Elder, why concern yourself with the fate of a being from the lower realm? Besides, he shares no blood ties with you," Elder Wu replied, a frown creasing his brow. As he spoke, his thoughts drifted back thousands of years to when he was sent to the lower realm by the master of the Tai Su Palace, utilizing the secret arts of Tai Su to seek out potential candidates. Those chosen for descent were all formidable beings beneath the great ascension true immortal level. The reason for not sending true immortals to the lower realm was simple. The secret arts had not yet reached the capability of transporting them. The limit was set at those undergoing tribulation, as even they were regarded as the pinnacle of strength in the lower realm, sufficient to fulfill the tasks assigned by the Tai Su Palace. Upon his arrival in the lower realm, he fortuitously encountered a girl possessing the golden spirit immortal body. Her name was Chu Ro, and she had an elder brother named Chu Fan, along with parents who struggled to make ends meet. Upon further inquiry, it was revealed that Chu Ro was merely an abandoned infant discovered by this mortal family. Without hesitation, he chose to become the protector of the girl named Chu Ro. However, Chu Ro was reluctant to leave, as she could not bear to part with her brother, Chu Fan. In desperation, he resorted to a secret technique, drawing a fragment of Chu Fan's soul into a jade bracelet, informing Chu Ro that if Chu Fan were to perish completely, the bracelet would shatter. Thus, Chu Ro followed him, departing from that mortal family. The girl named Chu Ro was indeed the one with golden eyes and bare feet. Unexpectedly, after thousands of years, Chu Fan suddenly met his demise today, and naturally, The jade bracelet on Chu Ro's wrist shattered as well. "Old Wu, if you do not go, I shall venture forth myself," Chu Ro stated coldly, observing Old Wu's indifference towards her brother's fate. "As you command, my lady," Old Wu replied reluctantly. With that, his figure vanished once more into the darkness. As Old Wu departed, Chu Ro slowly rose, murmuring, "Brother Chu Fan, I shall ensure that the one who took your life is sent to accompany you in death." That night, at the Su family's grand estate in Dazhao Mountain, illuminated like a small city, Li Zhoujun rested in a small courtyard after exchanging pleasantries with a group of cultivators. Su Nan and Murong Shui settled in the adjacent courtyards. Earlier, Su Wuliang had mentioned Chu Fan a few times, and for some reason, there was an unsettling resemblance between Chu Fan's life experiences and the protagonists of those demonic cultivation novels. One couldn't help but wonder if someone would come seeking vengeance. A gentle breeze caressed the air as Li Zhoujun, clad in a flowing blue robe, stood in the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back. Gazing thoughtfully at the waning moon above, he murmured to himself, contemplating that regardless of whether Chu Fan resembled the protagonist, the mere fact that he harbored intentions to eliminate everyone present, including himself and Su Nan, warranted his demise. Chapter 22. A Mosquito Disregarding Chu Fan's Affairs. Li Zhoujun stepped out of the courtyard and made his way to Su Nan's residence. In her quaint courtyard, Su Nan sat beside a stone table, her chin resting on her hands, her delicate features lost in contemplation as she stared vacantly at the moon. "What captivates your attention?" Li Zhoujun inquired with a smile upon entering the courtyard and noticing her dazed expression. "Master," Su Nan exclaimed, rising hastily upon seeing him. "There is no need for such formality. Please, take a seat and share your thoughts with me," Li Zhoujun encouraged as he settled himself at the opposite side of the stone table. With a hint of melancholy, Su Nan confessed, "I haven't been pondering much. But during this period, I can't shake the feeling that the realm of cultivation is not as idyllic as I once imagined." Li Zhoujun replied with a gentle laugh. "Your ability to perceive this signifies your growth. It is often said that the world praises immortals, yet few realize that even they bear burdens. Practitioners of the way, much like mortals, are not so different apart from their pursuits. As a mortal, one toils over wealth, and as a cultivator, one frets over the resources necessary for advancement. Many cultivators devise countless schemes to outmaneuver their opponents for a single elixir. Rest assured, as long as I am here, until you are capable of standing on your own, no one shall inflict harm upon you." "Thank you, Master," Su Nan expressed, deeply touched. "Now, let us set aside such sentimental musings." Li Zhoujun smiled, and then took out the Bisha sword, presenting it to Su Nan. This sword is named Bisha, a first-grade flying sword. Although its rank is modest, its quality is exceptional, rivaling that of a third-grade sword. Given its classification, it should not be difficult for you to refine it into your life sword. "Thank you, Master. I will certainly live up to your expectations," Su Nan replied resolutely as he accepted the sword from Li Zhoujun. "That is all I ask," Li Zhoujun said with a smile, and then he touched Su Nan's forehead with his fingertip, bestowing upon him the Bisha sword technique. Once this was accomplished, Li Zhoujun withdrew his hand, while Su Nan became immersed in the intricacies of the Bisha sword technique. Suddenly, Li Zhoujun's brow furrowed. His gaze seemed to pierce through the void as he looked skyward. Has he discovered me? In the sky, an elderly man stood among the clouds, astonished as he beheld Li Zhoujun's sudden gaze directed at him. This man was none other than Old Wu, sent by Chung Ro to investigate the murderer of Chu Fan. Based on the shattered jade bracelet's approximate location, Old Wu traced the matter back to the Shui family, through those cultivators still at the banquet, who were extolling Li Zhoujun's virtues. He learned that it was indeed the master of Yunjishan from Daoshanzong who had slain Chu Fan with a single punch. This revelation led Old Wu to suspect that perhaps Li Zhoujun had already attained the tribulation stage. Consequently, he used soul-searching on the Shui family's servants to ascertain Li Zhoujun's whereabouts and subsequently arrived to investigate. It was then that Li Zhoujun had looked in his direction. At that moment, Old Wu was convinced that Li Zhoujun's ability to detect his position indicated that he had undoubtedly reached the tribulation stage. As old Wu pondered this, Li Zhouen extended his hand into the void with a firm grip. Upon witnessing this, Elder Wu's expression grew grave, his entire being poised for battle. However, as he observed, Li Zhouen opened his palm, revealing a lifeless mosquito nestled within. How dare such a diminutive creature disturb the cultivation of my esteemed disciple? Li Zhouen remarked with a cold smirk upon his face. Elder Wu, taken aback, muttered, "A mere mosquito? Is it truly necessary to make such a fuss over it? You nearly led me to believe I had been discovered." Nevertheless, recognizing that he could not discern Li Zhouen's realm, Elder Wu refrained from rash action and instead chose to depart from the scene. Within the grand hall, Elder Wu humbly addressed the figure seated upon the throne, Chu Rou, stating, "Saintess, I have uncovered the identity of the one who took Chu Fan's life." "Who is it?" "Zhu Yinguit." "It is Li Zhouen, the master of Zhounjun from the Daotian sect," Elder Wu replied. "Members of the Daotian sect?" Chu Rou's demeanor turned icy, followed by a disdainful snort. "If memory serves, a member of the Daotian sect once grievously injured Chu Fan. I chose not to pursue the matter, yet now they have gone so far as to kill him. The Daotian sect wields considerable influence indeed." Elder Wu furrowed his brow and said, "Saintess, I believe it is unjust to place the entire blame upon the Daotian sect. After all, Chu Fan had already descended into the path of darkness, becoming a ruthless killer. It is only reasonable for the Daotian sect, as the foremost righteous sect of Qingzhou, to eliminate him. Regardless, Chu Fan is my brother. Whoever took his life must pay the price." Chu Rou retorted with a cold huff. "Elder Wu, allow me to prepare before I pay a visit to the Daotian sect." Alas! Upon witnessing Chu Rou's resolute determination, Elder Wu could only sigh and gently remind her, "Saintess, it is highly probable that Li Zhoujun has attained the threshold of tribulation. Should we engage him, we must prepare adequately." "Tribulation?" Chu Rou scoffed lightly. "Rest assured, Elder Wu, I have my own measures." The scene shifted back to the Shui family courtyard. Once Su Nan regained consciousness, Li Zhoujun advised her, "Rest well tonight. There is no need to rush the refinement of your personal flying sword. Tomorrow, we shall embark on our journey back to Daotian sect." Hum. The young girl nodded vigorously. Li Zhoujun smiled, then departed to his own quarters, where he began to delve into the automated shutdown capabilities bestowed by the system. At that moment, Li Zhoujun lay on his bed, his mind devoid of thoughts. Yet, the Xianming Heart Sutra continuously operated within him, automatically absorbing the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth. Li Zhoujun's own strength, at the mid-stage of the nascent soul, steadily ascended. The following morning, Murong Shui sought out Li Zhoujun, who was still in his bedroom. "Yet to rise. What brings you here? Is there something you need? I haven't even dressed yet. Don't let your imagination wander. I am merely 40. Observing Murong Shui's silent demeanor as she entered and sat down, Li Zhoujun instinctively pulled the covers closer, retreating to the corner of the bed with a wary expression. Murong Shui's lips twitched. "There are plenty of suitors pursuing me, yet here you are, expressing disdain. An old cow eating tender grass? Why don't you ascend to the heavens?" "It's nothing. I simply pondered for quite some time last night and have decided to personally express my gratitude for saving me," Murong Shui replied. Li Zhoujun pondered for a moment, then broke into a grin and said, "All right, if you wish to dedicate yourself to me, let us commence without delay." As he spoke, he reached to lift the covers. What a scoundrel! Murong Shui, witnessing this scene, felt her cheeks flush and hurriedly fled the room. Li Zhoujun was left utterly bewildered. What does this mean? I had steeled myself to embrace this woman, who is over a century my senior, yet she has run away? However, I must admit, Murong Shui's flustered exit was rather endearing. Meanwhile, upon leaving Li Zhoujun's chamber, Murong Shui touched her flushed cheeks and muttered, "This Li Zhoujun truly lacks any semblance of authority as a mountain lord. Even if we were to conceive a child, it must wait until after marriage." Chapter 23. The people of Daotian sect are not to be bullied by outsiders. Why did she run off so quickly? As if I would devour her? Just as Murong Shui's face was still warm, Li Zhoujun emerged from his room clad in a green robe. Who would consume whom remains uncertain. Murong Shui retorted defiantly. "Then why did you flee?" Li Zhoujun Smirka. "Good morning, master." Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the courtyard. It was Su Nan. Upon entering and catching sight of Murong Shui, she paused in surprise. Mountain Lord Murong, you are here as well. Am I interrupting something? Should I leave? Murong Shui, caught off guard by the girl's unexpected support, felt her cheeks redden further. You silly girl, do not speak nonsense. My relationship with your master is entirely innocent. Oh, I see now. Su Nan's petite face revealed an expression of sudden realization. Murong Shui, on the verge of tears, clearly understood that the little girl had misunderstood the situation. Well, now that everyone is here, let us prepare to depart, Li Zhounjun said with a smile. Both Murong Shui and Su Nan naturally had no objections. At the Shui family plaza, Shui Wuliang gazed upward at the trio of Li Zhounjun, Murong Shui, and Su Nan aboard the 9-dragon carriage, his expression filled with reverence. I, an old man, humbly bid farewell to the 2 mountain masters. The gathered cultivators echoed. We respectfully send off the 2 mountain masters. Please, everyone remain. Li Zhoujun responded with a smile, and then expertly maneuvered the 9-dragon carriage, departing from the Shui family amidst a chorus of dragon roars. This master of Yunji Mountain, after the battle yesterday, was likely to astonish the entire Qingzhou continent once more. Indeed, to annihilate a consummate cultivator of the integration stage with a single punch. Such prowess is undoubtedly among the elite. As far as I know, this master of Yunji Mountain is merely in his 40s, correct? I have lived for 700 years before achieving the nascent soul stage, and here he is, transcending at the age of 40, truly terrifying. The cultivators at the plaza watched the direction in which Li Zhoujun had departed, all expressing their astonishment. The following day, at the Dao Tian sect, the whispers spread like wildfire. Have you heard? Our Yunju Mountain Master from the Dao Tian sect has annihilated the consummate red-eyed demon lord with a single punch. What? The Yunju Mountain Master killed a consummate cultivator with just his words? What? Our Yunju Mountain Master crushed a consummate cultivator with a mere breath? The news of Li Zhoujun's defeat of a consummate cultivator had already created a tremendous stir within the Dao Tian sect, and with each retelling, the tale grew ever more fantastical. But at that moment, a terrifying aura descended upon the gates of the Dao Tian sect, causing a palpable shift in the expressions of disciples, elders, and even the mountain lords within. Soon, from the peaks of the sect, numerous formidable energies surged skyward, ultimately manifesting as figures above the entrance of the Dao Tian sect. Who dares to act so audaciously at our gates? Lu Yan, having arrived from Huofeng Mountain, gazed at the 2 figures traversing the void, a young girl and an elderly man with a grave expression. The elder exuded a formidable presence, unmistakably at the tribulation stage, and the golden-eyed, barefooted maiden was no less imposing. Such wretched creatures, do you believe you have a right to speak? Summon your sect leader to speak with me at once. The golden-eyed maiden scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Yan. The pair was none other than Elder Wu and Chu Rou. Impudent. Lu Yan's face fluctuated between shades of green and red. Since his breakthrough to the virtual immortal realm, few had dared to speak to him in such a manner. While he could endure the bullying from Li Zhoujun and Murong Shui, both of whom were of the Dao Tian sect, facing such insolence from outsiders was intolerable. Despite the disparity in their realms, he stood resolute, declaring, "Do you truly believe that your status as tribulation practitioners instills fear in the Dao Tian sect? Indeed, do you think we lack capable individuals within our ranks?" Lu Yan continued, his voice unwavering. The mountain lords rallied behind him, united in their shared identity as protectors of the Dao Tian sect, despite their diverse lineages and backgrounds. The visitors are guests. You should not be reckless. Just as the mountain masters were about to confront the elderly and the youth, the figure of Mu Taiyu emerged slowly from the gate of the Dao Tian sect. Upon seeing Mu Taiyu, Elder Wu's expression tightened, and he hastily conveyed a message to Chu Rou. "Saintus, the leader of the Dao Tian sect, Mu Taiyu, is no weakling. Do not act impulsively." Chu Rou disregarded Elder Wu's warning and fixed her gaze intently on Mu Taiyu, asking, "Are you the leader of the Dao Tian sect, Mu Taiyu?" "Indeed." Mu Taiyu replied with a smile. "What brings the 2 of you to my Dao Tian sect?" I come to seek a person from your sect, Chu Ro stated. Who might that be? Mu Taiyu inquired. The master of Yunju Mountain, Li Zhounjun, Chu Ro answered bluntly. Oh, Mu Taiyu asked, astonished. May I ask the reason for this request? An eye for an eye, Chu Ro said coldly. Whom did the master of Yunju Mountain kill? Mu Taiyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Chu Fan, Chu Zhu Deep Li, Chu Fan, the crimson-eyed demon lord? Is it not justifiable to eliminate such a nefarious figure? Indeed, this woman must be deranged. If the master of Yunju Mountain had slain an innocent, I would not defend him. However, he has rid the world of a deserving target, and I fully support his actions. Indeed, well done. The mountain masters united in agreement. Master, this woman is connected to that crimson-eyed demon lord. She is likely involved in the demonic path. Perhaps we should apprehend her and restore clarity to Qingzhou. At this moment, Lu Yin glared at Chu Ro, his dissatisfaction evident. Yet he spoke with feigned righteousness. Indeed, I am but a mere celestial being, incapable of contending with a formidable practitioner like you who has transcended tribulations. However, the sect that stands behind me is not one to be trifled with. Listening to the words of the various mountain lords and Lu Yin, Chu Ro turned to Mu Taiyu with a frostbitten expression and inquired, Master Mu, are you truly determined to protect Li Zhounjun? Mu Taiyu chuckled lightly and replied, The crimson-eyed demon lord is a heinous villain, leaving rivers of blood and devastation in his wake. Should I encounter him, I would not grant him the mercy that Yunju Mountain Lord would. Instead, I would rend him into countless pieces, to offer solace to the spirits of those he has wronged. Have you truly considered this, Master Mo? Chu Ro observed that Mu Taiyu was evidently intent on safeguarding Li Zhounjun, and her countenance darkened immediately. She had not anticipated that the Dao Tian sect would exhibit such unity, unlike the disarray she had encountered with other sects in the past. You, woman, possess a commendable appearance, yet lack intellect. Do you not comprehend the master's intent? The Dao Tian sect is the foremost sect of Qingzhou. Even if Yunju Mountain Lord has erred, it is not your place to meddle. The Dao Tian sect shall handle the eradication of demons on its own. Lu Yin interjected with a cold snort. Despite his discord with Li Zhounjun, he remained steadfastly loyal to his own side when faced with outsiders. Seeking death, Zhu, her fury ignited by Lu Yan's repeated provocations, raised her hand, ready to unleash a devastating strike. The terrifying energy coalescing within her palm sent shivers down the spines of the mountain lords present. Lu Yin, feeling the tension, instinctively recoiled, sensing the imminent danger and contemplating retreat. Mu Taiyu let out a cold snort, preparing to intervene. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Those of the Dao Tian sect shall not be subjected to the bullying of outsiders. A calm voice resonated through the air. The mountain masters, drawn by the sound, turned their gaze to see none other than Li Zhounjun, who had returned to the Dao Tian sect, riding the 9-serpent chariot. Are you Li Zhounjun? The momentary intent to strike from Chu Ro faltered upon seeing him, her eyes ignited with hatred. Chapter 24. Li Zhounjun shocks the mountain masters indeed. I am Li Zhounjun, he replied, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he regarded the furious Chu Ro. Before she could utter a word, Morong Shui, standing beside him, interjected with a cold laugh. My dear lady, are you aware that the crimson-eyed demon lord, Chu Fan, aimed to bloodily sacrifice everyone present at the Shui family, including the innocent? Is it not justifiable for Yunju Mountain Master to slay him? At these words, Chu Ro retorted with a cold snort. I do not know his reasons, but I understand him. He is not a mindless killer. Ha! Morong Shui scoffed. Perhaps the crimson-eyed demon lord was once a virtuous soul, but people can change. And so what if he has? No matter his transformation, he will always be my brother. Should I not seek revenge for him? Zhu Gao De. Morong Shui was about to respond when Li Zhounjun interrupted. Morong Mountain Master, why engage in debate with someone deluded? Then, addressing Chu Ro, he asked, So, do you wish to kill me? Indeed, you might as well take your own life. It would spare me the trouble, Chu Ro coldly replied. On my Dao Tian sect's territory, you dare to threaten a mountain master? How utterly contemptuous of you, Lu Yin shouted at that moment. Mu Taiyu. Silence. Chu Ro, with her golden pupils, cast a cold glare at the speaking Lu Yin. If you dare utter another word, I shall tear your mouth apart. Ding. The system has detected someone's disdain towards the host. Ding. The system has issued a task to teach a lesson to the saintess of the Taishu Immortal Palace. Chu Rou of Qingzhou. The host will receive unexpected rewards. The saintess of the Taishu Immortal Palace. Chu Rou. Li Zhounjun looked in astonishment at the haughty expression on Chu Rou's face. No wonder this woman is so arrogant. She has the backing of a powerful force from the immortal realm. Meanwhile, Lu Yin recoiled slightly but still defiantly said, "If you have the ability, come at me. Let's see if the leader of my Daotian sect and the Supreme Elder will allow you to act so recklessly here. Indeed, in the territory of my Daotian sect, even dragons must coil and tigers must lie low. The Lord of Zhounjun has done well. That crimson-eyed demon lord deserves to be slain. Were I present, I would surely rally for you." At this moment, the various mountain lords of the Daotian sect echoed in agreement. Mu Taiyu finally spoke slowly, addressing Chu Rou and Elder Wu. "My dear guests, please take your leave. Even if my Daotian sect has erred, it is my duty as the sect leader to handle it personally. There is no need for outsiders to meddle." Seeing that the Daotian sect continued to protect Li Zhounjun, Chu Rou felt a surge of anger, yet suddenly smiled. "You are merely a slightly larger ant sect from the lower realms. Do you not realize that the force behind me is the Taishu Immortal Palace of the Immortal Realm? I, Chu Rou, am the Holy Maiden of the Tai Su Immortal Palace. Do you truly intend to offend the powers of the Immortal Realm over a mere mountain lord? Depart." At this moment, Mu Taiyu's gaze was frigid. "Do not overstep your bounds. I have stated clearly that no outsider shall lay a finger on those of the Daotian sect. Should you choose to leave now, all will remain well. But if you persist in your folly, do not blame me for being ungracious." As Mu Taiyu's words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from him, as if a divine being, surveying the world with disdain, rose majestically behind him. Such an arrogant demeanor caused even Elder Wu's heart to race. How could such a formidable power exist in this trivial lower realm? This aura, could it be that of a true immortal of the Great Ascension? The sect master is enraged. Ah, now a splendid spectacle unfolds. Do they truly believe that the Daotian sect lacks influence in the immortal realm? It has been long since I witnessed the sect master in action. The last time was when he sent Lu Yin flying with a single slap. Simultaneously, the various mountain lords, upon witnessing Mu Taiyu's fury, cast gleeful glances towards Chu Rou and Elder Wu, while only Lu Yan's lips twitched in discomfort. Chu Rou was momentarily stunned, having not anticipated such arrogance from the Daotian sect, despite her invoking their background. Meanwhile, Elder Wu's expression shifted as he suddenly recalled a faction within the immortal realm known as the Daotian Immortal Palace, whose leader possessed the cultivation of an immortal emperor. Could it be that the Daotian sect has some connection to the Daotian Immortal Palace? With this thought, Elder Wu resolved to persuade Chu Rou to depart. At this moment, Li Zhounjun observed the members of the Daotian sect, who, despite being fully aware of the celestial forces backing Chu Rou, still chose to protect him. A subtle sense of belonging surged within him. Concurrently, Li Zhounjun clasped his fists towards Mu Taiyu and the various mountain lords, expressing his gratitude. "I am deeply thankful to the sect leader and my esteemed fellow disciples for your kindness. However, this matter has arisen due to me, and it is only fitting that I bring it to a conclusion. Chu Rou seeks my life, but it shall not be so easily attained. Do not act recklessly. Mountain Master Li, as the mountain master of our Daotian sect, with the full support of our sect behind you, there is no need to reason with this obstinate woman," one mountain master remarked with a smile. "Indeed, if reason must be employed, it should be with those willing to understand. This woman is clearly beyond reason, absurdly seeking vengeance for a demon lord burdened with unspeakable sins. It is utterly laughable. If I were part of the celestial palace she claims to represent, such a disciple would be swiftly dealt with. Do not act recklessly. The Daotian sect still possesses the means to resolve this issue," Mu Taiyu added at this juncture. "Rest assured, sect leader," Li Zhounjun replied with a slight bow towards Mu Taiyu. His gaze then sharpened as he turned his attention to Chu Rou, a smile spreading across his face. "Do you know how Chu Fan met his end? I suspect you do not. Allow me to enlighten you. He was simply too weak, obliterated by a single punch, reduced to nothing but a mist of blood, his soul extinguished. Seeking death, are you? Li Zhoujun's words pierced Chu Ro's heart like a dagger, prompting her already furious demeanor to spiral into irrationality. In a swift motion, she raised her hand, conjuring a golden seal to launch at Li Zhoujun. Though this woman may lack intellect, her cultivation is undeniably formidable. Indeed, her strength seems to have reached the late stages of tribulation crossing. Could the master of Zhounjun Mountain possibly contend with her? Likely not, for despite the master's ability to annihilate a perfected merging realm cultivator with a single strike, he is, after all, barely in his 40s. I recall visiting the former master of Zhounjun Mountain and witnessing him as a child, bare and fishing in the river. Hence, it stands to reason that his cultivation has only just reached the threshold of tribulation crossing. Observing this scene, the masters of Daotian's sect began to voice their speculations. Yet, Mu Taiyu, noticing Li Zhoujun's calm demeanor, seemingly confident of victory, refrained from making an immediate move. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated as Li Zhoujun raised a long hand, his sleeve falling away, effortlessly receiving the golden seal unleashed by Chu Ro amidst the astonished gazes of the other masters. Hiss! Impossible! The thoughts racing through the minds of the masters were akin to this. Chapter 25. Primordial Nourishing Foundation Pill. How could this be? Zhu, taken aback by Li Zhoujun's ease in countering her strike, was filled with disbelief. However, she quickly rallied, letting out a fierce cry as the golden seal in Li Zhoujun's grasp blazed even more brilliantly. It felt as though he was holding a mighty mountain in his hand. A mere parlor trick. Li Zhoujun scoffed through his nose, applying force with his palm, shattering the golden seal with a thunderous crash, scattering it into a myriad of spiritual fragments. As the golden seal disintegrated at Li Zhoujun's hands, Chu Ro's complexion paled, and she let out a muffled groan. Li Zhoujun slowly clenched his fist behind his back. At this moment, having crushed the golden seal, his hand throbbed with numbness. Although Li Zhoujun could easily receive the magical seal and seemed evenly matched, it would merely render him equal to Chu Ro. It would be wiser to sacrifice 500 to injure the enemy by the same measure. At least he possessed a system to conceal his aura, allowing others to perceive nothing amiss, believing he had effortlessly dispelled the spell while maintaining a calm demeanor. This was akin to putting on a facade of strength. Indeed, as Li Zhoujun had surmised, upon witnessing him break the magical seal, the various mountain masters were astonished by his unchanging expression and steady breath. They exclaimed, "Has the Lord of Cloud Residence truly achieved the perfection of tribulation? Surely not. He is only 40 years old. Could it be that our Daotian sect is on the verge of producing a true immortal of a century? Such talent, if the Lord of Cloud Residence were to ascend to the celestial realm, would surely make him a direct disciple of true lineage." As the mountain masters deliberated, Chu Ro's complexion darkened to the utmost degree. She had not anticipated Li Zhoujun's formidable strength. Just as she was about to strike again, Old Wu intervened, halting her advance. Why was Old Wu doing this? Chu Ro was momentarily taken aback. "Saintess, that is enough." Old Wu spoke coldly. It was the first time Chu Ro had witnessed such seriousness from him, leaving her stunned. After restraining Chu Ro, Old Wu slightly bowed to Li Zhoujun, saying, "I sincerely apologize, Lord of Cloud Residence. My saintess has been in seclusion since her youth and still possesses the temperament of a young girl. I hope you will overlook her shortcomings and not hold it against her. I extend my apologies to all present from the Daotian sect." With that, Old Wu bowed directly to the members of the Daotian sect. Chu Ro stared blankly at this scene, her thoughts a tumult of emotions. Li Zhoujun waved his hand with a light chuckle, saying, "Since the esteemed elder has spoken so, it would be petty of me to press further. However, given her youthful disposition, it is your responsibility to safeguard your revered maiden. Should she find herself dissatisfied, she may approach me directly. Yet I must caution that next time, I shall not be so accommodating." In truth, Li Zhoujun harbored thoughts of eliminating both Chu Ro and the old man. However, he recognized his current limitations and strength. rendering such an act impossible. After all, both individuals were tribulation-crossing cultivators backed by the Celestial Palace, and it was implausible for them to lack means of self-preservation. Even if the Daotian sect sought their demise, should they exert their utmost to flee, it would not be a simple task to capture them. Thus, he opted for a more measured approach. "Thank you, Lord of Zhounjun Mountain, for your leniency," Elder Wu remarked, bowing to Zhounjun, visibly relieved. If the Daotian sect insisted on taking action, he would have no choice but to resort to forbidden techniques, risking a fall in his cultivation level to ensure Chu Ro's escape. He then swiftly departed the location, taking the still-dazed Chu Ro with him. What is the extent of your cultivation? Regardless of the opponent, you seem to engage in an even exchange. Could it be that you are a true immortal of the Great Ascension?" At this moment, Murong Shui gazed intently at Li Zhounjun, her expression earnest. "To speak frankly, even if an immortal emperor were to arrive, I could hold my ground," Li Zhounjun replied with a grin. "Heh." Murong Shui smiled in a manner that was more superficial than sincere. "Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Beep. The system rewards you with Primordial Nurturing Pill. The Hunyuan Runji Dan can assist high-level cultivators in refining their foundational essence, elevating their strength to new heights. This elixir seems quite suitable for me." Upon witnessing the system's reward, Li Zhoujun's eyes sparkled with excitement. To speak candidly, although the cultivation reward from the system is remarkably pure, it has been arriving in succession, and it indeed requires thorough refinement. All right, the spectacle has concluded. Everyone may disperse now. As Mu Taiyu observed the event's conclusion, he waved his hand to dismiss the various mountain leaders. Subsequently, he fixed his gaze intently upon Li Zhoujun and said, "Yunji Mountain Lord, regardless of what transpires, I hope you remember that you are a part of the Daotian sect. Rest assured, Sect Master, the Daotian sect has treated me generously. Although I have faced disdain in the past, such occurrences are merely human nature. Nevertheless, the Daotian sect entrusted Yunji Mountain to me, providing me with abundant cultivation resources, and I shall always remember this kindness," Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. "That is good to hear," Mu Taiyu responded with a smile, then glanced at the 9-serpent chariot beneath Li Zhoujun, revealing a hint of envy. "Your 9-serpent chariot is indeed quite remarkable." "It's rather ordinary," Li Zhoujun replied with a grin. "Ordinary it is not," Mu Taiyu remarked with a sigh, then continued. "You and Mountain Lord Murong have endured a long journey. You should return and rest well." After giving his instructions, Mu Taiyu departed from the scene. Once the mountain leaders had left, the atmosphere shifted. Li Zhoujun reflected, somewhat astonished, that Daotian sect could exhibit such unity in a critical moment. It is no wonder that it is regarded as the foremost sect in Qingzhou. However, if Daotian sect were akin to other sects, I would never have become the master of Yunji Mountain, nor would I have survived until the system's emergence. Having been away from Lingshu Mountain for some time, it is indeed time for me to return. At this moment, Murong Shui took her leave from Li Zhoujun. He regarded her with surprise, inquiring from your words, "Do you wish to accompany me back to Yunji Mountain? That is certainly an option." "Bah!" Murong Shui scoffed, turning away and vanishing. A powerful being at the composite body stage can easily tear through the void. Yet, Li Zhoujun failed to notice the trace of sorrow that flickered across Murong Shui's face as she departed. "Master, it seems I shall indeed be gaining another master mother," Su Nan remarked with a sigh. "Focus on your cultivation," Li Zhoujun replied tersely, playfully flicking Su Nan's forehead. "Ow!" Su Nan yelped, caught off guard by the sudden gesture. Li Zhoujun smiled faintly and, harnessing the 9-dragon's chariot, soared through the skies above the mountain gate towards Yunji Mountain. The 9-dragon's chariot rode the winds, and the azure robe billowed freely. Should one inquire as to who he was, the answer would be the immortal of Yunji Mountain. Disciples within Daotian sect gazed up at the sky, awestruck by the shadow of the 9 dragons. Some murmured in reverence. Soon this phrase, along with the tale of Li Zhoujun's defeat of a composite body stage demonic cultivator, spread throughout the vast expanse of Qingzhou in the days that followed. The title of the master of Yunji Mountain of Daotian sect also instilled a sense of awe across Qingzhou. As the scene shifted, Li Zhoujun had returned to Yunju Mountain with Su Nan. You may wait by the lake, he instructed. After concluding the nine-serpent chariot with Su Nan, Li Zhoujun instructed the nine-headed virtual celestial dragon. The dragon, upon paying its respects to Li Zhoujun, soared into the sky, making its way towards the lake at Cloud-Dwelling Mountain. Now, you may return and rest. Tomorrow, I shall personally teach you the Frostblade sword technique, Li Zhoujun remarked, turning to Su Nan with a smile after the dragon departed. All right, thank you, master, Su Nan replied, her expression brimming with excitement. Li Zhoujun Shukulatshufli clasped his hands behind his back and entered the Cloud-Dwelling Hall. Chapter 26. Granny Jean Hua. Early the next morning, Su Nan, clutching the Frostblade sword gifted by Li Zhoujun, arrived at the Cloud-Dwelling Hall well in advance. Upon her arrival, she discovered that Li Zhoujun was already seated in the Grand Hall. Good morning, master. Su Nan greeted him cheerfully. Li Zhoujun nodded with a smile, replying, Good morning. Let us begin. Perform a demonstration so I may observe the extent of your swordsmanship training. All right, master, watch closely, Su Nan exclaimed, drawing her flying sword and, as she moved, began to showcase her sword technique within the Cloud-Dwelling Hall. As Su Nan's swordplay intensified, the temperature within the hall noticeably dropped. It must be said, the young girl possessed remarkable talent and a profound understanding of the Frostblade sword technique. After observing, Li Zhoujun found little to critique. So, master, how is it? Su Nan inquired eagerly after completing her demonstration, hoping for feedback on her shortcomings. Well done, he replied. Li Zhoujun smiled and remarked, It is evident that you possess a unique understanding of the Bisha sword technique, which is commendable. As the saying goes, a master leads one through the door, but the cultivation lies within the individual. If you merely tread the path of your master, you may only ascend to their level. However, what I truly hope for is that you surpass your master, emerging as the brightest star. Upon hearing Li Zhoujun's words, Su Nan replied earnestly, Master, I understand. Li Zhoujun nodded with a smile. Suddenly, a mysterious voice of an elder echoed from outside the Yunju hall, inquiring, Is the Lord of Yunju present? At this, Li Zhoujun's expression shifted momentarily. Meanwhile, in another location, Mu Taiyu of the Daotian Hall was sipping tea when he seemed to sense something amiss. In the next instant, he reappeared in a grand hall known as the Tai Ling Hall. In the center of this grand hall stood a massive stone tablet, adorned with countless names radiating a golden glow, while some had already dimmed. This was the Destiny Tablet of the Daotian sect. The so-called Destiny Tablet signifies that upon formally joining the Daotian sect, an individual's name is inscribed by dedicated personnel. The names shimmering with golden light indicate those still living, whereas the dimmed names signify those who have fallen. At that moment, a name on the tablet flickered intermittently, ceaselessly illuminating and dimming. The owner of this name was none other than Murong Shui. Lord, it appears that the master of Lingxua Mountain is encountering difficulties, remarked the guardian of the Tai Ling Hall, who had suddenly appeared alongside Mu Taiyu. The Tai Ling Hall's master was an elderly man, his hair white as snow, appearing no different from an ordinary person. Can you track her location? Mu Taiyu inquired of the lord of the Tai Ling Palace. She is at Jinhua Island, situated between Qingzhou and Yinzhou, the lord replied solemnly. How'd she end up there? Mu Taiyu's expression grew grave. On Jinhua Island resides an elder known as Granny Jinhua, whose strength is formidable beyond compare. Even I cannot assert that I could triumph over her, he admitted. Thus, over the years, an unspoken agreement had been reached between Jinhua Island and the Daotian sect, maintaining a peaceful coexistence. However, it was unexpected for Murong Shui to venture into such perilous territory. You must not go to Jinhua Island, the lord of the Tai Ling Palace warned. Mu Taiyu furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting I disregard Murong Shui's well-being? Not at all, the lord replied with a bitter smile. You are aware that numerous factions covet Qingzhou from across the sea, eager to stake their claim in its vast resources. Should you encounter trouble on Jinhua Island, those factions may seize the opportunity, plunging Qingzhou into chaos. What then shall we do? Mu Taiyu asked. I would recommend sending someone to Jinhua Island to rescue the Mountain Master Murong, the lord suggested. Yinzhu Mountain Master? Mu Taiyu questioned, perplexed. Indeed, the Lord nodded. If my assessment is correct, this Zhounjun mountain master is undoubtedly the most exceptional among our sect's mountain masters. Even those elder masters who have long since surpassed tribulation and concealed their true capabilities cannot compare to him. Mu Taiyu shook his head resolutely. No, the Zhounjun mountain master possesses immense talent. At merely 40 years old, he has already transcended tribulation, and his future is limitless. He must not be allowed to undertake such a risk. Ah, but master, prior to your arrival, I had already dispatched an avatar to inform him, said the lord of the Tai Ling Palace, shrugging helplessly. Mutayu? Moments ago, at the Yunju Palace. What brings the esteemed lord of the Tai Ling Palace here? Li Zhounjun stepped out of the grand hall and beheld the one who had summoned him, the lord of the Tai Ling Palace. However, at this moment, the lord appeared ethereal, seemingly just a manifestation of spiritual energy. Would it trouble the master of Yunju Mountain to make a trip to Jinhua Island? The master of Lingxua Mountain has encountered difficulties there. After much contemplation, I believe it is most prudent to entrust this matter to you. The lord of the Tai Ling Palace said with a smile. Ding, the host's future fiancé is in peril. The system issues a mission. Proceed to Jinhua Island and rescue Murong Shui. The host shall receive substantial rewards. What sort of nonsense is this about a future fiancé? Li Zhounjun remarked, bemused by the system's issued task. Nevertheless, he resolutely replied to the lord of the Tai Ling Palace. I shall take on this task. But given the urgency, might I inquire if there is a swift means of travel? Certainly, the lord of the Tai Ling Palace replied, producing a jade cicada. This is a spatial jade cicada. Upon shattering it, you shall be directly transported to the side of Master Murong. Excellent. Li Zhounjun accepted the jade cicada with gratitude. Exercise caution, master of Yunju Mountain. The granny of Jinhua Island is not one to be trifled with, the lord of the Tai Ling Palace advised, and with that, his form dissipated. Li Zhounjun then turned to Sunan and said, I shall be stepping out for a while. Remain in Yunju Mountain and await my return. Master, be cautious on your journey, and do ensure to rescue Mistress, Sunan remarked with a smile. You little girl, refrain from such reckless utterances, Li Zhounjun replied, his expression darkening. He then crushed the spatial jade cicada without hesitation. In the next moment, a sensation of vertigo enveloped him, and the environment around Li Zhounjun transformed dramatically. As the scene solidified, a golden serpent-headed staff came hurtling towards him, striking him on the head with a resounding thud. Stars danced before his eyes as he grimaced in pain. Damn it, who dares to ambush me? He grumbled, teeth clenched in discomfort. Who are you? At that moment, a voice filled with astonishment erupted from an elderly woman, Li Zhounjun. Instantly, behind him, he heard Murong Shui's voice, brimming with both surprise and concern. Upon turning to look, Li Zhounjun discovered that the one who had struck him was an elderly woman clad in golden robes, wielding a golden tongue staff. Her hair a mixture of white and gray. Her eyes were wide with disbelief as they fixated on the swelling on his head. You're the one who struck me? Li Zhounjun exclaimed, one hand cradling his injured head, glaring at the old woman in fury. Chapter 27. Stand up and dance indeed. It was the old woman who had acted, yet who could have foreseen the sudden appearance of a fellow cultivator? The elderly woman regarded Li Zhounjun with wary eyes. The strike she had delivered was laced with lethal intent. Even those of equal cultivation would not have emerged unscathed. Yet, this young man had merely developed a bump on his head, seemingly unscathed otherwise. Such strength. Could it be that he had already attained the sanctity of flesh? Upon reaching this thought, the old woman felt as though she were facing an imminent threat. After all, the master of Lingxua Mountain from the Daotian sect had uttered this person's name, indicating their familiarity. Are you Granny Jinhua? Li Zhounjun inquired of the old woman. Indeed. She nodded. Has your esteemed presence come to rescue this master of Lingxua Mountain? Precisely, Li Zhounjun replied, then turned to Murong Shui and asked, why did you suddenly appear here, provoking others to seek your demise? Murong Shui's expression grew grave as she spoke. Yesterday, I received word that a disciple of mine inadvertently trespassed on a Jinhua island and was detained by this Granny Jinhua. I came to retrieve him. Initially, Our conversation was rather amicable, but Granny Jinhua refused to release him. Hearing commotion from within a nearby room, I seized the opportunity to open the door, only to discover it strewn with the bones of fallen cultivators and an abominable creature encased in a cocoon. Oof. The owners of those bones were merely covetous of the treasures of Jinhua Island. Should they not be eliminated? Granny Jinhua retorted with a disdainful snort. Murong Shui countered. If I am not mistaken, the rumors of treasures that grant cultivators the chance to achieve immortality on Jinhua Island were disseminated by you, Granny Jinhua, as a means to lure cultivators to your island in search of treasure, so that you might feed them to that vile creature. Correct, clever girl. Had it not been for this unexpected arrival, you would have already become sustenance for my child, Granny Jinhua scoffed. Are you implying that my disciple from Lingxua Mountain has already fallen to your treachery? Murong Shui's countenance darkened upon hearing this. Why spare them for the festivities? Granny Jinhua sneered. Ah, you audacious old hag, Li Zhounjun remarked with a hint of exasperation. I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Perhaps your strength is formidable, but the figure behind me is not one you can afford to offend, Granny Jinhua retorted with a cold smirk. Who stands behind you? I am indeed curious, Li Zhoujun replied with a light chuckle. Since you wish to know, I shall reveal the identity of that person, Granny Jinhua scoffed. Murmuring an incantation, blood ceased surging, tumultuous as the heavens. With my blood, I summon the blood ancestor to descend. The blood ancestor? Li Zhoujun's expression shifted to one of mockery upon hearing her incantation. In the next moment, a torrent of blood energy erupted from Granny Jinhua, forming a crimson apparition above her. Could it be the blood ancestor who descended upon Qingzhou from the outer realms eons ago? Murong Shui's countenance darkened with concern upon hearing this. Simultaneously, as the blood-colored phantom coalesced, Granny Jinhua bowed respectfully, addressing it as she said, Granny Jinhua pays homage to the blood ancestor. Yet, the blood ancestor remained silent for an extended moment. When she lifted her gaze, she found the blood ancestor glaring furiously at Li Zhoujun. Granny Jinhua was taken aback. She had not even identified her enemy. Yet the blood ancestor seemed to have fixated on Li Zhoujun. What was happening? You again, the blood ancestor began, addressing Li Zhoujun slowly. Call me father. Li Zhoujun grinned widely. Young man, do not overreach, the blood ancestor retorted with a cold snort. When my true form appears. Boom! Before the blood ancestor could finish, Li Zhoujun unleashed a punch, accompanied by a thunderous sound as it tore through the air. The blood ancestor, witnessing the scene, was filled with fury. What nonsense! In the midst of his words, he unleashed a fierce glare at Li Zhoujun and retaliated with a powerful punch. Boom! The two fists collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that surged outward in all directions. The ground beneath the onlookers cracked, resembling an intricate spider web of fissures. How could this be? This individual actually withstood a strike from the blood ancestor. Granny Jinhua was utterly astonished. The blood ancestor was a formidable being of the great ascension, true immortal level. Even if it was merely a doppelganger, it still possessed the might of an immortal. How could a mere tribulation practitioner withstand such power? There was only one possibility. This youth was also a being of the great ascension, true immortal level. However, he was comparatively weaker, merely able to hold his ground against the blood ancestor's doppelganger. Yet, even in this scenario, it would be child's play for this youth to deal with her. The thought sent Granny Jinhua into a state of panic. After all, the blood ancestor's doppelganger could not hold its form for long. Once it dissipated, she would become an easy target, a sheep ready for slaughter. At that moment, Murong Shui also gazed at Li Zhoujun with incredulity. Li Zhoujun was, in fact, a great ascension, true immortal? Young man, you merely managed to hold your own against my doppelganger. If my true self were here, how many rounds could you withstand? Just as Granny Jinhua and Murong Shui were astonished by Li Zhoujun's strength, the blood ancestor coldly remarked to him, why not summon your true self here? All talk and no action. You're merely a master of words. Li Zhoujun retorted with mockery. Just wait. One day the ancestor will tear you to shreds. With that, the blood ancestor uttered a menacing threat and vanished from sight. After all, If this clone were to be completely depleted by Zhounjun, it would be a tremendous loss. As the blood ancestor fled, Zhounjun did not pursue, for he knew it was futile. Was that all? Granny Jinhua stared in disbelief at the scene before her. When you sought my allegiance, what did you promise? You assured me that as long as I nurtured that blood demon, I would attain the great ascension. For all these years, I have raised that blood demon as if he were my own son. Is this how you repay me? Spare my life, O Celestial. With her cane cast aside, Granny Jinhua knelt before Zhounjun. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully rescuing Murong Shui. Ding! The system rewards you with Ao Shui flying sword upgraded to grade 9. Ding! The system rewards you with Oath Formation, grade 9 flying sword. A true immortal's treasure blade. Oath Formation can inscribe in the hearts of oath-taking cultivators. Should any cultivator violate their oath, the formation will summon heavenly retribution. Zhounjun was examining the rewards bestowed by the system when he noticed Granny Jinhua's sudden panic as he remained silent. Celestial? Granny Jinhua ventured hesitantly. Zhounjun snapped back to reality, his gaze falling on Granny Jinhua, who knelt on the ground, visibly anxious. Stand up and dance, and I shall consider whether to spare you. At that moment, Zhounjun flashed a grin at Granny Jinhua. Murong Shui. Granny Jinhua. Chapter 28. Youngster, do you wish to turn the tide? To my surprise, the Celestial possesses such peculiar tastes. Thus, I shall humiliate myself. Granny Jinhua's face flushed with embarrassment as she spoke. Subsequently, she rose to her feet and commenced a rather provocative dance. Zhounjun, do you enjoy this? Murong Shui inquired, her lips twitching. Not at all, Zhounjun replied with a smile. Master, how did I perform? Granny Jinhua asked, her old face flushed after completing her dance. Quite well, Zhounjun remarked, stroking his chin and nodding. How did you come to know the blood ancestor? Granny Jinhua recounted, in response to the master. It was the blood ancestor's avatar that initially found me, compelling my submission through force, and requested my assistance in nurturing demonic creatures. I suspect these demonic beings are intended to serve as his physical form, enabling him to traverse the mortal realm for an extended time once they are fully formed. I see, Zhounjun said, grinning. I offer you a chance. Submit to me. Although Granny Jinhua had committed numerous heinous acts and deserved punishment, Zhounjun lacked the power to execute her. Instead, he preferred to utilize the residual authority from his recent encounter with the blood ancestor to compel Granny Jinhua in his servitude while simultaneously testing the efficacy of the system's reward. The Oath Array. Upon sensing that Zhounjun harbored no intention to kill her, Granny Jinhua's heart soared with relief. Survival was paramount. The higher one's cultivation, the more one valued life. After all, everything was hard-earned, and death would render it all null. Thus, Granny Jinhua readily declared to Zhounjun, this old woman is willing to submit to the master and serve you diligently. Wait, Zhounjun interrupted her, conjuring a formation with one hand and striking it, causing the array to penetrate directly into Granny Jinhua's chest. Now, swear an oath. This is the Oath Array, and should you dare to violate it, you shall suffer the wrath of the heavens. Zhounjun flesha agrin. Although Granny Jin was displeased in her heart, she dared not refute a true immortal and promptly vowed, the old woman swears here with unwavering loyalty to the immortal. Should I break this oath, may the heavens strike me with 5 bolts of lightning. Very well, Zhounjun nodded approvingly. I ask you, the disciple of the Tao Tian sect, are you certain you have killed him? In truth, she had not, for when that esteemed disciple intruded, the demonic creature had already spun its cocoon. Thus, the old woman merely detained him. Granny Jin's face flushed with embarrassment. That is acceptable, Zhounjun acknowledged, then turned to Murong Shui. Say next time, do not wander off alone. It is not always that someone will come to your rescue. Murong Shui found herself taken aback by Zhounjun's admonishing tone, akin to that of a parent. Yet upon reflection, his words held merit. She nodded and replied, I understand, I won't do it again. Good, Zhounjun smiled. Ding, a being with defiance against destiny has been detected 300,000 miles from the host. The system issues a task. Assist this being to receive a reward. Defiant being, villain. Upon seeing the system's message, Li Zhoujun was momentarily stunned. Good heavens! Is the system intending for me to become the villain's grandfather? Is it pushing me into the abyss? Without a second thought, Li Zhoujun firmly declined. I dare not. Not even if you beat me to death. The fate of the protagonist's adversaries is truly grim. Beep. The system has detected the host's refusal of its tasks, and it feels quite disheartened, preparing to abandon the host and flee. Oh no, don't do that. I accept, all right? Upon hearing the system sounding like a wronged little wife, Li Zhoujun could only respond in exasperation. Of course, he genuinely feared that the system might run away, which would be quite a predicament. Beep. Please, host, hurry along, otherwise, this person is going to leap off a cliff. At that point, your task will be deemed a failure. However, do not be disheartened. Even if the protagonist develops, it will merely be a 50-50 chance for you. Li Zhoujun. The unpredictability of life is akin to a large intestine wrapped around a small intestine. It seems this path must be walked until the end. He then turned to Murong Shui and said, You and Granny Jean Hua should go seek out your disciple. I suddenly have some matters to attend to. By the way, I leave that demon creature in your hands. Such things must not be allowed to survive for long. Very well, rest assured, Murong Shui replied. Just as Li Zhoujun was about to turn and leave, Murong Shui called out to him, Be careful on your journey. All right, understood. Li Zhoujun smilat. Subsequently, he summoned the Aoshue flying sword. When Granny Jean Hua and Murong Shui saw the flying sword that Li Zhoujun had summoned, their expressions turned to shock. A 9th-rank flying sword. Li Zhoujun truly possesses the cultivation of a true immortal. It turns out Li Zhoujun had been concealing his prowess all along. Murong Shui smiled wryly, but decided to keep this secret for Li Zhoujun. At that moment, Granny Jean Hua, seeing Li Zhoujun about to depart, hurriedly inquired, Immortal, what should I do from now on? Li Zhoujun glanced at her. Do what you must. But if you dare to engage in any heinous deeds, I shall strike you down with a single sword. The elderly woman comprehended the situation, and Granny Jean Hua promptly spoke, not daring to show any negligence. Subsequently, Li Zhoujun took to the skies, wielding his flying sword and departing from the scene. The swiftness of a 9th-grade flying sword is indisputable. A journey of 300,000 miles was traversed in mere moments. Upon arriving at the designated coordinates, Li Zhoujun beheld a youth standing at the edge of a cliff, while another sat on the ground, drinking wine and murmuring to himself. I never anticipated that I, the esteemed heir of the Yin family, would meet such a tragic fate of ruin and despair. That Yi Tianming not only annihilated my family, but also rendered me powerless. And even my sister has devoted herself wholeheartedly to him. He has joined the Kaishan sect, becoming a true disciple, leaving me devoid of any chance for redemption. It is utterly laughable. I merely mocked him a few times, and now I question the very purpose of my existence. Young man, do you desire to turn the tide against the wind? Just as the youth with the surname Yin contemplated ending his life, Li Zhoujun's voice resonated from the heights. Who is speaking? The youth, startled, sprang to his feet, only to suddenly break into a wry smile. Whatever the case, I am destined to die. Why should I fear trifles? Is it your wish to depart this world bearing such humiliation, allowing your sister to live perpetually beside your family's murderer, playing the role of a virtuous wife? Li Zhoujun continued. No, I do not wish for that. The youth named Yin clenched his fists, his face a mask of resentment. Suddenly, he fell to his knees, earnestly exclaiming, Yin Jihong beseeches you, esteemed elder, to reveal yourself and guide me on the path of vengeance. Indeed, the mere thought of this is quite commendable. Li Zhoujun shukulat shufli. Subsequently, before Yin Jihong, a celestial swordsman descended gracefully from the heavens, gliding upon a flying sword. I implore you, esteemed immortal, to accept me as your disciple. Upon witnessing this, Yin Jihong's expression turned fervent. This young man undoubtedly surpassed the Golden Core realm, for even in the presence of the elder from the Kaishan sect, a revered figure of the Golden Core stage and Yi Tianming's master, he had never experienced such an overwhelming aura. This was an extraordinary opportunity that must not be squandered. Though I do not currently take on disciples, your presence intrigues me. I may impart a technique to you, Li Zhoujun remarked with a smile. I beseech you, esteemed immortal, to share your teachings with me, that I may avenge my grievances. Yin Zhihong responded hastily, recognizing that although he had not succeeded in becoming a disciple, the techniques bestowed by such a formidable being would surely be extraordinary. Chapter 29. The tragic antagonist. Do not rush, Li Zhoujun said, observing the anxious demeanor of Yin Zhihong with a smile. He scrutinized him closely and exclaimed in astonishment, "Your meridians are shattered. The one who harmed you was quite ruthless." Upon hearing Li Zhoujun's words, Yin Zhihong's eyes reddened instantly, and he spoke with palpable indignation that Yi Tianming was merely the son of a butcher in the beginning. Yet to my dismay, my sister has developed an affection for him. My family, the Yin clan, is a prominent and respected lineage of cultivators in Beiyang City. How could I allow my sister to lower herself to the son of a butcher? I want to warn Yi Tianming to keep his distance from my sister. After all, there are numerous scions from illustrious families who also harbor affection for her. If Yi Tianming seeks to pursue my sister, those noble youths would undoubtedly not let him off easily. Yet, he failed to recognize my goodwill and insulted me, calling me narrow-minded. How can I endure it? I struck him once, unaware that he would later rise to power and annihilate the Yin family. He even deceived my sister, claiming that I conspired with the cult, coveting the position of family head, while it was the cult that coveted our family treasures, leading to the downfall of the Yin clan. This position was destined for me. What could I possibly covet? This is a tale of a tragic antagonist. Li Zhoujun gazed at Yin Zhihong, whose eyes brimmed with tears, and couldn't help but lament in his heart how unfortunate this child was. This pill is called the Pulse Refining Pill. It can help you reconstruct your meridians, Li Zhoujun said, producing a pill and offering it to Yin Zhihong. Thank you, esteemed elder, for this gift, Yin Zhihong exclaimed, raising his hands high, earnestly accepting the pill from Li Zhoujun. Simultaneously, Li Zhoujun placed a finger on Yin Zhihong's forehead, imprinting a technique called the true scripture of the sunflower into his mind. This technique was one he stumbled upon in the Daotian sect's scripture repository when he was unable to cultivate. It was an exceptionally powerful practice, akin to the legendary sunflower manual from his previous life, which required self-castration for cultivation. To master its power, one must first sacrifice their manhood. As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. Young one, I am indeed curious to see how far you will go in the future, Li Zhoujun chuckled. At that moment, as Yin Zhihong contemplated the technique in his mind, he felt it was an incredibly potent and tailor-made method for himself. As for the issue of his manhood, he no longer cared. As long as he could seek vengeance, what did it matter? With a thud, "Thank you, esteemed elder." Yin Zhihong immediately knelt before Li Zhoujun. Bowing deeply, Li Zhoujun smiled faintly and did not intervene. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and extending assistance to the one defying fate. Beep. The system grants a reward. Complete Yuanying cultivation. The reward of complete Yuanying cultivation is quite commendable, Li Zhoujun mused upon observing the system's offering. Attaining the pinnacle of Yuanying realm would undoubtedly place one at the elder level within the Qingzhou sect, capable of founding a school of thought without a hitch. Even within the Daotian sect, such an achievement would rank one as an esteemed elder. Beep. The system continues to issue tasks. The host is to assist Yin Zhihong in avenging himself. The host shall receive true immortal effect. The system is going a bit too far. Are you suggesting I directly confront the protagonist? Li Zhoujun felt a wave of apprehension upon seeing the task presented by the system. He had no desire to face the fated child head-on. After all, these fated individuals are akin to resilient cockroaches, impervious to defeat and reeking of tenacity. They can leap off cliffs and stumble upon opportunities. When pursued by beautiful women, they can effortlessly win them over into their harem. Even in death, they may not truly perish, for even when turned to ashes, they find ways to grow stronger and return. Beep. Host, do not falter. With the system's 50-50 capability, even if the heavenly path were to arrive, it would be an even match. Moreover, this true immortal effect is a rare treasure, allowing the host to exude an air of superiority effortlessly. You spend all day urging me to show off. Li Zhounjun's lips wisha. To be burdened with such a system is a double-edged sword. After all, as a refined and amiable person, what does it mean to parade around ostentatiously? Having reconsidered, I am now inclined to assist you in your quest for vengeance, Li Zhoujun remarked with a smile, directing his gaze toward the kneeling Yin Jihong. Upon hearing this, Yin Jihong's expression brightened with joy. "Thank you, esteemed senior," he exclaimed, bowing once more to Li Zhoujun. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over him. After all, he was but a mere ant. Why would such a formidable figure willingly offer assistance in his quest for vengeance? Was it merely because he found him pleasing to the eye? That reasoning seemed rather tenuous. Could it be that this senior harbored ulterior motives? Yet, he possessed nothing of value. What could the esteemed one possibly desire? Could it be that this senior had a preference for men, and coincidentally he himself? As this thought crossed his mind, a chill ran down Yin Jihong's spine, compelling him to instinctively tighten his grip on his rear garden. He glanced back at Li Zhoujun, who appeared scholarly and exuded an aura of warmth. Yet a shadow of predatory intent loomed behind him, casting a sinister grin in his direction. Nevertheless, the thought of avenging his profound grievances steeled his resolve. He gritted his teeth. What was a little hardship in the pursuit of retribution? "Senior, if you wish to do something to me, then come forth. I shall not resist." With that, Yin Jihong lay flat on the ground, adopting a posture of surrender. Li Zhoujun, bewildered, exclaimed, "What are you thinking? I'm not the kind of person you seem to believe me to be. Stand up." It suddenly dawned on Li Zhoujun that this young man had misconstrued his intentions, thinking that he sought to exploit him. This revelation amused him greatly. Realizing his misunderstanding, Yin Jihong felt a wave of embarrassment as he awkwardly rose from the ground, rubbing his nose and saying, "However, I truly do not comprehend what is there about me that would warrant your esteemed attention." Li Zhoujun spoke with a tone of resignation. "I help you merely out of goodwill. If you truly wish to repay me, then cultivate diligently and serve me in the future." The junior, Yin Jihong, replied earnestly, "I understand." He had heard tales of great cultivators intervening in the mortal realm, aiding those in distress to fulfill their own aspirations. Little did he expect to encounter such a formidable figure today. "Now, tell me about Yi Tianming in detail." Li Zhoujun inquired. Certainly, Yin Jihong began slowly. Yi Tianming was an ordinary mortal who, for reasons unknown, suddenly attained the ability to cultivate qi. At that time, my sister had already become a disciple of Elder Zhao Hui from the Kaishan sect, with a future that held infinite promise. Naturally, our family could not allow Yi Tianming to be with her. Thus, my father invited Yi Tianming to our home, intending to provide him with some resources for cultivation to distance him from my sister. However, Yi Tianming was resolute, adamantly declaring he would marry no one but her. My father, enraged, contemplated ending his life. Unexpectedly, Yi Tianming unleashed the full power of his foundation establishment, decimating my family. My father, the head of the Yin family, had only just broken through to the foundation realm. How could he possibly contend with him? Consequently, my family was annihilated, and Yi Tianming deliberately spared my life, leaving me to suffer in anguish. Furthermore, he spread rumors claiming that I had invited the wolf into our home, leading to the downfall of the Yin family. Until recently, I discovered that he had joined the Kaishan sect, supported by a formidable Golden Core master, and was now with my sister. My heart sank into despair, and thoughts of leaping off a cliff to end my life crossed my mind. Chapter 30. The secret realm of ice water. Suddenly, possessing the cultivation of qi refinement, he unleashed the full power of foundation establishment. Listening to Yin Jihong's account, Li Zhoujun pondered deeply. It appeared that this protagonist, Yi Tianming, was not merely backed by the Kaishan sect, but also had a powerful mentor behind him. "Senior, if you are willing to lend your assistance, it suffices to obstruct the forces behind him. I long to personally vanquish Yi Tianming," Yin Jihong exclaimed, his excitement palpable. It is likely that Yi Tianming's sudden surge to the peak of foundation establishment that night was due to some secret technique, which he should be unable to employ again. His original cultivation level should still be in qi refinement. With fervor, Yin Jihong spoke to Li Zhoujun. However, Li Zhoujun merely smiled. Subsequently, Yin Jihong sought out a cave and immediately entered to consume a pulse-refining pill. Li Zhoujun did not depart, but instead stood outside the cave, contemplating the time it would take before he could return to Daotian's sect. After all, he was determined to assist Yin Jihong in his quest for vengeance. It would likely take 10 to 15 days for him to recover and cultivate the true Sutra of Sunflower. With this thought, Li Zhoujun took out a piece of white paper and wrote a note. I am away on business. I shall return after a while. You should diligently cultivate at Zhounjun. If you have any questions, you may seek out Master Morong for answers. Upon completion, Li Zhoujun deftly folded the white paper into a paper crane, imbuing it with a fragment of his consciousness before casting it into the air. In an instant, the paper crane transformed into a lifelike white crane, soaring towards the Daotian sect. As the crane bore his aura, the disciples of the Daotian sect would not impede its passage. Having accomplished this, Li Zhoujun clapped his hands and leapt effortlessly onto a tree outside the cave, where he languidly drifted into slumber. He harbored no fear of danger, for he was invincible. No one could best him, nor could any weapon pierce his flesh. Moreover, he required no training, as the system would automatically assist him in his cultivation. The following morning, at the Daotian sect, on Yunju Mountain, young Su Nan was diligently practicing the Bixuang sword technique in the courtyard. Suddenly, a white crane descended from the sky, transforming into a paper crane that landed gently in Su Nan's small hand. Concurrently, Li Zhoujun's fragment of consciousness attached itself to Su Nan. This essence would only be activated should she encounter peril, manifesting as Li Zhoujun's avatar. With this safeguard, Li Zhoujun felt assured of the girl's safety. He had inquired of the system whether his avatar possessed equal capabilities, to which the system affirmed. Although it cautioned that the avatar could not sustain this power for long, at most 3 minutes before dissipating. Yet, 3 minutes was sufficient for Li Zhoujun to command his flying sword and reach the scene. Meanwhile, Su Nan had finished reading Li Zhoujun's letter, carefully tucking the parchment into her bosom before resuming her sword practice. At that moment, a figure of a young woman entered. Sister Shui? Su Nan exclaimed, her small face momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the newcomer. The individual who approached was none other than Shui Nianyao, a disciple of the Kanglan Mountain. Sister Su. The last time we met was atop the Shengxian Mountain. I never anticipated that so much time had passed, yet you still remember me. Shui Nianyao remarked with a light laugh. Of course I remember. After all, Sister Shui, you are not only exceptionally beautiful, but also remarkably talented. Sonandi plaidernistli. Yet you are the truly remarkable one, having joined the Daotian sect as the youngest practitioner of tribulation. I can only imagine that you will surpass all expectations in the future. Shui Nianyao responded with a bittersweet smile. Who could have foreseen that the once mediocre Yunju mountain master, who had spent 40 years as a cultivation failure, would transform into the youngest tribulation practitioner in the Daotian sect, and indeed the entirety of Qingzhou? Ha! Sister Shui, what brings you to seek me out so suddenly? Su Nan inquired with curiosity. To be honest, she had initially thought that by becoming her master's disciple, she would meet her end. But little did she know that her master was indeed a formidable figure. Indeed, there is a matter. Shui Nianyao nodded and continued. I presume Sister Su is aware that I am a princess of the Shuiwe dynasty? Recently, a mysterious ice-water realm has emerged within the Shuiwe dynasty, a remnant of an ancient sect filled with countless opportunities. It will open in 10 days. However, only 2 cultivators possessing supreme ice and water attributes, or even higher-grade spiritual roots, can enter together. Moreover, the entrance must be female and of qi refinement level. So, are you suggesting that I accompany you to this mysterious realm? Su Nan asked, her expression one of confusion. Shui Nianyao smiled and nodded, saying, Indeed, I possess a rare water attribute spiritual root, making me one of the chosen few. As for the other candidate with an exceptional ice attribute, it must be you, junior sister, for you are endowed with a supreme ice spiritual root. Noticing Su Nan's hesitation, Shui Nianyao continued with a smile. Junior sister, are you contemplating how such a fortuitous opportunity could possibly fall upon you without reason? Su Nan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that there are no free lunches in this world. Observing her doubts, Shui Nianyao chuckled lightly. There is no need for such thoughts. Our Shuiwa dynasty lacks anyone with a supreme ice spiritual root. Within the Dao Tian sect, all those with such attributes have already established their foundations. You are the sole candidate who meets the criteria. If you choose not to go, I will also be unable to enter the ice-water secret realm. So this matter is indeed a request from your elder sister. Rest assured, I would never wish you harm. Our sect's regulations are quite clear. Those who harm their fellow disciples are to be met with severe punishment. Moreover, I would not dare offend your master, given their formidable strength. Very well then. Su Nan, seeing Shui Nianyao's earnestness, naturally agreed. Sister Shui, when shall we set off? She inquired. I have already informed my master. We can depart at once. The caravan of the Shuiwa dynasty is currently stationed at the leisurely mountain designated for receiving guests, replied Shui Nianyao. All right, sister, please wait for me a moment. Su Nan said, leaving a letter on the table in Yunju Hall, inscribed with for master's eyes only, before departing with Shui Nianyao towards the leisurely mountain. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to Zhounjun, where suddenly a powerful aura emanated from the cave, signaling the imminent breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Reclining upon the tree, Zhounjun slowly opened his eyes and gracefully descended from the branches. I am deeply grateful for the elixir bestowed upon me by my esteemed predecessor. Tonight, I can distinctly sense that the spiritual energy within me is now much closer to the foundational realm. With time, I shall surely transcend into that state. As Li Zhoujun touched the ground, In Jihong emerged from the cave, bowing deeply in respect. Li Zhoujun appraised In Jihong from head to toe, nodding with a smile. Very well. Have you made progress with the sunflower scriptures? Please observe, esteemed predecessor. In Jihong replied eagerly. With that, he elegantly gestured toward the nearby stone, and in an instant, it shattered with a resounding crack. Quite intriguing. Spend the next few days diligently cultivating, solidifying your foundation, and familiarizing yourself with the techniques. Then, I shall accompany you to the Kaishan Zong, Li Zhoujun remarked with a grin. Indeed, In Jihong responded with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, in his heart, he had already regarded Li Zhoujun as his mentor. After all, Li Zhoujun had granted him a second chance at life and imparted powerful methods. Though they lacked the formal title of master and disciple, their bond was undeniably profound. Chapter 31. A visit to Kaishan Zong 5 days later. An aura of the foundational realm suddenly enveloped the cave. Outside, Li Zhoujun expressed his astonishment. This young man has progressed in the sunflower scriptures and has broken through to the foundational realm so swiftly. Esteemed predecessor, In Jihong exclaimed, stepping out of the cave with a look of joy upon his face. Indeed, Li Zhoujun nodded with a smile. Let us depart. It is time to visit Kaishan Zong. Excellent. In Jihong's heart raced with excitement. Soon, he would have the opportunity for revenge. Strangely, he sensed that his voice had taken on a sharper tone. However, he no longer cared. As long as he could seek vengeance, he would pay any price. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun swept his large sleeves, enveloping In Jihong. In the next moment, In Jihong felt the surrounding environment shift dramatically, and then he found himself hovering above the Kaishan sect. This must be the Kaishan sect, right? Li Zhoujun inquired with a smile, glancing down at the magnificent structures below. Indeed, In Jihong nodded in affirmation. At the same time, within the Kaishan sect, an aura soared into the heavens, transforming into the figure of an elder. I have met a fellow cultivator, the suddenly appearing elder said respectfully, clasping his hands in greeting to Li Zhoujun. Is that you, ancestor Duan Wui of the Kaishan sect? In Jihong exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the elder. It was said that this ancestor had attained the nascent soul stage. To witness such a powerful figure treating the one who had aided him with such deference was astonishing. One could only imagine that this great cultivator's strength must also have reached the nascent soul realm. Is there a particular matter for you to attend to at our Kaishan sect? Duan Wui, undeterred by Yin Jihong's astonishment, respectfully addressed the seemingly ordinary, yet capable of traversing the void young man. To Duan Wui, this youth appeared no different from an ordinary person, which left two possibilities. Either his own cultivation was inferior to that of the young man, or the young man was indeed just an ordinary individual. However, the ability of a young man to traverse the void clearly pointed to the former. Thus, Duan Wui chose to overlook Li Zhoujun's youthful appearance and treated him as an equal peer. In the realm of cultivation, judging individuals based on their appearance is a most unreliable method, for the countenance of powerful practitioners can change at will, and such transformations are far from difficult. At this moment, Li Zhoujun chuckled softly, expressing his desire for justice. Oh, Duan Wuyo's expression shifted in surprise. Could it be that one of my sect's disciples has offended friend? Not at all, Li Zhoujun replied, shaking his head and gesturing towards Yin Jihong. I have come to seek justice for him. Understanding dawned upon Duan Wuyo as he glanced at Yin Jihong, and he promptly stated, "Very well. Please accompany me into the sect. As a renowned establishment, if any of my disciples have committed an ignoble act, I shall not shield them." Agreed, Li Zhoujun affirmed. He then followed Duan Wuyo alongside Yin Jihong into a spacious area within the Kaishan sect. We pay our respects to the ancestor. The disciples and elders of the Kaishan sect bowed in unison upon seeing Duan Wuyo. Be at ease, Duan Wuyo waved his hand dismissively and then turned to Li Zhoujun, saying, "Friend, please follow me." "After you," Li Zhoujun replied courteously. "Who is this young man that the ancestor treats with such deference?" One disciple whispered, "Indeed, the ancestor is a powerful figure in the nascent soul realm. To regard this youth with such respect implies only one explanation. He too must be a nascent soul master. What a remarkably young nascent soul practitioner, and so elegantly refined in appearance. Junior sister, do not entertain such thoughts. You are not worthy. By the way, the person accompanying this young master seems somewhat familiar. Is he not the brother of senior sister Yin? Is he not the one who communicated with the cult, causing the downfall of the Yin family? What brings him here? It seems the situation is more complicated than it appears. I shall await the unfolding of events with keen interest." At this moment, the gathered disciples in the square observed the receding figures of Li Zhoujun, Yin Jihong, and their venerable ancestor engaging in animated discussions. Shortly thereafter, Li Zhoujun accompanied Duan Wui into a grand hall to take their seats. Initially, Yin Jihong felt somewhat uneasy, but Duan Wui chuckled. "Dear friend, a guest is always welcome. Please, make yourself comfortable without reservation." Reassured, Yin Jihong found a chair and settled down. Subsequently, Duan Wui personally poured tea for Li Zhoujun, remarking, "Your arrival was unexpected, and I have not made preparations. I hope you will not find this tea lacking." "Your kindness is appreciated," Li Zhoujun replied, observing the fragrant steam rising from his cup with a light smile. "This tea is exquisite in color, aroma, and flavor. It is evidently of fine quality. Your praise is unwarranted," Duan Wui responded with a smile. "Might you share the details of your visit with me?" Sipping his tea, Li Zhoujun replied, "If you summon Yi Tianming and Yin Miao Miao, the origins and developments of this matter will be revealed." "Very well," Duan Wui nodded and softly called out, "Li, father has emerged from seclusion. I was unable to welcome him personally, and I hope he will not hold it against me." A young man clad in white entered the hall. Upon seeing Li Zhoujun, he clasped his hands together and said, "I am Duan Li, the sect leader of the Kaishan sect. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed elder." "No need for formality," Li Zhoujun smiled, feeling favorably disposed towards the father and son duo at this moment. Indeed, one's own strength is a contributing factor. Otherwise, if Yin Jihong were to come personally, he might not even have the opportunity to meet with the father and son. "Please summon Yi Tianming and Yin Miao Miao," Duan Wuya instructed Duan Li. "Father, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly," Duan Li replied respectfully before departing. Before long, 5 individuals appeared outside the grand hall. "I say, sect master, why have you suddenly summoned my disciple to this council chamber?" inquired an elder among them, addressing Duan Li. "Elder He, your disciple is Yi Tianming, correct?" Duanli asked. Indeed, Elder He replied. Then there is no mistake, Duanli affirmed. Elder He, feeling somewhat vexed, continued, his name is He Xingho. And I was in the midst of instructing him in his cultivation when the sect master unexpectedly arrived, requesting my disciple to attend this council. I felt uneasy and thus followed him here. At that moment, a woman in the group furrowed her brow and added, Then why have you summoned my disciple to the council chamber? This woman was Zhao Hui, the master of Yin Miao Miao, who shared the same concern for her apprentice and had followed suit. Esteemed elders, it is actually the ancestor who has requested your beloved disciple's presence. I am merely here to convey this message, Duanli stated, showing little inclination to elaborate further. Upon hearing this, He Xingho and Zhao Hui obediently fell silent, recognizing that the sect master, like themselves, possessed the strength of the golden core, while the ancestor was a genuine Yuanian grandmaster, whose formidable presence they dared not challenge. Among the group, there were two others, a youth and a maiden, both clad in the brown and white garb of the Kaishan sect. The youth bore an unremarkable appearance, the kind easily lost in a crowd. The young girl, despite her youthful appearance, possessed a striking beauty, though a hint of weariness lingered between her brows. The two individuals in question were none other than Yi Tianming and Yin Miao Miao. Chapter 32. Confrontation. Tianming, why do you think the ancestor suddenly summoned us? Yin Miao Miao inquired, a tinge of unease evident in her voice as she glanced at Yi Tianming. With a gentle smile, Yi Tianming took her small hand in his and reassured her. Silly girl, do not fret. Perhaps the ancestor wishes to arrange a marriage for us? All right, Yin Miao Miao nodded, though a shadow of worry still clouded her face. Noticing her distress, Yi Tianming felt a pang of sympathy. Miao Miao, I understand your brother's actions have been reprehensible, but that is in the past. We must look forward, surely. Uncle would not wish to see you in such a state. Okay, Yin Miao Miao replied. As they conversed, they entered the grand hall alongside Duanli. Upon seeing Yin Zhihong seated within, Yi Tianming's pupils constricted in surprise. He could not fathom why Yin Zhihong was suddenly present. Yin Miao Miao, too, was taken aback, her expression a tumult of hatred and grievance intermingling. We pay our respects to the ancestor. In that moment, both Yi Tianming and Yin Miao Miao suppressed their emotions and bowed respectfully to their master, Duan Waya. Duan Waya nodded, surveying Yi Tianming and Yin Miao Miao. These two are my true disciples, possessing commendable talent. However, raw talent alone is insufficient. One must also learn to be a person, lest it all amount to nothing in the end. Disciple, Yi Tianming shall heed the ancestor's teachings, he replied earnestly. Disciple Yin Miao Miao earnestly adheres to the teachings of the ancestor. Simultaneously, Yi Tianming and Yin Susu utter their thoughts. In the recesses of Yi Tianming's mind, a solemn voice of an elder resonates. Youngster, the youth seated in the grand hall eludes my perception. He could very well be a celestial being. I must fall into slumber and absolutely cannot be discovered by him. Celestial being. Upon hearing the elder's voice echo in his mind, Yi Tianming instinctively gasped. A powerful celestial being is beyond the reach of the founding ancestor of the Kaishan sect. After all, when a venerable gray was in corporeal form, he merely possessed the cultivation of the divine transformation. Gray, the owner of that voice in Yi Tianming's mind, is also his true master. Although He Xingho is also considered Yi Tianming's master, it is evident that Yi Tianming solely seeks to leverage his status as a true disciple of the Kaishan sect to swiftly acquire resources for his cultivation. My young friend, if you harbor any grievances, you may begin, the ageless Duan Wuyo addressed Yin Zhihong. Yi Tianming was taken aback. Could it be that the ancestor of the Kaishan sect intends to assist Yin Zhihong? The thought sent a wave of panic through him, for Gray, his pillar of support, was presently concealed. However, Yin Zhihong did not approach Yi Tianming immediately. Instead, he turned to his younger sister, Yin Miao Miao, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Miao Miao, you have grown thinner, he remarked, stepping toward her with the intention of embracing her. Yet, Yin Miao Miao retreated a step, her expression frigid as she declared, I do not have a brother like you. Yin Zhihong, confronted with such rejection from his sister, was overwhelmed with sorrow. He stood there with his hand raised, his heart brimming with words unspoken. Yet he found himself at a loss for what to say. Li Zhoujun silently observed the scene, refraining from uttering a word, merely watching in quiet contemplation. You ungrateful wretch, what more is there to say at this juncture? It is too late for epiphanies. Your actions have been nothing short of despicable. At this moment, Yi Tianming stood beside Yin Miao Miao, calmly reprimanding Yin Jihong. What a classic case of the villain crying victim. Yin Jihong was so incensed that he chuckled bitterly. On the night my family was annihilated, what were you doing? I was en route to Kaishan's sect, preparing to become a disciple. What of it? Do you honestly believe that a mere qi refinement practitioner could eradicate your entire Yin family? Especially when many among you are also qi refinement cultivators. Yi Tianming asserted, confident that no one would be foolish enough to think that a practitioner of his level could bring down a family of foundation establishment cultivators. Leave now, and do not seek me out again. Let us sever our blood ties from this moment forth. Yin Miao Miao echoed Yi Tianming's sentiment. Miao Miao, seeing is believing. Will you merely stand by and listen to this scoundrel's ramblings? Yin Jihong retorted, irritation evident in his voice. As the rightful heir of our family, why would I conspire with heretics to murder our father and usurp his position? Do you not find that utterly laughable? Moreover, I have never been inclined to meddle in such affairs. I would have preferred for our father to pass the mantle to you. All I desired was my monthly allowance from the family to indulge in pleasures. Have you truly forgotten all this? Upon hearing these words, Yin Miao Miao's expression shifted dramatically. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Yi Tianming inwardly lamented his predicament and quickly retorted with a cold sneer. Yin Jihong, spare us your futile words. Who can ascertain whether you were merely feigning your true self in the past? It was only until recently that your ulterior motives came to light. The words you utter are amusing, indeed. A wise man sees wisdom, while a benevolent soul perceives benevolence. I am merely at the 9th level of qi refinement. Even if I harbored malicious intent, I would never contemplate dismantling the very pillar of our family, my father. After all, without the backing of a foundation establishment master, the Yin family, no matter how formidable it may seem on the surface, is but a paper tiger. Yin Jihong responded with a disdainful snort. Yi Tianming felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. He had not anticipated that Yin Jihong was not only astute but also articulate. Had he known earlier, he would have eliminated him entirely to prevent future troubles, rather than merely crippling his cultivation. Nevertheless, Yi Tianming gefind confidence. After successfully usurping your father's position, do you not have the support of a cult? As long as you offer them tributes each year, what more do you require? Have you lost your senses? Even if I, Yin Jihong, were foolish, I would never conspire with a tiger to seek its skin. Did you not accuse me of colluding with a cult? Where is your evidence? Present it. Yin Jihong smirked repeatedly. Your very existence is the finest evidence of all, he countered. Are you implying that you cannot produce any evidence? Yin Jihong chuckled, yet his expression swiftly turned fierce as he glared at Yi Tianming. However, I possess proof that it was you who annihilated my family. You unleashed your secret technique and manifested the pinnacle of foundation establishment, slaughtering my entire clan and seizing countless treasures. Do you dare to open your storage artifact and ascertain whether any of my family's possessions lie within? By what right do you accuse me? Is it merely your few words that warrant my revealing my storage treasures to you? Who do you think you are? A flicker of anxiety crossed Yi Tianming's face. Indeed, within his storage ring lay several items from the Yin family yet to be dealt with. However, he soon regained his composure and retorted, Are you not aware that prying into the secrets of other cultivators is a grave taboo? I see you're simply afraid, Yin Jihong sneered. Yi Tianming, did you truly annihilate the Yin family? At that moment, Zhao Hui cast a disapproving glare at Yi Tianming. When her disciple, Yin Miao Miao, learned of the Yin family's destruction, she had been so distraught that she could hardly eat or sleep, causing her master considerable distress. Elder Zhao, how could that be? I am merely at the qi refining stage. Even with secret techniques, it is impossible for me to suddenly break through to foundation establishment. Yi Tianming lamented hastily. He then turned to Yin Miao Miao with a look of earnestness. Miao Miao, Do you believe in me? As long as you have faith in me. I fear not the doubts of others. As the saying goes, the innocent shall remain untainted. Chapter 33. The changing mind of Duan Wuyo seeing the sincerity in Yi Tianming's words. Yin Miao Miao found herself at a loss. Observing this, Yin Jihong scoffed, "What? Are you now begging for sympathy?" Yet Yi Tianming paid no heed to him, instead fixing his earnest gaze upon Yin Miao Miao. However, as Yi Tianming noticed her continued silence, a spark of frustration ignited within him. "Miao Miao, do you not trust me? Is it not for you that I came to Kaishan's sect? I would sacrifice everything for you. Why is it that you do not believe in me?" "Yi Tianming, allow me to speak a word." At last, Li Zhounjun spoke. Yi Tianming, realizing that the speaker was likely the formidable figure his master had mentioned, who might very well be a virtual immortal, responded with utmost respect. "Senior, I am all ears to your words." Li Zhounjun chuckled lightly and said, "Let us proceed this way. You have expressed your willingness to sacrifice everything for Yin Miao Miao. Therefore, would you kindly open your storage treasure for her to inspect? Given your readiness to give your all for her, this minor task should pose no challenge, correct?" Yi Tianming was instantly taken aback, cold sweat breaking out in his heart. It was evident that this virtual immortal harbored malicious intentions and likely aligned with Yin Jihong. This realization cast a shadow over Yi Tianming's expression. The prospect of a powerful being from the virtual immortal realm opposing him, a mere qi refining practitioner, filled him with despair. Moreover, this virtual immortal was cunning, striking directly at his vulnerabilities with a single statement. Should he refuse, it would imply guilt on his part. Conversely, if he acquiesced, would Yin Miao Miao not immediately deduce that he was responsible for the destruction of the Yin family? Caught in a dilemma, Yi Tianming felt cornered. "Yi Tianming, you profess to hold sincere feelings for my sister, yet here you are, shirking your responsibilities," Yin Jihong sneered. He then turned to Yin Miao Miao and continued, "Miao Miao, do you still fail to comprehend? Indeed, it was I who annihilated the entire Yin clan. What do you intend to do about it? Had it not been for your family's intent to kill me, would I have ever resorted to such measures?" Finally, realizing that he could no longer conceal the truth, Yi Tianming decided to cast aside all pretenses and openly admitted his actions. As he spoke, Yi Tianming cast a cold smirk at Yin Jihong and said, "What is wrong? Now that I have rendered you helpless, are your words beginning to align with those of women? I had thought you would take your own life in shame. Yet here you are, shamelessly puffed up, even after becoming a mere shadow of your former self. It matters not what I have become. As long as I can eliminate you, everything is worth it," Yin Jihong replied with a mocking laugh. Meanwhile, Yin Miao Miao looked at Yi Tianming in disbelief. The very person who professed to love her yet had annihilated her family. Seemingly noticing her expression, Yi Tianming sighed. "I had no intention of resorting to violence. But it was your father who sought to end my life that day." However, Yin Miao Miao remained silent, rooted in place, evidently shaken. After all, first her family was destroyed, and then she learned it was at the hands of the one she loved. How could she possibly come to terms with that? Is it a joke? "Do you not understand why my father sought your demise?" Yin Jihong exclaimed, a hint of agitation in his tone. "Initially, our Yin family kindly advised you to stay away from my sister, yet you paid no heed and dared to provoke my father, claiming that my family was nothing but a pack of lowly curs. If not you, then whom should we eliminate? Alas, in the end, it was your family that faced annihilation." Yi Tianming shuruk indifferently. "It was indeed my family's fault for initiating the conflict, and it is deserved that we face destruction. But why must you deceive my sister and lay the blame on me? Why can you not simply admit it openly?" Yin Jihong gritted his teeth, filled with indignation. "Master, ancestor, this matter cannot be entirely blamed on my old disciple. It is the Yin family that bears the initial fault. Otherwise, my disciple would not have resorted to such drastic measures against them. After all, he is still but a child, and it is only natural for him to lack restraint. I humbly request your guidance in this matter." At that moment, He Xing, perceiving the rising tension, hastily turned to Duan Wuyo, clearly concerned for Yi Tianming's well-being. Duan Wuyo, however, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Let the younger generation handle their own affairs. We, the older ones should refrain from intervening. Wouldn't you agree, my friend? His implication was clear. He wished for Yin Zhihong and Yi Tianming to resolve their issues independently, without our interference. Moreover, it was evident that Duan Wuyo harbored intentions to protect Yi Tianming. After all, the fact that Yi Tianming, at the Qi refinement stage, could extinguish a family at the foundation establishment level suggested he harbored significant secrets. If he could uncover these secrets, perhaps he too could engage in battles beyond his current capabilities. Li Zhounjun, perceptive as ever, recognized Duan Wuyo's intentions, but chose not to expose them. Instead, responding with a smile, that would be most agreeable. At that moment, Li Zhoujun mused inwardly that Yi Tianming truly possessed the aura of a protagonist, capable of swaying Duan Wuyo's stance in mere moments. Alas, as he stood there, it was evident that Yi Tianming's fate was sealed. For if Yi Tianming were to survive, it would be Yin Zhihong who would suffer now, but in the future it would be Li Zhoujun, the one aiding Yin Zhihong, who would bear the consequences. Yi Tianming, do you dare to face me again after having once crippled my meridians? At this juncture, Yin Zhihong, having overheard the conversation between Duan Wuyo and Li Zhoujun, issued a direct challenge to Yi Tianming. As he spoke, a surge of energy emanated from Yin Zhihong, signifying the initial stage of foundation establishment. Yi Tianming's expression darkened. With his mere cultivation at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, it was utterly impossible for him to leap a great realm to slay another without the assistance of the venerable Grey Elder. However, the Grey Elder had succumbed to slumber due to the presence of the virtual immortal hiding away. What could he possibly use to confront Yin Zhihong? At this moment, Duan Wuyi fixed his gaze intently on Yi Tianming, eager to discern whether Yi Tianming would ascend from the Qi refinement stage to the perfected foundation establishment. If he could, then there was no way he could permit Yi Tianming to perish here today. Even in death, he must first unearth the secrets. Tianming, my assistance can only extend this far. The rest is up to you. The ancestor has also decreed that your grievances must be settled by yourselves. But do not take the life of Yin Zhihong. Spare him a breath, for this may elevate your standing in the eyes of the ancestor. Remember, at this juncture, Xinghu conveyed his message to Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming felt a pang of distress in his heart, yet he understood that he could not evade the impending battle. Facing Yin Zhihong was certainly preferable to confronting a virtual immortal, was it not? Power. Yi Tianming yearned fervently for strength, had he possessed it. None of this calamity would have unfolded today. And then there was the virtual immortal aiding Yin Zhihong. He must not allow himself to be deprived of a chance for resurgence. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be trampled underfoot. Then let us battle. Yi Tianming snorted coldly and addressed Yin Zhihong, accepting the challenge. Chapter 34. The demise of Yi Tianming. Let us battle. As Yi Tianming's words echoed, the confrontation was set in motion. Yin Zhihong refrained from engaging in further banter, elegantly raising his fingers in a graceful gesture. With a mere flick of his wrist, he conjured several bolts of magical energy, crafted from the very essence of a cultivator's internal power, which shot towards Yi Tianming with a piercing whoosh. With his mere cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refining, Yi Tianming stood no chance against such an assault. The magical projectiles struck him squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backward to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. On the sidelines, Yi Miao Miao watched this harrowing scene unfold, her heart sinking like a stone. He strode over to Yi Tianming, grasped his leg, and began to swing him around with reckless abandon. With a resounding thud, Yi Tianming was hurled to the ground. His head split open and bleeding profusely. He lay there, gasping, a mere shadow of life. Tianming, Yi Xingho exclaimed in shock. At that moment, Yi Tianming coughed up blood, enduring the torment coursing through his body as he slowly rose to his feet, his eyes fixed on Yin Zhihong with an intensity that seemed to bore through flesh. Don't look at me with such eyes. You might as well descend with me to meet my father in death, Yin Zhihong retorted, unperturbed by Yi Tianming's glare. In an instant, he appeared before Yi Tianming, raising his hand to deliver a fatal strike to his head. If that blow landed, Yi Tianming would surely meet his end, leaving no trace behind. Yi Tianming's pupils constricted at the sight. Yet at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. He heard the familiar voice of the old man echoing in his mind. "Ah, lad, it seems you cannot evade your fate. Then let us make our stand. Relinquish your body to me." As the voice of the elder fell, Yi Tianming's aura suddenly surged, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. Teetering on the brink of transformation into a deity, it then gradually came to a halt. Bang! At that moment, as the energy erupted from Yi Tianming, Yin Zhihong was swept away, flying backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing against the wall and leaving behind a web-like fissure. Puffed. Yin Zhihong spat out a mouthful of blood, his internal organs churning violently. Soon after, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. "Brother!" Yin Miao Miao cried out in alarm, rushing towards the fallen Yin Zhihong. The crowd gasped in shock. A complete, nascent soul. What kind of arcane technique is this? It enabled a mere qi refinement novice to directly ascend to the nascent soul realm. In the eyes of Duan Wuya, greed was now palpable. This technique must be his. Finally, it has emerged. Li Zhoujun narrowed his eyes. He had refrained from intervening earlier, waiting for Yi Tianming's grandfather to act. However, the elder controlling Yi Tianming's body had no intention of lingering. He turned to tear through the void and escape. Yet in the next moment, a flying sword shot forth from Li Zhoujun's body. The overwhelming aura emanating from the sword pressed down upon the gathered crowd like a mountain, rendering them immobile. This included the elder manipulating Yi Tianming's form, a ninth-grade flying sword, a celestial of the Great Ascension. Suddenly, a hoarse voice resembling that of an elder emerged from Yi Tianming. "What? An immortal?" As Yi Tianming spoke, the crowd turned their astonished gazes towards the one who had struck. Li Zhoujun. Particularly, Duan Wuyo felt a cold sweat break out within him. After all, it had been established from the outset that the sect would never shield its traitors. Yet he had just openly reneged on that agreement. In that moment, Duan Wuyo felt an overwhelming sense of despair wash over him. "Immortal, I have no animosity towards you. Why must you seek amusement at my expense?" At that moment, the gray-haired elder controlling Yi Tianming's body looked at Li Zhoujun in shock. Some matters are best left unknown to you," Li Zhoujun replied with a light chuckle, fully aware of the adage that villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter. He then deftly commanded the proud Shui Feijian to pierce through the body of Yi Tianming, now under the control of the gray-haired elder. Instantly, Yi Tianming's form began to dissipate from the lower half. Struck by a ninth-grade immortal sword, the result was nothing less than complete annihilation of both form and spirit. "No, I refuse to accept this." Just before his essence faded away, Yi Tianming let out a furious roar. But that was the extent of his protest. The might of the ninth-grade immortal sword was such that even he, a cultivator who had already perished once, could not withstand its power. Not even a cultivator at the returning void, harmony, or tribulation stage could endure a single strike. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving the reward True Immortal Effect. True Immortal Effect. With a mere thought, the host resonates with the heavens and earth. Upon receiving the system notification of task completion, Li Zhoujun finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that no matter how extraordinary the protagonist's fortune, when faced with a villain intent on his demise, there was no opportunity for reprieve. There's a saying that aptly captures the essence of fear. It stems solely from a deficiency in power. Li Zhoujun has grasped this truth profoundly. We have witnessed the presence of an immortal. In that moment, everyone present fell to their knees, bowing in reverence to Li Zhoujun, with Duan Wuyo voicing his admiration most fervently. Meanwhile, Zhao Hui felt a surge of panic upon seeing her disciple, still clinging to her brother, lost in thought. Yet, Li Zhoujun was unperturbed by such trivialities, gazing calmly at those who knelt before him. Duan Wuyo hostily adressa Li Zhoujun, acknowledging their prior presumption of equality with an immortal and pleading for forgiveness. "Rise, there is no need for excessive formalities," Li Zhoujun replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing his words, the crowd promptly stood, displaying the respectful demeanor of children in the presence of their parents, hesitant to speak. As for the matter concerning Yi Tianming, they wisely refrained from mention, recognizing the true source of his newfound strength was not some arcane technique, but rather the dormant presence of a formidable creature within him. This ancient being had likely incurred the wrath of this immortal, prompting the desire for retribution. Discussing it now would only invite calamity. Even He Xinghu, whose disciple had fallen to Li Zhoujun, remained silent. The notion of offending a transcendent being for the sake of a recently acquired and now deceased apprentice was sheer folly. In that instant, Li Zhoujun waved his hand, summoning back the Aoshue flying sword to rest within his dantian for further nurturing. He then approached Yin Miao Miao, crouching down to place a healing elixir into the mouth of Yin Jihong, who lay in her embrace. Yin Miao Miao finally came to her senses. She carefully placed her brother on the ground and stood up to respectfully bow to Li Zhoujun, saying, "Miao Miao, thanks the immortal for intervening." Li Zhoujun smiled lightly and replied, "Take good care of your brother. He holds you in great esteem." With that, Li Zhoujun did not linger, but amidst the awed gazes of the crowd, walked out of the grand hall with his hands clasped behind his back. "We bid farewell to the immortal," the members of the Kaishan sect exclaimed as they came to their senses, watching Li Zhoujun's retreating figure. As for Li Zhoujun's true name and destination, they were left in ignorance, only aware that a transcendent true immortal had once graced the grand hall of the Kaishan sect. A figure who roamed the world with a carefree spirit and a penchant for vengeance and kindness. Chapter 35. An encounter in the rain having departed from the Kaishan sect. Li Zhoujun found himself on a quiet official road. He was in no rush to return to the Tianzong, for despite having spent over 40 years in this realm, he had never truly explored it. This was the perfect opportunity for a leisurely stroll. However, the heavens had other plans. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, and a light drizzle began to fall. As the rain threatened to drench him, it miraculously veered away, as if an invisible barrier surrounded him, repelling the raindrops. Strangely, while the downpour turned the dirt road into a muddy mire, Li Zhoujun walked through it without a speck of mud clinging to his feet. "I did not employ any cultivation. Why do the raindrops avoid me?" Li Zhoujun pondered in astonishment. Ding! The body of a true immortal is pure and untainted, naturally repelling the mundane. "So, ami tolian immortal. How was I unaware of this?" Li Zhoujun wore a bewildered expression. "Ding, of course. You are not a true immortal. All of this is attributed to the effects of the true immortal's aura." Enlightenment dawned upon him. As he strolled along, his gaze was drawn to a small blade of grass beneath a tree by the roadside. To his astonishment, he witnessed this humble grass miraculously lifting a stone that weighed it down. It was indeed a weed imbued with a hint of spiritual essence. "How remarkable!" Li Zhoujun remarked with surprise. He then approached the grass, crouched down, and said with a smile, "Our encounter is fate. Allow me to lend you a hand in removing this stone." With that, Li Zhoujun effortlessly moved the stone aside. The little grass sprang upright in response. Ding! The host's compassion is commendable. The system rewards you with a spirit-gathering array. Is this even possible? Li Zhoujun was taken aback. Ding! The system has detected that this grass possesses considerable spiritual essence. A task is issued. The host must assist this grass in inscribing a spirit-gathering array to aid its cultivation, thus sowing the seeds of benevolence. Reward: should this grass succeed in its cultivation, it will naturally seek to repay the host in the future. So, you mean to say that I am to acquire a pawn? Li Zhoujun musha, bemused by the casual nature of the reward. Nevertheless, he turned his attention back to the weed and smiled. Allow me to bestow upon you one more gift. With a flick of his finger, he elegantly inscribed a magnificent spirit-gathering array above the blade of grass. Once completed, he clapped his hands and warned, "Little one, should you cultivate successfully in the future, do not cause mischief. Otherwise, I shall personally sever you." To his surprise, the weed seemed to respond, swaying gently as if it understood, expressing gratitude towards Li Zhoujun, showcasing an unexpected sense of sentience. At that moment, two figures approached from behind Li Zhoujun, a stout young man with a fuzz of hair at the corners of his mouth, and an elderly gentleman with hair as white as snow. The young man, carrying an umbrella on his back and holding another in his hand, sheltered himself and the elder from the rain beneath its cover. Upon noticing Zhounjun squatting under the tree, the young man scrutinized him, observing the elegant and handsome visage of the youth clad in a green robe. He was reminded of the distinguished scholar he had visited with his master not long ago, though that venerable figure was already in his 60s. With a warm smile, the young man inquired, "Are you taking refuge from the rain, sir?" "Indeed," Zhounjun replied, turning in surprise at the sound behind him. Upon recognizing the pair, he smiled in return. "As a matter of fact, I have an extra umbrella on my back. If you do not mind, you may use it." As he spoke, the young man removed the umbrella from his back and offered it to Zhounjun. Taken aback for a moment, Zhounjun then smiled and said, "I am most grateful. Young sir, I shall remember this kindness of yours." With that, he accepted the paper umbrella from the young man's hands. Simultaneously, Zhounjun scrutinized the duo. The elder, despite his white hair, possessed an ethereal demeanor, suggesting he was no ordinary man. Yet, Zhounjun could not discern the elder's cultivation level. It was likely that he had surpassed the nascent soul stage and entered the transformation stage. As for the stout young man who offered the umbrella, Zhounjun could see clearly that he was at the foundation establishment level, appearing to be just over 16 years of age. At the tender age of 16, possessing foundational cultivation, the elder accompanying him could hardly be an ordinary mortal. As Zhounjun assessed the duo of elder and youth, the elder scrutinized him in return. Hearing that this path was rife with demons, the elder surmised that a youth traveling alone in such a place must possess exceptional qualities. Moreover, Zhounjun's ethereal demeanor suggested an underlying profundity beneath his seemingly mundane actions. Thus, the elder smiled and inquired, "Forgive my boldness, but are you, Mr. Li, on your way to Zhounjun?" "I am merely wandering, exploring the landscape. As for where this road leads, I cannot say," Zhounjun replied with a thoughtful smile. He too was uncertain of his destination. He merely desired to descend from the sky and stroll leisurely, taking in the sights, indifferent to any particular endpoint. "You are quite carefree, Mr. Li," the elder chuckled. "It is said that this area is plagued by bandits and malevolent spirits. If you do not mind, I would be honored to accompany you to Zhounjun. The city, built alongside the river, boasts enchanting scenery that I believe you would greatly appreciate." "There is no need for that, esteemed elder," Zhounjun gently declined, shaking his head with a light-hearted smile. "I am accustomed to my solitary travels and shall make my way alone. Please take care." With that, Zhounjun unfurled his paper umbrella, holding it aloft with one hand while the other rested behind him, steadily walking into the rain. The elder and the youth watched as he gradually faded from view, eventually turning into a narrow path and vanishing. "Master, look at that peculiar grass," exclaimed the earnest young boy, pointing at a particularly spirited patch of weeds. "What a remarkable formation!" The elder gasped in astonishment upon noticing the spirit-gathering array upon the grass. "This must have been set by that gentleman we just encountered," the earnest youth remarked. The elder nodded in agreement, remarking, "To devise such an intricate spirit-gathering formation, the gentleman from earlier possesses unparalleled mastery in the art of formations." The simple-minded youth, with his mouth agape, recognized that his master excelled in the realm of formations, undoubtedly surpassing even a fifth-tier formation master. To receive such commendation from his master indicated that the gentleman was truly extraordinary. Alas, he had not taken the path to Jiang City, and thus they could not behold the visage of this remarkable individual again. Your fortune lies in gaining the favor of such a distinguished figure. However, our sudden arrival seems to have caused him to overlook concealing the formation, so I shall embellish it further," said the elder, casting a subtle smile at the patch of weeds before deftly obscuring the formation laid down by Zhounjun. "Well then, sure, we must set forth." The elder instructed the earnest youth. "Understood, master," replied Asher, solemnly nodding in acknowledgement. The duo embarked on their journey to Jiang City, intent on seeking medical attention for the beloved granddaughter of the elder's close friend, who had fallen ill after emerging from a mystical cave of immortals. Meanwhile, after wandering in the rain for quite some time, Li Zhounjun suddenly smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "Goodness! I established a formation around that patch of weeds, but forgot to conceal it. What if it attracts other demons or cultivators? That would indeed put it in peril." With this thought, he retraced his steps. Upon returning to the tree, he found that the figures of the elder and the youth had vanished, and the spirit-gathering formation upon the weeds had already been hidden. As the weeds once again caught sight of Li Zhoujun's arrival, they swayed their bodies as if expressing joy. It seemed that the elder's intervention had indeed made an impression. Li Zhoujun sighed, resolved to cultivate diligently in this place. He offered a few words of encouragement to the weeds before rising and heading towards Zhounjun. After all, he had already traversed another path for quite some time without finding anything worthwhile to behold. Upon his arrival in Zhounjun, he found the elder and the youth he had previously encountered beneath the tree standing before a mansion. "Lu Wuhan, my disciple Yuzue has arrived. Yet you do not come forth to greet me?" the elder remarked with a light chuckle as he gazed at the mansion's entrance. Ziyue, I have finally awaited your arrival," he continued. Just as Yuzue's words fell, an elegantly dressed elder emerged from the gate with hearty laughter. Upon noticing Ashur, he paused momentarily, saying, "Ziyue, you have taken a disciple?" "Yes, this young lad is called Xiao Shi," Yuzue replied with a slight smile. "Ashur, do not hesitate to pay your respects to Uncle Lu." Initially, Yuzue intended for Xiao Shi to address Lu Wuhan as Grandfather Lu, but he realized that such a title would inadvertently elevate Lu Wuhan's status beyond what was appropriate. Xiao Shi then respectfully bowed to Lu Wuhan. "There is no need for formality, young Shi. At merely 16 years of age, you have already reached the foundation establishment stage. TSK, Ziyue, you have indeed acquired an exceptional disciple, one who possesses a remarkable resemblance to our youthful selves, rivaling even the elite prodigies of the Daotian sect." Lu Wuhan remarked with a smile. He then reflected wistfully. "I recall the days when we two roamed the Jianghu as impetuous youths. Now we stand here, both graying, one having established a family and the other having taken on a disciple. Truly, the world has changed." "Indeed," came the reply. Yuzue also sighed, but suddenly his gaze fixed on the wound on Lu Wuhan's chest, and he spoke in a low voice. "Your injury. It is of no consequence." Lu Wuhan replied with a faint smile. "Having lived long enough, I have no regrets in seeing an old friend once more before departing this world. However, before my time comes, I wish to see my dear granddaughter's ailment and hope for her recovery. Take me to see the little girl." Yuzue's heart ached at the sight of Lu Wuhan's wound, a lingering affliction from their youth when they pursued a dark cultivator together. This ailment was a result of Lu Wuhan taking a blow meant for him. Thus, Yuzue was determined to fulfill his old friend's wish before he departed. "Very well," Lu Wuhan nodded, leading the two to a private chamber. Upon opening the door, they beheld a stunning young girl lying on the bed, her eyes tightly shut, resembling an ethereal beauty. This girl was Lu Wuhan's granddaughter, Lu Jining. Xiao Shi, being still a youth, felt his cheeks flush upon encountering such beauty. Yet he quickly composed himself, for he and his master were there for a purpose, to save her. The last time he had seen the little girl, she was but an infant in swaddling clothes. He could hardly believe how gracefully she had grown. Yuzue remarked, "She has blossomed into a lovely young lady." Lu Wuhan sighed with a hint of melancholy. "This girl has a wild spirit. After I am gone, Ziyue, you must take care of her." "Of course," Yuzue affirmed solemnly, and with a flicker of his mystical eyes, he discerned the girl's condition. "Ziyue, have you discerned the state of my granddaughter?" Lu Wuhan inquired. The young girl had previously ventured into the void immortal cave, and although she emerged, it appeared that she had triggered a formation within, leaving her 3 souls ensnared within its confines. Yuzue furrowed his brow and remarked, "You truly are perceptive, Ziyue, for you immediately discern the girl's plight. However, at this juncture, how shall we rescue her 3 souls?" Lu Wuhan inquired anxiously. "If all else fails, I shall dare to breach the void immortal cave myself. For I am but a dying man." "Absolutely not," Yuzue replied resolutely. "I have heard of the void immortal cave near Zhounjun. It is a paradise bestowed upon Qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators by ancient powers. Should a golden core or higher cultivator enter, Unless their cultivation is also at the level of an immortal, they would face certain death. What shall we do then? Lu Wuhan asked, acknowledging his own early stage of divine transformation, fearing that he would perish upon stepping through the cave's threshold. Though I am but a divine transformation cultivator, I am also a 5th-grade spirit array master. It is indeed feasible for me to retrieve the girl's 3 souls, Yu Ziwei proclaimed with confidence. Then that is reassuring. Lu Wuhan sighed in relief upon hearing this. In that moment, Yu Ziwei took action. He bit his index finger and, in the next instant, began to inscribe a formation in the void. After an entire hour had passed, Yu Ziwei gradually withdrew his hand, beads of sweat adorning his aged face. Seeing his master in such a state, Xiao Shi felt a pang of deep concern. The formation was complete. At this moment, Yu Ziwei gazed at the floating crimson hue and suddenly remarked, "Next, we need only place a single hair from the young girl within the formation to summon her 3 souls back." "Ziwei, your immense kindness requires no words of thanks," replied Lu Wuhan, clasping his fists in gratitude. Yu Ziwei quickly interjected with a wry smile, "Wuhan, what are you doing? If you had not shielded me from that strike back then, I would not be here conversing with you now. This is merely my duty. Should you continue in this manner, do not blame me for turning my back on you." "Ha ha ha, I have indeed been overly courteous," Lu Wuhan laughed heartily. "To have such a dear friend in life is truly without regret." Seeing this, Yu Ziwei chuckled as well. However, just as Yu Ziwei was poised to proceed to the next step, a voice of immense authority resonated from above. "Lu Wuhan, hand over the treasured artifacts stolen from my imperial dynasty, and I shall spare your entire family." A celestial? Yu Ziwei felt the formidable aura emanating from above and gasped. "Wuhan, what have you done?" "Ahem, my granddaughter was initially unresponsive, and I had heard that within the Divine Feather Dynasty, there exists a Tianyu pill capable of reviving the deceased. Thus, I took the liberty of pilfering the Tianyu pill displayed in the main hall, believing my actions to be flawless, only to discover I had been found out." Lu Wuhan confessed, his expression tinged with embarrassment. "You truly are remarkable. To commit such an act right under the nose of a celestial," Yu Ziwei remarked, caught between laughter and tears, for while Lu Wuhan spoke lightly of it, the feat of a mere spirit transformation cultivator stealing from the watchful eyes of the Divine Feather Dynasty's celestial was no small feat. Subsequently, Yu Ziwei inquired, "What about Tian Yudon? Surely, I must have given it to that little girl. Keeping it would not lead to the birth of another one, right?" Lu Wuhan replied with a bitter smile. "Ah, you have truly caused a great calamity this time. The ethereal being pursuing us is likely the enigmatic supreme emperor of the Divine Feather Dynasty, Yu Huaji." Yu Ziwei sighed in resignation. "Each person must bear their own burdens. I cannot let you and Ashur be implicated." Lu Wuhan responded, "Nonsense. We grew up sharing the same trousers. We shall face adversity together. Let us go and confront this supreme emperor of the Divine Feather Dynasty." Yu Ziwei declared with unwavering resolve. "Very well." Upon witnessing Yu Ziwei's determination, Lu Wuhan understood that he could not dissuade him and thus acquiesced, though he silently vowed not to involve Yu Ziwei and his disciple in this predicament. Simultaneously, as the ethereal being from the Divine Feather Dynasty descended, the populace and cultivators of Jiang City were overwhelmed by an oppressive aura, compelling them to kneel. Li Zhounjun, who had recently entered Jiang City, stood still, gazing in astonishment at the location where the ethereal being hovered. Soon after, 2 elder figures ascended into the air, one of whom was the elder who had bestowed an umbrella upon him. Chapter 37. A promise from the true immortal Yu Ziwei had encountered the Supreme Emperor, and Lu Wuhan had also met him. With fervor, the duo soared into the sky, but upon facing the overwhelming pressure emanating from the ethereal being, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they promptly bowed to the elder clad in the 9-dragon imperial robe. This elder was none other than the Supreme Emperor of the Divine Feather Dynasty, Yu Huaji. "Yu Ziwei?" Yu Huaji gazed at Yu Ziwei with a hint of surprise, then nodded slightly and remarked, "I have heard of you, a 5th-tier spirit array master. Indeed a talent. However, judging by the current situation, are you prepared to assist Lu Wuhan in confronting me? I advise you to think twice." Yu Ziwei, with a bitter smile on his aged face, replied, "Naturally, I have no desire to oppose the Supreme Emperor. It's just that the Tianyu Dan has already been consumed." "What?" Yu Huaji's expression shifted in shock. "Who did you give it to?" "My granddaughter," Lu Wuhan replied in a deep, resonant voice. "Damn it, Yu Huayi is contenance darkened." The Tianyu Dan indeed possesses the miraculous ability to resurrect the dead, but can only be effective when consumed by those of the Yuhua bloodline. Of course, this elixir can bring one back to life, but it comes with conditions. First, the individual's cultivation must not exceed the nascent soul stage. Second, upon resurrection, all cultivation is lost. Third, the time of death must not exceed 3 days. Fourth, a person may only consume it once in their lifetime, and the success rate is merely 1%. Nevertheless, the Tianyu Dan holds great significance for the Divine Feather Dynasty, as it is a precious legacy passed down from ancestors, intended to ensure that any extraordinary prodigy of the Yu family, who meets an untimely demise, can have a second chance at life. "Hand over your granddaughter, and I shall spare your Lu family," Yu Huaji said calmly to Lu Wuhan. "Impossible," Lu Wuhan retorted, lifting his chin defiantly. As a cultivator of the transformation stage, he was fully aware that Yu Huaji desired his granddaughter for the purpose of refining her into a pill. How could he ever agree to such a demand? "So, does that mean I must take matters into my own hands?" With a chilling sneer, Yu Huaji exerted the oppressive aura of a transcendent being, weighing heavily upon Lu Wuhan, whose complexion turned pale in an instant. "Your Majesty, is there any other remedy?" Yu Ziyue inquired. "None," Yu Huaji retorted coldly. "If you possess any sense, you will step aside. This matter does not concern you." He added, "The opportunities have been plentiful. You ought to cherish them." Hearing this, Yu Ziyue's face drained of color. Yet he gritted his teeth and declared, "Had it not been for Lu Wuhan taking that palm strike for me, I would have long since met my demise." Stubborn to the core, Yu Huaji scoffed. In that instant, both Yu Ziyue and Lu Wuhan felt a surge of bitterness rise in their throats, a metallic taste overwhelming them. Meanwhile, in Zhounjun, the observant Zhounjun, who was merely enjoying the spectacle, noticed that the celestial being from the Divine Feather Dynasty regarded the elder who had gifted him an umbrella with ill intent. "Ding! The system has issued a task. The host may repay the favor of the umbrella with generous rewards." Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhounjun recognized that it was time to cease his idle observation. He promptly rose, taking to the skies with purposeful strides, hands clasped behind his back. Just as the atmosphere grew tense above, the trio of Yu Huaji, Yu Zun, and Lu Wuhan beheld a young man clad in azure robes, his demeanor serene, materializing beside them. "Mr. Li?" Yu Ziyue exclaimed, momentarily taken aback at the sight of Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun smiled gently and remarked, "It appears that Elder Yu has found himself in a predicament. Fortunate for me. I can now repay your kindness for the umbrella." The conversation that transpired above was distinctly heard by Li Zhoujun. Thus, he naturally became acquainted with the name of Yu Ziyue. "Who is this?" Lu Wuhan inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Yu Ziyue as Li Zhoujun suddenly appeared. "A master of formidable formations," Yu Ziyue replied with a light chuckle, his demeanor relaxed. "We are saved." However, a bitter smile crossed Yu Ziyue's heart, for it was his own disciple who had originally gifted Li Zhoujun the umbrella, and he himself had inadvertently benefited from it. "My friend, it would be prudent to refrain from intervening in this matter, especially since Lu Wuhan was the one who initially pilfered the Tianyu Dan from my Divine Feather Dynasty," Yu Huaji remarked, his expression less haughty than before, tinged with respect upon seeing the young man, whom he could not fathom. Li Zhoujun responded with a smile. "I once read in the Qingzhou record that the Tianyu Dan has the power to bring the dead back to life. Indeed, but it can only revive those who possess the bloodline of my feathered kin," Yu Huaji clarified. "It would be wise for you to abstain from this affair. Lu Wuhan dared to steal my Divine Feather Dynasty's elixir, and I shall not spare him. If Yu Ziyue stands with him, then he too shall not escape my wrath." His voice grew chillingly cold as he spoke the latter part. "I have no desire to involve myself, yet alas, Elder Yu has bestowed upon me the favor of the umbrella. Let us propose this. I offer you a promise that, when your Divine Feathered Dynasty teeters on the brink of ruin, I shall intervene once. How's that sound? Li Zhoujun suggested with a smile. It was indeed Lu Wuhan, a friend of Yu Ziyue, who was at fault. When the former emperor of the Divine Feather Dynasty arrived to demand an explanation, it would be unreasonable to allow Li Zhoujun to retaliate with violence, for such an action would be no different from the unruly behavior of a malevolent cultivator. When our Divine Feather Dynasty faced its downfall, did you ever intervene? Upon hearing this, Yu Huaji couldn't help but chuckle, but then a cold smile crept across his face. My friend, do not speak so boastfully. I fear that before our Divine Feather Dynasty meets its end, you may very well perish first. Do not be ungrateful. Li Zhoujun narrowed his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. In that instant, the entire realm shifted. The heavens darkened, and a cacophony of thunder roared through the air, resembling a scene of apocalyptic devastation. Could it be a true immortal? Yu Huayi, Yu Ziyue, and Lu Wuhan were immediately taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. It was said that when a true immortal was enraged, the very heavens would change color. And today, that legend unfolded before their eyes. Feeling the immense pressure emanating from Li Zhoujun, Yu Huaji felt as though he were but a small boat adrift on a raging sea, fully aware that if the tempest so chose, he would find no refuge. The old man was willing to forego the Tianyu Dan, pleading for the immortal's forgiveness, acknowledging his previous lack of discernment that led to offending such a being. After regaining his composure, Yu Huaji bowed deeply to Li Zhoujun, his voice trembling with trepidation, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Although both virtual and true immortals share the title of immortal, the former are merely practitioners on the path, fundamentally still mortals. Conversely, a true immortal is one who has genuinely transcended the tribulations of thunder and attained enlightenment. Even 100 or 1,000 virtual immortals would be inconsequential compared to a single true immortal. Might my single act be deemed sufficient to compensate for that Tianyu Dan? Li Zhoujun retracted his celestial aura and inquired with a smile. Of course. Indeed. Yu Huaji responded eagerly. What a stroke of luck. Exchanging a single Tianyu pill for a celestial being's assistance is akin to striking the grandest fortune. Not to mention, one Tianyu pill pales in comparison to a single intervention from a celestial being. While the Tianyu pill can indeed revive a member of the Feather Clan, it comes with various stipulations, and the success rate is merely 1%. Chapter 38. Master of Spiritual Arrays. With that settled, should your Divine Feather Dynasty encounter peril, simply ignite this incense, and I shall sense it. As he spoke, Li Zhoujun produced a piece of incense and handed it to Yu Huaji. Thank you, esteemed immortal. Yu Huaji accepted the incense with an unmistakable joy illuminating his countenance. With the assurance of this celestial being, the recently restless Daling dynasty is unlikely to stir up any significant turmoil. The Daling dynasty, neighboring the Divine Feather Dynasty, is replete with formidable experts, and it is rumored that their ancestor has transcended to the fusion realm, seeking to eradicate surrounding dynasties and expand their dominion. This is precisely why Yu Huaji is so concerned about the Tianyu pill. He fears for the safety of his promising juniors, should they fall victim to the treachery of the Daling dynasty. Meanwhile, Yu Ziyue and Lu Wuhan, witnessing this scene, were filled with envy. What a remarkable stroke of fortune for the Divine Feather Dynasty, having the promise of a celestial being. If you have no further business, you may take your leave. Li Zhoujun said with a smile to Yu Huaji. Indeed, should the esteemed immortal ever grace the Divine Feather Empire with their presence, please do inform this old man, so that I may prepare for their arrival, Yu Huaji eagerly remarked. Certainly, Li Zhoujun nodded in acknowledgement. Then I shall take my leave, Yu Huaji said, carefully securing the incense before making his way back to the Divine Feather Empire, his heart brimming with pride at having gained a promise from a true immortal. In that moment, the system's voice chimed in, ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of repaying a favor. Ding. System rewards granted. Initial stage of transformation. Ding. System rewards granted. Void returning pill. The void returning pill, when consumed by a practitioner at the pinnacle of transformation, allows for a breakthrough into the void returning realm. Upon observing the rewards presented by the system, Li Zhounjun felt little stir within, for his remarkable abilities had rendered him nearly invincible. With diligent practice, ascension to the celestial realm was merely a matter of time. However, the void-returning pill was of no immediate use to him, as he had only just reached the initial stage of transformation. Immortal! Both Yu Ziyue and Lu Wuhan respectfully addressed Li Zhounjun at that moment. Li Zhounjun turned to Yu Ziyue and smiled. Mr. Yu, your unwavering loyalty to a friend is commendable. Hearing this, Yu Ziyue could only offer a wry smile. Before an immortal, I dare not consider myself a mere old man. Such a designation would be a disservice to my dignity. Truth be told, Yu Ziyue could hardly fathom that in his lifetime he would encounter a genuine great ascendant immortal. And furthermore, that this immortal had come to his aid. There is no need to concern oneself with such trifling details. The favor of the umbrella has been repaid by Li, and it is time to depart, for this world is replete with numerous vistas awaiting Li's exploration. At that moment, Li Zhounjun Shukulat, indeed, the celestial being possesses a commendable temperament, remarked the old man Yu with envy. Thank you, esteemed immortal, for your assistance this time. If you do not find it bothersome, might you honor my Lu family residence with your presence for a cup of tea? It would allow the old man Lu to express his heartfelt gratitude. Lu Wuhan eagerly suggested to Li Zhounjun. Observing his old friend's demeanor, Yu Ziyue could already surmise his intentions. The young lady of the Lu family, Lu Jining, though possessing merely a high-quality spiritual root, had awakened a unique constitution known as the Tying body. Those endowed with such a physique are said to possess extraordinary talents. It is rumored that the ancient Tying fairy was similarly blessed. Thus, it was evident that his old friend sought to invite this true immortal to their home, likely in hopes that the immortal would take his granddaughter as a disciple. Of course, Lu Wuhan had only confided in him about Lu Jining's Tying body. Very well. Li Zhounjun, contemplating the invitation for tea, smiled and acquiesced. Upon hearing Li Zhoujun's agreement, Lu Wuhan's face brightened with joy. After all, the arrival of a true immortal at the Lu residence would elevate their status immensely. Furthermore, should this true immortal take a liking to his granddaughter and accept her as a disciple, the Lu family could indeed stride confidently across Qingzhou and beyond. Then, he could depart from this world with peace of mind. Esteemed immortal, please follow me. Lu Wuhan gestured invitingly and led Li Zhoujun, accompanied by Yu Ziyue, back to the Lu residence. Master, are you all right? As soon as the crowd landed, Xiaoshi hurriedly approached. Upon seeing Li Zhounjun, Xiaoshi was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Li? Just as Yu Ziyue was about to reprimand Xiaoshi for not addressing Li Zhounjun as immortal, he was stopped by a wave of Li Zhounjun's hand. Then, with a smile, Li Zhounjun said to Xiaoshi, "Young friend, it is a pleasure to see you again." Observing this, Yu Ziyue breathed a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, the wise elder understood that Li Zhounjun wished to keep his true immortal identity from becoming widely known. Indeed, Xiaoshi chuckled innocently. Your disciple is truly fortunate. It seems this immortal holds him in high regard, an extraordinary opportunity indeed. Lu Wuhan communicated telepathically to Yu Ziyue, who responded with a faint smile. Suddenly, Li Zhounjun appeared to sense something, momentarily pausing as he remarked, "There seems to be some kind of formation here." Mr. Li possesses keen insight. It is precisely the formation set up by the old man Yu earlier, Yu Ziyue replied with a smile. It concerns my granddaughter. Her 3 souls have been left in a certain ethereal cave, which is why the old man Lu entrusted Ziyue with this task. Lu Wuhan added at that moment. I see. May I inquire about the current condition of old Master Lu's granddaughter? Li Zhounjun asked. We were just one step away, but the supreme emperor of the Shunyu dynasty has arrived, Yu Ziyue explained. I see. In that case, my arrival may have inadvertently disturbed you both, Li Zhounjun said. Nonsense, Mr. Li. It is indeed an honor for my Lu family to host you. Lu Wuhan quickly interjected. At this moment, Xiaoshi observed the respectful demeanor of his master and Uncle Lu towards Mr. Li, and a sense of astonishment enveloped him. Could it be that Mr. Li had attained the realm of the void immortal? The thought sent ripples of shock through Xiaoshi's mind, for his master had once remarked that the distinction between a transformation god and a void immortal was akin to the chasm separating heaven and earth. A void immortal in the land of Qingzhou would be regarded as a terrestrial deity, a figure of legend. Please, you two, continue with your affairs. Li shall take my leave to explore my leisure, Li Zhounjun said with a smile. Uncle Lu was taken aback. If Li Zhounjun did not accompany them, how could they showcase his granddaughter's talent to this true immortal? How then would this true immortal consider accepting disciples? Yu Ziyue, noticing his old friend's predicament, pondered for a moment and respectfully addressed Li Zhounjun. I hope Mr. Li will forgive this old man's audacity. I possess limited insight into this matter, and I'll be grateful for any guidance you could offer. Ding. System task issued. Observe uses technique, and the host shall receive the cultivation of the spirit array, Grandmaster of the 9th grade spirit array. Then I shall witness the prowess of old man Yu, Li replied, initially reluctant, as he was but a novice in formations, having only recently learned the gathering spirit array. However, the system's promise of elevating him to the status of a 9th grade spirit array grandmaster was too enticing to decline. After all, such a title corresponded to that of a true immortal. Meanwhile, Uncle Lu, seeing Li Zhounjun's acquiescence, cast a grateful glance towards Yu Ziyue. Chapter 39. Temporary residence at the Lu family. As Li Zhounjun entered the chamber where Lu Jining resided, he immediately discerned that the young girl lying on the bed possessed an extraordinary constitution. Mr. Lu, is your granddaughter of the Taiyin constitution? Li Zhounjun kidat astunisha. You speak the truth. Indeed, Mr. Lu's granddaughter possesses the Taiyin constitution, came the response from Lu Wuhan, his expression tinged with unease. He realized that his modest intentions could no longer be concealed from this true immortal. As anticipated by Lu Wuhan, Li Zhounjun chuckled. It seems that Mr. Lu's intentions extend beyond mere hospitality. You wish for me to accept this young lady as my disciple. Feeling exposed, Lu Wuhan awkwardly rubbed his nose and replied, Mr. Li, my time is limited. I merely wish for my granddaughter to have a solid backing after I'm gone. I understand. Li Zhounjun nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the system chimed in. Ding. Taiyin constitution detected. It is recommended that the host accept her as a disciple to receive substantial rewards. Li Zhounjun paused at the system's notification, then turned to Lu Wuhan with a smile. In that case, I cannot refuse. He continued, So, Mr. Li, are you indeed proposing to take my granddaughter as your disciple? Upon hearing Li Zhoujun's words, Lu Wuhan's expression froze, and he felt his breath quicken. If his granddaughter could truly enter the fold of a true immortal, her safety would be assured in the future. Indeed, Li Zhoujun confirmed with a smile. Thank you. Esteemed sir. Lu Wuhan bowed respectfully to Li Zhoujun. At that moment, Yu Ziyue observed the unfolding scene with a sense of wonder. The fortune of the Lu family's young lady was indeed remarkable, for she was about to become a disciple of a true immortal, ensuring a bright and untroubled future ahead. Mr. Yu, I implore you to summon back the 3 souls of this girl, Li Zhoujun said to Yu Ziyue at that moment. The system did not indicate a successful apprenticeship, suggesting that consent from the individual was necessary. Please wait a moment, Yu Ziyue replied with a smile. He then deftly used his fingertip as a blade, slicing near the ear of the unconscious Lu Jining, swiftly retrieving a strand of her hair. Subsequently, he placed this hair into the void. In the next instant, the entire room was illuminated by a crimson glow, as the light surged and then subsided. Li Zhoujun glanced at Lu Jining on the bed, noticing that her complexion had returned to a healthy hue. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Li Zhoujun's mind, announcing, Ding! Host observation successful. Mission accomplished. Ding! System rewards issued. The host has attained the realm of Spirit Array, 9th rank Grandmaster of Spirit Arrays. As the system's voice faded, Li Zhoujun felt an influx of knowledge flooding his mind. When he glanced at the remnants of the array still lingering in the void, he immediately deciphered its structure, realizing that, should he wish it, he could effortlessly lay out this formation with a mere thought. Phew! Thankfully, the old man's soul array worked successfully. Yu Ziyue exhaled a long breath. Ziyue, does this mean my granddaughter is well again? Lu Wuhan asked, his face alight with joy as he looked at Yu Ziyue. Indeed, Yu Ziyue replied with a gentle smile. Even if my abilities are lacking, we have Mr. Li present, so why fret? Yes, Lu Wuhan exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization. With Mr. Li here, everything is surely fine. Ha, I was so worried for nothing. At that moment, Li Zhounjun offered a faint smile and turned to Yuzue, saying, "It seems that while you were employing the formation, you encountered some difficulties, old master you." Yuzue replied with a bitter smile, "Your keen insight is appreciated, but my strength has its limits." "Then allow me to share my thoughts with you, old master you. There are several aspects of the formation that could be slightly amended as a token of gratitude for your assistance with that herb," Li Zhounjun remarked with a smile. Now, as a Grand Master of the 9th rank in spiritual arrays, identifying the flaws in the previous soul summoning array and suggesting corrections was a task well within his capabilities. "Thank you, Mr. Li," Yuzue exclaimed, a glimmer of joy illuminating his aged face. To receive guidance from a true immortal was worth more than a century of arduous cultivation. The first area in need of improvement. Li Zhounjun chuckled softly and began to articulate his thoughts on the soul summoning array, highlighting several potential adjustments. Half an incense stick later, Yuzue, brimming with excitement, bowed deeply to Li Zhounjun, exclaiming, "Thank you for your guidance, sir. Your kindness shall be etched in my memory forever." The insights shared by Li Zhounjun were invaluable, enabling him to avoid millennia of detours in his pursuits. It was no wonder that fortune abounds in unexpected places. A simple act of kindness from himself and his disciple had yielded an unimaginable opportunity. Furthermore, Yuzue was certain that this man, surnamed Li, not only possessed the cultivation of a true immortal, but was also a Grand Master of the 9th rank in spiritual arrays. There is no need for such formality. Old Master Yu, I sincerely hope to witness the emergence of a new Grand Master of the 9th rank in the near future, Li Zhounjun replied with a smile. You flatter me, Yuzue responded humbly. With a wry smile, Yuzue lamented the arduous path to becoming a Grand Master of the 9th grade spiritual array, a feat not easily achieved. Many individuals devote their entire lives, yet never grasp the threshold of such mastery. In life, one must dare to dream and act, remarked Li Zhounjun, glancing at Lu Jining, who lay on the bed, before turning to ask Lu Wuhan, "What is the name of this young girl?" Responding to the esteemed gentleman, "Her name is Lu Jining," Lu Wuhan replied respectfully. "Very well, let us depart and not disturb her. She deserves a peaceful slumber," said Li Zhounjun. "Indeed, as you say," Lu Wuhan promptly agreed. The group exited the room and proceeded to a grand hall for tea. However, Li Zhounjun's purpose for visiting Zhounjun was to indulge in leisure. Thus, he set down his teacup and inquired of Lu Wuhan, "Are there any scenic attractions in Zhounjun?" Lu Wuhan paused, contemplating before responding. "In 3 days, an evening lantern festival will be held in Zhounjun, where many will gather by the riverside to release lanterns, creating a breathtaking sea of lights." Oh, Li Zhounjun's interest was piqued. Lu Wuhan continued, "Should you wish to attend the festival, once the girl awakens, I shall have her personally escort you." "Excellent," replied Li Zhounjun with a smile. That evening, Yuzue bid farewell to Lu Wuhan and Li Zhounjun. Embarking on a journey with his disciple, Xiao prepared to draw his sword in aid of the oppressed. Meanwhile, Li Zhounjun settled in the Lu residence. "Ashi, answer your master honestly. Have you taken a liking to the Lu family girl?" Yuzue queried during their travels. At his master's question, Xiao's innocent and youthful face flushed a deep crimson. Seeing this, Yuzue spoke earnestly. "It appears you have genuinely fallen for that girl from the Lu family. I support you, but you must exert greater effort in your cultivation. After all, if you wish to marry her, you should at least possess the strength to protect her. On what grounds could you claim her as your wife otherwise? I must remind you, that girl has become a disciple of Mr. Li. Her future in the realm of virtual immortals is assured." The disciple understood. Xiao replied solemnly, though a hint of bitterness lingered within him. For achieving the realm of virtual immortality was no small feat given his aptitude. Chapter 40. The spirit of the array emerges master. Who exactly is Mr. Li? And why do both you and Uncle Lu hold him in such high regard? Xiao inquired of his master. Yuzue chuckled and replied, "Mr. Li is a being of unparalleled freedom in this world." Unparalleled freedom? Does that mean he can traverse anywhere, even into forbidden regions? Xiao questioned. Uz smiled enigmatically, remaining silent. Upon seeing this, Xiao comprehended his master's implication. His heart filled with awe as he murmured to himself, if he can even enter forbidden areas. Could it be that Mr. Li is a great cultivator at the pinnacle of tribulation? The next morning, Lu Jining, having returned from her 3 souls journey, awoke languidly. The first sight that greeted her was her grandfather, alongside a young man in a green robe, whose warm smile radiated kindness. "Child, you have finally awakened. You have caused great worry for your grandfather," Lu Wuhin remarked with a bittersweet smile. "Grandfather, who is this?" Lu Jining asked, supporting her slightly swollen forehead as she glanced at Li Zhounjun. "This gentleman shall be your master in the future," declared Lu Wuhin. "What?" Lu Jining appeared utterly bewildered. Upon awakening, how had she suddenly acquired a master? "What nonsense! You ought to rise promptly and pay your respects to your master," Lu Wuhin admonished, exasperated. Li Zhounjun waved his hand, chuckling. "No need to rush. Jining has just awakened. Let her rest properly for now." "Indeed, as the gentleman suggests," Lu Wuhin quickly replied. "Please do not hold it against me. It is my impatience that has led to this." Seeing her grandfather display such courtesy toward the young man left Lu Jining in a state of astonishment. She was well aware that her grandfather, a practitioner of the transformation stage, was typically exceedingly proud. The mere fact that this youth commanded such respect from him indicated that he must surely be a cultivator of a level beyond the transformation stage. With this realization, Lu Jining also began to regard the young man with respect. "Well then, I shall not intrude upon your reunion any longer. I will take a stroll outside," Li Zhounjun said with a light-hearted smile as he exited the room. "Safe travels, esteemed gentleman," Lu Wuhin called after him. "Grandfather, where are my father and mother?" Lu Jining inquired. Lu Wuhin responded, "Ever since you emerged from the void immortal cave, you have been in a deep slumber. Your parents have ventured forth to seek out wise individuals throughout Qingzhou. However, experience prevails. I summoned your great-grandfather, a 5th-grade spirit array master, directly. I have already sent word to your parents regarding your awakening. They should return in a couple of days." The void immortal cave. Lu Jining's complexion suddenly paled. "Please, tell me what transpired while you were in the void immortal cave." At this moment, Lu Wuhin spoke. "It was that formation spirit. It recognized that I am of the Taiyin constitution and sought to keep me trapped within the cave, attempting to seize my body. However, a sister in white from the void immortal cave intervened and managed to send me out. Yet, as soon as I exited the cave, I lost consciousness. And when I awoke, it was just as you have seen. Curse that formation spirit." Lu Wuhin gritted his teeth in anger. If it were not for the mysterious woman in white whom my granddaughter mentioned, she would have been possessed. "Grandfather, that formation spirit possesses at least the cultivation of a perfected transformation god. Do not seek it out, as we cannot afford to provoke it," Lu Jining quickly cautioned. "Rest assured, grandfather knows his limits," Lu Wuhin replied with a wry smile. "How could I seek trouble when I cannot even enter the void immortal cave? By the way, who was that person? Why do you hold him in such high regard?" Lu Jining inquired of Lu Wuhin. "You mean Mr. Li? I do not even know his name. But for you to take him as your master is an extraordinary opportunity," Lu Wuhin responded. "Remember what grandfather has said. After entering Mr. Li's tutelage, you must devote yourself to diligent practice," he added with a smile. "But grandfather, you did not know Mr. Li before, and yet you encourage me to take him as my master?" Lu Jining expressed her helplessness. "This gentleman is quite admirable. Grandfather is well aware of that." Lu Wuhin replied with a gentle smile. "Must I take on apprenticeship? I wish to remain at home, and having grandfather to guide my cultivation is sufficient." Lu Jining contemplated, yet ultimately clenched her teeth and spoke. She understood that her grandfather's insistence on her studying under Mr. Li was for her own benefit. However, she felt a certain discomfort at the thought of taking an unfamiliar person as her mentor, and she had no desire to do so. She merely wished to remain at home, accompanying her parents and grandfather. "My dear girl, do not be so ungrateful. Do you not realize that if Mr. Li were to accept disciples, the line would stretch throughout the entirety of Qingzhou?" Lu Wuhin remarked, somewhat irked by his granddaughter's words. "But I only wish to stay at home and honor my grandfather," Lu Jining replied, feeling a touch wronged. Upon seeing his granddaughter's pitiable expression, Lu Wuhan could not maintain his irritation and could only manage a resigned smile, saying, "My dear girl, there are no eternal feasts in life. Your parents and I cannot protect you forever. Only by strengthening yourself will we find peace of mind. Moreover, once you attain great power, you will have the means to honor your grandfather in any way you desire." "Ah, grandfather, are you sending me away?" Lu Jining's eyes glistened with tears, on the verge of crying. "How could I ever bear to send you away?" Lu Wuhan replied with a sigh. "It is simply that I hope you will grow stronger in the future to protect me." Upon hearing this, Lu Jining pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right, I will diligently cultivate my skills, and in the future, I will protect you and our Lu family. Indeed, my little girl possesses great ambition." Lu Wuhan grinned widely at Lu Jining, giving her a thumbs up. Yet, a tinge of sadness lingered in his heart. The old man feared he might not witness the day when this little girl would stand guard over the Lu family. With that thought, Lu Wuhan produced a small dog made of straw and handed it to Lu Jining. "Do you remember this little thing?" "Of course, I remember. This was a gift from my grandfather during my childhood, yet I lost it at that time, which left me heartbroken for quite some time." "It turns out it was with you, grandfather," Lu Jining exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "I had left this item on the road, and when grandfather saw you crying so sorrowfully, he turned back to search for it, and indeed found it. However, this toy had become somewhat tattered, and grandfather intended to mend it, but he inadvertently forgot over time, only remembering today that such a thing still existed." Lu Wuhan chuckled. "You must take good care of it this time. Otherwise, grandfather won't be able to help you find it again." "I understand, grandfather." Lu Jining joyfully accepted the tattered toy from Lu Wuhan's hands, beaming with the innocence of a child. "Now rest well. Once tomorrow arrives, you shall perform the formal ceremony to pay your respects to your master." Lu Wuhan concluded before leaving the room. That night, as darkness enveloped the land, Li Zhounjun had wandered through Zhounjun for quite a while and had returned to the Lu residence, preparing to rest in the guest room, while Lu Jining remained deep in slumber. Meanwhile, Lu Wuhan sat cross-legged in a secret chamber, his complexion pale as he focused on healing his wounds, striving to prolong his life as much as possible. Suddenly, a spectral figure, ethereal in form, drifted above the Lu residence. Its face was pale, obscured, and indecipherable. The voice, indistinguishable between male and female, murmured, "That girl's aura seems to be here." "Yes, indeed, right here. Ha ha, I have finally found it." As if confirming a particular essence, a frenzied excitement gleamed in the spirit's eyes. Simultaneously, Lu Jining, still lost in her dreams, sensed something amiss and abruptly opened her eyes in terror, exclaiming, "How is this possible? How could that spirit emerge from the void immortal cave?" Chapter 41. Another one? Lu Jining felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from above the Lu family, causing her delicate face to turn an ashen hue. In the secret chamber, Lu Wuhan, who had been recuperating from his injuries, widened his eyes in astonishment. What calamity had befallen the Lu family recently? Just as they had dispatched one ethereal being, another appeared. Meanwhile, Li Zhounjun, resting in his room, also sensed the unmistakable aura of a celestial being. The system promptly notified him, "Ding, detection of an ethereal evil formation spirit, preparing to target the future female disciple of the host." The system issues a task: expel this entity to receive generous rewards. The formation spirit was relentless in its malevolence. Li Zhounjun smiled slightly, flicking his fingers, and immediately a beam of sword light surged forth, transforming into the proud snow flying sword, hurtling toward the location of the spirit. The formation spirit, reveling in its arrogance and laughing maniacally in the air, suddenly noticed a streak of sword light emerging from an unknown room, aimed directly at it. It scoffed, dismissing the minor swordsmanship. "You think you can harm me? Nonsense. A 9th-grade celestial sword." Initially wearing a smug expression, the formation spirit's eyes widened in shock as it sensed the formidable aura of the approaching sword. It could not fathom why such a humble abode as the Lu family harbored a true celestial being. Whoosh! A simple yet striking sword light flashed by, the formation spirit, at the level of an ethereal being, did not even have time to react before being cleaved in half, its form gradually dissipating. I refused to accept this. In its final moments, the formation spirit's gaze was filled with resentment, but it was futile. After all, it was utterly outclassed by a true celestial being. Upon vanquishing the spirit of the array, the proud snow sword swiftly returned to the body of Zhounjun, its departure as rapid as its arrival. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully eliminating the malevolent spirit of the virtual immortal level array. Ding! The system grants a reward. 6th rank Extreme Cold Sword Array. Ding! The system grants a reward. Mid-stage Transformation Realm Cultivation. The Extreme Cold Sword Array. A 6th rank spiritual formation capable of ensnaring and slaying powerful virtual immortals was indeed a treasure. Zhounjun's heart swelled with joy as he perceived the spirit's aura dissipating. Meanwhile, Lu Jining, sensing the gradual vanishing of the malevolent spirit's presence, wore a look of astonishment. In the secret chamber, Lu Wuhan gaped in disbelief. He could easily surmise, even with his toes, that it must have been the esteemed Mr. Li who had intervened. Only a true immortal could act with such efficiency, dispatching a virtual immortal as effortlessly as crushing an ant. With this thought, Lu Wuhan felt a small surge of happiness for his granddaughter. That evening, after emerging from his seclusion, Lu Wuhan intended to pay a visit to Zhounjun. However, considering the late hour and the potential to disturb Mr. Li's rest, he hesitated. Thus, the following morning, as Zhounjun awoke from his pleasant dreams and stepped outside, he was greeted by Lu Wuhan, who bowed deeply and expressed, "I am grateful to Mr. Li for intervening last night." Zhounjun replied with a gentle smile, "It was nothing, merely a small effort. Please do not be modest. Had it not been for your timely intervention, my Lu family could have faced utter annihilation overnight," Lu Wuhan said, a hint of trepidation evident in his voice. In the realm of cultivation, it is a common occurrence that even those hailing from illustrious families may face extinction overnight if they provoke the wrong individuals. Clearly, had Zhounjun not been present at the Lu residence last night, the family would now be reduced to mere ruins. Zhounjun smiled, choosing silence in response. "Sir, I have instructed the servants to prepare breakfast. You may proceed at your convenience," said Lu Wuhan, observing Zhounjun's demeanor, which often mirrored that of an ordinary person. He recognized that this true immortal had reached a state of simplicity, indistinguishable from mortals. Regardless of whether he partook in breakfast, it was prudent to have it prepared. "You are indeed courteous, Mr. Lu. I shall graciously accept your hospitality," Zhounjun replied with a hearty laugh. Accompanied by Lu Wuhan, they entered the hall where a lavish breakfast awaited them. "Please hold on a moment. I shall fetch that girl to pay her respects as a disciple," Lu Wuhan announced. Zhounjun waved his hand dismissively, stating, "As cultivators, we need not adhere to trifling formalities. As long as she acknowledges me as her master, such rights may be waived." Having traversed from the modern world to this realm, Zhounjun found it challenging to acclimate to the customs of the cultivation community, particularly the frequent acts of kneeling in reverence. "Your disregard for trivialities is admirable," Lu Wuhan expressed with a sense of awe. At that moment, Lu Jining appeared at the entrance, vibrant and poised. "You child, why do you still refer to him as sir? Address him as master," Lu Wuhan urged her. "Ah." Lu Jining hesitated briefly, casting a glance at Zhounjun before ultimately calling out, "Master." "Well then, with that single address, you shall henceforth be my disciple," Zhounjun proclaimed. Zhou smiled faintly. "Allow me to present you with a token of our first meeting." As he spoke, a thought crossed his mind, and immediately a formation was inscribed upon Lu Jining. This was the Extreme Cold Sword Array, which could be triggered autonomously in times of peril. The ability to establish a 6-tier formation in the blink of an eye truly attested to his status as a formidable celestial being, instilling a deeper reverence in Lu Wuhan. "Thank you, Master," Lu Jining said respectfully to Zhou, evidently unaware that the Extreme Cold Sword Array was indeed a 6-tier formation. Meanwhile, Zhou began to scrutinize Lu Jining more closely. She possessed a lunar body, also referred to as the lunar immortal body. At merely 16 years of age, her cultivation had reached the 9th level of qi refinement, a remarkable feat attributed to this innate ability. Otherwise, with her superior spiritual root alone, achieving such a level would have posed considerable difficulty. Ding! Congratulations, the host has successfully accepted a disciple. Ding! The system grants rewards. Sky Slaying Sword Technique. Ding! The system bestows a room reward. True Sutra of the Lunar Body. Sky Slaying Sword Technique, comprising 3 forms: opening the heavens, slashing the heavens, and slaying the heavens. True Sutra of the Lunar Body, an exclusive technique for the lunar body. Doesn't the name Sky Slaying Sword Technique sound a bit juvenile? Li Zhouwu remarked. Is the system incapable of coming up with better names? Ding! Host, refrain from frivolous talk, lest you find yourself bereft of certain attributes. Li Zhouwu grimaced slightly. Master, may I request to delay my departure for a few days? My parents will return in a couple of days, and I wish to see them. Lu Jining inquired of Li Zhouwu. Of course, Li Zhouwu replied with a smile. Lu Wuhan slapped his forehead and said to Lu Jining, how could I almost forget this matter? You, my dear girl, are taking Mr. Li to the Lantern Festival the day after tomorrow, are you not? Good. Lu Jining sighed in relief. She was anxious that Li Zhounjun might leave hastily, preventing her from seeing her parents for the last time. Moreover, you must sincerely thank Mr. Li, for if it were not for his intervention last night to eliminate that phantom immortal, our Lu family would have perished by now, Lu Wuhan added. So it was her modest master who had acted last night. Yet, he was capable of vanquishing a phantom immortal. What level of cultivation did he possess? Could he be a formidable being of the integration stage? Upon this thought, Lu Jining gasped in astonishment, realizing why her grandfather was so eager for her to become his disciple. Chapter 42. The Golden Sun Sacred Sect Jining. I thank you for your master's assistance in saving our Lu family last night, Lu Jining expressed with deep reverence towards Li Zhoujun. Before a being of such high cultivation, she dared not show any disrespect. Li Zhoujun smiled gently. There is no need for excessive courtesy. If you wish to repay your master, simply guide me well the day after tomorrow. Jining understood and nodded in agreement. Time swiftly passed to the following day. Jining, your grandfather says you have awakened. Early the next morning, a middle-aged voice echoed through the Lu family residence. Hearing this voice, Lu Jining's expression brightened. Father? As she opened her door and stepped outside, she indeed found her parents standing in the courtyard. Upon seeing the awakened Lu Jinyang, her father, Lu Fashing, could hardly contain his joy and exclaimed, My dear girl, you have finally awakened. During your coma, your mother and I traversed the vast expanse of the land searching for a great master to aid you. Ha ha! It was Grandpa Yu who intervened and brought me back to consciousness. Lu Jinyang replied with an endearing smile. That is wonderful news, indeed, remarked her mother, Lu Wanner, with a sigh of relief. By the way, father and mother, my master has requested that I become his disciple. At this revelation, Lu Jinyang felt a twinge of sadness as she continued. It seems that in a few days, I must leave the Lu family to accompany my master. Is it to happen so suddenly? Lu Fashing furrowed his brow in concern. Ah, little birds must eventually soar into the skies. You must diligently follow your master in your cultivation. We trust your grandfather's discerning eye. Lu Wanner reflected with a mix of pride and nostalgia. By the way, mother and father, while you were away, a celestial being invaded our Lu family. Lu Jinyang informed them. What? Lu Fashing and Lu Wanner gasped in astonishment. But my master took action and vanquished the celestial being that threatened our family, Lu Jinyang said with a smile. What? Lu Fashing and Lu Wanner were once again taken aback. To them, celestial beings were figures of unimaginable power, yet their daughter's master had managed to eliminate one. Could it be that he had reached the realm of integration? Lu Wanner pondered. My dear girl, as you follow your master, be sure to cultivate diligently. I believe your future will undoubtedly be bright. Indeed, by the way, my dear girl, where is your master now? Lu Fashing inquired. We must pay a visit to the esteemed elder. Ah, my master is currently residing in our guest room. However, he is not old at all. In fact, he is quite youthful and possesses a refined demeanor. replied Lu Jiqing. Lu Faxing chuckled. You, my dear girl, seem to misunderstand. One cannot gauge a cultivator's age by their appearance. For instance, your mother is actually 30 years my senior, yet she appears as youthful as a young maiden. Lu Faxing, are you seeking death? Exclaimed Lu Wanner, delivering a playful kick to Lu Faxing's rear. Lu Faxing, unperturbed, merely smiled, accepting the playful rebuke. For it is often said that a slap indicates affection, and such warmth between parents brought joy to Lu Jiqing. After a brief exchange of light-hearted banter, Lu Faxing said, My dear girl, lead us to meet your master. Of course, Lu Jiqing replied. Upon arriving at the courtyard prepared for guests at the Lu residence, they discovered a young man seated within, engrossed in a tome titled Qingzhou Chronicles. This young man was none other than Zhounjun. I have met my master, Lu Jiqing remarked. Greetings, esteemed elder, Lu Faxing and Lu Wanner said in unison, bowing respectfully. Zhounjun, upon hearing their words, set down his book and turned his gaze toward Lu Faxing and Lu Wanner, smiling. I presume you must be Jiqing's parents. There is no need for excessive formalities. As Zhounjun spoke, the trio sensed an intangible force, akin to a gentle breeze, lifting them effortlessly into the air. Greetings, esteemed elder. We are indeed the parents of Lu Jining. Lu Faxing spoke with a tone of reverence. May I inquire if you seek leave for a particular matter? Zhounjun addressed them directly. We have come specifically to pay our respects to you. Esteemed elder, Lu Faxing replied. Zhounjun smiled and said, I appreciate your efforts. Rest assured, since Jining is now my disciple, I shall devote myself to her instruction. Thank you, esteemed elder. If my daughter has inadvertently offended you in any way, I hope you will forgive her, Lu Faxing expressed. Indeed, Zhounjun replied with a slight nod. You should go and see old Master Lu now. There is little for me to offer here. Very well, esteemed elder. We shall take our leave, Lu Faxing said gravely, fully aware that his father, Lu Wuhan, had little time left. Each day was a precious gift. My dear, please stay here and keep the elder company, Lu Faxing instructed Lu Jining. Certainly, she responded. Subsequently, Lu Faxing led his wife towards the residence of his ailing father. Father, we have returned, Lu Faxing announced from outside the door. With a creak, Lu Wuhan emerged, his face momentarily paling before regaining a semblance of color. Father, is there truly no hope for your recovery? Lu Faxing asked, his heart heavy upon witnessing his father's condition. If only there were hope. Well, you rascal, you are now the head of the Ru family, so stop your weeping. Life is but a fleeting journey, and death is an inevitable companion, merely a matter of timing. Your father has traversed the realms of cultivation for a considerable duration, and I have witnessed enough of this world's splendor. It is time for me to seek your mother. Ru Wuhan, however, remained remarkably composed. True to his name, he accepted the prospect of death with serene equanimity. Ah, father, if you depart, how sorrowful will that girl, Jining, be upon learning of it? Ru Faxing remarked with a bitter smile. I never intended to inform her. I only wish for her to stand on her own in the future. Once I am gone, how long I can keep this from her is uncertain, but we must not disrupt her cultivation. Ru Wuhan stated with gravity. Rest assured, father, I am aware of this. Ru Faxing replied. In truth, even if I did not mention it, you must have discerned Jining's unique constitution, correct? Ru Wuhan continued. Indeed, the girl possesses a yin physique, which is why she has caught the attention of a great cultivator at the fusion stage, who has taken her as a disciple. Ru Faxing nodded in agreement. Fusion stage? You still possess a limited perspective, my boy. Her master is a bona fide, true immortal. Ru Wuhan chuckled. Nevertheless, he did not elaborate further, but remarked, it seems that some individuals who came to Jining recently have disclosed her yin physique. My informants have reported that the leader of the Jinyang Holy Sect has already departed for Jiangxing today. You're likely aware that his son is rumored to possess a fire spirit physique. If he and Jining were to cultivate together, they could very well become the great Sun Sacred Body. What shall we do? It is said that the leader of the Jinyang sect, the esteemed Jinyang Saint, has already attained the realm of integration. Lu Faxing's expression was one of distress. No worries, Lu Wuhan replied, after a moment of contemplation. I believe Mr. Li, who is also Jining's master, will not remain idle in this matter. Father, are you certain? Would such a powerful cultivator truly offend the Jinyang saint for the sake of a newly accepted disciple? Lu Faxing's countenance was uncertain, yet Lu Wuhan merely smiled in silence. Chapter 43. Yunyang seeing his father's calm demeanor, Lu Faxing felt a sense of relief in his heart. After all, he knew that the old man was deeply fond of the girl. If there were real danger, he would have undoubtedly whisked her away at the first sign of peril. Father, I heard from Jining that this senior once defeated a formidable virtual immortal. Do you know who this esteemed individual is? Lu Faxing inquired of Lu Wuhan. Not to be spoken of, not to be spoken of. Just know that with Mr. Li by her side, Jining's future accomplishments will not fall short of my own. Lu Wuhan replied with a twinkle in his eye. Ah, Lu Faxing gasped upon hearing this. Tomorrow, the little girl will take that esteemed gentleman to visit the Lantern Festival in our Jiang city. Surely, the Jinyang saint will make an appearance then. As Lu Wuhan stroked his beard, he pondered for a moment before cheerfully adding, however, there is no need for concern, as long as Mr. Li is present. It is likely that no one would dare lay a hand on the little girl. Very well, Lu Faxing conceded, though he still felt a lingering unease. If the sacred body of the sun and the body of the moon were to cultivate together, they could undoubtedly progress in unison. However, the young master of the Golden Sun's sacred sect is merely a fire spirit body. While this physique is not without merit, when cultivated alongside the body of the moon, it would ultimately result in the fire spirit body overshadowing the body of the moon. Consequently, this would lead to a cessation of the cultivation path for my beloved daughter. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the following night. Under the guidance of Lu Jining, Li Zhounjun made his way to the riverside of Jiang City. Upon arrival, he was met with an assembly of countless individuals, including numerous young talents and the esteemed daughters of noble families. Among them were also children, joyfully holding lanterns, their faces aglow with delight. They set their lanterns afloat on the river, illuminating the waters with a myriad of lights. Master, behold, this is our Jiang City's Lantern Festival. Lu Jining introduced to Li Zhoujun. Indeed, it is quite lively, Li Zhoujun nodded in agreement. Miss Lu, it has been a long time, suddenly. A young man dressed in a blue robe adorned with peach blossoms and holding a folding fan, with an excessively groomed appearance, approached Li Zhoujun and his disciple. He Feiyong, I have no time for you today. If you have any sense, you will leave at once. Lu Jining responded with displeasure upon seeing him. This young man, named He Feiyong, is the youngest son of the He family, the head of Jiang City. Although he has reached the foundation establishment stage, it is evident to discerning eyes that his aura is superficial, clearly bolstered by the use of drugs. Moreover, despite his vigorous drug use, he is notorious in Jiang City for his debauchery, being a frequent patron of the city's prominent brothels. The reason he can live so carefree is due to the formidable ancestral backing of the He family, whose patriarch is a revered cultivator at the transformation stage. Moreover, this individual's elder brother had, a few years prior, joined the Dao Tian sect and has since become a true disciple under a mountain lord, thus rendering him a genuine second-generation cultivator in the eyes of most. Recently, He Feiyong had been ardently pursuing Lu Jining, who, however, was utterly indifferent to his advances, naturally responding with disdain. Miss Lu, if you insist on saying such things, it truly saddens me. In our home, Jiangcheng, we belong to esteemed families. A perfect match in every sense. Should we unite in marriage, it would be a formidable alliance. He Feiyong exclaimed with fervor. Li Zhoujun merely smiled in silence, observing the unfolding scene. While he could easily intervene to assist Lu Jining in repelling this fellow, it was neither feasible nor prudent for him to perpetually come to her aid. Some matters she must learn to confront and resolve on her own to foster her growth. However, just as He Feiyong finished speaking, a haughty young voice resounded. The He family of Zhounjun? What significance does that hold? Seeking death. Upon hearing someone brazenly insult his family, He Feiyong was immediately consumed by rage. Yet, as he turned to confront the speaker, his expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing the young man clad in a golden robe embroidered with 3 golden crows. Yunyang, the young master of the Jinyang sacred sect. Beside Yunyang stood a stern-faced, middle-aged man, also adorned in a golden robe, but embellished with 9 golden crows. The middle-aged man merely stood there, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression. If Yifian's conjecture was correct, this individual was none other than the revered lord of the Jinyang sacred sect, a formidable cultivator at the harmonization realm, Yin Liantian. With this realization, Yifian swiftly donned a sycophantic smile. Ah, it is the sacred master and young sect master Yin. He was blind to your grandeur earlier and inadvertently offended you both. I hope you can forgive my ignorance. Leave. Yin Yang had no patience for this man's meaningless prattle and uttered a single word. Yifian's expression shifted from green to white. After all, he was a person of considerable stature in Jiang City, accustomed to receiving respect wherever he went. Today, however, he faced public humiliation. Yet, true to his upbringing in a prominent family, he managed to restrain himself, responding with a subservient nod. Yes, I shall take my leave immediately. With that, Yifian fled without a backward glance. What a worthless fellow, Yin Yang scoffed as he observed Yifian's retreat. His gaze then turned to Lu Jining. You must be Lu Jining, am I correct? Indeed I am. Thank you, young sect master, for your assistance, Lu Jining replied, clearly recognizing the young man as the young sect master of the Jinyang sacred sect. There's no need for gratitude. I have heard you possess the Taiyin physique. If you have no objections, I would like to propose that we become partners in the Tao. My father will approach your Lu family today with a proposal. Yun Yang stated, though his tone left no room for dissent. Hearing this, Lu Jining felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. She had just escaped one perilous situation, only to walk straight into another. Little girl, today you shall accompany us back to the Golden Sun sacred sect. When you become my son's wife, rest assured that the Golden Sun sacred sect will treat you well. At this moment, the Golden Sun Lord spoke, smiling as he addressed Lu Jining. Li Zhounjun furrowed his brow at the sight, for he discerned that the proud youth before him, a fire spirit body, sought to take Lu Jining as his Tao partner merely to exploit her as a cultivation furnace. This thought ignited discontent within Li Zhounjun, who slowly uttered, You two seem to be calculating quite audibly. I advise you to stow away your little schemes and leave promptly. Who are you to speak to this young sect master in such a manner? Do you not value your worthless life? Yunyang, incensed by Li Zhoujun's blatant disregard, erupted in fury. I am Lu Jining's master. Li Zhoujun retorted with a cold chuckle. You, a mere mortal, dare to claim the title of master to a body? You must be jesting, Yunyang scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. He then spread his legs, gesturing provocatively towards his own groin, and leered, Come, crawl through here, and I'll spare your life. In an instant, however, Yunyang was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Seeking death, are you? He groaned, clutching his swollen face as he rose, his eyes ablaze with rage directed at Li Zhoujun. I will kill you. Just as Yunyang unleashed his foundational aura, he was halted by his father, the Golden Sun Lord, who narrowed his eyes at Li Zhoujun and remarked, Sir, it seems rather inappropriate for you to strike my son in my presence. What is there to be concerned about? A smile graced Li Zhoujun's face. You are too lenient in your discipline. Allow me to take it upon myself to educate your son. Is there a problem with that? There is no problem. A cold chuckle escaped the Golden Sun Sovereign, yet he refrained from immediate action. He found the depth of this young man's abilities inscrutable. It was entirely possible that the youth's cultivation was also at the integration realm. Esteemed sir, I, Yin, must take this woman with me today. Should you attempt to obstruct me, do not blame me for being impolite, declared Yun Laitian to the Golden Sun Sovereign. Li Zhoujun shukuladligli, exuding a sense of calm. It appears that a confrontation is unavoidable today. As the Golden Sun Sovereign spoke, a formidable pressure erupted forth, akin to a tempest, bearing down upon Li Zhoujun. The overwhelming force caused the bystanders along the riverbank to flee in haste. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun's azure robe billowed in the wake of this pressure. Yet he remained composed, resembling a steadfast mountain amidst turbulent waves. Lu Jining silently absorbed this scene, her heart stirred. She had not anticipated that Li Zhoujun would genuinely be willing to offend a formidable being of the integration realm for her sake. "Father, eliminate him!" cried the bruised and swollen Yunyang, urging his father, the Golden Sun Sovereign. The Golden Sun Sovereign remained silent, his gaze fixed on the unflappable Li Zhoujun. "Make your move," Li Zhoujun urged. Boom! Without further ado, the Golden Sun Sovereign unleashed his renowned technique, the Fiery Sun Fist. He unleashed a punch that erupted with a torrent of scorching heat, resembling a miniature sun as it surged towards Li Zhoujun. The terrifying force evaporated a significant portion of the river. Observing this, Li Zhoujun, while shielding Lu Jining, raised one hand. Boom! A deep, resounding explosion echoed. Li Zhoujun effortlessly intercepted the punch of the Golden Sun Holy Master. How could this be possible? The Golden Sun Holy Master gasped in astonishment. The might of this punch was such that even a cultivator of the same level would hesitate to withstand it directly. Yet this young man in the azure robe had caught it with a mere lift of his hand. What cultivation level does this youth possess? In just a fleeting moment, thousands of thoughts raced through the Golden Sun Holy Master's mind. "May I inquire as to your esteemed identity? With such prowess, you should be renowned across Qingzhou." The Golden Sun Holy Master withdrew his hand, regarding Li Zhoujun with a grave expression. "Dao Tian sect, Master of Yunju Mountain, Li Zhoujun, Li Zhoujun, uninterested in phasing humility," directly revealed his identity. "Master of Yunju Mountain?" The Golden Sun Holy Master exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. This youth was the one who had recently slain the perfected red-eyed demon lord, Chu Fan, with a single punch, and was celebrated as the youngest tribulation-transcending cultivator of the Dao Tian sect. Realizing this, the Golden Sun Holy Master's expression darkened. He had unwittingly offended this formidable individual. Wasn't he known for traveling in the Nine Dragons' chariot? Meanwhile, Lu Jining's eyes widened in incredulity. Her master was indeed the master of Yunju Mountain from the Dao Tian sect. She was well aware that this sect was the preeminent force in Qingzhou. Moreover, the esteemed title of the master of Yunju Mountain had long been known to all. As the saying goes, the Nine Dragons ride the wind chariot. The azure robe drapes freely. Many on the azure continent could recite this phrase with ease. The thought of inexplicably becoming a disciple of the master of Yunju Mountain caused Lu Jining to catch her breath in astonishment. The master of Yunju Mountain. At that moment, the swollen-faced Yunyang also turned pale, for he was well aware of the master's legendary deeds. He gazed at Li Zhoujun in disbelief and exclaimed, "How could the master of Yunju Mountain possibly appear here? Furthermore, the master typically travels in the Nine Dragons' chariot. Do you not fear the wrath of the Dao Tian sect's powerful warriors for impersonating him?" Upon hearing this, Li Zhoujun's lips twitched in amusement. "This foolish child. Does he expect me to prove my identity?" "Yunyang, you must not be disrespectful," admonished the Holy Master of Jinyang in a grave tone. He understood that the person before him was unlikely to be lying and was probably the true master of Yunju Mountain. "Master, I apologize for my inadequate upbringing of my son. I humbly ask for your forgiveness, and upon our return, I shall properly educate him," the Holy Master of Jinyang said, bowing in respect to Li Zhoujun. Afterward, he reprimanded Yunyang. "Why have you not approached the master to offer your sincere apologies?" Yunyang felt a sense of reluctance rising within him. Yet, upon witnessing his father's stern demeanor, he realized that this young man was most likely the genuine master of Yunju Mountain. The thought of having offended the youngest tribulation cultivator in the Azure continent left his face ashen. After all, it was rumored that the master of Yunju Mountain had reached the tribulation stage by the age of 40, and even with an additional 30 years. It was uncertain if he could attain the realm of the void immortal. Thus, Yunyang cast a somewhat apprehensive glance at Li Zhoujun and Lu Jining, saying, "Respected Mountain Lord, and esteemed Master Lu, I apologize. I was in the wrong." "Very well," Li Zhoujun responded. "Today, the affairs of this mountain can be regarded as a farce concluded. However, henceforth, you must agree to one condition set forth by me." "Agreed," the Holy Master of Jinyang replied without hesitation, though the acceptance might lead to peril. Refusal could provoke the Mountain Lord of Yunju, potentially resulting in immediate demise. You may depart now. Li Zhoujun gestured dismissively. Farewell, Mountain Lord, the Holy Master of Jinyang said, visibly relieved. He then left the location with his son, looking rather dejected. Thank you, Master, for your intervention. Lu Jining expressed her gratitude towards Li Zhoujun with reverence. Li Zhoujun smiled and remarked, there is no need for such formality with your teacher. By the way, you have a junior sister. Upon your return, ensure you cultivate a good relationship with her. I understand, Master. Lu Jining nodded affirmatively. It appeared that their outing could not continue, as the father-son duo from the Jinyang sect had truly dampened the mood. Li Zhoujun glanced at the empty riverside and sighed. You should return and bid farewell to your family properly. Tomorrow, we shall return to the Daotian sect. Understood, Lu Jining replied softly, feeling a twinge of reluctance. However, she thought to herself, if her grandfather and parents were to learn that her master was the Mountain Lord of Yunju from the Daotian sect, they would surely be delighted. Chapter 45. The return. Upon returning to the Lu family with Lu Jining, Li Zhoujun took his leave to rest. Meanwhile, Lu Jining revealed the true identity of Li Zhoujun, the Mountain Lord of Yunju, to her grandfather and parents. Upon the revelation that Li Zhoujun was, in fact, the master of the Daotian sect, the three individuals were taken aback with profound astonishment. Lu Wuhan felt a greater sense of alarm, for he understood that this esteemed master of Yunjishan was not merely a practitioner at the tribulation stage, but rather a transcendent being in the realm of the Great Ascension. Well, into his 40s, one must ponder throughout history how many have achieved the nascent soul stage by the age of 40, let alone surpassed it by leaps and bounds into the vast domain of the Great Ascension. Lu Wuhan realized that his granddaughter had indeed secured an extraordinary mentor. Child, you must diligently follow your master in your cultivation from this day forth. Do you understand? Lu Wuhan admonished Lu Jining with a serious countenance. Rest assured, grandfather, I understand. Lu Jining replied with a nod. Observing this, Lu Wuhan finally exhaled with relief. Soon, the next day arrived. Li Zhoujun, accompanied by Lu Jining, stood outside the gates of the Lu residence, bidding farewell to Lu Wuhan, Lu Fashing, and Lin Wan'er. My dear, when your parents are not by your side, you must heed your master's words with utmost care, Lin Wan'er said, her eyes glistening with tears as she spoke to Lu Jining. Mother, you need not worry, Lu Jining assured her. Li Zhoujun smiled gently, allowing the family their moment of farewell. Cultivate diligently, my dear, and your grandfather awaits your rise to greatness. Lu Wuhan affectionately ruffled Lu Jining's hair. This parting, it seemed, might be eternal. Memories of the past surged in Lu Wuhan's mind. Grandfather, I want to ride a horse. My precious granddaughter, riding a horse is not difficult at all. Come, let us climb onto my shoulders. Hooray! Reflecting on these moments, Lu Wuhan felt a tinge of nostalgia. Dear friends, in this vast expanse of mountains and waters, where shall we not meet again? I bid you farewell, Li Zhoujun said with a smile, sensing that the time had come. Farewell, esteemed Mountain Lord. Lu Wuhan respectfully clasped his fists towards Li Zhoujun. Farewell, Mountain Lord, echoed Lu Fashing and Lin Wan'er, who also offered their greetings. Li Zhoujun returned their gestures with a slight nod before turning to Lu Jiqing with a smile. Shall we be off? Indeed, Lu Jiqing replied. With that, Li Zhoujun led Lu Jiqing into the throng, their figures soon vanishing from the sight of Lu Wuhan and the others. The little girl has departed. There will surely be less discord at home now, Lin Wan'er remarked, gently touching the corner of her eye. Indeed, however, we should rejoice that she has become a true disciple of the master of Yunju Mountain. Lu Fashing comforted his wife. Greetings, Mountain Lord. I humbly pay my respects, the disciples exclaimed upon encountering the Mountain Lord. 2 days swiftly elapsed, and Li Zhoujun had returned to Daotian's sect with Lu Jiqing in tow. Along the way, numerous disciples and elders of Daotian sect greeted him. Observing these individuals, Lu Jiqing noted their profound auras, each exuding the presence of formidable strength, and she couldn't help but marvel, is this truly the foremost sect of Qingzhou? It certainly lives up to its reputation. Li Zhoujun, Where have you been during this time? A cool, melodious voice inquired from behind him. Turning around, he was met by the enchanting figure of Murong Shui. How beautiful, Lu Jiqing thought to herself, feeling a twinge of self-doubt upon seeing Murong Shui, clad in white. Resembling freshly fallen snow, her skin as delicate as fine jade. Oh, I merely took a stroll through Qingzhou, indulging in the pleasures of the mortal realm. Li Zhounjun replied with a smile. Murong Shui's lips twitched slightly. However, when her gaze fell upon Lu Jining, her expression momentarily froze. The body of Tying? Indeed, my newly accepted disciple. Young lady, do not hesitate to greet Mountain Master Murong, Li Zhoujun instructed Lu Jining. Lu Jining, upon comprehending the situation, promptly bowed to Murong Shui. Murong Shui nodded. There is no need for such formality. After saying this, Murong Shui looked at Li Zhoujun with a hint of envy. Why is your fortune so splendid? Li Zhoujun replied with a grin. Because you bring good fortune to your husband. Murong Shui was taken aback, and upon realization, her cheeks flushed slightly. That jest is hardly amusing. Witnessing this scene, Lu Jining instantly understood that this mountain master Murong harbored feelings for her master. Indeed, not at all amusing, Li Zhoujun chuckled. Murong Shui. By the way, where's that girl Sunan? Li Zhoujun inquired at that moment. She and Shui Ninyao have gone to the Shuiyue dynasty, preparing to enter a mysterious realm, Murong Shui replied. I see. Li Zhoujun nodded. He was not anxious. For Sunan possessed his spiritual avatar. The absence of any trigger indicated she had not encountered danger. After bidding farewell to Murong Shui, Li Zhoujun took Lu Jining back to Yunji Mountain. Meanwhile, Su Nan and Shui Ninyao had successfully entered the ice water secret realm. The surroundings were enveloped in towering ice mountains, presenting a scene of frozen desolation. Senior sister, look over there, Su Nan exclaimed, pointing at a dilapidated ruin. That must be the remnants of the ancient sect, ice water sect. Upon witnessing this, Shui Ninyao spoke. Let us go and take a look. Very well. Su Nan nodded in agreement. The two entered the expansive ruins, traversing unhindered until they arrived at a grand hall. It appears there are no treasures here, Su Nan remarked, scratching his head in confusion. Indeed, Shui Ninyao replied, her brow furrowed. Let's search further. Oldait, Su Nan responded. Just as the two prepared to continue their quest, a pair of eyes from an elderly figure in a portrait above them blinked. I believe I just saw the eyes of the elder in the portrait move, Su Nan said, swallowing hard as he gazed at the image above. Impossible. This ancient sect has long since perished. The figure in the portrait seems to be the ancestor of the ice water sect, ice water Taoist. This is recorded in the scrolls of my royal palace, Shui Ninyao explained. Ha ha ha. To think there are still those who remember me, the old ancestor. Suddenly, a voice resonated throughout the vast hall. Su Nan and Shui Ninyao's eyes widened in astonishment. Who is it? As their words faded, a shadow emerged from the portrait above, transforming into the figure of a frail old man. Ice water Taoist. Shui Ninyao gasped in shock upon seeing the diminutive elder. Indeed, it is I. The ice water Taoist replied with a slight smile. We have come to pay our respects, esteemed elder. Both Shui Ninyao and Su Nan quickly composed themselves and bowed in reverence to the old man. It is said that the ice water Taoist is a formidable being of the tribulation realm, and thus the two young maidens dared not show any signs of negligence. You need not stand on ceremony, the ice water Taoist remarked, observing the two as they paid their respects, a peculiar glimmer flashing in his eyes. Chapter 46. The true immortal at 40 divine grade ice spirit root, exceptional water spirit root. Indeed, quite impressive, the ice water Taoist remarked, nodding in approval as he scrutinized the two. You flatter us, senior, Shui Ninyao responded respectfully, contemplating whether the ancient sect, the ice water sect, had left such an opportunity behind for them, perhaps embodied in the ice water Taoist himself. However, the ice water Taoist then revealed a strange smile. You two young maidens are the final step in my attainment of the ice water law body. I have waited a millennium, and at last you have arrived. Senior, what do you mean by this? Shui Ninyao's expression shifted upon hearing his words. I do not fear to disclose this to you, young maidens. I have been planning for 10,000 years. And you are the 99th pair of ice-water spirit roots to arrive here. Those who have entered before you have been refined by me into ice-water pills. Only by gathering 99 ice-water pills can I reconstruct my physical form and descend into this world with unparalleled strength. The ice-water Taoist laughed with satisfaction, revealing his intentions without reservation. After all, with one at the foundation establishment stage and the other at the chi refinement stage, he knew they would be unable to withstand his might, even with a mere breath. What? Sunan's face turned pale at his revelation. Xuan Yinyao remained composed, stating, "We are the true disciples of the Qingzhou Dao Tian sect. Should you harm us, the Dao Tian sect will undoubtedly seek retribution." In jest, the elder proclaimed, "I shall vanquish you, reconstruct my form, and ascend to a transcendent state of being. Do not speak of Qingzhou. Even the mightiest from all realms combined would struggle to locate me." The ice-water Taoist chuckled coldly. He continued, "You two young maidens should cease your futile resistance." As his words fell, a tremendous pressure erupted from the ice-water Taoist, akin to the weight of a mountain, bearing down heavily upon Shui, Ninyao, and Su Nan. Their already pallid complexions grew even more ashen. Confronted by such a formidable adversary, they found themselves devoid of any means to resist. "Are we to meet our end?" Su Nan pondered, yearning for just one more taste of her master's culinary creations. Although they might induce dizziness, they were truly delectable. At that moment, the ice-water Taoist gazed fixated on Xuan Yinyao. With a sinister grin, he declared, "I shall use you, little girl, as my target." In an instant, he appeared before her. Yet unexpectedly, a spectral figure of a woman emerged from Xuan Yinyao. It was none other than the master of Kanglan Mountain. "What vile entity dares to lay hands on my disciple?" She glared fiercely at the ice-water Taoist. "Master!" Xuan Yinyao exclaimed, her expression brightening at the sight of her arrival. "Is this a manifestation of the virtual immortal realm?" The ice-water Taoist was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the newcomer, but soon scoffed, saying, "If the true body had arrived, it would indeed give me pause. However, you, a mere avatar, should spare yourself the embarrassment. Though my physical form has perished, my primordial spirit still wields formidable power. Since you have chosen to present yourself, you shall serve as my sustenance." Seeking death, the master of Kanglan Mountain roared with fury, raising her hand to unleash a sword aura akin to a raging tsunami. Yet, the ice-water Taoist merely lifted a withered hand and gently clapped, shattering the sword aura with ease. Observing this, the master of Kanglan Mountain's expression turned grave. In an instant, the ice-water Taoist appeared before her. And before she could react, he struck her fiercely in the chest, sending her crashing to the ground. The avatar flickered ominously between light and darkness. "Merely an insect," the ice-water Taoist mocked. Su Nan and Xuan Yinyao were taken aback by the defeat of the master of Kanglan Mountain's avatar, their faces filled with shock. Xuan Yinyao, pale as a ghost, cried out, "Master!" As she shouted, she rushed to support her mentor. What a touching display of master-student affection, the ice-water Taoist mused with intrigue. His gaze then fell upon Su Nan. "A holy grade ice spirit root. I can hardly contain my anticipation." With a predatory gleam in his eyes, he swiftly appeared before Su Nan, raising a hand to grasp her neck. Suddenly, Sun interrupted with a chilling aura. The ice-water Taoist sensed danger and hastily evaded. In the next moment, a young man clad in a blue robe appeared before Su Nan. "Master!" Su Nan exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with surprise upon recognizing the visitor. The Lord of Yunji Mountain, Xuan Yinyao, the master of Kanglan Mountain, also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this individual was hailed as the youngest tribulation transcender in the annals of Qingzhou's history, and it seemed that salvation was at hand. "You impudent girl." Li Zhounjun playfully tapped Su Nan on the head before turning his gaze towards the ice-water Taoist. "Do you intend to harm my disciple?" Merely a clone," the ice-water Taoist retorted, narrowing his eyes. "As long as I exhaust your clone's energy, your disciple will become just another prey in my grasp." Observing the enigmatic figure before him, the ice-water Taoist's eyes gleamed with a mix of determination and caution. A sacred grade ice spirit root, he thought, unwilling to relinquish it so easily. Your proposition, albeit clever, is indeed a potential strategy, Li Zhoujun acknowledged with a nod. However, he swiftly shifted the tone of the conversation, chuckling lightly, yet you have greatly overestimated your own capabilities. The ice water Taoist was momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, a terrifying aura descended, sending chills down his spine. He looked up towards the sky and beheld a flying sword, descending with the force to split heaven and earth, hurtling towards him. A ninth-grade immortal sword? The ice water Taoist exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? Before he could finish his sentence, the sword, imbued with an overwhelming might, struck down, obliterating the ice water Taoist's millennia-old remnant soul into ashes. A ninth-grade immortal sword. The master of Kanglan Mountain gazed in astonishment at the blade, now firmly held by Li Zhoujun. The master of Zhounjun wields the 9-rank immortal sword, which indirectly suggests that this master has attained the level of a great ascension true immortal. The master of Kanglan couldn't help but feel daunted. While a 40-year-old undergoing tribulation might be comprehensible, the thought of a 40-year-old true immortal was truly beyond her imagination. Observing her master effortlessly subduing the ice-water Taoist filled Su Nan with pride. Xuan Yinyao cast a complex glance at Su Nan, an expression tinged with envy. She understood that the 9-rank immortal sword is not something just anyone can handle. To wield such a sword, one must possess the formidable prowess akin to that of the master of Zhounjun, capable of killing from thousands of miles away, which undoubtedly requires the cultivation level of great ascension. Are you both unharmed? At this moment, Li Zhoujun turned to the master of Kanglan, while Xuan Yinyao inquired. We are unharmed, thanks to the timely intervention of the master of Zhounjun. The master of Kanglan replied respectfully to Li Zhoujun. Thank you for your timely rescue. Master of Zhounjun, Xuan Yinyao expressed her gratitude with a reverent demeanor. We are all fellow disciples. There is no need for excessive formality. Li Zhoujun waved his hand with a light chuckle. Chapter 47. The Great Ling Dynasty Little Girl, come back with my flying sword, Li Zhoujun said to Su Nan. All right. Su Nan replied obediently with a nod. Subsequently, this avatar of Li Zhoujun dissipated. Su Nan stood atop the Aoshue flying sword, bidding farewell to Xuan Yinyao. Sister Xue, I shall return to the Tiangong now. Xuan Yinyao smiled wryly. Sister Su, I apologize. Had it not been for your master's sudden appearance, we might have met our end here. Su Nan replied with a smile. It's all right. After all, Sister Xue, you had no way of knowing the dangers lurking here. Thank you, Junior Sister Su, Xuan Yinyao said. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Nan ascended on the Aoshue flying sword, returning to the Daotian sect. At that moment, the Lord of Kanglan Mountain spoke to Xuan Yinyao with solemnity. I never anticipated that the cultivation of the Lord of Yunju Mountain had reached such a formidable level. We at Kanglan Mountain must absolutely not offend Yunju Mountain. Xuan Yinyao nodded in agreement, stating, I shall remember your words, Master. That is good to hear. It seems that you have a good rapport with Su Nan. It would be wise to cultivate that relationship further, the Lord of Kanglan Mountain advised. Very well, Xuan Yinyao replied, though inwardly she chuckled bitterly, for she had always been the one receiving flattery, and now she was expected to curry favor with others, a rather peculiar feeling. Now, my current manifestation cannot be sustained for much longer. Exercise caution on your way back, the Lord of Kanglan Mountain instructed. Rest assured, Master, Xuan Yinyao replied. Once she finished speaking, the Lord's manifestation dissipated. In an instant, Su Nan was carried back to Yunju Mountain by the Aoshue flying sword. Upon entering the Yunju Hall and noticing a youthful maiden standing beside her master, Su Nan was momentarily taken aback. Li Zhoujun smiled and introduced, This is your junior sister, Lu Jiqing. Greetings, senior sister, Lu Jiqing said proactively upon seeing Su Nan. Ah, so you are junior sister Lu. Su Nan exclaimed, a bright smile spreading across her face. After all, it could be rather dull at Yunju Mountain when she was alone. Having a junior sister for companionship was certainly delightful. Su Nan, take some time to rest, and later I will have you show your junior sister around Yunju Mountain. Li Zhoujun instructed Sunan. Master, rest assured, this matter will be entrusted to me. Sunan declared, patting her chest. Li Zhoujun smiled and nodded in approval. He then remarked, I must enter seclusion for a period. You two should get along well. Absolutely. Sunan respondeth. You little girl, do not always be so impulsive. Li Zhoujun affectionately ruffled Sunan's hair. I'm not. Sunan potith, sticking out her delicate pink tongue in retort. With a cheerful demeanor, Li Zhoujun departed, preparing to retreat to the secret chamber to consume the Hunyuan Runji pill, aiming to refine her foundation. Meanwhile, in the Divine Feather Empire, Yu Hualong had been unable to sleep since acquiring the true immortal token a few days prior. What nonsense is the great Ling Empire spouting? I shall not be intimidated. If they do not recognize their place, I will summon the true immortal to teach them a lesson. Father, the individuals from the Great Ling Empire have recently become increasingly restless, seemingly preparing to strike at our Divine Feather Empire. Just as Yu Hualong, the esteemed ancestor and supreme emperor of the Divine Feather Empire, chuckled while gazing at the true immortal token within the palace, a man of imposing appearance, albeit somewhat haggard, entered the Grand Hall. This man was the ruler of the Divine Feather Empire, the Feather Emperor, and also one of Yu Hualong's sons, a consummate master of the transformation realm. What are you panicking about? Yu Hualong inquired with calm detachment. The Feather Emperor, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words. Father, how can I not be anxious? The Great Ling Empire is preparing to attack us, and we are on the brink of collapse. Stay composed. As a ruler, you must maintain a calm demeanor in the face of any situation, Yu Hualong advised. Father, what is the matter with you? They are about to invade our territory, and we are on the brink of annihilation. If things continue this way, our Feather Clan may face extinction. The Feather Emperor, in a state of desperation, clutched his head in anguish. I have something remarkable to show you, the enigmatic Yu Hua Ji said with a mysterious smile, producing a fragrant stick from his hand. Upon seeing it, despair immediately clouded the Feather Emperor's eyes. Father, have you truly given up? You have even prepared this incense. With a swift motion, Yu Hua Ji kicked the Feather Emperor, scolding him vehemently. You wretched fool! Are you cursing your father to death? Do you seek a thrashing? The Feather Emperor, suddenly cowed, fell silent. If anyone had been present, they would have been left utterly astounded. After all, the Feather Emperor, as the sovereign of a dynasty, was accustomed to being exalted and commanding respect. Yet, now, in the presence of the former emperor, he was chastised like a mere child, too intimidated to retort, enduring the reprimand in silence. At that moment, Yu Hua Ji addressed the incense in his hand, declaring, with this in our possession, my Divine Feather Dynasty shall fear no one. The Feather Emperor felt a deep sense of despair. His father, the cornerstone of the Divine Feather Dynasty, had seemingly lost his sanity. Heaven does not favor my Divine Feather, he lamented, raising his head and shedding silent tears. Meanwhile, in the Great Ling Dynasty, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe adorned with golden dragons entered a secret chamber. This man was none other than the ruler of the Great Ling Dynasty, the Ling Emperor. Upon entering the chamber, he approached an elderly figure and respectfully bowed. I pay my respects to Father. The elder was none other than the stabilizing force of the Great Ling Dynasty, the former Emperor, Ling Mu. Is it true that you are preparing to take action against the Divine Feather Dynasty? Ling Mu inquired, his eyes wide open as he fixed his gaze upon Ling Huang. The Emperor's eyes blazed with intensity, and he did not refute the claim. Very well. I shall make a visit to the Divine Feather Dynasty and meet with an old friend. A subtle smile graced Ling Huang's lips, and in the next instant, his figure vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already hovering above the Divine Feather Dynasty. Yu Huaji, engaged in conversation with the Feather Emperor, seemed to sense something amiss, narrowing his eyes slightly. An uninvited guest has arrived. As soon as the words left his lips, Yu Huaji materialized before Ling Mu. It has been many years. You remain stuck in the mid-stage of the virtual immortal realm, Ling Mu remarked with a faint smile upon seeing the newcomer. Hee. What is this, Ling Mu? Are you unable to remain calm? Yu Huaji replied, also smiling, seemingly not regarding Ling Mu as a significant threat. The nonchalant demeanor of Yu Hua Ji caused Ling Mu to pause momentarily. Are you not afraid of me? Ling Mu asked, astonished. Of course not. Yuhua Ji grinned. If your great Ling dynasty wishes for my divine feather dynasty to submit, spare me the chatter and come at me. Let's see if I should be afraid. At this moment, bolstered by the support of a true immortal, Yuhua Ji felt no trepidation toward the great Ling dynasty. Interesting, Ling Mu mused, observing the fearless Yuhua Ji. Could it be that he possesses a hidden advantage? Or is he merely playing an empty city strategy against me? Chapter 48. The Market Matron. I grant your divine feathered dynasty 1 year. If by the end of this year, I do not receive a letter of submission from your dynasty, I shall personally take action to ensure that your divine feathered dynasty bows before me. Ling Mu, unwilling to engage in further conversation with Yuhua Ji, made this declaration before turning to leave the scene. As Yuhua gazed after Ling Mu's departure, a smile crept across her face, and she murmured to herself while glancing at the incense in her hand. If you have the capability, then come forth. Let's see who fears whom. 3 days later, Li Zhounjun remained in seclusion within the hidden chamber of Zhounjun Mountain, diligently refining his foundation. Meanwhile, Sunan, accompanied by her junior sister, Lu Jining, donned a simple attire and descended the mountain to enjoy a leisurely outing. Junior sister, let me tell you, there are numerous delightful places near Daotian's sect. Today, your elder sister shall take you to the nearest market for some exploration, Sunan said, her eyes squinting with a cheerful smile. All right, Lu Jining replied with a grin. Upon their arrival at the nearby market, they stumbled upon a frail old woman, lamenting pitifully on the ground. The woman's skin resembled withered wood, her nails caked with dirt, presenting a truly woeful sight. Observing this, Sunan approached to offer her assistance. The old woman, overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaimed, "Thank you, young lady." "No need for thanks, really," Sunan replied, feeling somewhat shy. "Dear girl, you possess such a kind heart. I live nearby," the elderly woman continued. "Would you be so kind as to escort me home?" Sunan paused, taken aback, yet her compassionate nature compelled her to agree. "Very well. Thank you ever so much, dear girl. You are truly wonderful." The old woman expressed her appreciation once more, leaving Sunan feeling bashful. Seeing this, Lu Jining joined Sunan in supporting the elderly lady as they followed her directions toward her home. Meanwhile, a graceful woman clad in white and wearing a conical hat watched this scene unfold with a furrowed brow. In this bustling marketplace, it was unexpected to encounter such a malevolent practitioner. The two young girls seemed to be in grave danger. However, one possessed a rare ice spirit root, while the other was a body of the Taiyin, which could indeed forge a benevolent connection. The white-clad woman pondered within herself. Her name was Mu Hongyan, a former tribulation-transcending cultivator who was on the verge of achieving great enlightenment when she was treacherously ambushed by her most trusted disciple during her tribulation, leading to her tragic demise. Upon awakening, she found herself residing in the body of a young beggar girl, 3,000 years into the future, while her disciple had long since ascended to immortality. Within a few years, she cultivated the seemingly mediocre body of a young beggar to attain the golden core stage, vowing to ascend to the celestial realm to have a heartfelt conversation with her disciple. Today, she had come to this marketplace to gather resources for her cultivation, only to witness the earlier scene where two exceptionally gifted and kind-hearted girls were assisting a fallen female demon practitioner. With these thoughts in mind, Mu Hongyan decided to follow them. Meanwhile, Sunan and Lu Jining had helped the elderly woman to a small, dimly lit corner house. "Grandma, is this your home? Now that we've arrived, we shall take our leave," Sunan said, feeling a sense of unease at the gloomy atmosphere and attempting to bid farewell to Lu Jining and the elderly woman. Unexpectedly, a glimmer of something sinister flashed in the old woman's eyes as she spoke. "Dear girls, you are such kind-hearted souls, selflessly bringing me home. Please do me the honor of entering, so I may serve you a cup of hot tea." Sunan hesitated, feeling a sense of foreboding. At that moment, the door to the room was opened, and a befuddled middle-aged man poked his head out. He was sniffling and, with a foolish grin, addressed the elderly woman, "Mother, you have returned." Upon noticing the two ethereal young ladies, Sunan and Lu Jining, the man's face flushed crimson. The elderly woman, observing his reaction, chided gently. De Gua, had it not been for these two young ladies coming to our aid, I would have perished on the road. Why do you not open the door and invite them in? Certainly, mother, replied the man, known as De Gua, promptly complying. The elderly woman, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned to Su Nan and Lu Jining and said, My apologies, dear ladies, my son has been a bit slow-witted since birth. Not all, Su Nan reassured her. Please, do allow us to enter and sit for a while. The elderly woman, seeing their willingness, warmly invited them in. Faced with her enthusiastic hospitality, Su Nan and Lu Jining exchanged a helpless glance before following her into the dimly lit room. Once inside, the elderly woman swiftly closed the door and began pouring hot tea for Su Nan and Lu Jining, all the while saying, Ladies, my home is quite bare, so please do not mock me. Rest assured, we would never dream of such a thing, Su Nan replied. You are truly a kind-hearted soul, the elderly woman expressed, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Su Nan felt a touch of embarrassment at the compliment. My dear, seeing your compassionate nature, akin to that of a living bodhisattva, might you fulfill one more wish of mine? It would bring me peace in my final moments, the elderly woman said, tears streaming down her face. What is it that you desire? Su Nan inquired. Miss, might you first agree to the old lady's request? At that moment, the elderly woman interjected, Dear child, you must articulate your needs so we may ascertain how to assist. Lu Jining then remarked, If this young lady is willing, we shall undoubtedly be able to help. The old lady fixed her gaze upon Su Nan, saying, My master has instructed me not to readily acquiesce to others. Therefore, dear lady, please share your request, and I shall do my utmost, if feasible. At this juncture, Su Nan replied, How can this be? Upon hearing this, the old lady's expression shifted dramatically. My dear, you have pledged to do your utmost to assist. If I depart this world without cradling a grandchild, I shall do so with an unquiet spirit. Su Nan, upon hearing her words, cast a glance at the dazed man whose nose was still running, then looked back at the old lady, exclaiming helplessly, Grandmother, while I can strive to assist with other matters, I cannot sacrifice myself for this. I must respectfully decline your request. Please rise. At this moment, Lu Jining furrowed her brow, realizing that the old lady was becoming rather unreasonable. Miss, should you refuse, I may be compelled to resort to less honorable methods. The old lady ominously stated. Su Nan and Lu Jining were taken aback as the old lady rose from the ground, emanating an eerily cold aura. A golden core cultivator. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Nan and Lu Jining were immediately struck with astonishment. Chapter 49. The White-Clad Woman Strikes, a Golden Core Cultivator? As Su Nan and Lu Jining beheld the aura emanating from the elderly woman, their faces paled in shock. The old woman, with a chilling gaze fixed upon Su Nan, remarked, My dear girl, why not do a good deed to the end? Deliver the Buddha to the West, and bless me with a robust grandson with my son. Absolutely not. Su Nan resolutely declined. While she did not demand extraordinary qualities from her partner, having witnessed the unparalleled grace of her master, she believed that her companion should at least possess a semblance of her master's looks and talent. Yet, the man referred to as Big Melon appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, and in comparison to her master, he seemed to belong to an entirely different realm. Lacking both appearance and cultivation, how could she ever compromise her standards? You have no say in this matter, the old woman declared, her eyes glinting with intent. Suddenly, a writhing black worm appeared in her hand. This is a love worm. Once I am planted in you, you shall develop feelings for my son. Upon hearing this, Su Nan's complexion turned ashen. The mere thought of falling for a snot-nosed man was utterly horrifying to her. Why is it that the benevolent souls in this world receive no rewards? Su Nan wished to ask, for her intentions were genuinely good. At that moment, Lu Jining furrowed her brow and said, Old hag, I advise you not to be ungrateful. If anything were to happen to us, our master would surely not spare you. Once the rice is cooked, what does an old woman have to fear? The elderly woman revealed her sparse, gaping teeth and grinned at Lu Jining, saying, Since you are so arrogant, why not become my son's concubine? With such a son, how could one dare to dream of multiple wives? Shouldn't he take a good look in the mirror? Lu Jining's face flushed with rage, After all, she hailed from a family of transformation masters, with an esteemed ancestor of the same lineage. How could she endure such humiliation? The elderly woman scoffed, and with a flick of her wrist, she split the 2 insect charms in her hand. Go. As her words fell, the 2 charms darted towards Su Nan and Lu Jining's foreheads. The 2 young women were momentarily struck with terror. However, at that instant, the door of the elderly woman's dwelling was forcefully kicked open, and a flash of sword light cut through the air. The charms that were hurtling towards Su Nan and Lu Jining were severed in twain by the gleaming sword. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. After a brief moment, Su Nan and Lu Jining realized that their savior was a woman clad in white, wielding a long sword and wearing a conical hat. Who are you? Why do you interfere with my affairs? The elderly woman, witnessing her meticulously nurtured charms being destroyed by a single sword strike, was seething with fury. A practitioner of the dark arts, a profession she had not encountered in a long while. To think she would meet such individuals here. You all are merely practitioners of twisted paths. The woman in white let out a soft laugh, twirling her sword gracefully before resting it behind her back. Ha! A mere golden core cultivator dares to meddle in my affairs? However, you surprisingly possess knowledge of the profession of the malevolent Gu Master, indicating that you have indeed encountered various experiences. Are you not aware that offending a Gu Master often results in dire consequences? A dangerous glint flickered in the old woman's eyes as she fixed her gaze upon the woman in white. With a cold laugh, the woman in white responded. Had she been at the pinnacle of her power, she would not have needed to lift a finger. Merely her aura could have obliterated the old woman's physical form. Since you have come, you may as well serve as a number for my son's harem. The old woman chuckled, her gnarled hand reaching out towards the woman in white. Yet, the latter had mastered her agility to an extraordinary degree, sidestepping the old woman's grasp effortlessly. Acutely aware that the nails of these Gu Masters often concealed numerous malevolent insects, she knew that a mere scratch could lead to the instant implantation of a Gu worm. A most repugnant fate indeed. Remarkable agility, the old woman exclaimed in admiration, but soon retorted with a mocking laugh. If this is all you are capable of, it would be wise for you to surrender without resistance today. As she spoke, it seemed an invisible shackle was released from her being, and her aura began to surge, gradually ascending until it reached the early stages of the nascent soul realm, before finally stabilizing. You are concealing your true cultivation, the woman in white remarked with a furrowed brow. The old woman, upon hearing this, merely smiled in silence. Young lady, if you have the means to escape, I advise you to do so. Zhounjun urged the woman in white, his gratitude evident. A confrontation between the golden core and the nascent soul was overwhelmingly unfavorable. There was hardly any chance of victory, even though the woman in white had once been a formidable force during the tribulation. Facing a nascent soul with only golden core strength was nearly an impossible endeavor. Between the two realms, the disparity is indeed vast, akin to the difference between clouds and mud. I've already intervened. Regardless of the outcome, one cannot abandon the endeavor midway. At this moment, the woman in white smiled softly at Su Nan and said, "Little sister, allow me to demonstrate a battle that transcends great realms." Such arrogance. The elderly woman, upon witnessing this, was consumed by rage. The words of the woman in white completely disregarded her presence. With this thought, a whip 3 yards long, composed of crimson muscle and white fat, suddenly erupted from behind the elderly woman, slicing through the air with a fierce wind, aimed directly at the face of the woman in white. Yet, the agility of the woman in white was astonishing. With a mere shift of her body, she easily evaded the strike. The whip, having missed its target, crashed onto the wooden table, producing a thunderous sound, and before the astonished gazes of all present, it disintegrated into a cloud of sawdust. The elderly woman's foolish son, Degua, upon witnessing such a scene, was instantly paralyzed with fear, scurrying back into the room, leaving behind a puddle of yellow urine on the floor. The elderly woman, seeing her son's state, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Could he not muster some courage? Subsequently, she addressed the woman in white. "Once I subdue you, you shall obediently reveal your techniques." The woman in white replied with a derisive laugh, "Do not boast here. If you possess the ability, go ahead and kill me. To seek death is not so simple. I intend to torment you thoroughly." The elderly woman let out an enraged shout, and the whip on her back once again swept towards the woman in white with force. However, contrary to expectations, an unforeseen event was about to unfold. In a fleeting moment when the woman in white moved, the elderly lady had already executed a teleportation technique known only to those at the nascent soul stage, appearing behind her. "Be cautious of what lies behind you," Sunan exclaimed in alarm. Upon hearing this, the woman in white swiftly drew her sword and slashed at the old woman advancing from behind. The elder felt a twinge of surprise. A practitioner at the Golden Core stage possessed such reflexes. Given time, this young woman's cultivation would undoubtedly surpass her own. With this thought, the elder resolved firmly. Today, she must eliminate the woman in white to prevent future troubles. Chapter 50. The Death of the Elder Clang. At that moment, the elder raised her gnarled hand to forcefully intercept the sword strike of the woman in white, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Yet, could this truly compensate for the disparity in their realms? The woman in white felt helpless. As the saying goes, sheer strength overcomes technique. No matter how many skills she possessed, she was still merely at the mid-Golden Core stage. Confronted by an opponent of the nascent soul realm, she was utterly outmatched. Was she destined to meet her end here today? The woman in white pondered, unwilling to concede defeat. After all, she had yet to avenge herself. "Aha, Lila Jiru. Do not be deceived by my rugged exterior. I nurture my skin with poison daily. My physical form is already comparable to that of a transformation stage practitioner," the elder declared with a smug grin. "Humph," the woman in white scoffed coldly, choosing not to respond. She could not fathom how, in her previous life as a tribulation-transcending cultivator, she had fallen to be toyed with by a mere nascent soul practitioner. "Do you not relish stepping forward, wishing to save these two young girls? Very well. I shall take this opportunity to indulge in an intimate moment with them before your very eyes." The old woman displayed a sinister smile and reached out to grasp Lu Jining. However, at that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. A frigid aura suddenly erupted from Lu Jining. An icy sword shadows emerged behind her like a blooming ice lotus. The extreme cold sword formation. The woman in white was taken aback by the surge of energy emanating from Lu Jining. "What is this?" Upon sensing the explosive aura from Lu Jining, the old woman's expression turned to one of shock. Lu Jining smacked her forehead, realizing she had almost forgotten that her master had laid a formation upon her. Just as Lu Jining's words fell, the ice lotus dispersed, transforming into a multitude of sword shadows that surged towards the old woman with an unstoppable force. "No!" The old woman's eyes widened in terror. This power was beyond her capacity to withstand. The myriad sword shadows disregarded the old woman's despair, piercing through her once proud body, leaving it riddled with wounds, and even causing her primordial spirit to scatter under the onslaught. Ultimately, after penetrating the old woman's body, the sword shadows converged and shaped themselves into a remarkable young man clad in a green robe. "Master." Upon seeing the young man, Su Nan and Lu Jining both revealed expressions of excitement and malice. Thud! The old woman's mutilated body collapsed to the ground, a sight too ghastly to behold. Li Zhounjun, without glancing at the old woman's corpse, helplessly remarked to the two young girls, "You two little ones truly do not allow your master to rest easy." Su Nan stuck out her tongue and remarked, "When my junior sister and I saw that old lady in distress, we decided to lend her a hand. Little did we know that she harbored a heart as venomous as a serpent's. Kindness is not inherently flawed, but when bestowed upon the wrong recipient, it becomes futile." Upon hearing this, Li Zhounjun chuckled softly and said, "Today's event can be seen as a trial for you. The younger generation pays their respects to the esteemed elder." Mu Hongyan, gazing at the suddenly appearing Li Zhounjun, clasped her hands in greeting. She recognized this young man, clad in a flowing azure robe, whose presence here most likely indicated that he was the youngest tribulation-transcending cultivator from Daoshanzong, the master of cloud-dwelling mountain, Li Zhounjun. Mu Hongyan couldn't help but bitterly smile. Once, she too had been hailed as a prodigy, Yet it took her 2 centuries to reach the tribulation stage. Rumor had it that this youthful master of cloud-dwelling mountain was merely 40 years old. "Who are you?" Li Zhounjun inquired, momentarily taken aback by the woman in white. "Master, this sister was the one who just intervened to save us. She nearly lost her life at the hands of that old hag while trying to rescue us." "So non explained." "Ah, I see." Li Zhounjun understood, then turned to the woman in white with a warm smile. "Young lady, what is your name?" "I am Wu Hanyan." The woman in white replied. "Take this object. When you find yourself in danger, crush it, and I shall appear to assist you." Li Zhounjun tossed a piece of jade to Mu Hanyan. As she received it with both hands, she respectfully expressed, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your kindness." With the backing of a tribulation-level expert's protective opportunity, Mu Hanyan felt a surge of confidence regarding her forthcoming endeavors. Thus, she sought vengeance for her younger brother. Upon awakening in the body of a young beggar girl, she recalled a fragment of memory. This young beggar had a brother, a fellow beggar, who, before her arrival in this realm, had been brutally slain by a woman named Yu Linglong with a single lash during a moment of desperation. The absurdity of the reason lay in the fact that the beggar boy had inadvertently soiled her vision. Consequently, the young beggar girl languished in sorrow day after day, nearly succumbing to despair, until her consciousness began to fade. It was then that Mu Hongyan traversed into her existence, vowing to avenge the young beggaress brother, thus gaining control over her body. The woman known as Yuling Long was the young master of the Yulong sect, possessing the prowess of the Golden Core realm. Her father, Yu Fenghua, the sect leader, was a cultivator of the ethereal realm. With an air of arrogance, Yuling Long confronted the beggar girl possessed by Mu Hongyan, declaring, "I have slain your brother. Should you harbor resentment, feel free to confront me at the Yulong sect. I shall personally welcome your challenge. Good begets good, and evil begets evil. This is your due." Li Zhounjun chuckled softly and then cautioned Su Nan and Lu Jining, "Exercise caution on your journey back." With that, Li Zhounjun's avatar dissipata. Simultaneously, in the secluded chamber where Li Zhounjun's true self was meditating, he opened his eyes. "Those 2 little girls are quite a handful," he mused with a wry smile. Nevertheless, at this moment, Li Zhounjun had also broken through to a new stage, reaching the late stage of the transformation realm. Even without the 5-5 opening system, he now surpassed many prodigies in Qingzhou. After all, there are not many transformation practitioners in their 40s in the Qingzhou region. At this moment, a voice of an elder resonated from outside. "Is the master of Yunju Mountain present?" Li Zhounjun slightly paused, and then with a flicker of his figure, he appeared before the elder with a smile, saying, "Elder Chun, what brings you here?" "Mountain Master," Elder Chen Guang replied respectfully. "There is no need for such formality, Elder." Li Zhounjun Shukladligli. Elder Chen Guang, a venerable elder of the Daotian sect, continued, "The sect master has summoned you to the Daotian hall for a discussion." "Very well. I shall go at once." Li Zhounjun responded without hesitation, and in a flash he vanished from Elder Chun's sight. Observing this, Chen Guang couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Who would have thought that the once deemed waste of the Daotian sect, the master of Yunju Mountain, has now become one of our pillars? Truly, this world is full of uncertainties. Chapter 51. Yuling Long when Li Zhounjun materialized in the Daotian hall. All the major mountain masters of the Daotian sect had already gathered there. Li Zhounjun expressed his surprise. What occasion brings everyone together today? Mu Taiyu replied with a light smile. It concerns the Taishu sect of Yunzhou. Their elder, Xiao Yuanhuai, having passed the tribulation at the age of 100, has sought the path of invincibility and has successively defeated the peerless experts of the 3 top sects, the sacred Thunder Palace of Laizhou, the vast sword sect of Jiangzhou, and the Golden Spirit Temple of Lingzhou. If all goes as expected, it will soon be our Daotian sect's turn. The mountain masters of the Daotian sect express their outrage in unison. This individual is exceedingly arrogant. Indeed, he is utterly presumptuous. At this moment, Mu Taiyu addressed Li Zhounjun. "Master of Yunjishin, I believe that you alone could withstand the tribulations of the Daotian sect over the past century. It appears that this matter must be entrusted to you." Ding! The system has issued a task to suppress Xiao Yuanhuai's arrogance and shatter his invincible spirit. The host will receive generous rewards. Upon seeing the system's task, Li Zhoujun confidently replied, "Rest assured, Sect Master, I shall take care of this. Even if I am not his match, I will ensure that the dignity of the Daotian sect remains intact." Seeing this, the master of Kanglin Mountain couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking to himself, this master of Zhounjun certainly enjoys playing the role of a pig to eat a tiger. As a true immortal, isn't it a trivial matter for him to easily handle Xiao Yu and Huai? Mu Taiyu, pleased that Li Zhoujun did not decline, smiled in relief. As this matter pertained to the honor of the Daotian sect, after reminiscing among the various mountain masters, they gradually dispersed. Mudong Sha upruka Li Zhoujun, who was still seated and munching on seeds, and remarked, "Xiao Yu and Huai possesses remarkable talent and is quite arrogant." "Just a trivial matter," Li Zhoujun replied nonchalantly. Rising ahead outside, "I will return first to see if my two disciples have come back." "Very well," Murong Shui responded. Meanwhile, at the border of Qingzhou, a ripple in space materialized in the air. Subsequently, a young man clad in plain garments emerged. Though his appearance was ordinary, his eyes were strikingly clear. He slowly spoke, his voice resonating like thunder, echoing across the entire Qingzhou continent. "Qingzhou Daotian sect. Xiao Yu and Huai will be visiting in 10 days to experience the prowess of your esteemed sect over the past century." The beings of Qingzhou almost all heard this proclamation. The members of the Daotian sect were, of course, no exception. With such a commotion, did he not fear losing face in defeat? This was the arrogance of one who walked the path of invincibility. It is my hope that the Lord of Zhounjun Mountain can shatter this fellow's delusions of invincibility. The various mountain lords of the Daotian sect engaged in fervent discussion. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun paid no heed to the sounds of this declaration of war. After all, to him, this individual was merely a benefactor offering rewards. As long as he could achieve a stalemate, the other's sense of invincibility would surely be shattered. Upon returning to Zhounjun Mountain, Li Zhoujun found Su Nan and Lu Jining already present in the Zhounjun Hall. "Master, did you hear? Someone has declared war on our Daotian sect." Su Nan exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. "The one who will confront them is none other than your master." Li Zhoujun shuja nonchalantly. Master, can you defeat him?" the young girl asked, blinking with concern. "What do you think?" Li Zhoujun replied with a light laugh. He then turned to Lu Jining and said, "I have yet to impart the methods to you, have I? Come here." Lu Jining obediently approached. Li Zhoujun touched her forehead with his fingertip, bestowing upon her the Taiyin True Classic. "You possess the body of the Taiyin. There is little I can guide you on. Everything must be comprehended through your own understanding, for aside from fundamental cultivation, each path chosen is distinct, and you must always follow your own heart." "I understand, Master," Lu Jining replied solemnly, nodding her head. "Indeed," Li Zhoujun affirmed, resolutely refusing to acknowledge that he was merely an ineffectual teacher. "By the way, what was the name of the little girl who saved you? It started with Mu, right?" Li Zhoujun suddenly inquired. "What is the name of that sister?" "Mu Hongyan," came the reply. "Mu Hongyan. Are you jesting with me, Master?" Sunan responded helplessly. "You've caught me," Li Zhoujun chuckled. "That girl is quite pleasant." Indeed, however, when Hongyan left, she mentioned she was headed to the Yulong sect to attend to an important matter. Sunan added, "Yulong sect?" Li Zhoujun musa momentarily, recalling that this sect was known to be guarded by formidable Shushin experts, thus justifiably considered a major sect. The girl named Mu Hongyan appeared youthful, but possessed golden core cultivation. Perhaps she was a disciple of the Yulong sect, he speculated. Meanwhile, Mu Hongyan, donning a conical hat and traveling alone, arrived at the Yulong sect. The disciples stationed at the grand entrance, upon seeing the elegant figure of this hat-clad maiden, regarded her with keen interest. Just then, Mu Hongyan boldly proclaimed, "Yulinglong, I have come to find you." The guarding disciples were immediately astounded, exclaiming, "How audacious!" to call out the young sect master's name. They were well aware of the volatile temperament of their young sect master. A careless misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. True to their expectations, in the next moment, a jade-colored whip, reminiscent of a soaring dragon, flew out from the gates and aimed directly at Mu Hongyan. Yet, She effortlessly caught it with a raised hand, remarking, "After all these years, your temperament remains unchanged. To withstand my strike indicates your strength is not to be underestimated. Pray, tell me, who are you?" At that moment, a young girl adorned in a jade lotus dress, strikingly beautiful yet bearing an air of arrogance, stepped forth from the entrance of the Yulong sect to confront Mu Hongyan. Upon hearing these words, Mu Hongyan removed her conical hat, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face untouched by cosmetics. The male disciple stationed at the gate of the Yulong sect gaped in astonishment at her beauty. Yu Linglong's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible jealousy, and she spoke, "State your name." "What? Do you not remember me?" Mu Hongyan narrowed her eyes. "Do you have any idea how many prodigies I have encountered in my lifetime? Why should I particularly remember you?" Yu Linglong scoffed. "Those of privilege tend to forget. You killed my brother." Mu Hongyan let out a cold huff. "I was wondering who it was. Turns out you're the little beggar girl." Yu Linglong suddenly recalled the small beggar girl who had been filled with resentment beside the remains of her brother, whom she had mercilessly beaten. A playful smirk appeared on Yu Linglong's face as she remarked, "So, you've come seeking revenge now? Who would have thought that within just a few years you have cultivated to the Golden Core stage? It seems I must take action today to eliminate this threat." By the end of her statement, there was an unmistakable hint of jealousy in Yu Linglong's voice. Despite her youthful appearance, she was already 30 years old, having only reached the Golden Core stage at this age. Given time, she knew she would not stand a chance against this little beggar girl. The thought that this little beggar girl was not only beautiful, but also possessed terrifying talent only deepened Yu Linglong's jealousy. Chapter 52. Father, how dare you shout at me? You may strike if you wish. Spare me your unnecessary words. Mu Hongyan replied with a cold laugh. "Today, I shall kill you." Arrogant little girl. Upon hearing these words, Yu Linglong could hardly contain her laughter, incredulous that one would dare to utter such threats on her own turf. This little beggar truly possessed audacity. "Let us see what you are made of," she declared, her imperious countenance betraying no fear. With a sharp flick of her wrist, she cracked the jade dragon whip in the air with a resounding snap, directing it once more towards Mu Hongyan's delicate visage. "Are you envious of my beauty? Wishing to mar my appearance?" Mu Hongyan chuckled in response. Yu Linglong retorted, "You are indeed correct. Not only do I intend to ruin your looks, but I shall also vanquish you and cast you into a horde of brutish men, allowing you to experience the exquisite agony of a fate worse than death. You truly deserve to perish." Mu Hongyan thought to herself, astonished by the venomous nature of Yu Linglong, who seemed even more ruthless than she had anticipated. In a flash, Mu Hongyan gracefully sidestepped the lengthy whip with ease. This young woman who had come seeking the young lord was undeniably gifted. Yet it was a pity that she had dared to offend him. "Do silence yourself." To speak such words in front of the young lord. "Do you wish for your own demise?" exclaimed one disciple of the Jade Dragon sect, only to be met with horrified gasps from others in attendance. Upon realizing the gravity of their young lord's ire, the first disciple shivered and promptly fell silent. They understood all too well the consequences of crossing him. A mere disagreement could lead to dismemberment, while a far graver offense might result in being reduced to mere dog fodder. This was no idle jest. Upon encountering Mu Hongyan, Yu Linglong was taken aback as the latter effortlessly evaded her whip strike. However, she quickly regained her composure, directing her long whip with the ferocity of a tempest towards Mu Hongyan, who deftly sidestepped each attack. A sardonic smile graced Mu Hongyan's lips as she remarked, "After all these years, it appears you have made no advancement whatsoever. Seeking death, are we?" Yu Linglong felt the sting of her words, her fury igniting like a tempest. Over the years, her father had repeatedly urged her to consume the Yuan-Ing pill to facilitate her ascension from the Golden Core stage to the Yuan-Ing realm. Yet, being inherently proud, she resisted becoming a mere vessel for his ambitions, choosing instead to engage in arduous self-cultivation. Regrettably, she found herself stagnating at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Now, the realization that she could not even best a mid-stage Golden Core girl filled her with a profound sense of defeat and jealousy. Why, despite her father's exceptional talent, was she so lacking? Mu Hongyan, seemingly perceptive of her inner turmoil, boldly stated, "Yulinglong, your father is a formidable virtual immortal. How could he father a daughter of such meager talent? Surely, you cannot be his biological child." Enraged by her words, Yulinglong's eyes blazed with fury as she wielded her jade-hued whip with renewed vigor, each crack resonating with thunderous intensity. It would be wise for this girl to temper her words. She was on the cusp of incurring the ire of the young master. The disciples of the Yulong sect began to grow anxious for Mu Hongyan. As the saying goes, beauty is justice. And this adage could not have been more fitting for her. Are you truly so foolish as to not wish to savor the essence of this woman? She has offended the young master, and perhaps if he captures her, it could bring us a moment of pleasure, chuckled another disciple. The first speaker scoffed disdainfully. You lack all resolve. Do you genuinely aspire to be nothing more than a mere swine in the eyes of the young master? Ah, your words are misguided, retorted the chuckling disciple, seemingly unconcerned. Meanwhile, Mu Hongyan finally began her counterattack. With a swift motion, she appeared before Yulinglong, a long sword materializing in her hand. Its ethereal sword intent enveloping Yulinglong like a misty rain, shrouding the area in a thick fog that obscured visibility for 100 meters around. Alarm surged within Yulinglong as she realized she could no longer see the young beggar girl, who had vanished into the obscurity. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air behind her. Before Yulinglong could react, a gash appeared on her back, blood flowing freely. In a panic, she lashed out with her whip, but struck only empty air, the whip crashing against the ground and shattering it into pieces. Yet, her excessive force resulted in a significant recoil. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Hongyan lunged forward, delivering another thrust to Yulinglong's waist. Do not hide in the shadows. If you possess any courage, step forth and face me in a battle to the death. Yulinglong felt a wave of despair wash over her. Akin to a mouse toyed with by a cat, Mu Hongyan, who was reveling in this torment. Unable to bear the humiliation, she began to wield her whip with fervor, enveloping herself in a tight defensive barrier. However, such a cost comes with immense physical exhaustion. Mu Hongyan was evidently aware of this and refrained from striking, patiently awaiting the moment when Yulinglong would deplete her strength. Finally, after approximately 3 incense sticks worth of time had elapsed, Mu Hongyan seized the opportunity, thrusting her sword directly at Yulinglong's throat, intent on ending her life with a single stroke. Yet, how could matters be so straightforward? A terrifying aura suddenly surged within the Yulong sect, and in the next moment, an overwhelming force struck Mu Hongyan, sending her flying like a kite severed from its string, vanishing into the misty haze. As the fog began to dissipate, a dignified middle-aged man approached Yulinglong's side. "Father!" Yulinglong cried out upon seeing her father. "This woman is not a good person. Father, you must kill her." The man who had arrived was none other than Yulinglong's father, Yu Fenghua, the leader of the Yulong sect. At that moment, Yu Fenghua paid no heed to his daughter's pleas. Instead, he was entranced by Mu Hongyan's visage. She was exquisite, truly breathtaking. How could such a stunning woman exist in this world? He felt an irresistible urge to possess her. Meanwhile, Mu Hongyan let out a cold laugh, addressing Yulinglong. "Are you unable to handle this? Are you calling for help? If you have the capability, why not call for allies yourself?" Yulinglong chuckled in response. "Silence." Yu Fenghua admonished Yulinglong. "Father, are you yelling at me?" Yulinglong's expression was one of disbelief. However, Yu Fenghua paid her no heed and turned to Mu Hongyan, inquiring, "My lady, what on earth transpired?" Mu Hongyan, taken aback, had initially expected that Yulinglong's father would directly retaliate, seeking her demise. She wondered why he was being so accommodating, especially since she had nearly slain his daughter with a single strike. In that instant, a subtle shift appeared upon Mu Hongyan's countenance. Chapter 53. Young Lady. "We meet again, you murder my brother," Mu Hongyan stated to Yu Fenghua. "Linglong, is what this lady has said true?" Yu Fenghua narrowed her eyes, directing the question at Yulinglong. "Father, it was unintentional." Yulinglong's complexion paled slightly as she sensed her father's seriousness. Something felt amiss. She had committed numerous acts of violence without consequence. So why was her father suddenly so resolute today? Had they not always turned a blind eye to such transgressions? Very well, you have taken a life, and thus you shall be punished. As your father, I decree that you shall reflect upon your actions at the cliff of contemplation for 3 years. Yu Fenghua declared with a cold snort. Father. Yu Linglong's eyes widened in disbelief. She never anticipated that her father would impose such a punishment for the sake of a mere beggar. What? Do you intend to defy my words? Yu Fenghua's gaze narrowed further. Yes, father. Yu Linglong lowered her proud head in submission. She understood that all she possessed was bestowed upon her by her father. She could be arrogant before outsiders, but if she were to oppose her father, everything would be stripped away. Moreover, you shall apologize to this lady, Yu Fenghua continued. What? Yu Linglong's eyes bulged in astonishment. Yu Fenghua's eyes narrowed slightly. His daughter had lost her mother at an early age, and he had been preoccupied with sect affairs, neglecting her upbringing. Consequently, Yu Linglong had developed an arrogant and overbearing disposition. Now that this identity had seemingly been squandered, it was time to seek a new wife and cultivate a new persona. I understand, father, Yu Linglong replied. Resembling a defeated rooster as she dejectedly addressed Mahonjian, I am sorry. With that, Yu Linglong turned and fled towards the cliff of reflection at Yulong's sect. Mahonjian observed this scene in silence. It was evident that Yu Fenghua had sent Yu Linglong to the cliff of reflection. While it appeared to be a punishment, it was, in fact, a form of protection. After all, Yu Linglong had certainly offended many outside. My dear, are you content with this punishment? Yu Fenghua inquired with a smile directed at Mahonjian. You have already made your decision. Will my words carry any weight? Mahonjian replied with a light chuckle. However, she could vaguely sense that this matter was far from over. For Yu Fenghua would not easily concede to a mere golden core cultivator. The temperament of this girl closely resembles that of my late wife, Yu Fenghua mused. At that moment, even if Mahonjian were oblivious, she could discern that Yu Fenghua clearly had intentions towards her. Realizing that it was not prudent to linger, she donned her conical hat and said, The matter is settled, sect master Yu Fenghua. I bid you farewell. Why the haste, my lady? Yu Fenghua swiftly appeared before Mahonjian. What do you intend to do? She inquired, her hand tightening around the jade stone gifted to her by Li Zhounjun. My lady, at such a young age, you have already attained the golden core realm, showcasing your extraordinary talent. Only a woman of your unparalleled gifts and captivating beauty is worthy of becoming my wife. Yu Fenghua spoke candidly. Master Yu, do you not find your words rather amusing? Mu Hongyan chuckled with incredulity. Your daughter has slain my brother, and you still wish to marry me? Surely, you must be deranged. She found the girl as fiery temperament quite endearing. Yu Fenghua responded with a disturbingly cheerful grin. Mu Hongyan was rendered speechless. She had not anticipated that a practitioner of the virtual immortality realm would exhibit such lewdness. This individual paled in comparison to the esteemed master of Zhounjun from Daoshanzong. Meanwhile, several disciples stationed at Yulong's sect observed this exchange with silent lament from Mu Hongyan. In the presence of their sect leader, they dared not utter a word. For to them, a virtual immortality expert was akin to a true celestial being, a figure to be revered from afar. Suddenly, Mu Hongyan smiled playfully. If you wish to marry me, then you must personally rid yourself of your daughter. My dear lady, Yu Linglong has already faced punishment. To kill her would be excessive. Yu Fenghua replied, his brow furrowed. Clearly, as a father, Yu Fenghua, despite his indifference towards his daughter, found the notion of murdering her for the sake of a woman utterly preposterous. What sort of man would he be if such news were spread? What? You are unwilling. If so, do not hinder my departure, Mu Hongyan asserted boldly. The disciples were astonished by her audacity to speak so defiantly to the sect leader. My lady, do not provoke me. Countless women across the realm wish to offer themselves to me. Should you fail to recognize the situation, do not blame me for resorting to force. For affection can indeed be cultivated over time. In Yu Fenghua's eyes, a dangerous glimmer emerged at that moment. After all, he was a practitioner of the void immortal realm. How could he tolerate being rejected repeatedly by Mu Hongyan? Did she truly believe he was afraid of her? Mu Hongyan scoffed. You have offended me. Yu Fenghua, unwilling to engage in further trivialities, waved his sleeve and sought to envelop Mu Hongyan. However, in that fleeting instant, she shattered the jade stone in her hand. The next moment, a torrent of murderous sword intent instantly enveloped the skies above the Yulong sect. Under this overwhelming aura, Yu Fenghua felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. Even the heavens seemed to dim beneath this oppressive presence. What kind of formidable being could unleash such a potent aura, causing the previously clear sky to darken? It was terrifying. Could it be the legendary true immortal? Surely not. Within the Yulong sect, a cacophony of fearful murmurs arose. The less experienced disciples trembled, their legs giving way as they fell to their knees. This was the aura of a true immortal. Mu Hongyan's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated that the Dao Tian sect's Zhounjun mountain lord, at merely 40 years of age, was indeed a true immortal. In her previous life, as a Tribulation Realm practitioner, she could not have misidentified this. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun's silhouette gradually coalesced in the air. The Zhounjun mountain lord? Upon seeing the visitor, Yu Fenghua's eyes widened in astonishment. He could scarcely believe that Mu Hongyan was acquainted with such an extraordinary figure. Given that the Yulong sect was adjacent to the Dao Tian sect, his recognition of Li Zhoujun was not surprising. It was, after all, the youngest tribulation-level powerhouse from Qingzhou, the Zhounjun mountain lord. Heavens! This young lady possesses the formidable backing of the Lord of Cloud Residence. No wonder she dares to venture alone into our Jade Dragon sect. She is acquainted with such a powerful figure. Could this young lady be a disciple of the Lord of Cloud Residence? It is highly probable. Gasp! If the Lord of Cloud Residence were to be enraged, would we not be doomed? At this moment, the disciples and elders of the Jade Dragon sect, gazing at the extraordinary figure clad in green, collectively inhaled sharply. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun cast a fleeting glance at Yu Fenghua before directing his attention to Mu Hongyan. "Ah, little one, we meet again," Li Zhoujun remarked with a gentle smile, acknowledging Mu Hongyan. "I apologize for disturbing the Lord's tranquility," Mu Hongyan replied, bowing her head in respect. "Disturbance is not the matter at hand," Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly, shifting his gaze back to Yu Fenghua. As Li Zhoujun's eyes settled upon her, Yu Fenghua felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon her, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. "This young girl has saved my disciple. I wonder if, Lord, you might extend a gracious hand, considering my standing?" Li Zhoujun inquired, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Upon hearing this, Yu Fenghua wore a smile that was more sorrowful than tears. If the Lord of Cloud Residence personally intercedes, how could I possibly disregard such an esteemed presence? Had I known of this young lady's connection to the Lord of Cloud Residence beforehand, I would naturally have treated her with the utmost courtesy befitting the Jade Dragon sect. To earn the respect of others, one must possess true strength. Mu Hongyan observed the scene before her, clenching her fists in determination. Were it not for the limitations of her current self, the entire Yulong sect would be turned upside down by her power. There would be no need to rely on others to intervene. At that moment, Li Zhoujun remarked, "I have heard that the Yulong sect is about to unveil a secret realm." "Indeed," Yu Fenghua responded. "It is the Yulong secret realm of our sect, which contains 3 Yulong fruits that allow golden core cultivators to condense their nascent souls in advance. Only the first 3 may claim this opportunity. Well then, since your sect has previously shown discourtesy towards this young lady, it is only fitting that you offer a gesture of goodwill. I propose that the Yulong sect grants 1 quota as compensation for her," Li Zhoujun suggested with a cheerful smile. Yu Fenghua's expression immediately grew troubled upon hearing this. The Yulong secret realm opens once every decade, and only 3 individuals can seize the opportunity each time, making a single quota immensely valuable. However, if she were to refuse, it might offend the esteemed master of Zhounjun Mountain. Contemplating this, Yu Fenghua resolutely declared, "Of course, that could be arranged." "Excellent. It is settled then," Li Zhoujun laughed heartily. He then turned his gaze towards Mu Hongyan and continued, "This master will secure the quota for you, but once you enter the secret realm, you will still need to compete with the disciples of the Yulong sect. Should your strength prove insufficient and you miss this opportunity, you shall have no one to blame but yourself. Mu Hongyan expressed her gratitude. Thank you, master. Your words will remain etched in my heart. Very well, Li Zhounjun nodded. And with that, his projection dissipated into thin air. With the departure of Li Zhounjun, the entire Yulong sect finally emerged from its stifling atmosphere. Is this truly the youngest tribulation transcender of the Daotian sect? Indeed, formidable. Merely the power of a single avatar feels akin to that of a true celestial descending to the mortal realm. Could it be possible that this Lord of Zhounjun Mountain has genuinely attained true celestial cultivation? It seems implausible. If he had reached such heights, he would have ascended by now. So why remains he in Qingzhou? Are you not aware that for a Mahayana cultivator to ascend to the celestial realm, they must convert all their spiritual energy into celestial spiritual energy? Some Mahayana practitioners, unwilling to ascend, choose to retain a portion of their spiritual energy, opting not to convert it into celestial energy. Although celestial spiritual energy can also be broadly classified as spiritual energy, it is exponentially denser than ordinary spiritual energy. The mysteries of true celestial beings are best left unguessed. Even if this Lord of Zhounjun Mountain is not a true celestial, he is undoubtedly perilously close. At this moment, the elders within the Yulong sect were abuzz with discussion, while the disciples gazed upon him with profound envy. This Lord of Zhounjun Mountain, with but a mere appearance, had compelled their sect leader, a formidable figure of the virtual celestial level, to acquiesce. Such status and strength is precisely what they aspire to attain. Meanwhile, Yu Fenghua felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, despite Li Zhoujun's parting words urging Mu Hongyan to rely solely on herself. He knew that the opportunity must be granted to Mu Hongyan, lest he lose face for Li Zhoujun. Time swiftly passed. 10 days elapsed. Clad in simple garments, Xiao Yuanhui had arrived at the imposing gates of the Daotian sect. The words Daotian sect loomed majestically above. Xiao Yuanhui raised his gaze to the grand entrance, where the characters danced with vitality and chuckled softly as he spoke. Yunzhou, Taishu sect. I, Xiao, have come to pay a visit to your esteemed sect. I have heard tales of your esteemed Yunzhou mountain master, who crossed the tribulation at the age of 40. I wish to seek enlightenment from him. At that moment, Xiao Yuanhui's voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the entirety of Daotian sect. The gatekeeping disciples of Daotian sect regarded Xiao Yuanhui with a sense of awe, feeling an intangible force emanating from him that rendered them breathless. As a guest, why not step inside, Elder Xiao? Let us extend the courtesy of hospitality before we discuss the competition. A white-browed elder suddenly appeared before Xiao Yuanhui, smiling warmly. This elder was the master of Yuyan Mountain, responsible for welcoming visitors to Daotian sect. Who are you? Xiao Yuanhui squinted, surprised that despite his imposing entrance, only an elder had come forth to greet him. It seemed Daotian sect carried itself with a certain grandeur. However, considering it was the foremost sect of Qingzhou, such demeanor was to be expected. Thus, he resolved to defeat their so-called youngest tribulation expert, to temper their pride. I am a master of Yuyan Mountain, dedicated to the hospitality of Daotian sect, the elder said, stroking his beard with a smile. Xiao Yuanhui replied with a chuckle. I see. I had thought you were the master of Yunzhou Mountain. You flatter me, Elder Xiao. The master of Yunzhou Mountain is as graceful as a jade tree in the wind. I, an old man, cannot compare, the master of Yuyan replied with a hearty laugh. Meanwhile, in the Daotian Hall, Mu Taiyu and the various mountain masters of Daotian sect had gathered. Li Zhoujun was naturally among them. Xiao Yuanhui had indeed arrived, creating such a commotion. Did he truly think himself formidable? Once I transcend the tribulation, I shall seek him out for a proper contest, remarked the hot-tempered Lu Yin with a cold snort. Sect leader, I shall go meet him, Li Zhoujun announced as he rose. Be cautious, Mu Taiyu advised with a nod. Rest assured, I shall not bring shame upon the sect, Li Zhoujun replied with a light chuckle before making his way towards the mountain gate. The Lord of Kanglan Mountain shook his head, silently mourning for the elder of the Taishu sect, Xiao Yuanhui, for 3 seconds. Why must he seek out Li Zhoujun of all people? This individual concealed a true celestial level of cultivation. Had it not been for the troubles faced by his disciple that forced him to reveal himself, one might never know the depths of Li Zhoujun's true power. The Lord of Zhounjun was indeed exceedingly enigmatic. As the Lord of Kinglan Mountain contemplated this, Li Zhoujun had already arrived at the mountain gate of Daotian's sect. Observing the leisurely Lord of Yuran engaged in a verbal spar with Xiao Yuanhui. "Elder Xiao, I hear you are seeking me?" Li Zhoujun inquired, offering a slight smile. The Lord of Zhounjun and the gatekeeping disciples of Daotian's sect all bowed respectfully to Li Zhoujun. "You are the Lord of Zhounjun?" Xiao Yuanhui asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he regarded the remarkably handsome yet seemingly ordinary young man before him. "Indeed, I am," Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. "Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Allow me to experience the prowess of the Lord of Zhounjun," Xiao Yuanhui declared. In Xiao Yuanhui's eyes gleamed an exhilarating light. In the next moment, his figure appeared before Li Zhoujun, delivering a thunderous punch that echoed with a deafening roar. Such terrifying strength. It was no wonder that Xiao Yuanhui had triumphed over the young tribulation strongmen of the three leading sections. Mu Taiyu and the mountain lords, concealed in the void, gasped at the unfolding scene at the mountain gate. One could not deny that Xiao Yuanhui's prowess was undeniably formidable. However, the Kinglan Mountain Lord muttered to himself, "If the Yunju Mountain Lord were to unleash his full strength, I fear that Xiao Yuanhui would not even withstand a single breath." At that moment, as Xiao Yuanhui's fist was poised to strike Li Zhoujun's face, his excitement intensified. Indeed, he was powerful. Li Zhoujun observed the scene before him with gravity. Without the use of the Aoshuai Immortal Sword, he could only rely on the system, matching Xiao Yuanhui at best with equal footing. With that thought, Li Zhoujun sprang into action. He raised a hand, and with a resounding thud, a massive wave of energy emanated from the center of Li Zhoujun and Xiao Yuanhui, dispersing in all directions. The mountain lords, witnessing this, swiftly employed their divine powers to protect their disciples and the sect buildings. As the dust settled, Li Zhoujun and Xiao Yuanhui stood before the eyes of the mountain lords. To their astonishment, Li Zhoujun had effortlessly withstood Xiao Yuanhui's punch. "To be able to withstand my blow, the Yunju Mountain Lord, your reputation is indeed well-deserved." Seeing this, Xiao Yuanhui's excitement grew even more. It was exceedingly rare to find a peer of equal caliber. Today, he yearned for an exhilarating battle. With that in mind, Xiao Yuanhui unleashed a flurry of punches, raining down upon Li Zhoujun like a torrential downpour. Yet, all of it was effortlessly countered by Li Zhoujun. The two engaged in battle, a contest of equal might. However, it soon became apparent to Xiao Yuanhui that something was amiss. Regardless of whether he exerted every ounce of his strength or held back, Li Zhoujun seemed to anticipate his every move, as if he possessed an innate understanding of the force behind each strike. This left Xiao Yuanhui feeling utterly exposed before Li Zhoujun, as if his intentions were laid bare. The master of Yunju Mountain had seemingly manipulated this situation with ease. Indeed, the master appeared to be in complete control, effortlessly dispelling each of Xiao Yuanhui's fierce assaults. At this moment, smiles adorned the faces of the various mountain leaders. The disciples of Daotian's sect had also gathered to witness the spectacle. Lu Jining and Su Nan, upon observing their master engaged in a fierce duel with a young man clad in simple attire, couldn't help but cheer from the sidelines. "Go, master." Meanwhile, amidst the throng of disciples, Chen Xiaohai, who had joined the Lanhua Fengshan, caught sight of Su Nan. At that moment, Chen Xiaohai had long since shed his earlier arrogance in the presence of Su Nan. After all, the prowess of Li Zhoujun had been laid bare for all to see. Undeniably, a formidable force at the tribulation stage. Even their own mountain leader, Lu Yin, was of a significantly lower realm than Li Zhoujun. How could Chen Xiaohai dare to offend Su Nan? Concurrently, Xiao Yuanhui, relentlessly unleashing various spells and techniques, could distinctly feel his stamina waning. Yet, Li Zhoujun remained unfazed, engaging him with an air of indifference, as if his strength were boundless. Nevertheless, it was evident that Li Zhoujun's combat experience paled in comparison to that of the battle-hungry Xiao Yuanhui. A slight flaw soon revealed itself. As Xiao Yuanhuai observed Li Zhoujun responding to his divine abilities, he opened his hands wide, creating an opportunity that caught his attention. Seizing the moment, he raised his hand and unleashed his power, striking Li Zhoujun's chest with a forceful palm. Li Zhoujun let out a muffled groan and staggered back 3 steps. However, with the protective ability of the system, he emerged relatively unscathed. In contrast, Xiao Yuanhuai felt a jarring pain in his palm from the impact. Although the master of Yunju Mountain possessed extraordinary talent, overshadowing not only the entirety of Qingzhou, but also other realms, he was still quite young and lacked the combat experience that Xiao Yuanhuai had accumulated through continuous battles. The master of Daotian's sect offered a fair assessment, soon echoed by other masters who agreed. Indeed, but I can clearly sense that Xiao Yuanhuai is at the early stage of the Tribulation Realm, while the master of Yunju Mountain's strength surpasses him by at least a minor realm. Furthermore, the physical resilience of a Yunju master is remarkably robust. He remained composed even after enduring such a terrifying strike. The master of Kanglin Mountain silently critiqued. It is evident that despite reaching the true immortal realm, the Yunju master lacks combat experience. This is merely a practice session for him against Xiao Yuanhuai. Yet, Xiao Yuanhuai was no fool. Every time he launched an attack, Li Zhoujun was able to counter it, and even after finally exploiting a flaw to land a strike, Li Zhoujun remained unscathed, clearly indicating that his cultivation level was above his own. It felt as though he was merely a sparring partner. If Li Zhoujun were to unleash his full strength, relying solely on his superior cultivation, Xiao Yuanhuai would have been defeated long ago. Upon this reflection, Xiao Yuanhuai was immediately beset by a sense of defeat. As he once again engaged in combat with the adjusted Li Zhoujun, he observed that Li Zhoujun still refrained from unleashing his full strength, exchanging blows with him as if he were merely a sparring partner. Frustration boiled within him, and he exclaimed, "Master of Yunjishan, I implore you not to insult me. Could you not simply employ your utmost prowess to vanquish me directly?" Li Zhoujun, taken aback by such a request, could only respond with a sense of helplessness, for it was indeed the first time he had encountered such a demand. Yet, he had genuinely exerted himself to the best of his abilities. Noting that Li Zhoujun remained unfazed and continued to engage him in a back-and-forth skirmish, Xiao Yuanhuai's composure shattered. After all, he had long excelled among his peers, and now he found himself relegated to the role of a mere practice partner. "I concede. I shall no longer continue this battle," he declared, distancing himself from Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun was momentarily taken aback. "Master of Yunjishan, I concede that your talent is indeed remarkable, surpassing my own. However, should we find ourselves on equal footing, I would assuredly triumph over you," Xiao Yuanhuai asserted confidently, gazing intently at Li Zhoujun. "I refuse to be disheartened by this defeat. I shall strive to cultivate my skills to reach your level, and then we shall duel again." Li Zhoujun was momentarily dumbfounded. This fellow's indomitable spirit was rather impressive, and it seemed that the task at hand would remain unfulfilled. "I bid you farewell," Xiao Yuanhuai said, casting one last lingering glance at Li Zhoujun before turning to depart without further ado. "Wait," Li Zhoujun called out to Xiao Yuanhuai, feeling somewhat reluctant to accept the lack of reward. It seemed necessary to temper this fellow's inflated sense of invincibility. "How old are you?" Xiao Yuanhuai asked, slightly taken aback. "I am 46 years of age," Li Zhoujun replied. Xiao Yuanhuai. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and shattering Xiao Yuanhuai's invincibility. Ding. The system rewards you with perfect realm of transformation. Ding. The system grants return to Void Pill. Ding. The system bestows Heavenly Shield Dharma Manifestation. Return to Void Pill. This pill aids practitioners of the transformation realm, increasing their chances of breaking through to the Void Immortal Realm by 5%. Heavenly Shield Dharma Manifestation, a manifestation of divine and demonic essence, vast and boundless, capable of obscuring the sun, moon, and stars. Chapter 56, Abyss of Darkness. This reward is rather commendable. Li Zhoujun observed the rewards granted by the system, nodding in approval inwardly. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuanhuai had already adjusted his mindset, As the saying goes, the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves, while one wave perishes on shore. Lord of Cloud Residence, I eagerly await our next battle. With that, Xiao Yuanhui swiftly made his exit, fearing that if he lingered, he would be beaten to the point of foolishness. This Lord of Cloud Residence truly possesses no humility whatsoever. Lord of Cloud Residence, how majestic! Someone shouted hoarsely. In the next moment, the entire Dao Tian sect resonated with the echo of this proclamation. Sunin clasped her hands over her heart, watching the scene unfold with excitement. Indeed, her choice of master had proven to be a flawless decision. Lu Jining, witnessing the spectacle, felt that being able to join Li Zhoujun's ranks in this lifetime was worth it. The Lord of Cloud Residence had accomplished a great feat this time. Simultaneously, Mutayu, leading the various mountain lords, appeared before Li Zhoujun. As a member of Dao Tian's sect, it is only right for me to undertake these endeavors, Li Zhoujun said with a smile, clasping his fists. This remark naturally prompted the various formidable figures of the Dao Tian sect to nod in agreement. As this matter drew to a close, everyone returned to their ordinary lives. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Li Zhoujun lay basking in the sun in the courtyard. For him, the finest form of cultivation was to refrain from cultivating altogether. After all, Li Zhoujun discovered that his rate of cultivation was, in fact, half as slow as that of automatic training. Ding! The system has detected anomalies in the abyss of darkness. Located 1,000 miles away. As a powerful member of the Dao Tian sect, the host is required to investigate, which will yield substantial rewards. At that moment, the system, perhaps sensing that Li Zhoujun was enjoying a rather leisurely life, promptly issued a task. Bored and restless, Li Zhoujun readily accepted. After exchanging greetings with Su Nan and Lu Jining, he took to the skies on his flying sword, heading towards the abyss of darkness as indicated by the system. The skies here were overcast, and between two towering mountains lay a chasm. Li Zhoujun, with his exceptional skills and daring spirit, stepped boldly into the abyss. Ah, young man, this place is not meant for ordinary individuals. Many cultivators have lost their lives here, a white-haired elder warned as he appeared before Li Zhoujun, accompanied by a youthful maiden. His expression one of astonishment. Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly, replying, "If you, esteemed elder, dare to venture here, why should I be afraid?" The elder paused momentarily, then laughed. "It seems my advice will fall on deaf ears." Not wishing to pursue this line of conversation further, Li Zhoujun cheerfully asked, "Might I inquire, esteemed elder, if you are aware of the mysteries of this abyss of darkness?" The white-haired elder, upon hearing this, nodded slightly and said, "I possess some knowledge of the matter. Just 10 days prior, this place was serene and picturesque, but suddenly, dark clouds gathered, transforming it into a forbidden realm. My eldest disciple came here to investigate, yet he has since vanished without a trace. Out of necessity, I have ventured here myself." Li Zhoujun cast a peculiar glance at the young girl, pondering whether she had somehow offended her master. Otherwise, why would she dare to come to such a perilous location? The young girl replied, "It was my own fervent request to come here." As she spoke, her delicate face bore a hint of indignation. The elder, upon hearing her words, shook his head with a sense of resignation, though a confident air lingered about him, indicating that he did not regard this place with trepidation. Clearly, he held a firm belief in his own capabilities, leaving Li Zhoujun momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, as the trio continued their conversation and journeyed forward, they soon encountered a gruesome sight, a collection of human and beast corpses scattered about, interspersed with peculiar obsidian stones strewn across the path. "These are no ordinary stones," the elder remarked, his brow furrowing in curiosity as he observed the bizarre formations blocking their way. In the next moment, the stones began to stir. To their astonishment, the stones unfurled and transformed into large, black spiders, each adorned with grotesque human faces. With a chilling roar, these human-faced spiders lunged toward Li Zhoujun and the others, their fierce cries echoing ominously. "How dare these wretched creatures cause a ruckus before me?" Upon witnessing the scene, the elderly man with white hair let out a derisive laugh. In the next moment, as he waved his hands, a terrifying blaze enveloped the spiders, causing the grotesque human faces to crackle and emit anguished cries. The flaming arachnids, akin to headless flies, scurried about in panic. One of these fiery-faced spiders approached Li Zhounjun, who without hesitation delivered a swift slap, obliterating the creature with mere ease. As it was only at the golden core stage, the white-haired elder was momentarily taken aback by this spectacle. His flames were spiritual in nature. Although he had not exerted much force, this seemingly unassuming youth had effortlessly extinguished his proud technique, prompting a newfound respect from him. I am the venerable master of subtle fire. May I inquire your esteemed name? The elder now regarded Li Zhounjun with a more respectful demeanor, offering a slight bow. Ah, so you are the venerable master of subtle fire, Li Zhounjun replied with a smile. He had indeed heard of this figure, reputed to be a formidable cultivator in the integration stage. It was no wonder he dared to venture into the abyss with his disciple. After all, those at the integration stage were undeniably powerful across Qingzhou and beyond. Subsequently, Li Zhounjun had no intention of concealing his identity. With a light laugh, he introduced himself. I am Li Zhounjun, the master of Zhounjun from the Daotian sect. You are the master of Zhounjun? The venerable master of subtle fire exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. After all, Li Zhounjun had recently triumphed over Xiao Yuanhui, a 100-year tribulation survivor from 3 top-tier sections. This victory had further elevated Li Zhounjun's status as the youngest tribulation expert in Qingzhou, a name that the venerable master had certainly heard before. Recalling his previous conversation with Li Zhounjun, Wei Huajinren felt a flush of embarrassment at the thought of advising him to leave this perilous place. If even the master of Yunju Mountain found himself in danger here, then this old man could hardly entertain the notion of escaping alive. He would certainly perish in this realm. Meanwhile, the young woman beside him gazed at Li Zhounjun with incredulity, her eyes shining with reverence. After all, she had heard tales of his remarkable exploits, a tribulation transcendent at merely over 40 years of age. What a prodigious talent! Concurrently, Wei Huajinren offered a rueful smile, acknowledging his own lack of discernment. I am an old fool who has failed to recognize greatness. Please forgive me, Mount Master. There is no need for concern. Li Zhounjun responded with a grin, causing Wei Huajinren to breathe a sigh of relief. He could not help but admit that despite the Mountain Master's elevated status, he exhibited no airs of superiority, unlike the other tribulation transcendent beings he had encountered, who often seemed to elevate their noses heavenward. Chapter 57. The corpse of the Spirit Emperor with the Master of Yunju Mountain present. The abyss of darkness was but a farce. At that moment, Wei Huajinren declared, though he seldom resorted to flattery, when he did, he was unparalleled. You jest, esteemed one. After all, there are always greater talents beyond our own, and indeed, your spiritual fire is nothing short of extraordinary, Li Zhounjun humbly remarked. After several exchanges of mutual compliments, the trio pressed onward. Li Zhounjun found himself lost in thought. Even these seemingly minor creatures, the humanoid spider-like beings, possessed golden core cultivation. It was likely that they would encounter even more formidable, malevolent entities ahead. As anticipated, their path soon revealed a black, heavy coffin forged from mysterious iron, obstructing their way forward. The ominous black coffin obstructed their path, an ill omen indeed. The master of microfire wore a grave expression and declared, "Please wait. I shall open this black coffin." With that, fierce flames enveloped him, as if a deity of fire had descended. However, just as he was about to act, a chilling feminine voice interrupted. If you wish to avoid death, do not provoke this coffin. As the voice echoed, a woman clad in a black dress adorned with a golden phoenix materialized before Li Zhounjun and the others. Her silent appearance indicated that she was no ordinary individual. Who are you? Queried the master of microfire, furrowing his brow at the sudden intrusion. Do you know what lies within the coffin? The woman in black scoffed. And what would that be? Surely it cannot be the remains of an immortal. With Li Zhounjun present, the master of microfire felt emboldened as he inquired, "What lies within?" "It is my husband, the Spirit Emperor," she replied solemnly. "What?" The master of microfire's expression faltered. "Could it be that you are the Empress of the Spirit Dynasty?" The Spirit Dynasty, a long-standing imperial line in Qingzhou, had been under the stewardship of its empress, Wu Shu, ever since the fall of the formidable Spirit Emperor, a powerful figure of the Unity Realm a century ago. Indeed, Wu Shu confirmed with a nod. Ah, so it is the Empress who stands before us. The master of microfire bowed, albeit internally grumbling about how a mere abyss had drawn so many powerful beings to explore. Then what is the situation before us? The real person of the fiery blaze cast a glance at the ebony coffin and inquired solemnly, "My husband's remains have been transformed into a puppet, which implies that this place has been artificially constructed." Wu Shu responded, "Who could possibly orchestrate such a grand spectacle?" The real person of the fiery blaze gasped in astonishment. "I do not know." Wu Shu shook her head. Her purpose for being here was twofold: to reclaim her husband's remains and to exact a brutal vengeance upon the one who had turned her husband into a puppet. Boom! Just as the conversation unfolded, the formidable black coffin suddenly erupted. In an instant, a middle-aged man draped in a dragon robe, his complexion and skin as pale as death, with abyssal black pupils, materialized before them. "Husband!" Wu Shu's eyes reddened upon recognizing the figure. For this man was none other than the Spirit Emperor of the Ling Dynasty. Roar! The Spirit Emperor let out a primal howl, akin to that of a wild beast. In the next moment, he appeared before the real person of the fiery blaze, raising his hand to unleash a terrifying force aimed directly at the latter's head. A strike potent enough to shatter mountains and boulders. The real person of the fiery blaze dared not underestimate this assault, for he was acutely aware that the Spirit Emperor had mastered physical prowess in life, and now, having been transformed into a puppet, his physical strength was unlikely to be significantly diminished. With this thought in mind, the real person of the fiery blaze prepared himself, his hands ignited with fierce flames, ready to absorb the Spirit Emperor's onslaught. Boom! A deafening crash resounded as the Spirit Emperor staggered back several steps, while the real person of the fiery blaze was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Li Zhounjun observed the scene with a sense of silence. How could a chi refiner dare to withstand a full-force strike from a body refiner? Was this not sheer folly? Master! At that moment, the female disciple of the microfire real person gasped in alarm, rushing to support her master. The microfire real person coughed several times and remarked, "I was careless." The physical form of the Spirit Emperor remains formidable even after death. Concurrently, the corpse of the Spirit Emperor surged towards Wu Shu at an astonishing speed. "Be careful, Empress," the microfire real person urgently cautioned. However, what transpired next left everyone in shock. The Spirit Emperor stood beside Wu Shu, resembling a child, making no attempt to attack. Even the microfire real person, despite his dim-wittedness, discerned the truth and exclaimed in anger, "So it was you. You orchestrated this abyss, did you not?" Wu Shu furrowed her brow and replied, "It was not me." "Not you? Are you jesting with me? If it were not you, why does the Spirit Emperor, transformed into a puppet, refrain from attacking you? Do you take me for a fool? Tell me, what have you done to my esteemed disciple?" The microfire real person expressed his ire. Initially, he had sympathized with Wu Shu, mourning her husband's death and her subsequent transformation into a puppet, only to discover that the true mastermind was indeed this individual. "I have said it is not me," Wu Shu retorted with a cold snort. At that moment, Li Zhounjun silently watched the unfolding drama, sensing an air of the uncanny. Yet, with his remarkable skills and audacity, he remained unperturbed. Regardless of the identity of the hidden orchestrator, he felt no fear. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted. "Your Majesty, I shall resurrect the Spirit Emperor, and you should be quite grateful to me. However, it appears that you do not seem particularly surprised." At that moment, applause resounded. Then, an elderly man, his skin resembling withered wood and exuding a decayed aura, appeared before Wu Shu. The National Master. Wu Shu regarded the newcomer with a cold voice. Her eyes filled with murderous intent. Upon witnessing this, Master Wei Huo was taken aback. It seems this puppet was indeed not crafted by Wu Shu's hand. "Why have you turned the corpse of the Spirit Emperor into a puppet?" Wu Shu inquired icily. The National Master of the Ling Dynasty chuckled softly. "Your husband killed my son. Did you know? Your son strayed from the path, slaughtering cities for cultivation. Was he not deserving of death? Wu Shu countered. Deserving of death? Yes, but what of it? He was my only son. Your husband has severed my lineage. Thus, I shall transform his corpse into a puppet to house my son. The national master of the Ling dynasty proclaimed with a frenzied expression. Hopeless. Wu Shu scoffed, raising her fair hand and striking towards the national master. Instantly, a golden phoenix soared through the air, lunging at him. Yet at that moment, the spirit emperor, under the control of the national master, stood before him. Wu Shu was taken aback and quickly adjusted her position, causing the soaring phoenix to crash into a nearby mountain. The mountain crumbled with a resounding roar. Stones flying through the air, the earth trembling, and the heavens dimming in this moment. The might of the combined body realm is indeed terrifying. Chapter 58. Lord Ahemo. What, my noble empress, are you reluctant to strike at your husband's corpse? The national master of the Ling dynasty gazed upon the scene before him, emitting a series of chilling laughs. Old fool, what have you done to my disciple? At this moment, the true man of fire directed his inquiry toward the national master. The national master glanced at the true man of fire, revealing a sparse smile with his decayed teeth. Creating a puppet is no simple task. It requires a copious amount of the blood of cultivators. Seeking death, the true man of fire was incensed. For the implication in the national master's words was unmistakable. His disciple had indeed been slain. With that thought, the true man of fire acted decisively, summoning a torrent of flames that surged toward the national master. Yet, the national master remained unfazed, manipulating the corpse of the Ling emperor to deliver a mighty punch. The overwhelming force of his fist dissipated the sea of flames effortlessly. The national master laughed heartily. The corpse of the Ling emperor is truly formidable, even in death. Its might remains unparalleled amongst those of the integrated realm. Are you feeling quite pleased with yourself? The true man of fire's expression revealed no trace of fear. Observing this, the national master was momentarily taken aback. Aren't you afraid? Why should I be afraid? The true man of fire responded with a smile. Indeed, as the master, so is the disciple. Your pupil, even in his dying breath, revealed your name, unable to believe that I would dare to take action. The national master chuckled amiably. Seeking death, provoked by the taunt, the true man of fire erupted in fury, flames igniting fiercely around him. Zhounjun internally lamented about the resilience of the true man of fire's garments, which remained intact despite the inferno. I implore the mountain master to intervene and vanquish this scoundrel. Restore the clarity of our Qingzhou skies. Suddenly, the true man of fire bowed deeply toward Zhounjun. At this moment, Wu Shu, the national master of the Ling dynasty, finally took notice of Zhounjun, who seemed to be an outsider. The mountain master? Could he be a formidable figure from the Daotian sect? Wu Shu's heart skipped a beat. Who are you? The national master of Ling asked, furrowing his brow as he directed his gaze toward Zhounjun. An unsettling intuition stirred within him. After all, under his combined realm perception, this individual appeared to be present yet ethereally aloof, undoubtedly extraordinary. This gentleman is the mountain master of Cloud Residence. National master, your fortunate days are numbered. A mocking smile crept across the face of Master Weihua, mountain master of Cloud Residence. Hearing this, Wu Shu's expression turned to one of disbelief. Was this young man the recently renowned mountain master of Cloud Residence, the youngest tribulation transcender in Qingzhou? The thought sent a wave of discomfort across the national master's face. If he truly was a tribulation transcender, it would indeed be a perilous predicament for him. With a respectful fist clasp, the national master addressed Zhounjun, mountain master of Cloud Residence. This matter pertains to my grievances with the Ling dynasty. I kindly request that you refrain from intervening. Zhounjun responded with a smile. This matter is not so simple, is it? I fear the true mastermind is not you. The system had yet to indicate task completion, clearly suggesting that the truth remained concealed. Upon hearing this, the national master's expression stiffened, and Wu Shu's countenance also shifted. Confess the identity of your backer, and I may consider granting you a swift demise, Zhounjun stated. The national master's face darkened upon hearing this. Yet his gaze subtly flicked toward Wu Shu. However, in that brief glance, Li Zhoujun discerned that the true architect behind the scenes was indeed Wu Shu. Everything has been orchestrated by you, hasn't it? At this moment, Li Zhoujun turned her gaze toward Wu Shu. The master of Yunju Mountain fixed her piercing eyes upon her, affirming, "Indeed, it was I who instructed the national master to act in such a manner." Upon being unmasked, Wu Shu nodded in acknowledgement. The true man of the flickering flame was bewildered. This woman was performing a series of unpredictable maneuvers before him. One moment she was this, the next she was not. "I am quite curious. The Ling dynasty is already under your control, so why must you exhume your husband's corpse to forge it into a puppet?" Li Zhoujun voiced it, had perplexity. "Because the system has yet to indicate the completion of the task. This matter is likely far from over," Wu Shu replied, her eyes narrowing. "Master of the mountain, there are some truths that it would be better for you not to uncover." "Oh," Li Zhoujun's interest was piqued. "Are you not afraid that I, the master of the mountain, may unleash my wrath and slay you with a single stroke of my sword? Were I without a trump card, would I have chosen to set a trap in the vicinity of Daotian's sect?" Wu Shu chuckled softly at that moment. How intriguing. Li Zhoujun narrowed her eyes, sensing that Wu Shu indeed possessed hidden strengths. "I shall see what your trump card truly entails." With a cold snort, Li Zhoujun summoned her thoughts, and the Aoshue flying sword soared forth, instantly enveloping the area in the aura of a ninth-grade celestial sword. The national master of the Ling dynasty, Wu Shu, and the true man of the flickering flame were all wide-eyed in disbelief. A ninth-grade celestial sword? "You are a true immortal." Wu Shu gazed at Li Zhoujun in astonishment, for celestial swords could only be wielded by true immortals. "Reveal your hidden strength," Li Zhoujun grinned. But just then, a surging wave of demonic energy erupted from the ground, rushing directly into the body of the Ling Emperor. "Hail, O Master of Demons!" At this sight, Wu Shu was instantly filled with excitement, bowing deeply before the body of the Spirit Emperor. This Master of Demons, by the reckoning of human strength, was undoubtedly a true immortal, and moreover, a true immortal fully transformed by celestial energy. She had transformed her husband into a puppet, solely to summon the arrival of this esteemed Master of Demons. This body is quite remarkable. At that moment, the seemingly lifeless body of the Spirit Emperor emitted a hoarse voice. It was evident that the body had been seized by the Master of Demons Wu Shu spoke of. A true immortal? At this point, the Master of Demons cast his gaze upon Li Zhoujun, licking his lips in anticipation. "Were you?" Li Zhoujun rappelait calmly. "The demon realm? Ahi, Master of Demons." Ahi flashed a grin. "The demon realm?" Li Zhoujun was momentarily taken aback. He had read in the Qingzhou record that the world comprised of Qingzhou and other continents was known as the Tianyuan realm. Beyond the Tianyuan realm, there existed another 3,000 realms. The so-called 3,000 realms are not limited to that number. It is merely a general term. The demon realm spoken of by, he is one among them. In contrast, the immortal realm stands as a grand world above the 3,000 realms, a place yearned for by countless beings within those realms. Meanwhile, he, the Master of Demons, remarked, "I never expected that upon my arrival, I would encounter a true immortal of the human race. Let me witness your strength." With that, the Master of Demons took action, and from behind him emerged a towering figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. Each of the 6 hands wielded a weapon, swords, spears, shields, and more. The bone-breaking blade. The Lord of Ahimo bellowed, and the immense blade in his hand swung towards Li Zhoujun. Beneath the weight of this colossal weapon, Li Zhoujun appeared as insignificant as an ant. The scene was utterly terrifying. At this moment, Master Wei Hua gazed upon the unfolding drama, his complexion paling. He had never anticipated witnessing a battle of such magnitude between true celestial beings. Chapter 59. You are not alone, observing the blade descending like a small mountain. Li Zhoujun revealed a grin. In the next instant, an immeasurable radiance erupted from his being. Concurrently, a towering manifestation ascended behind him, soaring into the heavens, resembling a gigantic peak. This presence was no less formidable than that of the Lord of Ahimo. This manifestation was the Shroud of Heaven, which Li Zhoujun had acquired earlier. Faced with the Lord of Ahimo, Li Zhounjun was also a genuine, true, celestial being at that moment. As the shroud of heaven emerged, the Lord of Ahimo was unexpectedly forced to retreat several steps, a testament to the ferocity of a true celestial confrontation. Master Wei Huo watched in awe, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. To witness such a clash of celestial titans was a fulfillment of a lifetime's ambition. If he were to survive this ordeal, he would undoubtedly gain insights unattainable in ordinary circumstances. The Master of Cloud Residence truly was a true celestial being. Both Wu Shu and the National Master of Ling Chao were utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. It was said that the Master of Cloud Residence had undergone tribulation at the age of 40. Yet now they felt compelled to drag forth anyone who carelessly claimed Li Zhounjun was merely a tribulation survivor and give them a sound thrashing. Behold the audacity of what one can achieve through transcendence. Meanwhile, the Abyssal Demon Lord, having been forced back by Li Zhounjun, narrowed his eyes, revealing a glimmer of excitement. This Abyssal Demon Lord had already ascended to the pinnacle within his dominion of the demon realm, vanquishing all adversaries. Even the neighboring demon realms, including those of fire and water, had succumbed to his might. Thus, he directed his gaze towards the celestial origin realm. Concurrently, a voice echoed in Li Zhoujun's mind, "Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of investigating the abyss." Ding! The system grants the reward of a modified version of Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Do at an unparalleled level. As the system's proclamation resonated, a plethora of intricate combat techniques and the art of harnessing spiritual energy unfolded within Li Zhoujun's consciousness. The system could function in such a manner? Li Zhoujun was momentarily taken aback. What he currently lacked the most was a wealth of practical combat experience. Yet, with this reward from the system, he felt elated. Thus, Li Zhoujun stood upon the shoulder of the towering celestial manifestation, brushing his nose with his thumb, and began to leap in all directions. With each bound of the celestial figure, the very ground trembled. The martial artists below, including Wu Shu and the Fire Master, were jolted up and down. Though they endeavored to maintain their balance, they were no match for Li Zhoujun's true immortal-level prowess. What kind of technique is this? The Abyssal Demon Lord observed the incessantly leaping Li Zhoujun, his eyes narrowing further, murmuring, "Ah, strike." However, Li Zhoujun provided him with no time to react. With a swift punch, akin to a bolt of lightning, he struck directly upon the visage of the Ahe Demon Lord. Taken by surprise, the Ahe Demon Lord staggered back several steps from the unexpected blow. Quite intriguing, standing upon the shoulders of his own avatar. The Ahe Demon Lord's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Since you wish to engage in close combat with me, I shall indulge you." As the words left his lips, the myriad weapons in his avatar's grasp vanished into thin air. With no weapons to wield, I shall simply engage in a playful contest. What do we call this? Confidence. I'll let the battle begin. Li Zhoujun wasted no breath on him, swiftly delivering a kick aimed at the Ahe Demon Lord's avatar's knee. A fascinating move. Should it connect with flesh, it could cripple a leg entirely. The Ahe Demon Lord grinned, yet he was no novice in the art of combat. He deftly maneuvered his avatar aside while unleashing a punch imbued with dark demonic energy, targeting Li Zhoujun's avatar's chest. Observing this, Li Zhoujun quickly retracted his attack, stepping back to evade the blow, then shifted to the right, launching another punch aimed at the throat of the Ahe Demon Lord's avatar. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their avatars clashing in a relentless back and forth. The onlookers on the ground, though jolted and momentarily lifted off their feet, remained utterly captivated by the spectacle. The clash of such celestial-level powers was terrifying. The mere collision of their avatars was enough to instill awe. Either of their avatars possessed the potential to sweep across Qingzhou and annihilate countless beings throughout the entire Tianyuan realm. The real person of Micro-Fire sighed with emotion. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun and the Demon Lord Ahe, unable to grasp each other's essence, abandoned all techniques and resorted to a direct exchange of blows against each other's law bodies, producing sounds akin to thunderous roars that were deafening. It was truly terrifying. The real person of Micro-Fire watched this scene, his face paling. Although he was a cultivator of the integration stage, in the eyes of these two, he was insignificant. He had no doubt that if they sat upon him, he would be crushed without them even needing to lift a finger. Yet, despite the fierce battle between Ahe and Zhounjun, everything happening in the abyss of darkness seemed imperceptible to the outside world. Clearly, this was a result of Ahe's machinations. Excellent, excellent. What a thrilling battle. The demon lord Ahe laughed heartily at that moment. It had been an eternity since he had encountered anyone of equal caliber, let alone someone with whom he could engage in such an exhilarating fight. However, Zhounjun was not interested in idle chatter. He simply struck Ahe squarely in the face with a punch. Ahe was momentarily dazed. Wait, I thought you were a formidable true immortal. Why resort to such underhanded tactics? Can't you let me finish my words? Is there no sense of martial ethics? Zhounjun scoffed. You are about to invade my Tianyuan realm. Why should I allow you to finish your speech? Why should I uphold martial ethics with you? Ahe's lips twitched. He genuinely questioned whether he was the demon or if the individual before him was the true demon, as he was completely unpredictable. State your name. This demon lord finds you quite admirable. At this moment, the demon lord Amo addressed Zhounjun. Zhounjun's mind was filled with questions. I have invaded various realms in search of a worthy adversary, and now I have found you, the demon lord Amo said, his eyes gleaming with excitement, as if he had discovered a kindred spirit. You, like me, must feel the pangs of solitude that accompany invincibility. But fear not, for you shall no longer be alone. You have me now. Zhounjun's expression shifted, perplexed by the demon lord's manner of speech. If you truly believe yourself to be invincible, why not ascend to the celestial realm, where many formidable beings reside? He retorted. The demon lord Amo chuckled lightly. The celestial realm, you say? I shall visit it in due time and conquer it as well. But that moment is not yet upon us. Chapter 60. My name is Xiao Yuanhui very well. If you are reluctant to reveal your name, it matters not, for I shall remember you. The demon lord remarked with a faint smile at Zhounjun. A being of your caliber is worthy of my respect. When we meet again, I hope to see your growth. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhounjun, prompting him to call out to the demon lord Amo. Wasn't there a certain Xiao Yuanhui who possessed an indomitable spirit and sought challenges much like you? He mentioned wanting to engage me in battle next time. Perhaps I could play the role of a good Samaritan and help him find a powerful opponent to hone his skills. Meanwhile, the demon lord Amo paused momentarily before responding with a grin. What is this? Are you reluctant to see me depart? Rest assured, I too am loath to leave. For you are a rare adversary I have sought for quite some time. Are you not curious about my title? Zhounjun asked with a cheerful smile. Oh, I am all ears, replied the Ahe demon lord with a grin. Remember well, my esteemed title is Xiao Yuanhui. Zhounjun declared with spirited enthusiasm. Xiao Yuanhui. The Ahe demon lord repeated silently, then responded with a smile. Very well, Xiao Yuanhui. I shall remember you. At that moment, the real man of microfire, Wushu, and the national master of the spirit dynasty felt a shiver run down their spines upon witnessing this scene. The master of Cloud Residence Mountain was truly insufferable. Even the pandas would weep. Meanwhile, back at the Taishu sect, the reclusive Xiao Yuanhui suddenly shuddered. What is happening? He exclaimed, his eyes widening as he sensed an overwhelming presence taking notice of him. However, he quickly scoffed, confident that as long as there were no true immortals emerging in a century, no one could pose a threat to him. That fellow known as the Master of Cloud Residence Mountain was merely someone he could spar with. He possessed an indomitable spirit, and the Master was but a stepping stone for him. The scene returned to the abyss. Upon learning that Zhounjun was named Xiao Yuanhui, the Ahe demon lord waved his hand and whisked away the national master of the spirit dynasty and the heavenly empress Wushu from the scene. With the departure of the Ahe demon lord, the entire abyss vanished from sight, and the once gloomy sky transformed into a brilliant blue. At this moment, Zhounjun also retracted his Dharma form. He could not deny the extraordinary sensation of invincibility afforded by the power of a true immortal. It was indeed a marvel. Master, the real man of micro-fire, now regarded Zhounjun with even greater reverence. After all, he was a genuine true immortal, Just moments ago, he had witnessed the very life and death of the entire Qingzhou. He believed that without the presence of the Lord of Cloud Residence, the entire Qingzhou, and even the Tianyuan realm, would soon fall prey to that formidable Ahe demon lord. Indeed, the true immortal has encountered misfortune. May we all remain composed in the face of sorrow. Li Zhoujun nodded. This was his fate, a tribulation he was destined to face. As cultivators, we have long since grown indifferent to life and death, the master of Emberfire said with a bitter smile. At the outset, he too was merely a lowly practitioner. It is uncertain how many moments of life and death he has endured to attain the level of a lofty figure in the eyes of ordinary cultivators today. It is commendable that the true immortal possesses such a mindset, Li Zhoujun remarked with a nod. After exchanging a few words with the master of Emberfire, Li Zhoujun departed on foot under the watchful gaze of the master and disciple. Who would have thought that our Qingzhou continent harbors such hidden talents? The Lord of Cloud Residence is far more terrifying than the rumors suggest. If he truly is only 40, it is indeed alarming. When he ascends to the celestial realm, he will surely be a coveted talent among the various celestial powers, the master of Emberfire lamented. Master, why has the Lord of Cloud Residence, having attained the true immortal level, not yet ascended to the celestial realm? At that moment, the female disciple of the master of Emberfire inquired with curiosity. The master pondered for a moment and replied, "It is highly likely that the Lord of Cloud Residence is accumulating spiritual power, perhaps aiming to fully convert his spiritual energy into celestial spiritual power before breaking through to a higher realm. This way, upon his ascension to the celestial realm, he will have a significant advantage over his contemporaries. Although this path is arduous, given his youth and his current true immortal status, it may not be insurmountable for him." "So that is how it is," the female disciple of the master of Emberfire exclaimed, enlightened. Meanwhile, Li Zhou walked along the road at a leisurely pace, unhurried to return to the Dao Tian sect on his sword. After all, he had no pressing matters at hand. As he strolled, he pondered the modified version of the Jeet Kune Do system that had been bestowed upon him by the system. It must be said that the system was indeed a genius in its own right. However, as he continued on his path, darkness fell around him. Yet, before Li Zhou appeared an ancient, dilapidated temple. Suddenly, he recalled an amusing legend from his previous life, which advised that when traversing dark paths, it was preferable to sleep in a graveyard than to enter a crumbling temple. But Li Zhou felt no fear, for he was both skilled and bold. Not to mention, his current transformation into a divine being made him a formidable presence even in Qingzhou. A mere decrepit temple piqued his curiosity. Thus, with a sense of intrigue, Li Zhou stepped into the temple, reminiscing about his penchant for watching horror films alone in his past life. He recalled a summer when he remained on campus, the entire building empty save for himself. He had taken out his notebook and played a film that haunted his childhood, The Old Corpse of the Mountain Village. Though fear gripped him, his desire to watch prevailed. As Li Zhou entered the time-worn temple, a chilling gust of wind swept over him. Inside, the temple lay in a state of utter disrepair from years of neglect. The gilded Buddha statues had lost their paint, revealing the tarnished copper beneath, and cobwebs clung to the crevices between their arms. With the peeling gold, the eyes of the copper Buddhas appeared hollow and eerie. Everything within evoked a sense of dread and thrill. Li Zhou grinned widely, finding a patch of ground, and with a swift motion of his sleeve, he swept the dust aside to reveal a clean surface beneath. Subsequently, he scavenged some firewood within the dilapidated temple and ignited it. In the midst of his busyness, a gentle rain began to fall outside, though he could not discern when it commenced. Li Zhoujun tilted his head, gazing into the darkness devoid of light, where the outside world was obscured, and he mused quietly to himself. Indeed, there is a certain charm to this. Had Li Zhoujun been his former self, he would have trembled in fear at such a place. However, having endured numerous experiences, he found himself no longer so easily frightened. Suddenly, the sound of horses was echoed outside, accompanied by the rumble of a cart and the hurried footsteps of many. "My lord, my lady, the night has fallen and the rain has begun. If we continue on, the path may become treacherous and accidents could occur. Perhaps we should take refuge in this dilapidated temple for the night, waiting for the rain to cease and the dawn to break before we resume our journey. A robust male voice proposed. Yet, it seemed that there were already occupants within. At that moment, a melodious voice belonging to a young girl chimed in. The man who had spoken earlier continued with a chuckle. Fear not, young lady. There exists an unwritten rule in the world of wandering souls. When one encounters a temple in the wilderness, it is permissible to share shelter, provided that we do not intrude upon one another. Chapter 61. In the world of cultivation, where are the immortals? That is indeed reassuring. Upon hearing the family guard's leader's words, the owner of the melodious voice exhaled a sigh of relief. Inside the temple, seated on the ground, Zhounjun beheld a young girl and a middle-aged man adorned in splendid attire, surrounded by a tall, middle-aged man and 5 individuals clad in gray, standard family guard uniforms. As they entered the temple, Zhounjun observed the group and effortlessly surmised that the resonant voice he had just heard likely emanated from the mouth of a tall, middle-aged man. The young lady he mentioned was undoubtedly the sole maiden among the travelers, while the gentleman referred to the elegantly attired middle-aged man himself. Sir, we happened to pass through this area and were caught in the downpour, thus disturbing you. I hope you can forgive our intrusion. The tall man said with a grin directed at Zhounjun. Not at all, Zhounjun replied with a light chuckle. It was apparent that the imposing middle-aged man, despite not being on the path of cultivation, possessed hands rugged with calluses, suggesting he had some skill in his repertoire. Meanwhile, the young maiden, surrounded by a retinue of guards, found herself momentarily distracted upon seeing Zhounjun. The reason was quite simple. It mirrored the reaction of a man encountering a striking beauty. At that moment, the young woman could not help but acknowledge that this youth before her possessed a countenance that could only be described as ethereal, with every gesture exuding an air of distinction. Such generosity, sir, the tall middle-aged man remarked, smiling at Zhounjun. After this exchange, he called to his companions to begin tidying up. Once they had finished, the tall man turned to Zhounjun with a smile and inquired, in this remote wilderness, what brings you here alone? Surely, you are not afraid of the legendary creatures of the mountains? Zhounjun chuckled lightly, responding, You jest, my good sir. I, for one, am rather eager to encounter the mountain spirits you speak of. It turns out that the gentleman's surname is Li. However, dear sir, do not be skeptical. There truly exist practitioners of immortality in this world, along with demons and strange creatures. A decade ago, as I traversed the realm with my master, I encountered several immortal beings capable of manipulating objects from afar and conjuring fire from thin air. The tall, middle-aged man, perceiving Zhounjun as frail and delicate, presumed him to be merely a scholarly individual engrossed in the pursuit of knowledge. Thus he remarked, For many scholars are indeed disbelievers in the existence of immortals and demons. Zhounjun found the middle-aged man rather amusing and smiled as he responded, Oh, is that truly the case? Indeed it is. This I have witnessed with my own eyes. The tall man affirmed with conviction, patting his chest. Engaging in a lively conversation, Zhounjun learned from the tall youth that his name was the captain of the Nalan family's guards. Among their party, the sole young lady was named Nalan Yi, whose father, referred to as the master by Yi, was called Nalan Kai. Their group was passing through this area due to the recent passing of Nalan Kai's grandfather. After observing the mourning period, they began their journey back to Chongkong City, the current residence of Nalan Kai. Chongkong City is a grand metropolis. However, it is situated in a region deficient in spiritual energy, rendering it rare for cultivators to venture there. This holds true for the entire Dakong Kingdom where Chongkong City is located. Consequently, this is why many individuals believe that the existence of cultivators, as well as demons and spirits, is merely a myth. Zhounjun found it rather amusing that in a world of cultivation, there were no immortals to be found. At this moment, He cast a glance at the surrounding Buddha statues, shivering slightly as he remarked, I cannot fathom why. But I constantly feel as if the eyes of these statues are fixated upon us, which is rather unsettling. Zhounjun chuckled. What is the matter, brave Shi? I see your hands are calloused and worn. Surely you possess some genuine skills. Are you still afraid of these? Shi Yi's expression turned awkward as he replied, "Sir, please do not jest. The little martial arts I possess may suffice against ordinary warriors, but if I were to encounter those practitioners of the celestial or enlightened beings, I fear I would not even realize how I met my demise." A humble warrior indeed, Zhounjun laughed. Shi Yi, with his vigorous blood and energy, stood among mortals as one of the elite. Even ordinary demons and spirits would dare not approach him. "I am not being humble," Shi Yi replied with a wry smile. Just then, as their conversation unfolded, a sudden rustling of footsteps echoed from outside. "Nalan Kai, today marks your demise." A voice, filled with excitement, rang out. Shi Yi's expression shifted dramatically. "This is not good. The Wang family has arrived. Protect the young master." With Shi Yi's command, several guards from the Nalan family swiftly unsheathed their gleaming blades, securing the entrance. "Father, there are so many footsteps outside. What shall we do?" Nalan Yi said, glancing anxiously at his father. Nalan Kai sighed. "Since we have come this far, we must remain calm. You must trust in Shi's capabilities." "What is happening?" Zhounjun asked, momentarily taken aback. At this moment, Nalan Yi cast an apologetic glance at Zhounjun and said, "Sir, the Wang family holds considerable business interests in Dakong City that overlap with those of our Nalan clan. Thus, they seek to eliminate us swiftly, inadvertently dragging you into this predicament." Understanding dawned upon Zhounjun, who nodded in acknowledgement. However, the guards of the Nalan family had been waiting at the entrance for an extended period, yet there was no sign of activity outside, leaving them exchanging puzzled glances. "Something is amiss. We are concealed within this temple, and given the Wang family's treachery, one would expect them to attack us without delay. Why is there not a whisper of movement?" One of the guards expressed his confusion. Yet, at that moment, Zhounjun's interest was piqued, the corners of his mouth curving into a faint smile. "You rascals outside, why do you hesitate? Stop dawdling like a bunch of women. The Wang family has nurtured such a crew. It is only a matter of time before your downfall." At this juncture, Shi Yi could not restrain himself and shouted toward the outside. However, after a considerable time, there remained an unsettling silence. Shi Yi was taken aback. Something felt off. Despite his scathing provocation, the outsiders remained utterly unresponsive, a truly peculiar occurrence. Moreover, as the saying goes, when events deviate from the norm, there must be something amiss. Could it be that they truly encountered a specter? Yet, this was a temple, filled with countless Buddhist statues. Surely, no demon would dare to enter and wreak havoc here. Consequently, Shi Yi unfastened the wine flask from his waist, took a hearty swig, and declared, "By heavens, I must see what those rascals are up to out there." With that, he produced a fire starter from his pocket and strode boldly out the door. However, after just a brief moment, Shi Yi returned with a pale complexion. "What happened, boss? Why do you look so unwell?" A concerned guard inquired. "Do not venture outside. There are foul entities lurking about, and the ground is strewn with dismembered corpses." Terror flickered in Shi Yi's eyes. Upon hearing this, the other's expressions shifted dramatically. "Sure, guard, you cannot be jesting, can you?" "Nalan Kai asket si." In truth, Nalan Kai was an avowed atheist in this realm. Having never encountered the celestial masters or the so-called demons and spirits spoken of by Shi Yi throughout his life. Chapter 62. Do not engage, my lord. How could I jest about such matters? Shi Yi replied, his pallor deepening. The members of the Wang family outside. None of their corpses are intact. It appears as though something has violently torn them apart. At that moment, the other guards regarded Shi Yi with disbelief. After all, they had never witnessed any of the legendary beings or monsters throughout their lives. Only one guard with downturned eyes displayed a change in demeanor. The Wang family must have learned of Na Lan Kai's whereabouts through bribery, enlisting him as an informant. If all the Wang family members were indeed dead, they would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. Seeing the skepticism etched on the faces of his companions, Shi Yi felt a surge of indignation and exclaimed, "What? Do you think I, Shi, am deceiving you?" Na Lan Kai furrowed his brow and remarked, "Shi guard, are you certain your eyes are not deceiving you? How could a group of living beings perish in such a brief span?" Upon hearing this, Shi Yi raised a hand and solemnly swore, "I, Shi Yi, Hereby vow that my previous words were devoid of any falsehood. Should I speak even a half-truth, may I suffer a most dire fate." The gravity of Shi Yi's oath rendered the onlookers momentarily speechless, exchanging glances that conveyed their unease. After all, Shi Yi's demeanor did not suggest deceit. "Is my lord within?" Just then, a woman's voice pierced through the air from outside, startling the assembly. "Father, that is Mother-S voice." Nalan Yi gasped in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. Nalan Kai mirrored her reaction. His wife, Xiao Shuyi, had been bedridden for many years due to illness, which had prevented her from accompanying Nalan Kai on his return home. Yet now, the inexplicable presence of Xiao Shuyi outside the temple felt profoundly unsettling. The guards of the Nalan family were equally aware of this troubling circumstance, and an eerie atmosphere enveloped the temple. "My husband, Year, why do you not respond?" The voice of the woman outside continued to call out. However, within the temple, not a soul dared to utter a reply, let alone make a sound. Shi Yi swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he remarked, "I once read in a curious tome that there exists a phenomenon where a person who dies away from home may have their body transformed into a spirit. If such a spirit encounters someone within a room, it requires the inhabitants to engage in conversation for it to gain entry. Do you think we are facing such an occurrence?" At his words, a chill ran down the spines of those present. Meanwhile, Zhounjun sat cross-legged by the fire, his expression remaining composed and unchanged. "Sir, are you not afraid of these specters?" Shi Yi inquired with curiosity, directing his question towards Zhounjun. With a gentle chuckle, Zhounjun responded, "Did you not just say that it can only enter if we acknowledge its presence? Therefore, why should I harbor any fear?" Truth be told, Zhounjun felt a thrill coursing through him. Indeed, Shi Yi nodded in agreement. "Father." Suddenly, the voice of a woman outside morphed into the innocent tone of a child. A square-faced guard's eyes widened in shock, for the voice belonged to his very own son. "Old Gu, do not respond." Shi Yi quickly urged the square-faced guard. Upon hearing this, the guard's complexion turned ashen as he nodded in apprehension. "Dad, so cold outside. May I come in and warm myself by the fire with you?" The child's youthful voice continued, unrelenting. "Father, why aren't you answering me? Are you sneaking around behind Mother-S back?" The innocent voice suddenly turned frenzied. Simultaneously, the wind outside began to howl, causing the already dilapidated windows of the temple to rattle ominously. "Ghost! A ghost!" A guard with a goatee exclaimed. His face contorted in terror as he stared towards the window, letting out a blood-curdling scream. The others followed his gaze, only to find nothing amiss. "Have you lost your senses?" a young guard remarked, frowning at the goateed guard. "There is clearly nothing there." "Impossible." The goat-bearded guard immediately retorted, "I distinctly saw it. Just a moment ago, through that window, there stood a woman with half a decayed face, exposing her teeth and bones, even crawling with maggots. Who cast a glance at me? I cannot be mistaken. Can the dead truly still move?" The young guard swallowed hard and spoke. Suddenly, the wooden door that Shi Yi had closed upon his return was violently slammed against. "My lord, open the door. I wish to enter and be with you. Do you not want me any more?" The voice of Nalan Kai's wife echoed from outside. At that moment, Nalan Kai had fallen silent. The occurrences of the night were utterly beyond comprehension. He found it difficult to process. Yet he was certain that the person outside was far from his gentle and virtuous wife. "Ajin!" Suddenly, a melodious voice, akin to the sound of a jade bead falling onto a plate, resonated from outside. "Aju, are you not dead? Is it truly you?" The young guard, who had earlier conversed with the goat-bearded guard, widened his eyes in disbelief, staring towards the door. "Ha ha, it is I, Ajin. I am coming to find you." A frenzied female voice suddenly erupted from outside. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically as they turned to the young guard, Ajin. Realizing something, Ajin's face drained of color. He had seemingly engaged in conversation with the person outside. Boom! Before anyone could react, the temple door shattered explosively, splintering wood flying in all directions. Following this, a figure clad in white emerged from the darkness, standing at the threshold. Thunderous echoes reverberated through the air. A sudden clap of thunder reverberated, illuminating the face of the figure at the door. The onlookers seized the opportunity to glimpse the stranger's visage, collectively gasping in horror. It was a woman, her face grotesquely disfigured, half-rotted, and crawling with writhing, plump maggots, her body bearing the marks of decay. A sinister smile lingered at the corner of her mouth. The triangular-eyed guard, upon witnessing this, seemed unable to withstand the psychological strain. He turned and scrambled toward the nearby window, desperate to escape. However, before he could flee far, the specter of the woman in white materialized before him. In an instant, a ghastly scene unfolded as the fleeing guard was gruesomely bisected at the abdomen, his entrails and blood spilling onto the ground in a horrific cascade. The gruesome sight left the spectators momentarily paralyzed with shock. Regaining his composure, he cast a frustrated glare at the young guard named Zhounjun. "Are you trying to get us all killed?" he exclaimed. Zhounjun, on the verge of tears, lamented, "Captain, you know that Zhu is already dead. I thought it was her, and I acted without thinking." Chapter 63. The entity within the Buddha statue upon hearing Zhounjun's words, sighed in resignation. Perhaps this was fate's design. Meanwhile, outside, the woman in white, having dispatched the triangular-eyed guard, turned her gaze toward the group within the room. Her tongue, infested with maggots, slithered over her exposed teeth, devoid of skin, evoking visceral nausea among the onlookers. Even Zhounjun could not suppress a grimace, overwhelmed by the repulsiveness of the scene. At that moment, the woman in white approached the door with a deliberate and unhurried stride. It appears that the crowd has already become her prey. However, just as the woman clad in white was about to step into the house, an unexpected turn of events occurred. In the very center of the room, a copper Buddha statue, adorned with fading gold leaf, suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light. The true Buddha had manifested. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Yi's eyes widened with astonishment, and he mockingly addressed the woman in white. "You vile creature, do you not recognize the sanctity of this place? How dare you act with such audacity before the image of the true Buddha? Are you seeking your own demise?" The woman in white, upon seeing this sight, displayed a fleeting expression of trepidation. Her foot, which was poised to enter the abode, hesitated and retreated. Ultimately, with a gaze filled with reluctance cast upon the gathered spectators, she vanished into the distant woods. She was gone. He pointed at her retreating figure and burst into hearty laughter. Simultaneously, he regained his composure and beckoned the crowd to prostrate themselves before the luminous Buddha statue, exclaiming, "We are eternally grateful for the true Buddha's intervention." At this moment, Nalen also expressed his gratitude, stating, "I, a humble citizen, am thankful for the true Buddha's salvation. Upon my return home, I shall ensure that the golden figure of the true Buddha is restored." Meanwhile, Zhounjun remained seated on the pristine ground, displaying little reaction to the manifestation of the true Buddha, finding even the woman in white more engaging. "Why do you not kneel before my presence?" Suddenly, a voice, resounding like a mighty bell, echoed throughout the temple. Accompanying this declaration was a terrifying pressure that bore down upon Zhounjun. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming force, he maintained an unflinching demeanor. "Master, upon encountering the true Buddha, why do you not bow in reverence?" He gazed at Zhounjun, who appeared as tranquil as an old monk in meditation, his expression one of astonishment. Simultaneously, the statue of Buddha seemed to sense the extraordinary nature of Zhounjun, and its eyes began to roll, directing its gaze towards the kneeling crowd. Upon spotting Nalen Yi among the throng, the statue's rigid visage unexpectedly broke into a subtle smile. "Rise," the Buddha statue spoke. As the crowd stood up in relief, the statue continued, "My intention is to liberate all beings and to construct a 7-story pagoda. This is merely a commonplace endeavor. There is no need for you to engage in superfluous actions." Hearing the Buddha's words, Nalen Kai expressed his reverence, stating, "The realm of the true Buddha is beyond the reach of common folk." The statue did not respond to Nalen Kai, but turned its attention to Nalen Yi, saying, "Young lady, I perceive that you possess considerable wisdom. Would you care to accompany me to the temple to cultivate your path towards Buddhahood?" "Huh?" Nalen Yi, taken aback, momentarily could not respond. "Miss, why do you not accept?" "Sure," he exclaimed, thumping his thigh. If he could be favored by the true Buddha and accepted as a disciple, he would weep with joy. Wouldn't that mean she would become a nun? Nalanyi cast a lingering glance at her flowing black hair, a touch of reluctance in her eyes. Subsequently, she turned to her father for guidance. Nalan Kai understood that if his daughter were to become a disciple of the true Buddha, her future would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Nevertheless, he said, "You have grown up. The decisions you make must rely on your own judgment." Nalanyi fell into a contemplative silence upon hearing his words. In her childhood, she had heard tales of a world not solely inhabited by mortals, but also by celestial beings, deities, and fantastical creatures. However, as she matured, the absence of encounters with these legendary figures led her to regard such stories as mere fables. Yet in the present moment, it became evident that the whispers among the people were not baseless. Indeed, there existed phenomena in this world that were seldom witnessed by ordinary individuals. At this juncture, the statue of the Buddha slowly spoke. "Young girl, you possess a remarkable wisdom and are a prodigy in the art of cultivation. Do you truly wish to embrace a life of mediocrity, marrying and bearing children, only to watch your beauty fade and return to dust?" Upon hearing the words of the Buddha, Nalanyi suddenly came to a realization. Compared to the inevitability of aging, what harm was there in shaving her head? Hair could always grow back. Resolute, Nalanyi declared, "True Buddha, I am willing." "Excellent. That is a wise decision." At this moment, the statue displayed an unexpectedly human-like smile. Had it not been for the Buddha's earlier salvation, they would have been rendered speechless by this enigmatic grin. The Buddha continued, "Tomorrow evening, you shall remain here, and my true form will descend to take you back to the temple for your cultivation. Do you understand?" Nalanyi comprehended the message and nodded earnestly. "Very well. Little Cricket, are you now addicted?" At this moment, Zhounjun finally spoke. "Little Cricket?" The others gasped in astonishment, looking towards Zhounjun, utterly bewildered. Only the Buddha's expression shifted. "You see that I do not kneel. I have already forgiven you. Do not be ungrateful." At this moment, the statue of Buddha, filled with menace, addressed Zhounjun. However, Zhounjun merely shrugged and remarked to the assembly, "Pray tell, which true Buddha would deem it wrong for others not to kneel before him? Is it not the essence of Buddhism to uphold the equality of all beings? Is that not the reality? Impudence." The statue of Buddha seethed with fury. "Sir, what are you doing?" Stone, observing Zhounjun, was instantly alarmed. Was this fellow courting death, daring to challenge even a true Buddha? It was one thing to risk his own life, but could he not endanger everyone present? Crack! Crack! In that instant, the statue raised its hand and struck forward, sending forth a brilliant golden character hurtling towards Zhounjun. Yet, Zhounjun remained unfazed, standing serenely in his place. "Amitabha, wretched creature, I have finally found you." A voice imbued with compassion resonated from outside the temple. At that moment, the character intended for Zhounjun disintegrated. The assembly gasped in disbelief. Given the situation and the words spoken by the statue, it was evident that an outsider had arrived. Also a true Buddha. Yet why would the stone statue, another true Buddha, emit such a voice laden with trepidation? Zhounjun, glancing towards the exterior, finally displayed a change of expression, astonished to encounter a true Buddha. Just as the crowd was processing this revelation, the statue of Buddha that stood at the center of the temple suddenly shattered into fragments. Concurrently, the remnants of the broken statue released something that sent a chill of terror through the hearts of all present. Chapter 64. On the Path of Enlightenment Suddenly. From within the shattered copper Buddha, a black cricket, roughly the size of a calf, appeared before the astonished crowd. The grotesque appearance of the creature caused their faces to pale in fear. At this moment, they finally understood why Zhounjun had abruptly mentioned a small cricket. Particularly for Nalanyi, the thought that she might be alone here tomorrow night sent shivers down her spine, realizing she could become prey to this sinister creature. It was indeed a chilling contemplation. Sure, utterly astonished, turned to Zhounjun and exclaimed, "Sir, how could you perceive what lies within this statue? You're no ordinary person. When did I ever claim to be an ordinary man?" Zhounjun replied with a gentle smile. "That does make sense." Sure, stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, the large cricket attempted to flee. However, the crowd soon witnessed a gigantic bull soaring in from outside, swiftly descending to envelop the cricket in a blink. The true Buddha is outside. Sure, he exclaimed as realization dawned upon him. Alas, Amitabha, the cricket under my care slipped away during my seclusion, causing you all inconvenience. I humbly ask for your understanding as I take this wretched creature back for strict punishment. An elderly monk, clad in a robe with skin resembling dry, cracked bark yet possessing a kind countenance, entered the room. Could this truly be the authentic Buddha? The onlookers were filled with doubt, for the old monk appeared no different from the abbot of an ordinary temple. Yet, the cricket had clearly proclaimed him the great dream Buddha. They are also aware that those legendary practitioners and monks who engage in cultivation cannot be deemed true Buddhas. After all, a true Buddha is a being that can stand shoulder to shoulder with those who have genuinely attained immortality, a status far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. Meanwhile, the great dream Buddha caught sight of Zhounjun, momentarily taken aback, before joining his palms together in reverence and saying, Amitabha, I did not expect to encounter a true practitioner in this realm. I am honored. The term true practitioner refers to one who has successfully navigated the tribulations, yet has not fully transcended to become an immortal. Although sure E and his companions were unfamiliar with this designation, they were astonished to witness a legendary true Buddha displaying such courtesy toward Zhounjun. In an instant, they comprehended that the young man they had been accompanying was someone whom even a true Buddha regarded with deference. It is indeed a surprise to encounter a venerable being in this place, Zhounjun remarked with a smile. Thank you, true practitioner, for sparing this wretched creature. I assure you, I shall keep a vigilant watch over it henceforth. As the great dream Buddha spoke, he waved his hand, and the bowl that had been overturned on the ground miraculously soared into his palm, shrinking as it did so. This enchanting spectacle left Sure E and the others utterly astounded. By the way, true Buddha, the creature you held earlier mentioned that my lady possesses considerable wisdom. Is there any truth to that? Sure E suddenly recalled something and respectfully inquired of the great dream Buddha. To be frank, had the great dream Buddha revealed his resplendent golden form, Sure E would have been too frightened to draw breath. However, the current demeanor of this true Buddha was so benevolent and amiable that it inspired no fear whatsoever in those present. In a moment of serene amusement, the esteemed master of the great dream addressed a thoroughly ordinary martial figure, saying, Amitabha, this lady indeed possesses considerable wisdom. However, it is regrettable that this humble monk cannot guide her into the celestial realm. Zhounjun's expression shifted to one of astonishment, for in that succinct utterance, he discerned a profound revelation. The great dream master hailed from the celestial realm. Concurrently, upon hearing the words of the great dream master, Nalan Yi appeared somewhat disheartened. Observing her demeanor, Zhounjun chuckled and remarked, In truth, living as a mere mortal here is quite delightful. Marriage and parenthood represent one way of life, while cultivating immortality signifies another. Ordinary individuals often perceive only the favorable aspects of those who pursue immortality, oblivious to the fact that embarking on such a path entails entering a realm of contention, where one must vie for resources, opportunities, and face competition at every turn. A single misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. Upon hearing Zhounjun's words, the great dream master became intrigued and stated, What you say bears merit. I have a question I wish to pose to you. Pray, speak. Zhounjun replied with a smile. There is a saying that saving a life surpasses the construction of a 7-story pagoda. If a child were to fall into the water and the benefactor cannot swim, would you save them or not? The great dream master inquired, Is it better to drown one or two? If I choose not to save them, does that not equate to saving myself, thus surpassing the merit of constructing a 7-story pagoda? Zhounjun grinned and responded, Your words indeed hold a certain truth. The great dream master remarked with a sense of reflection, I too have a question I wish to present to the venerable one. At this, Zhounjun said, Please, do share. The great dream master continued, As a monk on the verge of starvation, when a delectable roasted chicken suddenly appears before you, Would you indulge or abstain? At this moment, Li Zhoujun and the Great Dream True Buddha have unknowingly begun a profound discourse. As their conversation unfolds, extraordinary phenomena manifest around them. Golden lotus shadows emerge from the ground, and a mystical mist envelopes the entire temple, creating an ethereal ambience reminiscent of a celestial realm. Behind the Great Dream True Buddha looms a towering golden Buddha, seated upon a lotus, while a similarly imposing figure clad in white stands behind Li Zhoujun, exuding an aura that rivals that of the golden Buddha. How terrifying! At this juncture, Shi and others gaze in awe at the two colossal figures facing each other, instinctively drawing a sharp breath. Particularly, when Shi beholds the majestic golden Buddha behind the Great Dream True Buddha, he is left bewildered, questioning the source of his earlier courage to engage in conversation with such an entity. Surely, this being could obliterate him with a mere whisper. Time remains an enigma, as it is unclear how long has passed. The Great Dream True Buddha and Li Zhoujun both retract their extraordinary visions. The wine and meat pass through the intestines, yet the Buddha's heart retains them, is a sentiment both profound and ineffable. The monk expresses his gratitude for this understanding. The Great Dream True Buddha, with hands clasped in respect, replies, "There is no need for such formality, for I too have gained insights from this exchange." Li Zhoujun smiles in response. The Great Dream True Buddha adds, "I look forward to the day when your name resonates throughout the celestial realms. As long as I can be carefree and at ease." Li Zhoujun laos fartili. The Great Dream True Buddha smiles gently, affirming, "This is indeed true. As practitioners, is it not our pursuit to cultivate a sense of freedom and transcendence?" Precisely. Li Zhoujun nodded slightly. At this moment, Shi and the others, even if they were somewhat naive, realized that the individual capable of engaging in a reciprocal dialogue with the Great Dream True Buddha, Li Zhoujun, was likely the legendary being they referred to as a true immortal. As the Great Dream True Buddha concluded his conversation with Li Zhoujun and took his leave, the gaze of Shi and the others towards Li Zhoujun transformed significantly, filled with profound reverence. Observing this shift, Li Zhoujun felt somewhat helpless. He understood that this group had begun to regard him as a formidable master. Certainly, his cultivation at the transformation realm could be considered impressive in Qingzhou, though not to the extent they imagined. Chapter 65. The illusory immortal. Previously, I was blind and failed to recognize greatness. I hope the immortal can forgive my ignorance, said Nalan Kai, the head of the Nalan family, with utmost respect directed towards Li Zhoujun. There is no need for such formality, Nalan family head, Li Zhoujun replied, waving his hand dismissively, signaling that there was no significant matter at hand. The crowd, upon witnessing this, finally exhaled in relief. At this moment, Shi chuckled, thinking that he had indeed boasted with a legendary immortal. If this were to be known, wouldn't he become quite remarkable? The thought filled him with joy. The night swiftly passed. As dawn broke, the light rain that had been falling outside had ceased. Nalan Kai and the others had rested well the previous night, feeling secure in the presence of an immortal. Who would dare act recklessly in such company? As for their unwavering belief in Li Zhoujun, they understood that even if this immortal were to harm them, it would be futile to resist. As the group observed Li Zhoujun rising and making his way outside, they called out in unison, "The immortal walks slowly." Thus, Li Zhoujun gradually vanished into the mountains, as perceived by the eyes of his companions. Everything they had endured the previous night felt like a mere dream. However, the fragmented corpses outside served as a grim testament to the reality of the events that had transpired. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun ambled along a narrow mountain path, trodden by herbalists who ventured into the hills. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from above, landing directly before him. Li Zhoujun froze in astonishment. What on earth? Raising his gaze, he noticed a cliff overhead and sensed two swift auras retreating into the distance. His attention then shifted to the individual who had fallen, a youth tattered and frail, still clinging to life, though his breaths were shallow, indicating that without assistance, he would soon succumb. Ding! The child of fortune has been detected, Options activated. 1. Choose to rescue the child of fortune and become his benefactor. The host will gain the cultivation of a virtual immortal. 2. Opt to ignore the situation. As if nothing has occurred, no rewards will be granted. Faced with these choices, Zhounjun could only express his incredulity. Naturally, I shall select the first option. Relying on my own cultivation to reach the virtual immortal realm could take an eternity. As the mountain lord of the Dao Tian sect, rescuing a critically endangered low-level cultivator posed no challenge. After all, he was never short of elixirs. Upon examining the youth's injuries, he noted the boy's cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refinement, a sacred fire, spiritual root, and shattered meridians. Good heavens! Zhounjun has already conjured up a vivid narrative regarding the experiences of this son of destiny. This youth undoubtedly hails from a prominent family branch, and with such remarkable talent, he is likely to become the head of the main lineage. However, the main lineage would certainly hesitate to agree, hence the threat to his life. Ding! Host, cease your imaginative musings. If you do not rescue him soon, he shall perish. Zhounjun snapped back to reality. His expression awkward as he remarked, "Do not concern yourself with such trivial details." With that, he placed a medicinal pill known as the white bone muscle regeneration pill into the youth's mouth. It is said that this pill can restore flesh to bare bones and rejuvenate the meridians without a doubt. Of course, whether the pill possesses such extraordinary capabilities remains unknown to Zhounjun, as he has never attempted to administer a pill to bones. One wonders, can bones even consume pills? Wouldn't that lead to a mess? Nonetheless, after the youth ingested the pill, his previously feeble aura visibly strengthened. Zhounjun glanced around and promptly moved the youth beneath a tree. After all, with the sun's fierce rays, the youth might end up succumbing to heat stroke. Zhounjun then settled down under the tree and began to doze off. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have completed half of your task by saving the son of destiny. Continue your efforts to become the esteemed elder of the son of destiny. Just as Zhounjun was about to drift into slumber, he was jolted awake by the system's notification, his eyes widening in disbelief. "O system, though you are not human, you surely act like a dog." As the morning slipped away, the youth, whose upper body lay in the shade while his lower half basked under the sun's harsh glare, gradually awoke. "Am I dead? So this is the sensation of death. Only my lower body feels an unsettling warmth. Even my esteemed fire spiritual root is heated." At this moment, the young man began to murmur to himself. "Ah, you are awake," suddenly came a voice filled with mirth. The youth's eyes widened in disbelief. "I'm not dead. How could you possibly perish upon encountering me?" The young man continued. The boy abruptly rose, gazing at the speaker. "Thud! Zhang Xiaobai thanks you, senior, for saving my life." The boy knelt on the ground in reverence. Zhounjun was taken aback. Just moments ago, the youth had sprung up with an imposing demeanor, and he thought he was about to be struck. He never anticipated that the boy would kneel instead. Such demeanor surely explains why he is destined for greatness. "Ahem. You may rise," Zhounjun said, clearing his throat. "Yes, senior." Zhang Xiaobai stood up respectfully. He recognized that the youth before him was no ordinary person. His meridians had been completely severed, yet now they were gradually healing, all thanks to the efforts of the young man. To have the ability to rejuvenate one's meridians is a feat that cannot be accomplished without the cultivation of a nascent soul or divine transformation. "Kneel and become my disciple," Zhounjun stated plainly. He wished to ascend swiftly to the realm of the void immortal. After all, should he fail to reach that level before his demise, what will be left for him? Thus, he sought to break through his boundaries and extend his lifespan without delay. Zhang Xiaobai was momentarily stunned. "What, are you unwilling?" Zhounjun raised an eyebrow, suddenly exuding a formidable pressure of divine transformation. Beings within 100 miles were instantly compelled to prostrate themselves in fear. A transformed mouse lay on the ground, brimming with righteous indignation. Which illustrious individual, without a care, is unleashing their oppressive aura? Have they ever considered the feelings of us mere street mice? Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaobai's eyes widened. Indeed, it was a formidable being of the transformation stage. "Master, Allow your disciple to pay his respects. Just as Jiang Xiaobai rose, he promptly knelt again, bowing his head with precision. The apprenticeship of Li Zhounjun proceeded smoothly, and the system was equally pleased. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Ding! The system rewards you with the cultivation of the virtual immortal. With the system's notifications, Li Zhounjun suddenly sensed a profound energy within his being. Now, rise and tell me why you were cast down the mountain, Li Zhounjun inquired. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes reddened. Master, to speak candidly, I am the heir of the Jiang family's main lineage in Dallas City, but a faction of usurpers. Seeing my father grievously wounded, conspired with the Zhang family from Dallas City to usurp my family's position and seize control of all our commercial resources. Li Zhounjun blinka, realizing he had misjudged the situation. Chapter 66. Should I intervene and assist you in avenging this wrong? Li Zhounjun grinned at Jiang Xiaobai. Master, I wish to seek vengeance on my own. Jiang Xiaobai replied earnestly. Li Zhounjun, taken aback, thought to himself that this young man possessed admirable resolve. Truly, he was a person of destiny. If it were anyone else, they would have recklessly sought revenge without a second thought. How do you intend to exact your revenge? Li Zhounjun inquired with a smile. Jiang Xiaobai fell silent upon hearing this. It appeared that relying solely on his own strength to achieve vengeance was utterly impossible. Whatever you wish to undertake, proceed without fear. Your master stands behind you, Li Zhounjun said gently. Thank you, master, Jiang Xiaobai replied, rising to bow to Li Zhounjun. Li Zhounjun nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Jiang family estate in Dallas City, a middle-aged man with inverted triangular eyes and a pair of mustaches addressed the pallid-faced man seated above him. Master, you're gravely ill, and the young master has been missing for several days. If the main branch of the Jiang family lacks a steadfast anchor, I fear not only will the main branch be thrown into disarray, but the entire clan may also descend into chaos. The pale-faced man was none other than Jiang Xiaobai's father, Jiang Onlang. He fixed a piercing gaze on the mustachioed man and muttered, What is it, Jiang Zhounjun? Are you so eager to usurp my position? Master, you jest. I speak only for the welfare of our Jiang family. Jiang Zhounjun replied with a subtle smile, displaying no fear of the once mighty golden core cultivator before him. A month prior, a frenzied horde of beasts had besieged Dallas City. The three family heads united to suppress the beast tide. It was Jiang Onlang who sustained severe injuries. Jiang Zhounjun, also a golden core cultivator, seized the opportunity without hesitation. As long as the Jiang Onlang lineage is relegated from its position as the main lineage, the next head will inevitably be from my own lineage, and I shall naturally ascend to the role of the chief, commanding all branches and the resources of the Jiang family in Dallas City. Upon hearing this, Jiang Onlang's expression darkened, clearly indicating his growing unease. Meanwhile, several other branch heads present voiced their concerns. Esteemed chief, the Jiang family is currently in turmoil. We cannot endure a single day without a steadfast leader. The heads of these Jiang family branches were genuinely at a loss, as they were reluctant to allow Jiang Zhounjun to assume the role of chief. After all, his character leaves much to be desired in every aspect, and he is known to resort to unscrupulous means for the sake of this position. The young master, Jiang Xiaobai, was acutely aware of the unfolding events. Everyone understood the situation, yet no one dared to speak up. Indeed, it was crucial not to offend Jiang Zhounjun, for he is the only formidable golden core cultivator left in the Jiang family. This implies that the future stability of the Jiang family rests solely in Jiang Zhounjun's hands. In the past, during the prime of the former chief, Jiang Onlang, he was able to suppress Jiang Zhounjun, but now, with Jiang Onlang gravely injured and his strength diminished, no one can contain Jiang Zhounjun any longer. Furthermore, Jiang Zhounjun has allied himself with the Zhang family, and his son, Jiang Xiaoyu, has entered into a marriage alliance with Zhang Huailan, the daughter of the Zhang family. It is worth noting that Zhang Huailan was originally betrothed to Jiang Xiaobai. This clearly demonstrates that the Zhang family's alliance is not with Jiang Xiaobai, but with the entirety of the Zhang family that he represents. At this moment, Jiang Onlang suddenly erupted into laughter, Jiang Xuanjing, I am quite curious about the price you pay to enlist the Zhang family as your ally. I am gravely injured, and yet you still intend to collaborate with them to exert pressure upon me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuanjing's face twitched. Indeed, the cost was rather substantial, 1/10 of the Jiang family's income over the span of 10 years. After all, Jiang Onlang had previously been hailed as the foremost expert in Dallas City. If Jiang Xuanjing were to rely solely on his own strength, he would undoubtedly feel a twinge of apprehension. Suddenly, a voice filled with youthful indignation echoed from outside the hall. "Young master." The heads of the various branches of the family exchanged incredulous glances as Jiang Xiaobai strode in alone from outside. However, they soon shook their heads. Given the current state of affairs, Jiang Xiaobai's existence was arguably worse than death, for it might afford him a chance to rise again. Yet, upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai, they couldn't help but notice how exceedingly young he appeared. His return, in the face of Jiang Xuanjing's overwhelming power, would prove futile and could very well cost him his life. Upon catching sight of Jiang Xiaobai, Jiang Onling momentarily froze, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, soon followed by resignation and anguish. He understood well that the timing of his son's return was far from ideal. Conversely, Jiang Xuanjing's countenance morphed into one of sheer disbelief as he beheld Jiang Xiaobai. Hadn't his son claimed to have dealt with matters decisively? Why then, was this individual still alive? "You are surprised to see me alive?" Jiang Xiaobai grinned at Jiang Xuanjing. "What are you saying, young master? I fail to comprehend your words." Jiang Xuanjing wore an expression of bewilderment. "Ah, your talent for feigning ignorance is truly remarkable." Jiang Xiaobai let out a derisive laugh. "Your son inflicted upon me grievous injuries, rendered my meridians useless, and cast me down a cliff. Surely, you are not unaware of this? Young master, what are you insinuating? Are you not standing here in perfect health?" Jiang Xuanjing replied, his brow furrowing. Although he spoke dismissively, a flicker of doubt stirred within him. Logically, he had dispatched a foundation establishment expert to assist his son in eliminating Jiang Xiaobai. It was inconceivable that Jiang Xiaobai still drew breath. Yet here he was, not only alive, but evidently thriving. "Had it not been for my fortuitous survival, I might very well have met your desired demise," Jiang Xiaobai retorted coldly. Jiang Xuanjing narrowed his eyes. After all, it was intolerable for anyone to be as brazen as Jiang Xiaobai, especially for him, a Golden Core expert, who ranked among the top 10 masters in Dallas City. "You need not fear that I will usurp the position of the family head and conspire against your lineage. I, Jiang Xuanjing, am not cut from such cloth." With a disdainful huff, Jiang Xuanjing continued, "Let's speak plainly. The current family head is gravely injured, his strength diminished to a mere fraction. How can he lead the Jiang family against other clans?" "Words are indeed more melodious than actions," Jiang Xiaobai scoffed. "Then allow me to be even more candid. Today, the position of family head, Jiang Onlang, must cede to me. Whether he wishes it or not, it shall be done," Jiang Xuanjing declared, dropping all pretense, for all present were aware of his intentions. "Perhaps your plans for today will come to naught," Jiang Xiaobai grinned suddenly. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Xuan's heart sank in alarm. How dare this young man return in such a manner? Could it be that he truly possesses a hidden advantage? Yet, the only leverage he had was the Zhang family, who had already reached an agreement with him. Chapter 67. The leg-extending, eye-glaring pill. As Jiang Xuan's thoughts spiraled, Jiang Xiaobai reached into his bosom and retrieved a black pill, presenting it to his father. "Father, take this leg-extending, eye-glaring pill, and your injuries will surely improve," Jiang Xiaobai proclaimed with unwavering confidence. The leg-extending, eye-glaring pill? Jiang Onlang regarded his son with suspicion, questioning if this was merely dirt scraped from his own body. Moreover, the name of this pill hardly sounded like any medicinal concoction he had ever encountered. Could it be that his son had lost his senses? The thought tugged at Jiang Onlang's heart, lamenting his own inadequacy as a father. "Father, please believe me," Jiang Xiaobai, noticing the doubt etched across his father's face, felt a surge of urgency. His master was undoubtedly a formidable figure of the divine transformation stage. Furthermore, when his master entrusted him with the pill, He had explicitly instructed him to warm it in his hands to enhance its efficacy. Meanwhile, the heads of the various branches of the Zhang family exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief at Jiang Xiaobai's fervor. It seemed evident that the young master had indeed suffered a shock, his faculties in disarray. Could a mere qi refinement practitioner procure something capable of restoring a golden core powerhouse's vitality in an instant? At that moment, Jiang Xuan wore a mocking expression, his tone tinged with lamentation. The young master is clearly out of his senses. The main lineage of the Jiang family is effectively crippled. If we do not swiftly elect a new head, our family is in dire peril. Old dog, silence yourself. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai cast an indignant glare at Jiang Xuanjing. What nonsense are you spouting? With a disdainful remark, Jiang Xiaobai's words struck Jiang Xuanjing like a blow. Father, is it not settled yet? At that moment, a young man entered through the grand door, cradling a youthful maiden in his arms, and spoke in a nonchalant tone. Jiang Xiaoyu, Zhang Huilan. The atmosphere grew tense with animosity as Jiang Xiaobai's eyes flared with fury upon seeing the pair. You're still alive. Jiang Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback upon encountering Jiang Xiaobai. He had personally beaten Jiang Xiaobai to the brink of death and cast him off a cliff. How is it possible that he remained unscathed? Zhang Huilan, is this truly your course of action? Jiang Xiaobai seethed, nearly grinding his teeth as he gazed at the maiden in Jiang Xiaoyu's arms. Yet, Zhang Huilan merely cast a dispassionate glance at Jiang Xiaobai and remarked, without your father's support, you are nothing. Ah, I see, Jiang Xiaobai chuckled darkly. So you're that kind of person, driven by self-interest? We grew up together, after all, but it's for the best. At least I've seen your true colors. And what of it? What is your status now compared to mine? Zhang Huilan retorted with a scornful laugh at Jiang Xiaobai's words. It is delightful that you are alive. It allows you, once the esteemed young master, to experience the thrill of death once more, and I am most pleased about it. Jiang Xiaoyu flashed a grin at Jiang Xiaobai and remarked, by the way, Huilan is truly tender. I can hardly fathom why you can endure it, insisting on waiting until after marriage to consummate. Surely, you aren't impotent? As he spoke, Jiang Xiaoyu unabashedly leaned toward Zhang Huilan and took a sip, without a care for those around. How intolerable! Zhang Huilan pouted, playfully striking Jiang Xiaoyu's chest with her little fists, her voice laced with a charming whine. Observing this, Jiang Xiaobai maintained his composure, having seen through Zhang Huilan's antics. He felt a sense of relief at not having wed her. However, at that moment, Jiang Onlang's forehead throbbed with anger. It was a case of the rabbit dies and the hound is cooked. Severely injured, he realized that these individuals had revealed their true colors. With that in mind, he decided to gamble on the efficacy of the leg-stretching, eye-dilating pill his son held. Resolute, Jiang Onlang seized the pill from Jiang Xiaobai's hand and swallowed it whole. In an instant, he felt his wounds visibly healing, and not only that, his energy began to surge. This scene left the love-struck Jiang Xiaoyu, the enchanting Zhang Huilan, the future-minded branch leader, and the scheming Jiang Xuanjing in stunned silence. How could it be? Could this leg-stretching, eye-dilating pill truly enable a golden core realm expert to recover from injuries so swiftly? The onlookers gasped in disbelief. Jiang Xuanjing, in a state of panic, hastily tore apart a talisman, preparing to summon assistance. What is this, Jiang Xuanjing? You're already calling for help? You can't even handle a severely injured waist? Just as Jiang Xuanjing was tearing the talisman, a figure bearing a scar on his face and exuding a fierce gaze entered through the grand door. This individual possessed an imposing aura. The various branch leaders of the Jiang family, upon witnessing his presence, instinctively parted to create a path. Father, Zhang Huilan exclaimed respectfully upon recognizing him. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Zhuqian, the current head of the Zhang family, boasting a cultivation level in the late Golden Core stage. At that moment, Zhang Zhuqian noticed Jiang Onlang's aura steadily rising, and his expression shifted in astonishment as he thought, damn it, how has this fellow's injury healed so suddenly? Contemplating this, Zhang Zhuqian's countenance altered, and he grasped his daughter's hand, smiling at Jiang Onlang. Actually, I am here to take my daughter home for a meal. Zhang family head, please take your time to tidy up. I shall take my leave now. With that, he took Zhang Huolan's hand and exited without a backward glance, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment, including Jiang Xuanjing. What is this? How can one behave in such a manner, speaking without intention? Is it polite to accept benefits and then flee? Meanwhile, above the Jiang residence, Li Zhoujun stood amidst the clouds, his gaze seemingly penetrating the roof, observing the scene below. He smacked his lips and remarked, well, this Zhang fellow possesses some substance. Turning his attention to Jiang Xuanjing, he added, let us deliberate on how to resolve this matter. In the hall, Jiang Onlang paid no heed to Zhang Zhuoqian. After all, to address external affairs, one must first ensure internal stability. Moreover, Zhang Zhuoqian was not a weakling. He fixed his gaze upon Jiang Xuanjing and his son, letting out a cold snort. As his voice echoed, Jiang Onlang rose, unleashing a terrifying pressure that descended upon everyone present. Unable to withstand such overwhelming force, Jiang Xuanjing and his son fell to their knees with a thud. Jiang Xuanjing suddenly cried out, Master, I act for the benefit of our Jiang family. Do not be deceived by this scoundrel's lies. If you were still injured at this moment, he would have already usurped your position and exploited us all. At this moment, the heads of several branches of the family, witnessing the scene, furiously denounced Jiang Xuanjing. Truth be told, these branch heads held great respect for Jiang Onlang, as he had always treated everyone equally. Had Jiang Xuanjing taken charge, they feared they would be left destitute. Their previous support for Jiang Xuanjing was compelled by pressure. After all, they were merely at the foundational level of cultivation, unable to stand against him. For the good of the Jiang family? Jiang Onlang scoffed. I believe you're merely looking out for your own interests. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuanjing and his son turned pale. Chapter 68. One misstep, all is lost, father. It was Jiang Xiaoyu who personally crippled my cultivation and pushed me off the cliff. This is no falsehood. It was precisely because he cast me down that I encountered my master. Upon mentioning his master, Jiang Xiaobai's expression turned respectful. It was also my master who saved me and bestowed upon me great fortune. Hearing this, Jiang Xuanjing shot an angry glance at his son. His eyes filled with the urge to punish this incapable offspring who had brought nothing but trouble. Could you not handle matters with more decisiveness? Just behead him and throw him into the cauldron. Wouldn't that ensure his demise? Look at the current situation. Victory was within our grasp, and yet, one misstep has led to total defeat. Jiang Xuanjing, do you hear me? Your son has killed mine. At this moment, Jiang Onlang's gaze upon Jiang Xiaoyu was as sharp as a blade, glinting with lethal intent. Had it not been for the fortuitous survival of his own son, he would have already been a lost soul at this very moment. How could he possibly endure such a fate? Jiang Xiaoyu was undoubtedly destined for death. You must take matters into your own hands and end his life to avenge yourself, Jiang Onlang said to Jiang Xiaobai. Very well. Jiang Xiaobai, displaying no hesitation, approached Jiang Xiaoyu, and with a sinister smile, proclaimed, good deeds will be rewarded and evil deeds will be punished. It is not that retribution does not come, but rather that the time has yet to arrive. As his words echoed in the air, Jiang Xiaobai raised his hand and mercilessly pressed it down upon the head of Jiang Xiaoyu, whose previous arrogance now transformed into sheer terror. No! Jiang Xiaoyu let out a heart-wrenching scream as his skull shattered into fragments. The remnants, pale and bloodied, scattered like splattered tofu. Jiang Xuanjing stood in a daze, witnessing the demise of his son before his very eyes. Yet he lacked the courage to intervene. The might of Jiang Onlang was simply overwhelming, so formidable that he dared not entertain even the slightest notion of resistance. Once you have dealt with your son, it shall be your turn, Jiang Onlang declared as he rose, advancing step by step towards Jiang Xuanjing, his aura intensifying with each stride. As Jiang Onlang approached, resembling a harbinger of death, Jiang Xuanjing suddenly raised his hand and struck his own face with a resounding slap, weeping profusely. Master, I have been bewitched. I beseech you, considering my golden core realm and my potential contributions to the family, grant me the chance to atone for my sins. I swear, I shall amend my ways. Your words are nothing but a ruse, meant to deceive the gullible. If you were to conduct yourself with propriety, I would inevitably recover from my injuries, and the position of clan leader would naturally fall to you, for you are the sole golden core of the Jiang family. Yet, in your relentless pursuit of gain, you resort to harming your kin to coerce me into relinquishing my title. Such a person is not one whom the Jiang family can afford to keep. Jiang Onling scoffed coldly. Ha ha ha! Realizing that death was inescapable, Jiang Zhounjun let out a chilling laugh. Jiang Onling, do you truly believe your words will deceive me? Would you willingly cede the position of clan leader? By the time you consider doing so, your son may very well have attained the golden core himself. Now, those words of yours are the true deception. Bang! Unyielding and obstinate, Jiang Onlang raised his fist and obliterated Jiang Zhounjun's skull, sending him to join his son in death. Both were golden cores. Yet, Jiang Zhounjun had ascended to the initial stage of the golden core through the use of medicinal power, while Jiang Onlang had diligently honed his abilities to achieve the perfected golden core through his own efforts. The disparity in their accomplishments is evident, and they lacked several minor realms in between. Thus, even though Jiang Onling's cultivation had not fully recovered at this moment, Jiang Zhounjun was no match for him. At this moment, the heads of the various branches looked upon the formidable and malevolent Jiang Onlang with utmost reverence. Esteemed branch leaders, my injuries are healing. You may return for now, Jiang Onlang addressed them. Yes, clan leader, they replied in unison. As the branch leaders departed, several servants entered to begin the cleanup. From the vantage point of the clouds, Zhounjun marveled at the scene before him, exclaiming in astonishment, "This father and son duo, what fierce individuals they are! Yet in this world, it is often the benevolent who are exploited. Only those with sufficient ruthlessness can command the respect of their subordinates." Meanwhile, within the grand hall, Jiang Onlang gazed intently at his son, inquiring, "My boy, where is your master? To bestow such a precious elixir, your mentor must be extraordinary." "He has accompanied me, but he did not enter our residence," replied Jiang Xiaobai with a playful smile. "I see," Jiang Onling responded, a hint of regret in his voice. He then instructed, "You must express your gratitude to your master in person. Without his assistance, our father-son duo would be commemorating a Memorial Day instead of celebrating today." "Rest assured, father, I am well aware," Jiang Xiaobai affirmed with a nod. He felt an immense gratitude toward Zhounjun for the gift of life, and if he were to ascend the heights of immortality, he would undoubtedly remember to extend a hand to his master. After all, Jiang Xiaobai was confident that given a century, he could certainly transcend to the realm of the void immortal. By then, his master might still be in the transformation stage. Had Zhounjun been privy to Jiang Xiaobai's thoughts, he might have been struck by a myriad of emotions. The formidable methods of the head of the Jiang family left Zhounjun in profound admiration. At that moment, Zhounjun's figure appeared as he strode into the hall. "Master," Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the newcomer. "Greetings, esteemed one." Jiang Onling bowed respectfully to the eminent figure. Jiang Onling respectfully clasped his hands towards Zhounjun and then, with a wry smile, remarked, "What thunderous methods! Esteemed one, you jest. It is we, the lowly cultivators, who require such measures. Your return to simplicity in cultivation commands unparalleled respect simply by your presence." Upon hearing this, Zhounjun felt a surge of amusement. Jiang Xiaobai's father was indeed a remarkable individual, adept at flattery. "I am unworthy of such praise," Zhounjun replied with a gentle smile, then turned to Jiang Xiaobai and inquired, "Do you wish to accompany your master back to the mountains for rigorous training?" Jiang Xiaobai paused for a moment, then with unwavering resolve declared, "Disciple aspires to carve out his own path in the world." "Excellent, excellent. My judgment was indeed sound," Zhounjun replied, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. As the child of destiny, how could Jiang Xiaobai remain tethered to one place? He was bound to venture forth, seeking new experiences and opportunities for growth. Thus, Zhounjun was not surprised by the response. He continued, "I bestow upon you a tome of cultivation, the great solar golden crow scripture. I hope you will dedicate yourself to mastering it." With that, Zhounjun touched Jiang Xiaobai's brow, imparting a mark of his doppelganger, which would manifest in times of danger. Moments passed as Jiang Xiaobai explored the profound techniques within his mind, suppressing his excitement as he expressed. Disciple is deeply grateful to master. Indeed, Li Zhoujun replied with a slight smile, his form gradually fading before the father and son. Farewell, master. Farewell, esteemed one. Jiang Xiaobai and Jiang Onling bowed respectfully. Father, I'm off to the back mountain for cultivation. Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed eagerly to his father. Very well, his father responded. Jiang laughed lightly, yet inwardly cursed the insolent youth for not recognizing the privilege of being by the side of a master, enjoying the bounties of cultivation. He then squinted his eyes, pondering the Zhang family. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai was blissfully unaware of his father's thoughts. As he was already on the path to the back mountain, suddenly, he noticed a figure lying by the roadside and instinctively halted his steps. Chapter 69. Yao Tao, how could a maiden find herself in my family's back mountain? Upon closer inspection, Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback by the sight before him. Lying on the ground was a girl clad in a white dress. Not only did she possess bright, captivating eyes and pearly teeth, but her complexion was as delicate as the finest cream. Her exquisite beauty momentarily left Jiang Xiaobai dazed. With a firm resolve, he reminded himself not to indulge in any lascivious thoughts. At the same time, the girl, appearing to be unconscious, was in fact fully aware. Though her body was gravely injured and immobile, she was in a state of panic, having been ambushed while exploring a renowned site in the celestial realm. In a desperate bid for survival, she had activated the precious escape talisman bestowed by her father, only to find herself transported to the mortal realm. Moreover, during her passage through the barriers of worlds, she had sustained serious injuries. Had the talisman not possessed some protective qualities, she would have been reduced to mere dust by now. For beings of the celestial realm, descending to the mortal realm is not particularly difficult, but the cost is exorbitant, making it unaffordable for ordinary individuals. Furthermore, the resources of the mortal realm pale in comparison to those of the celestial realm. One might find themselves utterly impoverished after such an expedition. Reflecting on Jiang Xiaobai's earlier gaze, the girl felt a flicker of fear that this youth might harbor inappropriate intentions towards her, which would spell disaster. After all, she was aware that her appearance was quite admirable, as the threshold of her home had nearly been worn down by suitors from various powerful factions. Yet now, gravely injured and devoid of any capacity for resistance, she could only acquiesce if this young man harbored ill intentions. However, upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai muttering about propriety, the girl felt a sense of relief. Evidently, he had restrained himself, but in the next moment, she found herself in his arms. Despair enveloped her heart. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaobai did not lay a finger on her. Instead, he gently placed her upon the bed in a guest room and instructed a maid to assist in tidying up. Witnessing this, the girl felt a flicker of fondness for Jiang Xiaobai. Of course, it could not be described as affection. Yet, if Li Zhoujun were present, he would undoubtedly acknowledge that this was the typical trajectory of a protagonist, as one must first cultivate a sense of fondness to lay the groundwork for the ensuing trials and tribulations. Before long, 3 months had passed. The girl's injuries gradually healed, and her relationship with Jiang Xiaobai grew increasingly familiar. He also learned her name, Yao Tao. Yao Tao, are you truly descended from the realm of immortals? Jiang Xiaobai inquired curiously while seated beneath a tree in the courtyard outside the guest room. Yao Tao rolled her eyes. Brother, you have posed this question 1,000 times over these 3 months. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled. It's just that your tales are so vivid, yet I find them hard to believe. What I have witnessed and experienced firsthand cannot be anything but true. Yao Tao replied, exasperated. After 3 months of companionship, Yao Tao discovered that she had developed a fondness for Jiang Xiaobai, a youth characterized by his integrity, yet sometimes perceived as dull and uninteresting. Unlike the inhabitants of the celestial realm, who constantly shower her with flattery, even those labeled as friends merely seeking personal gain, Jiang Xiaobai provided her with genuine joy and freedom. I want to eat roasted rabbit, Yao Tao remarked, tilting her head towards Jiang Xiaobai. You've already eaten 3 today. Jiang Xiaobai replied, his lips twitching. This girl, though appearing delicate, certainly possessed a formidable appetite. Don't worry. I won't take advantage this time. I'll assist you, Yao Tao confidently declared, rubbing her hands together in anticipation. Please don't. The last time you tried to start a fire, you nearly set my house ablaze. Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed, his face a picture of horror. Rest assured, I will exercise discretion this time. Yao Tao waved her hand dismissively, signaling that she would merely sprinkle some water. However, as the two conversed, dark clouds suddenly gathered above the Jiang family estate, coalescing into a swirling vortex at their center. What is happening? Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed, his expression turning to one of alarm. It must be Uncle Bei. Yao Tao seemed to have an inkling of the visitor's identity. Her earlier excitement faded, leaving her as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Uncle Bei, the steward of her family, known in full as Liu Bei, was a formidable figure, a transcendent being above the realm of true immortals, overseeing all matters of the Yao household. At that moment, a figure clad in a brown robe, appearing quite aged, emerged from the clouds. Beneath him lay a colossal Kunpeng, its form stretching for thousands of miles. In such a scene, it is not merely the Jiang family that is affected. The entirety of Dalu City, and indeed the cities within 1,000 miles, are paralyzed by the presence of that colossal figure in the heavens, its overwhelming aura rendering the very air still, as if all life is compelled to prostrate itself upon the ground. The Kunpeng, a mythical beast of legend, has appeared. Why has this venerable elder suddenly descended upon my Jiang family? At this moment, Jiang Anlang stepped into the open space, burdened by an unparalleled pressure, gazing up at the elder who stood atop the Kunpeng, and spoke with reverence. Miss, I've been sent by the master to escort you home. The elder's voice resonated like thunder, echoing across the vast expanse, as though it were the decree of celestial authority, leaving no room for doubt or rebuttal. Just then, Yao Tao, standing beside Jiang Xiaobai, donned an expression that signified her desire for distance, softly addressing the elder upon the Kunpeng. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed Yao Tao's sudden transformation. Just moments ago, she had been clamoring for roasted rabbit, yet now, she seemed to elevate herself to an unattainable height. Simultaneously, a sense of discomfort welled up within Jiang Xiaobai. After 3 months of companionship, he had come to realize his affections for this young lady. However, the realization struck him that his beloved was indeed of the celestial realm. Such a reality rendered his aspirations of marrying her futile, as her family would undoubtedly oppose the union. After all, he was but an insignificant insect of the lower realm, while she was a celestial fairy. Even his formidable master paled in comparison before beings of the heavenly domain. In that moment, Jiang Xiaobai felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness for the first time. Lacking even the ability to keep the one loves close, the elderly Liu Bei, upon catching sight of Yao Tao, instantaneously descended from the lofty heights of the Kunpeng, appearing before her with a respectful salute. Miss, I apologize for my tardiness, he expressed humbly. It is of no consequence, Yao Tao replied, shaking her head. How's my father? Since the day you were attacked, the master has not rested for 3 months, tirelessly searching through the 3,000 realms for your whereabouts. Only yesterday did he finally ascertain your location. He has made extensive preparations and incurred substantial costs to breach the barriers, allowing me to come and escort you home, the elder explained with reverence. Uncle Bei, may I choose not to return? Yao Tao asked, biting her silver teeth. Upon hearing this, Liu Bei's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned to scrutinize Jiang Xiaobai, who stood beside Yao Tao. Chapter 70. The Master Arrives. How could the astute Liu Bei fail to perceive the feelings his young lady harbored for this young man? Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai felt a twinge of unease under the elder's seemingly penetrating gaze. Yet, being a favored child of fortune, he would not succumb to intimidation. Without hesitation, he met Liu Bei's stare defiantly. Liu Bei was momentarily taken aback before a smile graced his lips. This little fellow possesses some spirit. You are the one who rescued my young lady, are you not? Rest assured, your reward shall be ample. With that, Liu Bei retrieved a jade vial from his sleeve. The elixir within this vial is sufficient to elevate your cultivation to the pinnacle of this realm. Greetings, esteemed senior. Your kindness is duly acknowledged by this humble disciple. However, on the path of cultivation, one must tread carefully, advancing step by step, for only with steadfastness can one ascend to greater heights. Moreover, I firmly believe that had it been another in my place, they too would have rescued Yao Tao. Jiang Xiaobai, as the son of destiny, would not easily accept gifts of fortune. Furthermore, is it truly considered genuine cultivation if one relies on elixirs to break through their boundaries? Would that not render them akin to a mere ornamental vessel, much like the unproductive medicinal jars? Yao Tao regarded the upright figure of Jiang Xiaobai, a smile blossoming within her heart. He was indeed the one she admired, able to remain steadfast in the face of such overwhelming temptation. Were it others, they would have likely succumbed to the allure with eager smiles. Ambition is commendable. Liu Bei, taken aback, then chuckled softly, remarking, given the scant spiritual energy in this realm, do you truly believe you can cultivate to the stage of transcending tribulations? Who knows how long that may take? Are you genuinely willing to forsake this opportunity for a meteoric rise? One must not underestimate the humble ant, for even the smallest creatures can harbor great aspirations. Jiang Xiaobai flashed a broad smile, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Excellent, Liu Bei replied, retracting the jade vial containing various elixirs, and, narrowing his eyes slightly, continued, Young one, I admire your disposition, yet you must understand that your current identity and status necessitate restraint in your thoughts. Some aspirations are best left unacknowledged, otherwise, they may invite unforeseen calamities. At this moment, Liu Bei employed a strategy of diplomacy coupled with a warning. Yao Tao's heart raced at his words. Could Uncle Bei truly discern her feelings for Jiang Xiaobai? Yet perhaps it was not so surprising after all. After all, Uncle Bei is an existence beyond the realm of true immortals, and his experiences are vast and profound. There's a saying that as one ages, one becomes more astute. However, Jiang Xiaobai, being the favored child of destiny, would never easily yield. Senior, to be candid, I have indeed developed feelings for Yao Tao. Yao Tao's eyes widened in astonishment. How could he express such sentiments so openly? At that moment, her heart was a tumult of joy and anxiety, for she was acutely aware that her family would never consent to her associating with someone from the lower realms. They might even resort to drastic measures behind her back to eliminate Jiang Xiaobai. Do you grasp the magnitude of the Yao family's influence? I am merely a lowly servant. Yet my cultivation exceeds that of true immortals, Liu Bei remarked, somewhat exasperated. This young man is indeed impetuous, brimming with passion and directness, possessing a distinct personality. Yet, his origins render him unworthy of a young lady. 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Sooner or later, I, Jiang Xiaobai, shall earn the Yao family's recognition and stand proudly beside Yao Tao. At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai uttered a line reminiscent of the great Emperor Shao, showing no trepidation even in the presence of the formidable Liu Bei. This is the essence of a protagonist. I await you. Yao Tao longed to voice this sentiment. If she held her tongue, fully aware that articulating it would only exacerbate Jiang Xiaobai's peril. Ha ha! Liu Bei burst into hearty laughter, amused by the young man's youthful arrogance and his lack of awareness. The laughter nearly brought tears to his eyes. Jiang Xiaobai's lips twitched at the thought, genuinely fearing that the old man might laugh himself to death. You, at the 5th level of qi refinement, standing beside my lady? Liu Bei paused for a moment, shaking his head with a smile. Do you realize that my young lady, unlike those renowned prodigies of the celestial realm, was born with the golden core cultivation? Furthermore, are you aware of how many celestial dynasties and sacred lands have sought to propose to our Yao family? Among the princes and saints of those celestial dynasties, who is not a promising young talent? How can a mere 5th-tier qi refinement cultivator like you compete with them, even if you possess a saint-grade fire spiritual root? What of it? After all, the celestial realm is never short of geniuses. The thought that beings from the celestial realm begin their journey at the golden core level weighed heavily on Jiang Xiaobai. He had not anticipated that the starting point for those from the celestial realm was the pinnacle for many cultivators from the lower realms. He was even more astonished to discover that the seemingly harmless Yao Tao concealed such formidable cultivation while still indulging in carefree revelry with him. "Give me time. I can do it," Jiang Xiaobai muttered under his breath. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai's stubbornness, Liu Bei felt a surge of irritation. "Youngster, what is not meant for you will never be yours. One must recognize reality. My young lady is an unattainable existence for you. Should you persist in your delusions, do not blame me for being unkind. Uncle Bei, you have gone too far. If it were not for Jiang Xiaobai saving me, you would now be returning with my lifeless body," Yao Tao interjected, unable to contain her anger as Liu Bei's words grew increasingly harsh. Upon witnessing the situation, Liu Bei, in exasperation, remarked, "Miss, it is evident that you have taken a liking to this little creature. However, if your intentions are truly for his benefit, you must sever all ties and return to the life that rightfully belongs to you, even if I refrain from intervening. Do you believe that the young talents of the immortal realm will overlook the fact that your beloved is but a mere insect from the lower realms? What fate do you think awaits him? In this world, there exists no wall that does not allow whispers to pass through." Hearing this, Yao Tao's expression darkened. She understood that Liu Bei's words were not unfounded. Yet, when one genuinely harbors affection for another, how can they easily forget? "I am not afraid," Jiang Xiaobai declared, taking a deep breath. "Not afraid? Such words are easily spoken. In that case, allow me to let you experience what true despair feels like," Liu Bei retorted, his temper ignited by Jiang Xiaobai's defiance. Ignoring Yao Tao, he snorted through his nose, and a formidable aura surged forth, akin to a towering wave, directed straight at Jiang Xiaobai. Under the weight of this terrifying presence, Jiang Xiaobai was rendered speechless. Is this the might of an immortal? Merely a breath of this aura made him feel like an ant gazing up at an unseen peak, which, at this moment, was crumbling before him. The sensation of insignificance and helplessness could only be truly comprehended through personal experience. Just as Jiang Xiaobai believed he was doomed to be crushed into powder by this overwhelming force, a voice, as refreshing as a spring breeze, echoed in his ears. "It has been 3 months, and it seems the little one has offended some formidable individuals." With the voice of the youth fading, the atmosphere shifted. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaobai distinctly sensed that the terrifying aura of the celestial beings surrounding him dissipated with the wind, leaving him feeling remarkably at ease. "Master," Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 71. What now? Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the ethereal figure clad in green robes that had unexpectedly materialized before him, his eyes widening further in astonishment. The newcomer was none other than the spiritual imprint left on him by Zhounjun. This imprint would activate in times of extreme peril. Liu Bei, who had been enraged by the repeated rebuttals from a mere chi-refining cultivator, found himself calming down in this moment. It was evident that this figure was merely a manifestation, and although its cultivation level was indiscernible, the mere appearance of this avatar was sufficient to neutralize his imposing presence. This indicated that the avatar possessed at least equivalent strength to his own, while its true form likely surpassed him. "Are you the master of this young man?" Liu Bei inquired solemnly of Zhounjun. Even though it was possible that the true form of the figure before him was of greater cultivation than his own, Liu Bei felt no trepidation, for he too bore an avatar of his own. His avatar was a genuine celestial lord, and even as a mere projection, it was not something beneath a celestial lord could withstand. The realms of true immortals and those beyond are categorized as true immortal, heavenly immortal, and profound immortal, each further subdivided into 9 minor realms, ranked from 1 to 9. Ascending from the 1st to the 9th rank involves overcoming tribulations, and only upon reaching the profound immortal realm can one be regarded as a celestial lord. Liu Bei, after all, was a 3rd-rank heavenly immortal. Meanwhile, Liu Bei contemplated that Li Zhoujun's true form likely resembled that of a 4th-grade celestial being. How could he possibly withstand an existence of the celestial lord caliber? I, lacking in talent, happen to be the master of this little fellow. At that moment, Li Zhoujun let out a light chuckle. Yao Tao, glancing at Jiang Xiaobai, blinked as if to convey surprise at having such an impressive master, questioning why it had not been mentioned before. Jiang Xiaobai was equally bewildered. Had he not believed his master only possessed the cultivation of the transformation stage? How could a mere avatar dissipate the might of an immortal? Could it be that his master was indeed a celestial being? At this thought, Jiang Xiaobai inhaled sharply. To be a disciple of an immortal? What extraordinary fortune had he stumbled upon? It was astonishing that this young man had such a formidable figure behind him. Liu Bei respectfully clasped his hands toward Li Zhounjun and spoke courteously. However, he soon shifted his tone. As a fellow celestial powerhouse, you must have heard of a Yao family in the celestial realm, correct? My esteemed master is indeed a being of celestial lord status. I have not heard of it, yet I am eager to know why you seek to harm my disciple. Should he have erred as his master, I would naturally not condone it. However, if he has committed no wrong, I shall inevitably pay your Yao family a visit. Li Zhoujun shook his head, asserting that he was unaware of the Yao family, nor did he fully grasp the realm of the celestial lord. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai gazed at Li Zhoujun, who stood protectively in front of him, feeling a surge of emotion, and his respect for this unexpected master grew immensely. Quite simply, your disciple possesses merely the cultivation of qi refinement. How could he possibly qualify to be wed to my esteemed young lady? I, the daughter of a Yao family, am marrying a mere qi refining cultivator. If word of this gets out, how can my Yao family maintain its standing in the immortal realm? Liu Bei scoffed, expressing disdain for Li Zhoujun, a mere celestial being, thinking of visiting the Yao family. You may have the fate to go, but will you have the fate to return? Do you truly believe that those who can be called immortal lords are toothless tigers? Upon hearing this, Li Zhoujun suddenly grasped the situation. He realized that the woman the protagonist encountered had a formidable background, and her family looked down upon the protagonist like an insignificant ant. Ultimately, the protagonist would continuously level up, rise in power, and embark on a journey of self-assertion and face-slapping. Returning to the conversation, Li Zhoujun smiled at Liu Bei and remarked, "Your perspective seems rather antiquated. Matters of youth are best left to the younger generation, free from the meddling of our elders. It appears you are quite supportive of your disciple's relationship with our young lady." Liu Bei narrowed his eyes. "I wonder about your strength, and whether you can withstand the wrath of our Yao family's immortal lord." Turning to the young lady, he asked, "Tell me honestly, do you truly care for my somewhat dull disciple?" Ignoring Liu Bei, Li Zhoujun instead turned to Yao Tao and inquired, "Do you genuinely like this earnest young man?" Yao Tao blushed and nodded. Li Zhoujun then flashed a confident smile and turned to Jiang Xiaobai, saying, "You lucky rascal, to have won the affection of this young lady." Finally, he addressed Liu Bei, "Friend, did you hear that? This is a mutual affection. Can you truly bear to separate them?" From the moment of their birth, it was evident that they were destined to be of an entirely different ilk, incapable of walking the same path. Should your excellency remain obstinately unaware, do not blame this old man for being impolite. Allow me to experience firsthand the prowess of one such as yourself, a being akin to an immortal in this mortal realm. Liu Bei let out a cold snort, choosing not to linger with Li Zhoujun, eager to hasten the return of the young lady. With a swift motion, he raised his hand and struck towards Li Zhoujun. This strike caused the heavens to dim and the winds to churn violently. Creatures within a radius of 1,000 miles trembled in fear. Merely sensing the aura of this tremendous blow, Jiang Xiaobai could not help but worry for his master. If his master were to suffer because of him, he would feel an immense sense of guilt. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun felt a wave of trepidation. The power of this old man surpassed even that of the true immortal-level demon lord he had encountered earlier by several tiers. This ancient figure's cultivation was undoubtedly above that of a true immortal. If Li Zhoujun did not possess the ability of a 50-50 split, merely standing before Liu Bei would be enough to end him with a mere breath. However, fortunately for him, Li Zhoujun did indeed have that ability at his disposal. At this moment, Liu Bei's claw was nearly upon him, the tempestuous winds it conjured tousling Li Zhoujun's green robe and dark hair. Under the cataclysmic force of this strike, he appeared to stand firm as a mountain. Yet in truth, his mind was somewhat befuddled. Thankfully, with the system by his side, Li Zhounjun felt emboldened. Once he regained his composure, he lifted his slender hand and pointed towards the void before him, causing crystalline ice spikes to form, glistening and translucent. Go! Li Zhounjun commanded with a firm tone. Icicles, akin to a torrential downpour of pear blossoms, surged menacingly towards Liu Bei. Upon witnessing this, Liu Bei hesitated to recklessly advance towards Li Zhounjun, swiftly forming a hand seal that shattered the icy projectiles. With narrowed eyes, Liu Bei assessed the situation. This azure-clad youth's avatar indeed proved to be a formidable match, an even contest. However, should the confrontation prolong, the arrival of the youth's true form would render him outmatched. With this thought in mind, Liu Bei flashed a grin at Li Zhounjun, remarking, "Do not linger too long in this trivial lower realm, lest you develop the delusion that no one can contend with you. Today, you are indeed unfortunate." Li Zhounjun merely responded with a gentle smile to Liu Bei's words, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if to say, "What if no one can contend with me?" Chapter 72. Li only wishes to be a good person. Liu Bei was evidently infuriated by Li Zhoujun's indifferent demeanor. As celestial beings, why must you maintain such an aloof attitude? Your demeanor makes me appear diminished. Resolving this, Liu Bei formed another hand seal, causing the entire void to tremble. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing a golden-hued hand seal imbued with unparalleled energy, which bore down upon Li Zhoujun with crushing force. In response, Li Zhoujun intended to wield the Aoshue flying sword. However, the sword was merely a true celestial weapon, and against such a terrifying strike, it would likely shatter instantaneously. Left with no alternative, Li Zhoujun transformed his fingertip into a sword and swung his arm. Instantly, his sword chi, as vast as a river and capable of dimming the heavens, sliced toward the golden hand seal. The clash of sword chi and hand seal reverberated through the void, causing the entire Qingzhou to tremble as if the very earth were quaking. Above the verdant land of Qingzhou, both the formidable warriors of the Dao Tian sect and the lurking ancient beings gazed with grave expressions towards the site of the fierce battle. What manner of powerful beings could engage in such a clash that it causes the very earth to tremble? Could it be that celestial beings were locked in combat? It is highly plausible. Therefore, we must refrain from reckless conjecture and avoid probing with our divine senses, lest we provoke the celestial beings, which could result in our consciousness being obliterated or, worse still, bring calamity upon all of Qingzhou. At this moment, countless powerful entities exchanged thoughts in the void. Within the Dao Tian sect, Mu Teyu's countenance was solemn as he gazed towards the tumultuous skies, murmuring to himself, with prodigies emerging and celestial beings engaged in battle. The tranquility of Qingzhou has been shattered. I wonder which two celestial beings have descended to the mortal realm to clash. Indeed, it is a celestial skirmish, and the mortals will inevitably suffer. The scene shifts back to the Jiang family. As the storm subsided, Li Zhoujun stood proudly unscathed in the midst of the chaos. Although Liu Bei found himself in the same position, he understood that the youth before him was merely a projection. A single projection capable of unleashing such terrifying power twice without dissipating. Could it be that this young man in the azure robe was not a mere fourth-grade celestial, but rather a fifth-grade one? The thought weighed heavily upon Liu Bei's mind. A fifth-grade celestial, even in the remote corners of the celestial realm, would be regarded as an unparalleled powerhouse. No wonder this youth exuded such confidence. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai, upon witnessing that Li Zhoujun's mere projection could contend evenly with the exalted celestial being, pondered the true extent of his master's strength. Jiang Xiaobai swallowed hard, struggling to fathom the implications. With such a master, could one not traverse the entirety of the Tianyuan realm with ease? Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of excitement at this thought. Yet, he soon realized that if he were to grow under the shelter of his master's protection, how could he ever become a true formidable force? Ultimately, one must rely on one's own efforts and steadfastness. After all, no matter how powerful his master may be, that strength belongs to the master, not to him. Only by cultivating his own strength could he legitimately negotiate with those exalted immortals. For instance, if he possessed his master's level of cultivation, would the Yao family still look down upon him? Would they refuse his union with Tao? It is evident that they might still do so. After all, the Yao family behind that old fellow seems remarkably formidable, and the celestial lord he spoke of is incomprehensibly powerful. Hence, he disregards a master of such strength. To persuade the Yao family to consent to his marriage with Tower, he must attain the cultivation level of a celestial lord. I acknowledge your strength, esteemed friend, but this is where it ends. Today, I shall take the young lady home, and no one shall obstruct me. Lu Bai snorted coldly. Li Zhounjun smiled wryly and replied, You overstate things, my friend. I have not prevented you from taking your young lady home. It is you who opposes her being with someone who genuinely loves her. I merely wish to be a good person and ensure that those who are truly in love have a favorable outcome. Liu Bei shook his head. I cannot argue with you. I have no desire for further discourse. If you have anything to convey, speak to my master. With that, Liu Bei produced a lamp. Polishing it vigorously and even exhaling upon it, Li Zhoujun's lips twitched, and one might mistakenly think he was polishing Aladdin's lamp. Just as Li Zhoujun was at a loss for words, a young man clad in a green and gold robe, with his hair elegantly tied up and strikingly fierce eyebrows, suddenly appeared before the crowd. Although he emitted no discernible aura, the very atmosphere dimmed slightly in his presence, compelling everyone to lower their heads instinctively, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Master, Liu Bei said humbly, bowing his head as he spotted the middle-aged man in the green robe. That! Yao Tao's voice trembled slightly upon seeing the elder. This imposing figure in green was none other than the head of the Yao family, Yao Huangtuan, the celestial lord of the Yao clan, and Yao Tao's father. It was evident that Yao Tao harbored a deep-seated fear of her father, who was known for his stringent expectations. Liu Bei, what transpired? Yao Huangtuan inquired, his voice resonating with thunderous authority. In response, Liu Bei clasped his hands and replied, Master. This old servant was tasked with escorting the young lady home. However, I unexpectedly discovered that she had fallen in love with a chi-refining cultivator from the lower realms who had rescued her. I initially offered this cultivator a reward, but he declined. Despite my earnest counsel that he should not entertain such thoughts, he remained obstinate. Frustrated, I sought to teach him a lesson, only to find that his master is a celestial being. Even a mere avatar has proved to be my equal, and should his true form arrive, I would stand no chance. In desperation, I called upon your avatar, and this celestial being is he, Liu Bei concluded, gesturing towards Li Zhoujun. Upon hearing this, Yao Huangtuan turned his gaze towards Li Zhoujun, following Liu Bei's indication. Upon a closer examination, it became apparent that he could not fathom the cultivation of this young man clad in azure. How could this be possible? Yao Huangtuan felt a surge of astonishment within. However, it seemed unlikely that Liu Bei would deceive him. Most likely, this youth, being a celestial, had cultivated some extraordinary technique that veiled his true realm. After all, he was merely a fragment of his original self, hence unable to discern. Moreover, if this young man were indeed an immortal lord like himself, even a mere semblance of his being would not suffice, for Liu Bei was already deceased. After contemplating for a moment, Yao Huangtuan spoke, Esteemed sir, your disciple merely possesses a chi refinement level, while my daughter, despite her tender age of 16, has attained the nascent soul stage. Is there not a considerable disparity between the two? He continued, if they genuinely share affection, why should such matters concern you? What compels you to intervene? Li Zhoujun shook his head. You are unaware, but Jiang Xiaobai is a child of destiny. If your daughter were to be with him, as her father-in-law, you would certainly reap the benefits. Nevertheless, Li Zhoujun refrained from voicing this thought, for would anyone truly believe such a claim? Simultaneously, Yao Huangtuan slowly articulated, regardless of the circumstances, I cannot acquiesce to the union of these two youngsters, for I will not permit my daughter to endure hardship alongside a mere chi refinement practitioner. Should you persist in this endeavor, do not blame me for my lack of reason. As he spoke, Yao Huangtuan mused, if you truly are an immortal lord, I might consider the prospect of your disciple and my daughter together. For a disciple of an immortal lord, if they do not meet an untimely demise, is unlikely to be lacking. At the very least, their lifespan should not surpass that of my daughter, leaving her in a state of widowhood. However, if you are not a formidable being of the immortal Lord caliber, I suggest you step aside, lest you invite your own demise. Chapter 73. Equal in strength, beep. The system has issued a task. Engage in combat with Yao Huangzuan. Experience the might of the celestial monarch, and the host shall receive substantial rewards. As the message resonated in Li Zhoujun's mind, he realized that today he would face the lofty celestial monarch in battle. With this understanding, Li could only prepare to experience the prowess of the celestial monarch. Li Zhoujun gazed at Yao Huangzuan, who floated through the void, his green robe billowing, surveying the crowd with an air of divine majesty. With a light smile, Li remarked, "It appears that both of us are but mere avatars. Thus, I must apologize in advance." Yao Huangzuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Were it not for his uncertainty regarding the cultivation level of the youth in the azure robe, he would not have spoken so much. Just as Yao Huangzuan's words fell, a colossal hand, woven from countless vines, suddenly emerged behind him, descending upon Li Zhoujun's position with formidable intent. Before the hand could strike, the earth trembled violently, as if it were lamenting. Should this hand land, it would undoubtedly reduce the surrounding landscape to ruins for miles. Is this the power of a celestial monarch? Merely an avatar, and yet so terrifying. Jiang Xiaobai gazed up at the sky-reaching hand, murmuring to himself. Under such a force, he felt even less significant than an ant. Suddenly, he turned to look at his master. At that moment, Li Zhoujun, clad in his azure robe, fluttered in the wind with a subtle, enigmatic smile playing upon his lips. A jolt of realization struck Jiang Xiaobai. Could it be that his master was truly a celestial monarch-level powerhouse as well? As Liu Bei observed Li Zhoujun in the presence of his master, the formidable immortal, he could not help but feel a cold sneer form within him. The man before him, seemingly unperturbed by the overwhelming power, appeared ignorant of the devastation that a celestial being could unleash in battle. Surely, he had spent too long in the mortal realm, shielded from the true might of a celestial lord. Yao Huangzuan, witnessing Li Zhoujun's indifference to his fierce assault, was struck by a mixture of surprise and confusion, pondering whether the man was frozen in fear or possessed an audacity born of exceptional skill. Just as his thoughts wandered, Li Zhoujun made his move. Before him, streams of glistening white frost materialized in the air, coalescing into a crystalline ice sword that radiated an aura of frigid power. The moment this sword was forged, its presence rivaled that of the colossal hand looming above. Open heavens, Li Zhoujun Kumanda, and the ice sword transformed into a colossal beam of frost, slicing through the air with an unstoppable force, akin to cleaving the very fabric of time. As the sword energy surged forth, it appeared to freeze time itself, slowing the descent of the giant hand above. With a thunderous roar, the sword energy collided with the massive hand, producing a cataclysmic sound that reverberated through the heavens and earth, unleashing a dazzling brilliance. Those present instinctively shielded their eyes from the blinding light. Fortunately, both Li Zhoujun and Yao Huangzuan managed to temper the residual force, sparing the onlookers from harm. Yet, even so, the overwhelming display reminded them of their fragility in the presence of a celestial power. As the brilliance faded, at this moment, Li Zhoujun soared into the air, arms crossed behind him, facing off against Yao Huang. The two exuded an equal intensity, rendering it impossible to discern who held the upper hand. Liu Bei swallowed hard, grappling with disbelief. This young man was in fact a celestial sovereign. The reality before him was undeniable, and he was compelled to accept it. Li Zhoujun's avatar was capable of contending with his own master's avatar, clearly indicating that his true self had indeed attained the realm of celestial sovereignty. Simultaneously, Liu Bei recognized that Li Zhoujun had previously allowed him to escape. Otherwise, the formidable sword aura he had unleashed moments ago could have annihilated him 1,000, even 10,000 times over. Yao Tao, taken aback, slightly parted her lips. She had never witnessed anyone who could match her father in combat. Contemplating this, she turned to Jiang Xiaobai and could not help but inquire, "Why did you not mention that you have such an impressive master?" Jiang Xiaobai scratched the back of his head, his expression one of awkwardness as he replied, "At first, I thought my master was merely a transformation realm cultivator." Upon hearing this, Yao Tao rolled her eyes in exasperation. If Jiang Xiaobai's master were merely at the transformation realm, then the true immortals and celestial immortals of the celestial realm might as well leap off a building. What was the point of their cultivation? At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai was engulfed in a whirlwind of confusion and exhilaration. His master was, astonishingly, a celestial sovereign. Moreover, having such a master was a source of immense pride. Naturally, others might be skeptical. After all, celestial sovereigns were prominent figures within the celestial realm. One might wonder, why would someone of such caliber descend to the mortal realm? After all, the spiritual energy in the lower realm is exceedingly thin even for true immortals, let alone for beings of the caliber of celestial lords. It is akin to falling from paradise into a filthy gutter. Meanwhile, Yao Huangtun gazed in astonishment at the youth before him, realizing that this individual was, like himself, a celestial lord. Moreover, their strengths appeared to be comparable. No wonder he had failed to discern the youth's cultivation level at first. They were of the same realm. With this revelation, Yao Huangtun began to regard Li Zhounjun with newfound respect, setting aside his earlier hint of arrogance. He clasped his hands together and remarked, "I did not expect to encounter a fellow celestial lord in the lower realm." Li Zhounjun responded with a broad smile, clearly pleased that his equal capabilities had led the other to believe they were of the same rank. "What a pleasure it is," he replied, returning the gesture. This scene seemed harmonious, yet the truth was, had Li Zhounjun not possessed such balanced abilities, he would have already been reduced to ashes beneath a colossal hand. It is said that only the strong earn the respect of the strong, and one must possess a formidable fist to hold a place at the negotiating table. However, my friend, even as a celestial lord, you should not permit your disciple to associate with my daughter. After all, your disciple seems somewhat— Yao Huangtun furrowed his brow as he spoke, leaving the latter part of his statement unvoiced, yet was understood. "You, as a formidable master, are indeed impressive, and I acknowledge your strength, but your disciple, to put it mildly, tarnishes your reputation as a celestial lord." Simultaneously, Yao Huangtun had already shifted his address to Li Zhounjun. "From you to my friend." Li understood that the affection shared between the two prompted him to consider their union. With a light chuckle, Li Zhounjun remarked, "However, I am not one to lack understanding. I recognize your concern for your daughter, wishing to shield her from the futility of spending her life with an ordinary individual. Yet, I presume you would also find it difficult to separate your daughter from her beloved, would you not?" At this juncture, Li Zhounjun paused, observing that Yao Huangtun remained furrowed in thought, and continued with a smile, "How about we engage in a wager?" "Please, proceed," Yao Huangtun replied. In light of Yao Huangtsun's attentive demeanor, Li Zhounjun proposed, "If my disciple does not ascend to the celestial realm within a century, it shall indicate that he is indeed unworthy of the heavenly lord's daughter. Conversely, should my disciple soar to the heavens within this century, then their union will be as natural as flowing water. 100 years will suffice to discern the authenticity of their love. After all, if love is true and enduring, does it truly matter whether it is measured in fleeting moments or the passage of time? When love is genuine and enduring, does it truly matter whether it is measured in fleeting moments or the passage of time? Your eloquence is commendable," Yao Huangtun expressed, astonished by Li Zhounjun's poetic flair. He, being fond of literature, felt an unexpected kinship with Li Zhounjun, who matched his own prowess. "You jest. This poem is not of my creation," Li Zhounjun replied with a smile. "You are being modest." Yao Huangtun laughed, unable to believe that a mortal could possess such literary talent. Observing his reaction, Li Zhounjun felt a sense of resignation. Meanwhile, Yao Huangtun contemplated Li Zhounjun's words. For beings of their caliber, 100 years was but a fleeting moment. If this young man can truly ascend to the celestial realm within a century, it would indeed be a commendable feat, to speak candidly. Given the sparse spiritual energy of the lower realms, even with the guidance of a powerful immortal lord. It would be quite challenging for him to achieve such a lofty goal in a mere 100 years. Moreover, if my daughter has not forgotten this young man after a century, it demonstrates the depth of her affection for him. As a father, I certainly cannot allow my daughter to harbor resentment towards me for a lifetime, can I? After pondering for a moment, Emperor Yaochun smiled at Lord Li Zhou and said, "Very well, I shall accept this wager." Lord Li Zhou replied with a smile, feeling somewhat amused, for Jiang Xiaobai is indeed a child of destiny, a being of remarkable fortune. It is entirely possible that he could ascend to immortality within a mere decade. Meanwhile, the onlookers below observed the two immortal lords engaging in cheerful conversation. Yao Tao quietly inquired of Jiang Xiaobai, "It seems your master and my father are getting along quite well. Do you think there's a chance for us?" Jiang Xiaobai let out a wry smile and replied, "The likes of your father and my master are beyond our capacity to speculate upon." At that moment, Lords Li Zhou and Yao Chun descended gracefully upon a cloud before the gathered crowd. Without hesitation, Yao Chun fixed his gaze upon Jiang Xiaobai and declared with a smile, "Young lad, in light of your master's influence, I can grant you the opportunity to be with my daughter." Upon hearing this, both Jiang Xiaobai and Yao Tao's expressions brightened with joy. Lord Li Zhou, meanwhile, wore a subtle smile as he silently observed the exchange, occasionally glancing toward Liu Bei, who found himself rather alarmed. "Had you mentioned earlier that you were an immortal lord, would I have dared to challenge you or offend you? The act of feigning weakness while concealing one's true strength is truly remarkable. Such a lack of martial ethics." Meanwhile, Yao Huangzuan, observing his daughter's joyous demeanor alongside Jiang Xiaobai, couldn't help but smile broadly. "Do not rejoice too early." He then turned to Jiang Xiaobai and stated, "I shall grant you a century. If within this century you ascend to the celestial realm, I will consent to your union with my daughter. However, if you fail to achieve this in 100 years, it will signify that you and my daughter are destined to be apart, and such a bond cannot be forced." A century. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him in the midst of winter. Yao Tao's expression also turned pale. Did her father mean that she would have to part from Xiaobai for 100 years? Although a century is but a fleeting moment for an immortal, perhaps merely a period of seclusion, for an ordinary cultivator, it represents an interminable stretch of time. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaobai was no ordinary individual, but rather a child of destiny, and he quickly regained his composure. With fervent determination, he gazed at Yao Huangzuan and declared, "Rest assured, immortal lord, I shall earn your approval. Indeed, such ambition is commendable." Yao Huangzuan regarded Jiang Xiaobai with surprise. "Very well, Tower, let us return to the celestial realm. Prolonged residence in the mortal realm can hinder your cultivation." He then addressed Yao Tao. "Yes, father," Yao Tao replied, somewhat despondent. But soon her gaze turned resolute as she looked at Jiang Xiaobai. "I will wait for you. Make sure to cultivate diligently in the celestial realm. I wouldn't want you to be overtaken by me when the time comes." Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand, suppressing the discomfort within his heart, and forced a smile. "Farewell, my friend," Yao Huangzuan said, giving a slight bow to Li Zhoujun. "Travel safely," Li Zhoujun replied, returning the gesture. Yao Huangzuan nodded, and with a wave of his grand sleeve, he, along with Yao Tao and Liu Bei, appeared on the back of the nearly slumbering Kunpeng. Subsequently, the Kunpeng soared away from the swirling center of the dark clouds. As the immense form of the Kunpeng vanished completely, the previously dim sky restored its clarity. "Thank you, Master." With the departure of the Yao family, Jiang Xiaobai gazed at Li Zhoujun with profound reverence. "Had it not been for your timely intervention, not only I, but the entirety of Dallas City would have been laid to waste." Li Zhoujun smiled and encouraged, "Do your utmost. I have great faith in you. In a century, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you shall ascend to the celestial realm." Upon hearing this, a bittersweet smile graced Jiang Xiaobai's face. Nevertheless, he clasped his fists and assured Li Zhoujun, "Rest assured, Master, I will exert myself to the fullest." "Excellent." As Li Zhoujun's words echoed, his avatar began to gradually dissipate. Once the avatar completely vanished, the true Zhounjun, seated within the Yaotian sect at Cloud Residence Hall, slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of excitement illuminating his expression. The power of a celestial sovereign is indeed formidable. Every gesture possesses the potential to obliterate the heavens and the earth. System notification. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and experiencing the might of a celestial sovereign. System notification. Reward issued. Aoshue Flying Sword upgraded to a 2nd grade, true celestial artifact. Celestial artifacts can be categorized into true celestial artifacts, heavenly celestial artifacts, and mysterious celestial artifacts, with each tier further divided from 1 to 9 grades, ascending from the lowest to the highest. Well, that's it. Where are the promised generous rewards? Zhounjun stared in bewilderment at the rewards sent by the system. Ding. The host should be aware that transcending from a 1st grade true immortal artifact to a 2nd grade true immortal artifact is no trivial task. It requires the artifact to accompany its master through the tribulation of thunder to have any hope of advancement. All right then, Zhounjun replied helplessly. He had expected the system to reward him with enhancements to his cultivation and miraculous elixirs once again. Ding. The system has detected the host's current impatience and is issuing a task. The mundane world. The mundane world, as the saying goes. The minor recluse hides in the mountains, while the major recluse dwells within the city. The host is to immerse himself in the life of mortals for a duration of 6 months. The specific location is to be chosen by the host within 10 days. Zhounjun blinked at the task issued by the system. Goodness, why did it feel like the task wasn't as straightforward as it seemed? After all, aren't there countless tales and novels where immortals seclude themselves in the mundane world, enjoying harmony with mortals, only for an unexpected event to arise. Then, the immortal heroically emerges, rescuing others from peril, astonishing the world. Indeed, it seems he is either showing off or is on the road to doing so. Chapter 75. The Damned. 3 days later, in the eastern region of Qingzhou, 180,000 miles away from Daotian sect, a youth clad in azure robes, with a countenance as refined as jade, strolled through the forest. This individual was none other than Zhounjun, who was selecting a place to experience mortal life as per the system's requirements. Suddenly, Zhounjun halted in his tracks. Before him stood a hill, not particularly tall, yet adorned with exquisite scenery. Surprisingly, there was not a trace of life in this mountain. Zhounjun became intrigued. A golden rune flickered in the depths of his starry eyes. Suddenly, a vivid scene unfolded before him. Within the dense forest, countless strands of black resentment and malevolence permeated the air. Should an ordinary person linger here for even a brief moment, they would likely succumb to confusion, losing all sense of kinship in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. This place is truly remarkable. Zhounjun clapped his hands in admiration, recognizing it as the perfect sanctuary, untouched by the outside world. The system had mentioned experiencing life among mortals. Yet just 3 miles away from this mountain stood a village. It must surely meet the system's criteria. However, feeling somewhat uneasy, Zhounjun inquired of the system, "Dog, is this place suitable? Will completing the task yield a reward?" Ding. First, this system does not appreciate being referred to as dog. Please refrain from insulting it. Second, you may choose any location. This task primarily aims to refine your character. As long as you can interact with mortals, observe their lives, and experience their existence, there are no further stipulations. Third, the reward for this task are substantial. Upon hearing this, Zhounjun breathed a sigh of relief. Relieved he would not be reduced to mere labor. Of course, working hard often means working for oneself. Thus, Zhounjun clapped his hands and began to sing. Listen to me say thank you. Ding. Host, please refrain from singing. If you continue, the system will take its leave. The system, devoid of any musical talent, was truly alarming. Zhounjun shook his head in disbelief. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the mountain peak, rife with resentment, and he murmured to himself, "This mountain harbors such a formidable aura of malevolence. It is likely that a powerful figure has imprisoned a malevolent entity here. Now, As Li Zhounjun prepares to dwell in this place for half a year, he might as well act benevolently and resolve this matter. With a single thought, the terrifying consciousness of a virtual immortal surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire mountain. Moments later, within the confines of the mountain, there squatted an old woman, her hair disheveled, clad in tattered garments caked with filth, positioned within a clearly defined yin-yang bagua diagram. Upon closer inspection, the old woman appeared emaciated, her exposed skin resembling the rough bark of an ancient tree, suggesting she had not bathed or groomed herself in ages. A foul stench emanated from her entire being. Furthermore, her left hand was bound by a dark iron chain, while 3 scattered, broken chains lay on the ground, evidence that they had once restrained her right hand and both feet. Once the Yin sect liberates this old woman and restores her primordial spirit cultivation, I shall ensure that you wretched beings meet a gruesome end. She howled toward the heavens, a surge of terrifying black mist suddenly enveloping her, forming an indistinct visage of a malevolent spirit. Simultaneously, the iron chain binding her left hand clanked ominously. Yet, within the mountain, there seemed to be a soundproof barrier. Despite the old woman's vehement cries echoing within, the exterior remained eerily silent. However, in the next moment, the frenzied old woman seemed to sense something, her eyes widening in sheer terror. "Oh no, spare me, immortal." Before she could even finish her plea, she was abruptly ensnared by an overwhelmingly potent divine consciousness, and with a resounding thud, she was crushed like a balloon by this formidable force. In that fleeting moment before her body shattered, despair enveloped her. After 2 centuries of struggle, she had but one iron chain left unbroken. Yet, just as she was on the brink of liberation, an unforeseen celestial being appeared, casually intervening in her plight. This was a most disheartening turn of events, filled with a sense of injustice. The casual celestial being was none other than Li Zhounjun. It turned out to be a female soul cultivator specializing in malevolent spirits, which explained the overwhelming resentment she harbored. After resolving this matter, Li Zhounjun murmured softly before making his way toward the mountain summit. Upon discovering a small stream midway, he decided to pause and construct a modest dwelling. As Li Zhounjun busied himself with the thatched cottage 2,000 miles away at the Zhounjun sect, a lively atmosphere prevailed. The sect was abuzz with excitement due to the arrival of a 5th-rank spirit array master of transformation stage, accompanied by disciples. Intending to assist them in dealing with the female soul cultivator sealed atop the mountain 2,000 miles away. The sect leader, Zhounjun, himself merely possessed late-stage nascent soul cultivation. Yet he was the founding ancestor of Zhounjun and its most formidable force. Thus, the entire sect regarded the arrival of this transformation stage spirit array master with utmost importance, even prompting the reclusive Zhounjun, who had long been in seclusion, to emerge and personally welcome the esteemed guest. At this moment, a master of the Yin sect, accompanied by several dozen elders and hundreds of elite disciples, stood respectfully at the entrance of the mountain gate, awaiting the arrival of the esteemed master of spiritual formations. At last, the figures of an elder and a youth gradually emerged before the crowd. The master of Yin hurried forward and bowed deeply, saying, "This humble Taoist, Yin, pays his respects to Master Yu." The title of Master is a respectful designation for spiritual formation masters of the 5th rank and above. Were Li Zhounjun present, he would recognize that the elder and the youth visiting the Yin sect were none other than Yu Ziyue and Xiao Shi. "There is no need for pleasantries, my friend. I have heard that 2 centuries ago, you sealed a female spirit cultivator?" Yu Ziyue inquired of the master of Yin. The master of Yin replied with a wry smile, "Indeed, 200 years ago, that spirit cultivator committed heinous acts, leaving devastation in her wake, with not a blade of grass surviving in her path. I sought to eradicate this malevolence, yet I was no match for her. Ultimately, I devised a strategy that confined her to a mountain peak. Calculating the passage of time, she should now be on the verge of breaking free from her restraints. Alas, I sustained grave injuries during that battle, and my cultivation has regressed over the past 2 centuries. In desperation, I have issued a call for assistance to my fellow cultivators. Your actions command my admiration, Yu Ziyue replied, offering a respectful clasp of his hands. The master of Yin, taken aback by the gesture, quickly returned the bow, exclaiming, Master, you must not. How could I possibly accept such a tribute? There is no need for false modesty. Your deeds merit this recognition, Yu Ziyue responded with a smile. The master of Yin smiled wryly as the day wanes and the esteemed master grows weary from travel. It would be wise for you to rest at Yin sect for the night. Tomorrow, we shall address the matters concerning the soul cultivator. The formations crafted by this old Taoist can endure for at least 10 days to half a month. There is no need for haste. Very well. Yu Ziyue nodded in agreement. Please, esteemed master. The master of Yin gestured for Yu Ziyue and his disciple to enter the gates of the Yin sect. Chapter 76. Su Azuo that evening. After ensuring the comfort of Yu Ziyue and his disciple, the master summoned an elder. This elder, a female cultivator named Huchini, possessed an oval face and enchanting peach blossom eyes. Her hair, akin to black silk, cascaded gracefully down her back. And although her Taoist robe could not fully conceal her exquisite figure, her beauty, while not breathtakingly stunning, was indeed remarkable. Elder Hu, at dawn tomorrow, please proceed to the Soul Mountain to ascertain if any mortals are nearby. If so, instruct them to vacate the area promptly, the master ordered. Understood, sect leader. Huchini replied respectfully. The scene shifted to a starry night sky. Beside a babbling brook, Zhounjun had diligently constructed a thatched cottage with his bare hands. However, at that moment, he lay on the grass by the stream, gazing up at the heavens, his eyes reflecting the sea of stars, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, Zhounjun turned his gaze to the side, where he noticed the grass rustling. A spirited boy, around 8 or 9 years old, emerged from the thicket. Upon seeing Zhounjun, the child froze in place, unable to move. What brings you here at such an hour, little one? Zhounjun inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, the young boy swallowed hard, and with a hint of a whimper, he exclaimed, Oh dear, I have encountered a ghost. This is the end for me. Zhounjun, perplexed, glanced at himself from head to toe, pondering, how can I appear ghostly? Young lad, what about me gives you the impression of a specter? My mother said that if one encounters another person on this mountain, they must surely be a ghost. The boy replied, his nose running. Zhounjun chuckled softly in response. Do I truly resemble a ghost to you? Well, sort of, but not really, the boy wiped his nose and admitted. After all, the ghosts his mother spoke of were frightful, with green faces and sharp fangs, who would slay anyone they encountered. Yet, the youth before him was quite handsome and had not threatened him in any way. Exactly. Zhounjun spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. Then how did you come to be on this mountain? The boy, feeling emboldened by Zhounjun's approachable demeanor, continued to inquire. Me? I moved here today. I shall reside here from now on, Zhounjun said, gesturing towards the thatched cottage behind him with a smile. The boy raised his thumb in admiration and exclaimed, You are braver than the boldest child in my village, who only dares to wander here. Aren't you afraid of ghosts? Not at all, Zhounjun replied, shaking his head. Then he turned to the boy and asked, You must live in that village a couple of miles away, right? What brings you to this ghostly mountain at such a late hour? The young boy's delicate face revealed a look of distress. My father left early, and my mother is ill, confined to her bed. Although our family lacks money, I must find her medicine. During the day, she watches me closely, so I cannot run about. At night, when she falls asleep, I must seek out the medicine for her. A few days ago, I ventured to the mountains, but encountered wild beasts at night, which frightened me back home. I heard that the mountains haunted by ghosts are devoid of beasts, so I have come here tonight to test that theory. Zhounjun, taken aback, glanced at the young lad. Aren't you afraid of encountering ghosts? Of course I'm afraid, the boy replied. Otherwise, why would I have cried just now? But compared to ghosts, I fear my mother lying bedridden. If that continues, I won't be able to play freely. Zhounjun thought to himself, having initially regarded the boy's filial piety with admiration, now found his subsequent remarks revealing a rather ambitious spirit. Do you know what illness your mother suffers from? He inquired. The town's doctor said it's tetanus. My mother must have cut her hand while chopping vegetables. This illness is incurable unless a celestial being bestows a miraculous remedy. Otherwise, she can only await death. The boy responded, his expression darkening. Tetanus? Zhounjun was momentarily stunned. Was it not a minor ailment that could be treated with a simple injection? But soon, he realized the gravity of the situation. While tetanus might be a trivial matter in his previous life, for the impoverished mortals of this world, it was a terrifying affliction. Once the wound became inflamed, proper treatment would be nearly impossible. However, for someone like Zhounjun, who practiced the art of immortality, it was indeed not an insurmountable issue. At this moment, Zhounjun inquired the young boy, "What is your name?" "Su Azuo." The boy replied without hesitation. "Then I shall call you Azuo," Zhounjun continued. "I once encountered medicinal formula in an ancient text that seems capable of treating tetanus. I will gather the herbs and concoct the medicine tomorrow. You may come to collect it the night after. However, I must candidly state that I am uncertain whether this formula will prove effective." Zhounjun Shukla, recognizing that his words were not entirely definitive. After all, one must always leave a glimmer of hope in life. Naturally, he possessed potent elixirs that could mend injuries. Yet they were of a superior grade, unsuitable for a gravely ill mortal woman, serving instead as a poison. The fragile constitution of a mortal woman could not endure the spiritual essence contained within such high-grade elixirs, and it was likely that a single dose would lead to her demise. Thus, Zhounjun planned to refine a first-grade elixir with less terrifying effects. "Really?" Sualet Galim, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Zhounjun. "Sir, you are not deceiving me, are you?" "Of course not," Zhounjun affirmed with a nod. During the decades of his lack of cultivation, the seemingly mundane Zhounjun had not remained idle. He had diligently perused a myriad of texts, including those on alchemy. While he may not be capable of crafting high-grade elixirs, he believed that with his current abilities, learning to create a first-grade elixir was within reach. "Thank you, sir," Su Azuo exclaimed, immediately attempting to kneel before Zhounjun in profound gratitude. "There is no need for such formalities. Zhounjun Shukalat Sufli, Sing, Li. Am not one to indulge in such theatrics. The act of saving your mother is merely a gesture prompted by your apparent filial piety. Furthermore, I must reiterate, the efficacy of this remedy remains a mystery to me." Su Azuo, with unwavering determination in his gaze, replied, "Your kindness, esteemed sir, shall be eternally etched in my memory. Even if the remedy proves ineffective, I shall never forget your benevolent intervention." Zhounjun shook his head, a smile gracing his lips as he waved his hand dismissively. "Enough now. It is quite late. You should return home before your mother awakens. Otherwise, be wary of the consequences." With a chuckle, Su Azuo replied, I would welcome such consequences." After bidding farewell, he made his way down mountain. After all, if his mother were to awaken, it would imply she was recovering, and that would grant him the freedom to revel in joy once more. Observing Su Azuo's retreating figure, Zhounjun found himself amused by the unique perspective of this spirited young man. The following morning, clad in a cerulean robe, Zhounjun emerged from his thatched dwelling, now bearing a basket on his back and a hone nestled within it. These were all permanent task items bestowed by the system. As the system aptly stated, to experience the life of a mortal, one must embody their essence, refraining from the use of magical powers whenever possible. Thus, with the basket slung over his shoulder, Zhounjun ascended towards the stream. Meanwhile, an elder of the Yin sect, Huchini, appeared in the sky above the mountain. As she surveyed the landscape, her gaze fell upon a figure clad in a blue robe, standing tall as a spear, with a basket dangling from his back, causing her to momentarily pause in astonishment. Chapter 77. This is not a place for mortals to be present. As Huchini gazed upon the figure clad in a blue robe, a flicker of confusion crossed her face. Yet, when she expanded her senses to perceive the surrounding malevolent aura, she was taken aback. Why was there an absence of the sinister energy here, replaced instead by an abundance of spiritual essence, rivaling that of her own sect? In that moment, Huchini found herself in a state of disarray. After all, a month prior, this place was replete with dark energy. But today it had transformed into a realm of vitality. Could it be that the spirit of the woman had indeed escaped her bonds, cleverly masking her presence to lure cultivators here, perhaps to feast upon their souls to aid in her own cultivation? With this thought, Huchini's vigilance heightened. She did not conceal her intentions. Instead, she descended gracefully upon her cloud, positioning herself directly in front of the blue-clad figure. Upon her initial observation of the young man, even with her years of cultivation and steadfast resolve, she could not help but acknowledge his striking appearance, his face like polished jade. With eyebrows like swords and eyes that sparkled like stars, he was undeniably handsome. She had assumed that this seemingly unremarkable mortal would be taken aback by her ethereal descent, showing her the utmost respect, thereby making it all the more natural for her to advise him to vacate the area. However, contrary to her expectations, the young man merely glanced at her, then at the ground beneath her feet, and spoke in a calm tone, "Miss, you are standing on the herbs I intend to harvest." Huchini was taken aback. What? Is it not expected for a mere mortal to be astonished upon encountering a flying cultivator? Why does he remain so composed? "Miss, could you please step aside?" The young man continued. "Oh, of course." Huchini nodded and moved aside. Yet it soon dawned on her that as a golden core cultivator, why should she heed the words of a mere mortal? At that moment, the young man squatted on the ground, grasping a small hoe from his backpack, and began to dig for medicinal herbs. Observing this, Huchini sighed helplessly. "Do you not know that a female demon is sealed within this mountain? Do you dare to gather herbs here, unafraid of potential danger? While foraging may yield some wealth, material riches pale in comparison to one's own life." The girl spoke with wisdom. A flicker of interest crossed the young man's face, yet he continued his task, focused on digging. A female demon? Was she the spirit he had previously obliterated with his divine consciousness? "Are you still digging? Sacrificing your life for mere coin?" Huchini's lips twitched, and a sense of unease began to stir within her. Logically, when mortals witnessed her soaring through the clouds, they ought to kneel and proclaim her a celestial being. Yet, this young man remained oblivious. Could it be that he, too, was a practitioner of the arcane arts? As she contemplated this, Huchini prepared to launch a surprise attack on the young man, to test if he truly possessed similar abilities. Suddenly, a celestial figure, accompanied by Yuziue and his disciples, descended upon the scene. Upon spotting the young man digging for herbs, Yuziue was momentarily taken aback. "Is that not Mr. Li? What brings him here?" His astonishment deepened when he noticed Huchini standing behind Zhounjun, raising her hand as if to seize his neck. His eyes widened in alarm. Such an action could spell disaster for everyone present. After all, the might of a true, celestial being was not to be trifled with. "Stop!" Yuziue bellowed. Huchini halted her movement. Upon seeing the newcomers, she bowed respectfully and said, "Chini pays her respects to Master Yu and the sect leader." However, Yuziue paid no heed to the two. Instead, with an expression of reverence, Yuziue approached the earnest Zhounjun, bowing respectfully and stating, "I have the honor of meeting you, Mr. Li." Xiaoshi closely followed his master, clasping his fists and adding, "A sure greet to you, Mr. Li." This scene left both Huchini and Yuanjunren wide-eyed in astonishment. After all, Yuziue was a 5th-grade spiritual array master and a formidable cultivator at the transformation stage. How could he display such profound respect towards this young man, who appeared to be merely a mortal, crouched down gathering herbs? Could it be that this youth's cultivation surpassed the transformation stage? As this thought crossed his mind, Yuanjunren's expression grew grave. Huchini swallowed hard, her long stable Tao heart beginning to tremble. She had just contemplated testing the waters with an existence beyond the transformation stage. Wasn't that akin to dancing on the precipice of death? Upon hearing Yuziue's voice, Zhounjun lifted his gaze to meet him, chuckling softly. "Ah, it is you, Mr. Yu. I did not expect to encounter you here." In the midst of their conversation, Zhounjun had already gathered the herbs into his basket and stood up. Yuziue smiled wryly, saying, "With you present, my visit seems rather superfluous, as I assume that the soul cultivator has already been subdued by you." Zhounjun offered a slight smile, neither confirming nor denying the assertion. Observing this, Huchini breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that this esteemed elder had not taken her earlier remarks to heart. Nevertheless, Huchini continued to express her respect, stating, "Earlier, my lack of discernment may have caused offense. I hope you can forgive me, esteemed elder." In response, Li Zhounjun glanced at her and smiled. "No harm done. When you advised me to leave, I sensed that you are indeed a good person." The elder's magnanimity was evident. Huchini felt a weight lift from her heart, yet the phrase good person seemed somewhat peculiar. However, Li Zhoujun deftly changed the subject, inquiring, "Might the young lady possess the skill to refine elixirs? I am but an unworthy individual, yet I happen to be a third-tier alchemist," Huchini replied. Upon hearing this, Li Zhoujun's eyes brightened. "In that case, may I impose upon you for a small favor?" "Please, esteemed elder, do continue," Huchini responded respectfully. "Could you assist me in concocting a first-tier healing elixir?" Li Zhoujun smiled. "Huh?" Huchini was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why this venerable figure, a transcendent being, would require such a basic potion. Nevertheless, she readily acquiesced, stating, "If you are in urgent need, I happen to possess a first-tier healing elixir." "That would be splendid." Li Zhoujun replied. Thus, Huchini presented the elixir with both hands, offering it to Li Zhoujun. After accepting the potion, Li Zhoujun turned to the assembly with a smile. "Since you have traveled from afar, why not join me for a cup of tea at my residence? Mr. Li is in the midst of a period of quiet contemplation. It would be prudent for us not to intrude," Yu Ziyue interjected. "At times, when a person of high standing invites you for tea, it may not be entirely sincere. It is often a polite dismissal, and should you accept the invitation, it could be deemed as a lack of discernment. Moreover, this true immortal clearly seeks solitude." Upon hearing this, Li Zhoujun expressed regret. "If that is the case, I shall not insist upon your company." As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Huchini, causing her to tense momentarily. "Esteemed elder, do you have any further requests? I cannot accept your elixir without offering something in return. Thus, I present you with this hoe." Li Zhoujun spoke as he handed the hoe in his hand to Huchini. Upon seeing the hoe, Huchini's eyes widened in astonishment. "Senior, such a treasure. Are you truly giving it to me?" Why was Huchini so taken aback? Upon closer inspection, she realized that while the hoe appeared ordinary, it was in fact a third-tier spiritual tool, imbued with various profound spiritual arrays. Observing the freshly turned earth, she discovered it had transformed into soil containing a trace of spiritual energy. Although the amount of spiritual energy was minimal, what if she were to cultivate 1,000 acres of land with this hoe? As the saying goes, if quality is lacking, one can make up for it with quantity. The value of this hoe far surpassed that of a mere third-tier spiritual tool. Li Zhoujun glanced at the astonished Huchini and smiled gently, nodding, of course. The complexity of the array within the hoe is what makes it remarkable. However, do not forget, I'm a grandmaster of 9th-tier spiritual arrays. Mastering this array is almost effortless for me. Crafting another hoe of this nature would pose no challenge. Thank you, Senior, for your generous gift," Huchini exclaimed with excitement as she accepted the spiritual hoe from Li Zhoujun. As an alchemist, her primary need was for medicinal herbs. But where could she procure high-quality herbs? They must come from the soil, after all. This spiritual hoe had the capability to transform the ordinary earth found everywhere into spiritual soil. Although it was scarce and might deplete after 1 or 2 harvests, reverting back to mundane soil, as long as the hoe remained, none of this posed a problem. She could always dig again. They exchanged a few casual remarks. Yu Ziyue, a true immortal, along with Huchini and Xiao Shi, respectfully bid farewell to Li Zhounjun. Li Zhounjun watched as they departed on their clouds. "Master, the place where Mr. Li resides seems to be imbued with an abundance of spiritual energy, entirely unlike a location that has been tainted by wicked cultivators," Xiao Shi remarked during their journey. Yu Ziyue sighed and replied, "As the adage goes, a mountain need not be high. It is the presence of an immortal that imparts its spirit." With that, Yu Ziyue's gaze grew reverent as he glanced back at the distant mountaintop, now merely a dark speck on the horizon. At this moment, the true immortal, Yu Ziyue, and Huchini's companion, widened her eyes in astonishment. To be referred to as an immortal by a powerful figure of the transformation stage signifies that the young man must indeed be an extraordinary celestial being. Yuzue then looked at Huchini with a hint of envy and remarked, "Elder Hu, the profound array concealed within your spiritual hoe is truly remarkable. Even I cannot fathom its intricacies. It is most likely crafted by Mr. Li himself." Upon hearing this, Huchini paused in surprise, glancing at the hoe in her hand, and reluctantly said, "If Master Yu desires this item, I would gladly bestow it upon you." Truth be told, Huchini was hesitant to part with it. Yet, she could see the covetous glint in Yu Ziyue's eyes. To her astonishment, Yu Ziyue responded with a serious demeanor, "Elder Hu, this item was gifted to you by Mr. Li. It is your fortune. To relinquish it to me would be to offend him, and that is utterly unacceptable." Huchini was rendered speechless, not expecting that Yu Ziyue, a master of the transformation stage and a grandmaster of the fifth-tier spiritual formations, would hold such reverence for Mr. Li. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity about who this Mr. Li truly was. Meanwhile, Yu Ziyue felt quite anxious at the thought of Huchini wanting to gift him the hoe. After all, how could one easily seize the opportunity granted by a true immortal? At the same time, Yu Ziyue advised Huchini, "The hoe you possess is a rare treasure in this world, capable of reviving a fallen sect. With this hoe, one can extensively cultivate spiritual herbs, sufficient to support numerous lowly cultivators in their practices. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, yet bears the burden of possessing a gem. Be mindful not to flaunt your wealth, lest it attracts the attention of those with ulterior motives. This would not bode well." Huchini nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Master Yu's words, I shall remember." In the blink of an eye, the next evening arrived. Su Azuo, filled with trepidation, approached the thatched hut of Li Zhounjun. To his surprise, he found Li Zhounjun seated by the streamside fire, grilling fish. Though there had been no signs of life upon his arrival, ever since Li Zhounjun had vanquished the female spirit and settled here, the aura of this place had flourished, drawing in numerous beings, enlivening the surroundings. "Sir, it's quite late. Are you grilling fish?" Su Azuo inquired, taking a seat beside Li Zhounjun, drawn in by the enticing aroma. Given the delightful scene, how could one resist a midnight snack? Li Zhounjun, gazing at the babbling brook beside him, cheerfully remarked, "Take this pill back to your mother and have her consume it." With that, Li Zhounjun produced the elixir given to him by Huchini and handed it to Su Azuo. With a look of astonished delight, Su Azuo accepted the elixir and asked, "Sir, will this pill truly save my mother?" "Indeed," was the reply. Li Zhounjun nodded with a smile, exclaiming, "At last, I have persevered to the end. I can finally venture into the wild." Su Azu, with his left hand cradling a pill, shed tears of gratitude. Li Zhounjun remarked, "Indeed, your spirit is quite adventurous." Yet, he discerned that beneath the boy's playful demeanor lay a profound understanding. After all, how could he embark on midnight quests for medicinal herbs to alleviate his mother's worries if he were not truly thoughtful? Perhaps many of his jesting remarks were merely a child's attempt to infuse a glimmer of hope into an otherwise bleak existence. Contemplating this, Li Zhounjun perceived that Su Azu was a talent worth nurturing. Alas, upon probing deeper, he discovered that the boy was utterly devoid of any spiritual roots. Much like himself in the past, a genuine cultivation failure. What a pity! With a sigh, Li Zhounjun lamented the rare stirrings of affection for talent within him. "Would you care for some fish?" he inquired of Su Azu. "No, I must return home to save my mother," the young boy replied cheerfully, his innocent face beaming. "Go then," Li Zhounjun smiled warmly. "Farewell, esteemed sir," Su Azu said as he rose and bowed deeply to Li Zhounjun. Su Azu's home was a modest structure, built from piled stones, its thatched roof adorned with straw. The entrance was merely a rudimentary wooden door, crudely fashioned from several wooden beams joined together. Upon pushing the door open, he beheld a frail woman on the bed, her lips pale and her body emaciated, causing his eyes to glisten with tears. In his father's lifetime, his mother had been renowned in the village as a beauty. "Since the passing of my father, All the burdens of labor have fallen solely upon my mother, and her health has naturally deteriorated with each passing day. In just a few short years, her face has become lined with wrinkles, and her skin has darkened under the relentless sun, losing the charm she once possessed as the village beauty. Azul, do not venture out tonight. Your mother is aware of her illness and knows her time is limited. If something were to happen to you, how could I explain it to your father in the afterlife? The woman on the bed, upon hearing the commotion, spoke with a voice laced with comfort and reluctance. The comfort stemmed from the realization that her son had grown up and could now stand on his own. The reluctance arose from the sorrow that her son had yet to fully mature, while she could no longer be by his side. Little did she know how she would feel if she understood the words her son had spoken in front of Zhounjun. Mother, the other day I encountered a gentleman who claimed to possess a remedy for your tetanus. I'm going out tonight to fetch the medicine, Su Azuo said, wiping away his moist eyes as he addressed the woman on the bed. How could that be? The woman replied with a bitter smile. You little rascal. I fear you have been deceived again. Have you promised them that regardless of whether this medicine helps me or not, you would assist them in their labor? It was evident that the Azuo family was financially constrained, yet they possessed physical strength, leading them to incur debts for medicine, which they intended to repay through hard labor. The use of again in the woman's words indicated that Azuo had fallen victim to deception more than once. Mother, this gentleman is not as you envision. He has not asked for a single penny in return for the medicine, Su Azuo asserted, shaking his head. The woman on the bed paused in surprise. Is there truly such a kind-hearted person in this world? Mother, let us give it a try. Su Azu presented the elixir before the woman. As she inhaled the fragrant aroma emanating from the small, calloused hands of her son, she instinctively sensed the value of this potion. Very well, I shall give it a try, she nodded, acknowledging her limited time left. This was a desperate gamble, after all, since the venerable physician in town had proclaimed that tetanus was beyond remedy unless a divine intervention occurred. With resolve, the woman accepted the elixir from Su Azu's hand, closed her eyes, and swallowed it whole. In the next moment, she observed her previously purplish lips regaining their rosy hue at a remarkable pace. Simultaneously, a tingling sensation emerged from the inflamed, festering wound, a clear indication of the healing process beginning. With years of experience, she recognized this as a sign of recovery. Moreover, the heavy, leaden feeling that had clouded her mind began to dissipate following the ingestion of the elixir. Mother, how do you feel? Is the medicine effective? Suazu inquit, unable to contain his worry as he noticed the woman remained silent with her eyes shut. Suazu, where's that gentleman? After an indeterminate period, the woman slowly opened her eyes, brimming with disbelief, and asked Su Azu with fervor. He resides in the haunted Soul Mountain, Su Azu replied, scratching his head. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression shifted dramatically, her demeanor turning grave. If that gentleman can reside safely on Soul Mountain and cure this tetanus, could he possibly be a living deity? Surely not. Su Azu blinked in surprise. He appears rather frail, and aside from his distinguished appearance, he seems to be merely a scholar. Dear child, do you realize that tetanus is a terminal illness? Our village has lost countless souls to this affliction. Yet, after my mother consumed this miraculous elixir, her condition improved instantaneously. The woman expressed to Su Azuo, could it be that this gentleman is indeed a celestial being? Su Azuo blinked in surprise. Azuo, beneath your bed, I have concealed some coins for you, fearing that you may find yourself in need. Take them to the town and procure some chicken. This evening, let's pay a visit to that gentleman. Apart from the divine medicine bestowed by the celestial, I cannot fathom anyone possessing such miraculous remedies. The woman instructed Su Azuo earnestly. Very well, mother, I understand. Su Azuo nodded solemnly, while his eyes glistened with unshed tears. His mother would rather hide the money beneath his bed than use it for her own medication. How foolish she was. That night, beneath a canopy of twinkling stars, Su Azuo and his mother, carrying an old hen, made their way toward the location of Li Zhounjun under the cover of darkness. At that moment, Li Zhounjun reclined leisurely beneath a tree, contemplating a visit to a nearby town the following day. for the system had indicated that experiencing mortal life necessitated interaction with ordinary people. Beep. The host's identity has been questioned by Su Azuo and his mother, triggering a mission. The host must leave an impression of a reclusive sage in Su Azuo's heart. Reward. Mid-stage celestial cultivation for the host. This. Li Zhounjun Musha. Blinking at the task presented by the system. With his consciousness extended, he discerns Su Azuo and a woman approaching, carrying an old hen. What a pity. Li Zhounjun let out a sigh. He had recently developed an infatuation for accepting disciples and found himself quite eager to take this quirky little fellow under his wing. Unfortunately, the child lacked spiritual roots, a fact that even Li Zhounjun could not alter. Unless, of course, the system granted him the ability to bestow spiritual roots upon others, which it did not. With this thought, Li Zhounjun sighed once more and decided to impart a piece of wisdom. Stepping outside, he approached a massive stone and, using his finger as a quill, inscribed the words, "Without diligence in youth, hardship awaits in old age. Without the ability to endure labor, one shall find ease in later years." Having completed this inscription, Li Zhounjun waved his hand, causing the thatched cottage behind him to vanish into the void, as if it had never existed. This was a feat only possible for a cultivator of the nascent soul realm or higher. At the same time, Li Zhounjun concealed his form by the stone. When Su Azuo and his mother arrived at the spot, Su Azuo rubbed his eyes in disbelief, pointing to the place where the thatched cottage had once stood, exclaiming, "Mother, the thatched cottage where that gentleman lived has disappeared. It was definitely here last night." The woman chuckled softly. "It seems the immortal wishes not to be disturbed by us." Upon hearing this, Su Azuo grew anxious. Clutching a live chicken, he rushed to the former location of the cottage and called out loudly, "Sir? Sir, are you there? Azuo has come to see you with a chicken. If you don't come out, you might miss it." Li Zhounjun stood silently by the stone, merely 10 meters away, hands clasped behind his back, observing the scene with a bemused smile. This mischievous child truly appealed to him. The calls of Mr. Su Azu echoed by the brook, yet they met with no response for an extended period. This left Su Azu with slightly reddened eyes and a heart weighed down by discouragement. The gentleman's lips were perpetually adorned with a warm smile, evoking a sense of gentle spring breezes, though their acquaintance was brief. It fostered a profound sense of reluctance to part. At that moment, a woman spoke up with comforting words. "Azu, what is destined to be must come to pass, and what is not meant to be should not be forced. We may be fated to be apart from the celestial beings, but regardless, we must hold gratitude in our hearts, for the immortal has saved your mother." "I understand, mother," Su Azu replied, his voice laced with despondency. Simultaneously, he grasped that the gentleman was likely the legendary immortal his mother had spoken of. "Oh, mother, look, there are words over there." At last, Su Azu spotted the inscriptions on the stone beside Li Zhounjun. He hurried to the stone, scrutinizing the characters etched upon it, murmuring to himself, "Could this be a message left specifically for me by the gentleman? Indeed, his calligraphy is splendid. Merely gazing upon it evokes an unfathomable depth." Hidden nearby, Li Zhounjun, upon hearing these words, smiled gently and nodded. He held great confidence in his calligraphic skills. After all, during the 40 years without cultivation, he had devoted considerable time to practicing calligraphy. However, Su Azu lamented, "But mother, what does the gentleman's writing say? I cannot read." Suddenly, he began to scratch his head in distress. Upon hearing this, Li Zhounjun's smile abruptly faltered. "Curse it, I was careless and did not consider. How many children in these impoverished villages can even recognize characters? In youth, if one does not toil diligently, old age will inevitably be arduous. If one can endure labor in youth, old age shall be comfortable. The immortal is imparting wisdom to you. Do not forget to express your gratitude." Amidst the astonished gaze of Li Zhounjun, Su Azuo's mother, a somewhat stooped rural woman, approached her son, reciting the words inscribed by Li Zhounjun on the stone. Chapter 80. The majestic Gagachuan mountain, it is hard to fathom that a rural woman could possess literacy. This compelled Li Zhounjun to scrutinize Su Azuo's mother. One could faintly discern the traces of beauty that she must have possessed in her youth, suggesting that she may have once hailed from remarkable origins. With utmost sincerity, the woman expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, immortal, for saving my life." At that moment, Su Azuo's mother knelt upon the ground, paying homage to the stone bearing Li Zhoujun's inscription. Observing this, Su Azuo quickly followed suit, kneeling beside his mother, saying, "Azuo is deeply grateful for your teachings, sir. I promise to heed my mother's words and learn to read, yet I must also play when it is time to play." Li Zhoujun chuckled at the boy's unwavering dedication to play. It seemed that no matter the conversation, the notion of play was ever present. Thus, after bidding farewell to the mother and son as they descended the mountain, he revealed his own form. Turning back to glance at the inscription on the stone, he stretched lazily and chuckled softly. "I hope you can grasp the essence of the lesson within." Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Ding. The system rewards you with mid-stage immortal cultivation. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within, Li Zhoujun remarked, "System, I cherish you." Ding. It appears you are enamored with the benefits I provide. How superficial. Ah, do not speak so bluntly. It would make our future interactions rather difficult, Li Zhoujun remarked. Shrugging his shoulders, with a wave of his hand, the thatched cottage reappeared, and he stepped inside. Ding! The system expressed its exasperation, having never encountered such unabashed audacity. The sun was high in the sky. A figure clad in a blue robe strolled leisurely through the woods. What seemed like a slow step transformed into a sudden appearance 100 paces away. This individual was none other than Li Zhoujun, who had planned the day before to wander near the town by the Soul Mountain. The distance to the Soul Mountain was considerable, and it was inevitable that he would encounter some peculiar creatures along the way. A rabbit, which had recently attained sentience, was gnawing on grass near its burrow when it caught sight of the azure-robed figure passing by. In the blink of an eye, the figure was already 100 paces away, causing the rabbit to drop the grass it had been clutching with its two furry paws, utterly oblivious to the event. My goodness, a cultivator! After a moment, the rabbit regained its senses and immediately bolted into its burrow. It had often heard other creatures of its kind speak of how some cultivators would ruthlessly attack any sentient beings they encountered. Naturally, a rabbit that had only just gained sentience would not attract Li Zhoujun's attention. He had already arrived at the entrance of the town. The town's gate, constructed from blue stones, was covered in moss. Above the entrance, the characters Chongqing Town were inscribed. As Li Zhoujun stepped through the gate, he was enveloped by the lively atmosphere of the town. The stone-paved ground was bustling with pedestrians, and merchants on either side of the street were calling out vigorously, some performing tricks with monkeys while others sold cosmetics. This vibrant ambience reminded Li Zhoujun of his childhood during the New Year festivities in his previous life, when he accompanied his elders to the bustling markets. As for those who have matured in their previous lives, it appears that the majority have inadvertently become part of the head-down generation, with the essence of the new year seemingly fading away. Choosing not to dwell on these thoughts, Li Zhoujun began to wholeheartedly appreciate the earthly delights present in Qingzhou. As he continued to move forward, the surrounding environment transformed, and his state of mind gradually became more tranquil. However, he was soon halted by a faint yet persistent foul odor. Turning his gaze to the side, he discovered an elderly woman with graying hair and a stooped posture, operating a stall selling century eggs, which are, in truth, preserved eggs with a pungent aroma. Observing the scene, Li Zhoujun noted that the old woman's business was rather lackluster. She did not call out to customers, but sat quietly, reminiscent of Jiang Taigong fishing, waiting for those who were willing to bite. Ding! The system has issued a task. The host must consume 10 century eggs to receive a reward of a 9th grade formation scroll. Upon hearing this, Li Zhoujun chuckled. System, are you retaliating for my remarks yesterday? Ding! Host, be more confident. Omit the question mark. Li Zhoujun laughed. Ah, dear system, you are mistaken. Li once cherished 3 things above all: century eggs, snail noodles, and stinky tofu. So, dear system, you're offering a buy one get one free deal. Love you lots. Ding scram. Old lady, please give me 10 century eggs Li Zhoujun said as he approached her stall, adding, "Here's a string of copper coins. No need for change." He pretended to retrieve a handful of coins from his sleeve and handed them to the elderly woman. The elderly lady shook her head and said, "Sir, do not be deceived by my advanced age. I still possess the strength to support myself and do not require the charity of others. Even if I were unable to move, my children are dutiful and provide for me. When it comes to work, one should only take what one has earned, for that is what brings peace of mind. A preserved egg is worth 10 coins, and I will return to you 900 coins." Upon hearing this, Li Zhoujun did not press further and found merit in the elderly lady's words. After returning the 900 copper coins to him, she inquired, "Sir, may I prepare the preserved egg for you and bring it to your table?" "Very well," Li Zhoujun replied as he tucked the coins away and found a suitable spot to sit. When the elderly lady had finished preparing the preserved egg, Li Zhoujun began to boast about it. At that moment, Hu Qini, wielding the hoe bestowed upon her by Li Zhoujun, was diligently transforming a long-abandoned mountain belonging to the Yin sect. She turned the entire mountain upside down with her efforts, transforming it into a veritable mountain of gold within the realm of cultivation, with the soil now brimming with spiritual energy. Simultaneously, a master from the Yin sect appeared beside Hu Qini, gazing upon the revitalized mountain in astonishment. The hoe granted to elder who by that venerable predecessor possesses such formidable power. He exclaimed, "Though the spiritual energy may be sparse, it is ample enough to cultivate numerous first and second-grade spiritual herbs. This will undoubtedly benefit our qi refining disciples, and who knows, perhaps one among them will provide us with a delightful surprise. We may even be able to sell the excess spiritual herbs to other sects." I never anticipated that this hoe possessed such formidable power. I am left wondering what level of cultivation the esteemed predecessor had to so generously bestow such a remarkable treasure. Hu Qini, enchanted, toyed with the hoe in her hands, her voice laced with curiosity. Yet, Yin Zhenren spoke gravely, regardless of the predecessor's cultivation. "We must keep this hoe a secret. Shortly, I will summon several elders to seal the aura of the entire mountain. We cannot allow outsiders to learn that our Yin sect possesses such a precious artifact. Elder Hu, please remain vigilant here." "Understood." Hu Qini nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, at the Guiji sect, 1,000 miles away, within a cavernous hall resembling a stone grotto, a pale, sickly elder clad in black knelt before a throne constructed of skulls. A figure shrouded in a black robe, enveloped by swirling dark mist, emanated an aura akin to that of a deity or demon. He addressed the figure with utmost respect. "Sect Master, as I passed by Yin sect, I discovered that the once desolate mountain, long abandoned, has transformed into a mountain rich with spiritual soil. If we could seize this secret, it would elevate the strength of our disciples significantly." Chapter 81. The Yin sect under surveillance. "So, Black Snake Guardian, are you certain you did not misinterpret what you saw?" The figure in the black robe inquired, his voice raspy and laced with surprise. As he turned his attention to the emaciated elder, "The subordinate is utterly certain that when I previously passed by a certain sect, there was no mountain formed from the accumulation of spiritual soil. Yet upon my return, this very sect has inexplicably gained such a mountain. The sect leader, known as the Ghost Lord, is a formidable figure whose reputation resonates throughout Qingzhou. How could I possibly deceive the sect leader?" The voice of the Black Serpent Guardian resonated with profound reverence. "Very well. Then you shall undertake a journey on my behalf to unearth the secrets of this sect." The Ghost Lord replied with a grin upon hearing this. "I shall not disappoint your esteemed expectations." The Black Serpent Guardian clasped his hands in salute, bowing deeply. He is a cultivator at the transformation stage, having traversed overhead the sect twice without being detected. It is evident that this sect is merely presided over by a singular elder, a Yuaning practitioner, who is rumored to have sustained severe injuries. How could such a sect possibly impede the Black Serpent Guardian? He harbored no intention of leaving any survivors from this sect, for the myriad serpent's banner in his possession requires the blood of cultivators for its refinement. In truth, his aim was not the spiritual soil, but rather to target the the practitioners of this sect. As a cultivator of the transformation stage, would hardly concern himself with the fates of his sect's feeble, refining disciples. There were times when he would even use his own sect's disciples for sacrificial purposes. However, the Ghost Lord had recently commanded a more restrained approach. Yet, should he venture to this sect and they fail to yield their secrets, resisting to the bitter end, would he not then have just cause to annihilate them? It is likely that the sect leader would say little in retort. Thus, the Black Serpent Guardian took to the clouds, embarking on his journey to the sect. At this moment, the Yin sect remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Under the guidance of the Yin Master, several elders of the Golden Core realm, including Zhounjun, were diligently applying formations to the peak that had recently transformed into the Spirit Earth Mountain. However, just as they were halfway through the arrangement, the previously clear sky above the Yin sect darkened ominously with thick clouds. What is happening? Zhounjun gazed at the sudden change in the heavens, momentarily stunned. The expression on the Yin Master's face turned grave. An innocent man suffers for possessing a treasure. It seems our sect's secret has been discovered. No sooner had the Yin Master spoken than a colossal and fearsome shadow of a black serpent emerged from the clouds above, stretching thousands of feet long. Atop the serpent's head stood a figure. With the appearance of this figure and serpent, panic instantly engulfed the entire Yin sect. The terrifying pressure from above rendered many of the less powerful disciples pale, drenched in cold sweat. This was the manifestation of the Black Serpent Guardian from the Ghost Extreme sect. Undoubtedly, the visitor was the Black Serpent Guardian. The Yin Master's complexion turned ashen. The term manifestation of heaven and earth is merely another name for the Dharma form. What? At this moment, Zhounjun and several elders widened their eyes in astonishment. They had certainly heard of the Black Serpent Guardian, a notorious figure known for his ruthless disposition. Where was the Yin Master? Meanwhile, the Black Serpent Guardian, standing atop the towering serpent shadow, spoke with a voice that resonated like thunder rolling through the heavens. I have come to pay my respects to the Guardian. Upon witnessing this, the Yuan True person swiftly appeared before the Black Snake Guardian, confronting him in midair and performing a respectful bow. Poor Taoist? I, the Yuan True person, am hardly impoverished, the Black Snake Guardian chuckled, revealing a thin, aged face adorned with a smile. His pair of inverted triangular eyes, resembling those of a serpent, scrutinized the Yuan True person with piercing intensity. I, of the Yuan sect, am willing to relinquish our treasured item to the Guardian. I humbly beseech you to exercise mercy and spare my sect. The Yuan True person asserted with remarkable resolve. He understood that should the matter of the spiritual hoe be disclosed, the power of his sect will be insufficient to safeguard the precious gift bestowed by the elder, ultimately leading to the senseless sacrifice of all lives within the sect. It will be far more prudent to surrender the item. You certainly know how to discern the times. The Black Snake Guardian remarked, casting a surprised glance at the Yuan True person, only to let out a cold laugh shortly thereafter. But do you truly believe that I am merely coveting your insignificant artifact? What I desire is the very lifeblood of your Yuan sect. Upon hearing this, the Yuan True person clenched his fist tightly. It became evident that the Black Snake Guardian had long harbored intentions against his sect. Even without the issue of the spiritual hoe, the Guardian would inevitably turn his malevolent gaze towards the Yuan sect. Realizing this, the poor Taoist resolved to fight to the death against the Guardian. With a grave expression, the Yuan True person regarded the Black Snake Guardian. You? Do you truly think you are worthy? The Black Snake Guardian scoffed. As he formed hand seals, a colossal shadow of a black serpent, thousands of feet long, rose beneath him, raising its immense tail and sweeping towards the Yuan True person. Startled, the Yuan True person summoned a fourth-grade spiritual sword in his hands, preparing to defend against this onslaught. With a resounding crash, the formidable Zhounjun was sent flying, colliding with the recently transformed spiritual soil of the mountain peak, which crumbled entirely under the impact. The sect master, Zhounjun, and several elders gasped in astonishment at the sight. Zhounjun, a powerful figure in the late Yuanying stage, was unable to withstand even a single strike from the Black Serpent Protector's celestial might. How utterly feeble, The Black Serpent Protector, witnessing this, erupted into manic laughter. The boundless heavens and the great formation. Suddenly, Zhounjun's figure emerged from the rubble of the collapsed peak, blood spilling from his mouth as he bellowed the incantation to activate the protective formation of the sect. This formation had been reinforced just days prior by Yuziyu, a fifth-tier formation master capable of withstanding the Black Serpent Protector for a brief moment. As Zhounjun's incantation echoed through the air, a transparent barrier enveloped the entire Yin sect like an inverted bowl. After accomplishing this feat, Zhounjun collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. It was evident that the earlier strike from the Black Serpent Protector had inflicted severe injuries upon him. He feared that if the spectral serpent were to exert even a modicum of its power, he would undoubtedly be obliterated into a mist of blood. Sect Master Huchini and the other elders hastened to assess Zhounjun's injuries. Meanwhile, the Black Serpent Protector regarded the sect's defensive formation with a look of surprise. Realizing that the Yin sect possessed a fifth-tier spiritual formation as its protective barrier. As the words fell, the black-clad guardian let out a sinister laugh, saying, "But for you, it is merely the distinction between dying early or late." The members of the Yanzong turned pale upon hearing this, yet none could refute him. To the current Yanzong, the term transformation stage cultivator was synonymous with insurmountable might, even if it referred to the weakest among them. Chapter 82, How Long Mountain Bang. Bang, bang. With the Black Serpent Guardian's formidable display of power, its tail struck relentlessly against the protective barrier of the Yanzong. The ground beneath the sect trembled violently, and the disciples felt as though they were hearing the ominous tolling of a death knell. Huchini gazed at the spiritual hoe in her hand, pondering. If that senior were to suddenly appear, would this Black Serpent Guardian still be so arrogant? Meanwhile, in Chongqing town, Zhounjun found himself filled with celestial energy, feeling as if he had consumed 10 salted eggs. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Ding! The system grants a reward. The 9th grade locking Immortal's Great Array. Observing the profound formation within his mind, Zhounjun chuckled. System, it seems you've incurred a loss this time, both in personnel and resources. Ding! Due to the host's offering of a spiritual hoe, the Yanzong is now facing a calamity of annihilation. Ding! The system issues a task. If the host saves the Yanzong, a golden spirit pill will be awarded. Such a humble hoe could invoke the interest of others? Zhounjun sighed in resignation. Ding! A product of the system is guaranteed to be of exquisite quality. Very well then. Zhounjun, weary of disputing with the system, felt a twinge of guilt at the thought that the Yanzong might perish because of the items he had bestowed upon them. He remained seated, yet his fingertips pointed skyward. In an instant, the magnificent Aoshue flying sword, imbued with a fragment of his soul's essence, soared toward the heavens with astonishing swiftness, a speed imperceptible to anyone below the level of a virtual immortal, let alone mere mortals. The second-tier, true immortal artifact, Aoshue Flying Sword, traversed 2,000 miles in the blink of an eye. Upon reaching the Yanzong, Zhounjun, through the sword's vantage, observed the Black Serpent Guardian relentlessly assaulting the sect's protective mountain formation, completely oblivious to the arrival of the flying sword. Slash! Without further ado, Zhounjun commanded the Aoshue Flying Sword, his voice resonating with commanding authority. With his decree, the sword's might pierced the heavens, radiating an overwhelming divine light akin to a blazing sun. As the Black Serpent Guardian sensed an ominous shift, a chill coursed down his spine, and he turned to look back, only to find a towering sword aura looming before him. Under this formidable sword energy, no amount of cultivation, regardless of his esteemed status as a transformation deity, could afford him any means of resistance. He was reduced to a mere ant, helpless and exposed. He could only watch in horror as the sword energy cleave his body and the celestial domain in twain, blood cascading like a torrential rain from the sky. The electrifying scene left those within the protective mountain formation utterly stunned. The sword suspended in the air is indeed a celestial blade. The immortal Yin, despite his injuries, gazed at the proud and soaring Shui Feijian, inhaling sharply as he spoke. Just moments ago, a voice imbued with authority resonated, seemingly belonging to an esteemed elder residing in the Soul Mountain. Huchini, filled with disbelief, remarked, possessing an exceptional memory. She could not forget the voice of Li Zhoujun. The elder's ability to command a celestial sword unmistakably revealed his esteemed identity. There could be no doubt. He was undoubtedly a true immortal. After all, who but an immortal could wield such a divine blade? It is no wonder that Master Yu held that elder in such high regard. Yin let out a wry smile, feeling as though he were confronting the very essence of the Tao in front of the suspended sword. This sensation was akin to an ant gazing up at a towering mountain, a sight that was truly boundless. We are immensely grateful to the immortal for the rescue rendered by the celestial sword. At this moment, under Yin's leadership, the members of Yin's sect retracted their mountain-protecting formation, which felt as fragile as paper before the celestial sword, bowing in reverence. After all, the celestial sword possessed a spirit, undoubtedly endowed with intelligence. With a resonant clang, the Shui Feijian emitted a long cry, seemingly responding to the assembled members of Yin's sect, before returning to the position of Li Zhoujun. As the Shui Feijian departed, the members of Yin's sect felt an immense weight lift from their hearts, the pressure upon them dissipating. The might of the celestial sword was truly overwhelming. Even without a deliberate focus on them, they could still sense its unparalleled sharpness and intent. Meanwhile, within the Ghost Extreme sect, the Ghost Lord, cloaked in a dark robe, stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the shattered soul tablet of the Black Serpent Guardian, remaining silent for an extended period. The terrifying sword intent just now resonated even from a distance of thousands of miles, felt distinctly by the Ghost Lord. Such a manifestation of sword intent is certainly beyond the capabilities of any practitioner below the Great Ascension stage. As this sword intent rose and fell, the soul token of the Black Serpent Protector shattered with a thunderous crash. In other words, a true immortal has aided the Yin sect. Perhaps the secret behind the sudden emergence of a spiritual soil mountain for the Yin sect is linked to this true immortal. Contemplating this, a chill crept into the Ghost Lord's heart. If possible, he truly wished to provide the Black Serpent Protector's corpse with a rejuvenating spa treatment. The present day in Qingzhou is tumultuous, and it seems that my ghostly extreme sect must relocate once more. The Ghost Lord took a deep breath. A few months prior, there had been a confrontation involving a celestial-level powerhouse in Qingzhou. This was precisely why he had ordered his subordinates to exercise greater caution recently. The reason why the ghostly extreme sect, despite its nefarious deeds, continues to survive in Qingzhou is quite simple: continuous relocation. At the slightest hint of danger, the Ghost Lord would immediately pack up the entire sect and depart. He adheres to a singular principle: as long as I run fast enough, you shall not catch me. However, the strike from the proud snow flying sword did not only alarm the relocating Ghost Lord. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, there stood a towering peak that pierced the clouds. Suddenly, an elderly man clad in resplendent garments appeared atop the mountain, his profound gaze fixed upon the direction from whence the sword intent had surged toward the heavens. To think that after years of slumber, I would be awakened by a mere sword chi. It appears that during my slumber, Qingzhou has given rise to many remarkable talents, the old man mused. In the distance, a pair, one old and one young, passed through the area. The two individuals, Yu Ziyue and his disciple, Xiao Shi, had just departed from a sect, traversing through various teleportation arrays. In the realm of Qingzhou, several grand cities of cultivation were equipped with such arrays. As long as one paid the requisite spirit stones, it was entirely feasible to journey hundreds of thousands of miles in a single day. Gazing at the towering peak in the distance, Xiao Shi expressed with a sense of awe, "Master, is that mountain the legendary Haohuang Mountain?" "Indeed," Yu Ziyue affirmed with a nod. In ancient times, there existed a mountain deity named Haohuang, who, it is said, had already attained the status of a true immortal. Why then did he not ascend to the immortal realm despite reaching true immortality? Xiao Shi inquired, perplexed. This is the profound mystery of celestial mandates, Yu Ziyue elucidated. Haohuang was a mountain deity appointed by heaven and earth. Even upon attaining true immortality, he could choose not to ascend. Yu Ziyue continued with a smile. However, by opting to remain in the Tianyuan realm, his cultivation would find it exceedingly difficult to progress. Ah, I see, Xiao Shi responded, enlightenment dawning upon him. Curiosity then prompted him to ask, Master, how does Mr. Li, residing in Soul Mountain, compare to this mountain deity? Do not speak recklessly, Yu Ziyue interjected, his expression turning solemn. Both Hao Huang and Mr. Li are beings beyond our reach. We lack the standing to evaluate either of them. To do so would be a grave disrespect. Master, I understand, Xiao Shi replied, his complexion paling, yet his heart raced with astonishment. From his master's words, it seemed as though Mr. Li was on par with the ancient mountain deity Hao Huang. Could it be that Mr. Li was also a true immortal? Unbeknownst to the master and disciple, their conversation had already reached the ears of an elderly gentleman clad in splendid attire atop Hao Huang Mountain. He gazed towards the direction where the sword energy had soared into the heavens, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured, Soul Mountain, is it Mr. Li? Chapter 83. A reunion with the Nangong trio. Meanwhile, the Aoshue flying sword, having dispatched the black snake guardian with a single stroke, returned to the front of the Songhua egg stall, nestled within Li Zhounjun's being. Well done indeed, Li Zhounjun praised lightly. The Aoshue flying sword emitted a clear, melodious chime, seemingly expressing its delight. Shall I reward you with 2 Songhua eggs? Li Zhounjun gesta. Upon hearing this, the sword instantly drooped like a frostbitten eggplant, its once indomitable blade bending in a rather human-like manner. Clearly, the Aoshue flying sword held no fondness for Songhua eggs. What a pity, such a delectable treat. And yet you do not cherish it, Li Zhounjun sighed, shaking his head. As he prepared to rise and depart, a group of burly men approached him. At their forefront stood a bald man with a shining head draped in tiger skin, his face marred by a centipede-like scar. Upon their arrival, the pedestrians by the roadside scattered in fear, as if confronted by a demon. This bald man, known as Jiahu, was notorious in Chongqing town for his thuggish demeanor, earning him the nickname Pretend Tiger. It seemed this gentleman had caught the attention of the Pretend Tiger, and trouble lay ahead. Perhaps he was a young master from a visiting family, flaunting his wealth. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted. And now he had attracted the gaze of the Pretend Tiger. Those who lingered by the roadside observed and murmured amongst themselves as Jia Hu and his cohorts approached Li Zhounjun with menacing intent. However, as Li Zhounjun regarded the unfriendly group before him, he merely chuckled inwardly. Sir, my brothers have not savored meat for 2 days. How about rewarding them with a few coins to indulge in some merriment? At that moment, Jia Hu boldly took a seat at Li Zhounjun's table, smiling amiably. Concurrently, 3 women adorned in white garments and conical hats emerged from the crowd. They were none other than the Nangong sisters, who had parted ways with Li Zhounjun after their blood-soaked trials on the mountain. At present, each of the sisters had attained the pinnacle of the Yuan Ing stage, evidently having encountered substantial fortunes in recent times. Look, elder sister, is that not the master of Yunju Mountain from Daotian sect? The youngest sister, Nangong Yuran, exclaimed, pointing toward Li Zhounjun's location. Indeed, it is him. The second sister, Nangong Shinran, who had been fervently thinking of Li Zhounjun since their last encounter, responded without hesitation. Yes. The eldest sister, Nangong Anren, nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he was indeed the master of Yunju Mountain. However, she pondered the reason behind his presence in such a diminutive place. Nangong Yuran remarked, it seems that the master of Yunju Mountain is in distress. Should we? Presumptuous. Before Nangong Yuran could finish her thought, Nangong Shinran dashed to Li Zhounjun's side, vehemently rebuking Jia Hu and his companions. Nangong Anren, observing her impulsive sister's boldness, felt an urge to cover her face in exasperation. This sister of mine possesses many admirable qualities, yet her impetuous nature is oftentimes a source of concern. She is one who dares to dream and act, a phrase that frequently escapes my lips. Both Nangong Anren and Nangong Yuran had previously encountered the master. At this moment, the 2 individuals approached Nangong Shinran, bowing respectfully to Li Zhounjun. The 3 who had suddenly emerged were momentarily taken aback, but after a brief moment of contemplation, They recalled that these three were none other than the Nangong sisters, whom they had not seen since their time at Blood Refining Mountain. "There is no need for such formalities," Li Zhoujun remarked with a smile and a nod. "Oh, from where do these three young ladies hail? Why are you wearing hats that conceal your faces? Yet, your figures are quite commendable, even capable of illuminating the darkness. Truly, today is a splendid day. Boss, indeed. Today is remarkable. Not only has a fool come bearing gifts, but we are also graced with the presence of beautiful ladies." Jiahu laughed heartily alongside his subordinates at the unexpected arrival of the Nangong sisters. "Seeking death," Nangong Shinran coldly retorted as she flicked her fingers, channeling her spiritual energy into needles that swiftly pierced the bodies of Jia Hu and his men. In an instant, their acupoints were sealed, rendering them immobile. "Boss, I can't move," one of Jia Hu's subordinates cried out in panic. "It's over, boss. We've truly encountered a formidable opponent." Soon, it became evident to some of Jia Hu's men that they were in dire straits, and they began to scream in terror. Jia Hu himself realized that he could not move any part of his body except for his mouth. It dawned on him that he had provoked individuals he should never have trifled with. "Spare me, my lady." The reversal of fortune was swift. The once arrogant Jia, who now cowered in fear, weeping and imploring Nangong Shinran for mercy. Meanwhile, onlookers stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. A seemingly frail woman unexpectedly immobilized several burly men in an instant, leaving one to question whether this was merely an act. Meanwhile, a few towering figures in the crowd rolled up their sleeves, eager to come to her aid. Yet, it appeared their intentions were superfluous. "Master Shan, how shall we deal with these ruffians?" Nangong Shinran inquired respectfully, casting her gaze towards Li Zhoujun, unfazed by the gazes of these mortals. She bore herself like an eagle soaring above, indifferent to the ants scuttling below. "Do as you see fit," Li Zhoujun shrugged, finding the petty scoundrels beneath his notice. "Very well." A smile spread across Nangong Shinran's face as she surveyed her surroundings, then turned her attention to Jia Hu and the others. Concentrating her spiritual energy into needles, she targeted their kidneys with precision. However, her methods were so skillful that Jia Hu and his companions remained oblivious to any discomfort. Li Zhoujun, on the other hand, felt a chill of apprehension. This girl was ruthless, capable of rendering these men incapable of intimacy for life. Should they become aware of their plight, it would be a fate worse than death. But the ordeal was not yet over. Nangong Shinran continued addressing Jia Hu and the others. "Purchase all the century eggs from that elderly woman and consume them. Consider it a good deed, aiding her in the process. Do any of you have objections? If not, I shall release your acupoints." "Is it truly that simple?" Jia Hu exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. He had thought they were doomed today. Yet the punishment from this impudent girl was so straightforward. "Indeed, it is that simple." Nangong Shinran wore a peculiar smile on her face, as she envisioned the terror-stricken expressions of these individuals when they realized their misdeeds had led them to ruin. "Auntie, we shall eat," Jia Hu and several burly men exclaimed hastily. Thus, Nangong Shinran released their acupoints, and under her watchful eye, they retched and consumed all the preserved eggs from the old lady's stall. Observing this, Nangong Shinran inquired with a smile, "Was it delicious?" "Extremely delicious," Jia Hu replied, suppressing the urge to vomit, almost without a moment's hesitation. "As long as it is palatable, remember this. Should you engage in wrongdoing again and cross my path, it will not merely be about eating century eggs. Now be gone." Nangong Shinran's voice resonated chillingly. "Yes, yes, yes," Jia Hu and his companions responded with elation, as if granted a reprieve, hastily departing the scene. Chapter 84. The arrival of the Emperor Jia Hu and his companions made their way to a narrow alley. To bolster the morale of his men, Jia Hu remarked to his subordinates, "Damn it, I failed to consult the calendar before venturing out today and ended up hitting a wall. Tonight, I'll take my brothers to the brothel for a bit of revelry. The boss is magnificent." The burly men cheered jubilantly at his words. That evening, at the entrance of the brothel, Jia Hu and his companions were met with a barrage of insults and kicks from several women, led by the madam of the establishment. "Damn it, Did you really think I would take your money before? You think I'm afraid of a bunch of petty ruffians? I didn't expect you to be so useless now. Get the hell out of here. After dismissing Jia, Hu, and the others, Nangong Shinran turned to Li Zhoujun with a radiant smile and said, Shinran arrives late, causing the mountain lord to be startled. Even through the brim of her hat, Li Zhoujun could feel the intensity of Nangong Shinran's gaze lingering upon him. With a hint of resignation, Li Zhoujun replied, It's of no consequence. I must express my gratitude for your assistance, Mississippi. Without allowing Nangong Shinran to respond, he immediately addressed Nangong Anren, inquiring, What brings the three of you to this place? Nangong Anren, filled with reverence, replied, in response to the mountain lord, We three sisters are currently en route to the soon-to-be-unveiled mystic realm of Guanheim Mountain in search of fortuitous opportunities, hoping to seize a chance to transcend to the realm of virtual immortality, and we happen to pass through this area. Guanheim Mountain? Li Zhoujun momentarily pausa, pondering the information regarding Guanheim Mountain. It was said that this mountain was once the stronghold of a great sect from ancient times, situated near the border of Qingzhou and in close proximity to the sea. I see, he nodded. Then I wish the three of you great success in your endeavors. Thank you for your auspicious words, Mountain Lord. Nangong Anren respectfully bowed to Li Zhoujun. Indeed, Li Zhoujun responded with a smile, and his figure began to dissipate into the air. Farewell, Mountain Lord. The Nangong sisters echoed in unison. Nangong Shinran, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked, Is this what it means to be a sword immortal? To come and go without a trace? Upon hearing Nangong Shinran's words, Nangong Anren and Nangong Yuran recalled the battle between Li Zhoujun and that blood ancestor, a clash that had turned day into night and caused the very earth to tremble. With Li Zhoujun's departure, the three Nangong sisters had no reason to linger in such an ordinary town. They tore through the fabric of space and left the area. Could these individuals be celestial beings? The elderly woman selling century eggs stared in astonishment as several living people vanished before her eyes, her copper coins slipping from her grasp, entirely oblivious to the occurrence. The onlookers, too, seemed to awaken from a dream, rendered speechless by their shock. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun had returned to his humble abode on the Soul Mountain. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of rescuing a branch of the Yin sect from peril. Ding! The system rewards you with 1 golden spirit elixir. System, it took you half a day to dispense the reward after I've completed the task. Li Zhoujun teased the system. Ding! Did I forget? Do you believe that? Indeed, for there are times when your reliability is questionable. Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly, jesting. Ding! Subsequently, the man and the system engaged in amicable discourse until nightfall. It was only when Li Zhoujun conceded defeat that the system, satisfied, fell silent. Li Zhoujun then approached the brook, pondering the matters concerning Guanheim Mountain. With such a bounteous secret realm now unveiled, his wandering disciple, Jiang Xiaobai, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. However, Li Zhoujun harbored no concerns for Jiang Xiaobai's safety. After all, as the child of fortune, misfortune was unlikely to befall him. Setting aside such thoughts, Li Zhoujun began to envision the celestial locking formation rewarded by the system. This formation of the 9th grade could ensnare true immortals. Yet, inscribing such a formation was no trivial task. Li Zhoujun decided to practice, using his finger as a brush to etch a mysterious design, radiating a blue spiritual light into the void. Meanwhile, an elderly man clad in traditional Chinese attire appeared silently behind Li Zhoujun, unbeknownst to him. This individual was none other than Hao Huang, the mountain deity of Hao Huang Mountain. Upon witnessing the formation that Li Zhoujun was sketching, his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. It was the long-lost, 9-tiered, immortal locking array. A gasp of astonishment echoed within Hao Huang's mind. Although the young man before him wielded a rather feeble aura, akin to that of a mere virtual immortal, Hao Huang was unequivocally certain that he was indeed a true immortal. For one to inscribe a 9-tiered array, one must possess the mastery of a grandmaster in 9-tiered spiritual arrays. The prerequisite to achieve such mastery is to attain the true immortal realm. Only by transcending the tribulation of thunder In reaching the true immortal state, can one perceive the profound mysteries of a nine-tiered spiritual array, insights that elude those beneath the true immortal level. Thus, while the young man appeared to be merely a virtual immortal in his practice, he was, in fact, honing his skills. Hao Huang was resolutely confident in this regard. He refrained from interrupting Zhounjun, recognizing that to disturb someone engaged in cultivation is a grave breach of etiquette. Moreover, for those who have attained the true immortal level, seeking enlightenment and further progress is akin to a mortal striving to ascend to the heavens. Should such an endeavor be interrupted at a critical moment, it might lead to catastrophic consequences, potentially resulting in a self-detonation that could obliterate both the practitioner and the world, a fate he was certain he would not wish to endure. At last, Zhounjun gradually withdrew his hand, and at that moment, the formation before him erupted with boundless divine radiance, emanating a pressure that compelled all beings within a 1,000-mile radius to tremble and prostrate themselves in submission. Friend, your ability to delineate this formation places you among the upper echelons of the Grand Masters of the 9th-rank spiritual arrays, remarked the Emperor of the Heavens, unable to restrain his admiration as he witnessed Zhounjun completing the array. However, how could Zhounjun, merely a celestial immortal, possibly sense the silent arrival of the Emperor? Thus, he was startled by the sudden voice from behind, and upon turning, he beheld an elderly gentleman clad in resplendent attire. After dispersing the celestial locking array with a mere wave of his hand, Zhounjun composed himself and inquired with a smile, "May I ask who you are, esteemed friend, and what brings you to visit this humble abode at such an hour?" Zhounjun remained unflustered by the elder's appearance. After all, with his formidable abilities, even an immortal emperor would be no match for him. Moreover, the elder had not acted against him while he was crafting the array, suggesting he bore no ill intent. The elder chuckled and replied, "I am the mountain god of the Emperor of the Heavens. You must be the master of the second-grade immortal sword whose sword energy soared to the heavens yesterday. Am I correct?" Though the young man before him might only be a second-grade true immortal, the fact that he could create the celestial locking array had already led the Emperor to regard Zhounjun as a peer. After all, a Grand Master of a high-grade 9th-rank spiritual array would be highly sought after even in the immortal realm, a figure many factions would strive to recruit. Indeed, it is I. I am honored to meet the mountain god of the Emperor of the Heavens, Zhounjun said, offering a slight bow. The mountain god, being the foremost among the mountain gods of Qingzhou and possessing true immortal level cultivation, was someone Zhounjun had previously learned about from the records of Qingzhou. "My apologies for intruding on your tranquility at such a late hour, esteemed sir. It is I who should be offering my apologies." The mountain god replied with a respectful gesture and a smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the Emperor of Heaven smiled and inquired, "Might I ask why? With your current cultivation, you have yet to ascend to the celestial realm? Surely remaining in the Tianyuan realm must hinder your progress." This question posed a challenge for Zhounjun. He indeed yearned for ascension, yet his strength did not permit it. "I was born here," Zhounjun replied with a smile, conveying his deep affection for his homeland and his reluctance to ascend prematurely. Upon hearing this, the Emperor's eyes glimmered with admiration. Cultivators typically prioritize their own interests, and it is rare to encounter someone like this young man who embodies both sentiment and loyalty. After all, some cultivators, in their quest for advancement, would not hesitate to turn against even their own kin. To a true celestial being, the Tianyuan realm is rendered insignificant. Describing it as a desolate and inhospitable land would not be an exaggeration. Remaining here would only impede their progress, likely resulting in stagnation. Consequently, many cultivators, upon overcoming the tribulations of thunder, would convert their spiritual energy into celestial energy and ascend directly to the celestial realm. Although true celestials become mere lower-tier cultivators upon ascension, those who achieve the Great Ascension are often proud and ambitious individuals. They firmly believe that even after ascending to the celestial realm, they can still showcase their brilliance and reach new heights. As for true celestials who have fully transformed their spiritual energy into celestial energy but wish to linger in the mortal realm, it is not impossible, albeit exceedingly difficult. First, they must evade the golden light that beckons from the celestial realm. Second, they must endure the repulsion of the heavenly laws of this realm. Lastly, they face the arduous struggle of their cultivation stagnating, as all spiritual energy has already been transformed into celestial spiritual power. The only way to continue cultivating in the lower realm is to invest a considerable amount of time condensing the vast external spiritual energy into a single strand of celestial spiritual power for personal use. The speed of this process is predictably slow. Furthermore, even a first-grade true immortal, relying on time accumulation in the lower realm, may approach a breakthrough to the second-grade true immortal. However, due to the exclusion by the heavenly Tao, facing the tribulation of lightning in the lower realm is far more perilous than that encountered in the immortal realm, where a moment's carelessness could lead to death and obliteration. As for the Emperor Hao, he is not subjected to the heavenly Tao's exclusion due to his divinely ordained position. Yet he still endures the trials of the other two realms. It is worth noting that those who evade the guiding golden light of the immortal realm will find themselves at a disadvantage when they rely on their own strength to ascend. The guiding golden light serves as a novice gift package bestowed upon newly ascended true immortals, aiding them in refining their celestial bodies. In contrast, cultivators who break through the barrier to the immortal realm without experiencing the baptism of the golden light must hone their celestial bodies for thousands of years to match the benefits conferred by this golden light. Consequently, most ascended great vehicle cultivators choose to retain the last vestige of spiritual energy, refraining from its transformation into celestial spiritual power. In order to seize the opportunity presented by the guiding golden light, which offers the painful yet invaluable process of refining their celestial bodies. Mr. Li, lacking divine office, still opts to remain in this realm while managing to advance to the second-grade true immortal. I am in awe of his spirit and talent. The Emperor Hao respectfully bowed to Li Zhounjun, expressing that even if Li Zhounjun were to choose the celestial realm in the future, he would only offer his blessings. With the talents Li Zhounjun had displayed, he would surely shine brilliantly even in the heavens. However, Li Zhounjun found himself somewhat perplexed by the sudden admiration from Emperor Hao, as he was unaware of the immense difficulty faced by true immortals who choose to remain in the mortal realm for cultivation. Those true immortals who opt to stay are not merely foolish. They are genuinely tied by deep emotions. In Emperor Hao's understanding, Li Zhounjun clearly belonged to the latter category, a person worthy of friendship. Emperor Hao was being overly polite. Li Zhounjun extended a hand to assist the emperor. At that moment, the emperor remarked, "You, sir, are a grand master of ninth-grade spiritual formations. You must be no stranger to the game of Go. I find myself eager to engage in a match. May I seek your guidance?" "Go." Li Zhoujun's expression froze momentarily. He did not know how to play. "System, why are you panicking? You can easily achieve a fair contest with him." The voice of the system echoed in Li Zhoujun's mind. "Are you certain?" Li Zhoujun blinked. "Of course. You will be evenly matched with all things in the world." "Then can I match you?" Li Zhoujun inquired curiously. "Yes, but I can impose a penalty, requiring you to sing conquer until I'm satisfied." "That is excessive." Li Zhoujun's lips twitched. Yet with the system's assurance, he felt more at ease and smiled at Emperor Hao, saying, "I am unworthy of such praise. I possess only a modest understanding of Go." "You are too humble. Please." Emperor Hao laughed heartily, and with a wave of his hand, a stone table, 2 stone chairs, and a Go board materialized beside them. "Please." Li Zhoujun responded with a smile as they both took their seats. Upon observing that Li Zhoujun exhibited no inclination to seize the initiative with the first move of the white pieces, Emperor Hao chuckled. "Sir, I shall not be courteous." With that, the emperor made his move, marking the official commencement of the match. As the game progressed to its midpoint, the emperor's brow furrowed. The young man seated opposite him played his pieces with an apparent lack of strategy, though he was playing the black pieces in response. His moves flowed with an unrestrained grace, akin to a dragon in flight. Meanwhile, the emperor, having initiated the game, found himself constrained to a defensive posture. If the game continued along this trajectory, it would inevitably conclude in a stalemate. In this realm of Go, there exists an unspoken rule. In a draw, the black pieces are deemed victorious. The white pieces may seize the initiative but fail to triumph over the black pieces that respond. Seeing this, the emperor laughed heartily and declared, "I concede, sir. Your prowess in Go is truly admirable. Li Zhounjun smilad gently. I have lived for a time beyond measure. And those who can engage in discourse are but a handful. Those who share my aspirations are even fewer. To encounter you today is indeed a stroke of fortune." The emperor responded with enthusiasm. "Your words are too kind, Li Zhounjun." After a brief pause, he continued, "Might I inquire if you have ever heard of Guanhai Mountain?" "Guanhai Mountain?" The emperor hesitated slightly, pondering for a moment before replying, "I have heard tales of that mountain before my slumber. It seems to be a sect of cultivation. However, it is said that no true immortals reside within. I presume that, after such a passage of time, this sect has faded into the annals of history. Pray tell, are you intrigued by this mountain, Mr. Li?" "Not particularly. I have merely heard whispers of a secret realm that has been unveiled there." Li Zhoujun responded with a wry smile. "It is said that Guanhai Mountain was once a sacred site for cultivation. Yet it appears that even the gaze of Emperor Hao cannot penetrate its mysteries. In a secluded realm, the gentleman need not dwell upon it. When you visit Mount Hao Huang another day, I shall certainly treat you with the finest wine that this world has to offer." With a gentle smile, Hao Huang replied, "I shall not trouble you further today. Farewell." Hao Huang strolled away, while Li Zhoujun cupped his hands in farewell. This evening's encounter with a true, celestial mountain deity was indeed an unexpected delight. With Hao Huang's departure, Li Zhoujun's life once again returned to tranquility. In the following days, Li Zhoujun epitomized the essence of laziness, remaining in bed for 3 days, unwavering as thunderstruck. Ding! Your purpose here is to experience the mortal life and temper your heart, not to act like a sloth. The system remarked, "Such a narrow perspective. Sleeping is also part of experiencing mortal life, is it not? Besides, one can flit through dreams like a butterfly." Li So Yun Tsiokut. Ding! How have you become so shameless? Where did you learn that? Do you intend to sleep and exploit my rewards? As the saying goes, one who stays close to vermilion becomes red, while one who stays near ink becomes black. After a moment of contemplation, Li Zhoujun replied, "Ding! Why don't you learn something good from me?" Chapter 86. The Red Lotus Sect. However, during these few days of Li Zhoujun's idleness, a tempest brewed in the shadows of Qingzhou. Within the Dao Tian sect, Mutai you convened with numerous mountain lords, their expressions grim. "Esteemed colleagues, what are your thoughts on the emergence of the Red Lotus sect?" Mutai you included